By an unexpected twist of fate, I have become Vegeta. With no system to rely upon, I must depend solely on my own strength to survive. Thus begins my new journey, as I blossom with a unique radiance in this unfamiliar world. Chapter 1. Vegeta. On December 1st, 732 of the AG calendar, a cacophony akin to surging ocean waves abruptly roused Vegeta from his slumber. As consciousness gradually returned, a powerful sense of unfamiliarity surged within him like a tidal wave. Struggling to open his eyes, Vegeta was astounded by the sight before him. Towering canisters of nutrient solution stood in orderly rows, resembling silent giants. To his astonishment, he found himself transformed into a diminutive infant. Vegeta strained to move his eyes, endeavoring to comprehend his surroundings. Within the canisters were other infants, some peacefully asleep while others stirred slightly. At that moment, he caught snippets of conversation from passers-by, their foreign tongue sounding like an enigmatic incantation that he could not grasp. Yet, amidst his bewilderment, the name Vegeta flashed through his memory like a brilliant lightning bolt. In an instant, he realized his predicament. He had traversed dimensions and become a Saiyan. A mixture of shock and exhilaration coursed through Vegeta's heart. A soul from Blue Star had inexplicably arrived in the realm of the Saiyans. How utterly remarkable! However, the frailty of his infant body limited his energy, and just as the thrill began to swell, drowsiness once again washed over him like a tide. Resigned, Vegeta closed his eyes and succumbed to sleep once more. On December 2nd, Vegeta awakened from his dreams. With a flicker of anticipation in his heart, he silently called out to the system within. "System, come forth." Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Vegeta couldn't help but grumble. A Blue Star traveler without a system? How utterly unreliable. Complaints aside, Vegeta quickly regained his composure. He recalled the narrative of the Saiyans, which might serve as a significant advantage. Vegeta began to contemplate his current situation. It was imperative to ascertain the present time and his identity. Yet, as an infant, his sleep was prolonged, and over the following days, although he heard no mention of time, perhaps due to the merging of two souls, he found himself rapidly understanding the Saiyan language. One day in December, a resounding explosion suddenly erupted. In that instant, Vegeta's heart tightened, and his mind conjured the terrifying image of Frieza annihilating planet Vegeta. He widened his eyes in fear, but soon realized that there were no signs of devastation around him. After some speculation, he deduced that a rebellion among the Saiyans had occurred. This revelation made him aware that even in the realm of the Saiyans, tranquility was a rare commodity. While Vegeta was engrossed in his thoughts, several Saiyan warriors rushed past, their faces etched with tension and fury. He strained to catch their words, faintly hearing terms like Frieza and King Kurta. It appeared that King Kurta had bequeathed the throne to Frieza. In the ensuing days, an atmosphere of tension pervaded the entire region. Vegeta remained vigilant, acutely aware of his vulnerability as a mere infant. However, a spark of fighting spirit ignited within him, and he silently vowed to grow strong and protect himself when the opportunity arose. Time passed, and at last, on December 5th, 733 of the AG calendar, Vegeta emerged from his incubation pod. Awaiting him were a man and a woman, exuding an air of authority. From their conversation, Vegeta learned that they were his parents. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his father was King Vegeta, Vegeta III. Vegeta was taken aback. He was indeed Vegeta IV. He silently reflected, "Well, since destiny has made me Vegeta, I shall live well for him, seeking my purpose in this world brimming with challenges and opportunities." Nevertheless, Vegeta understood that the road ahead would be fraught with obstacles. In a world teeming with danger and trials, relentless effort was essential for survival. Particularly, he pondered whether there existed a god of destruction named Bylus in this realm. If so, the fate of the Saiyans seemed doomed to unfold. Chapter 2. The history of the Frieza Force in the year 735 of the Age of the Universe. Time flowed quietly like a serene stream. After enduring a lengthy period of over a year, Vegeta, under the diligent tutelage of his mother, had finally mastered the language of the Saiyans. At that moment, he resembled a sponge, yearning for knowledge, eagerly absorbing everything around him. During this past year, Vegeta not only acquired linguistic skills, but also embarked on a journey of practical training. Within his small frame lay an unfathomable reservoir of potential. With each training session, he gave his all, drenched in sweat, yet never once faltering. One day, curiosity about the history of the Frieza Force ignited within Vegeta. a burning flame that grew ever more intense in his heart. This insatiable curiosity compelled him to seek out his father, King Vegeta. With resolute steps and eyes sparkling with the light of inquiry, he approached King Vegeta and respectfully inquired, "Father, I wish to learn about the Frieza Force. Just how powerful are they?" King Vegeta regarded his spirited son, pausing for a moment in contemplation before responding. "Vegeta, the Frieza Force currently commands 70% of the universe, a formidable presence that is deemed the most powerful in existence. The second greatest force is the Galactic Patrol, led by the Galactic King. The Frieza Force comprises elite warriors, second-class warriors, lower-class warriors, the most junior warriors, and non-combat personnel. The elite warriors possess battle powers exceeding 10,000, representing the pinnacle of our military strength, each blessed with awe-inspiring capabilities. They have been tempered through countless battles, endowed with extensive combat experience and exceptional skills. The second-class warriors exhibit battle powers ranging from 3,000 to 10,000, serving as the backbone of the force and playing crucial roles in combat. Lower-class warriors possess battle powers between 1,500 and 3,000, while the most junior warriors fall below 1,500. Among them, there are 30,000 junior fighters, 5,000 lower-class warriors, 500 second-class warriors, and a mere 50 elite warriors, with only 5 super elite warriors. Furthermore, there are 30,000 logistical personnel alongside numerous technological and advisory experts. In total, the Frieza Force comprises 70,000 individuals, their might vast and intricate, not to be underestimated." Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, then posed another question. "Father, do we Saiyans also constitute a part of the Frieza Force?" King Vegeta hesitated slightly, seemingly weighing his words, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. "We are contractors of the Frieza Force, engaged in a semi-cooperative relationship. However, this alliance is precarious, and we may face peril at any moment. The second in command of the Frieza Force, the Ginyu Force, boasts a battle power of 120,000, and I believe Frieza's power is not far behind. Sooner or later, we Saiyans." At this juncture, King Vegeta abruptly ceased his speech, leaving the sentence unfinished. Understanding his father's ambition, yet sensing the delicacy of the matter, Vegeta chose to shift the topic, saying, "Father, please teach me combat techniques." King Vegeta, observing the eager desire for growth in his son's eyes, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He began to impart the combat techniques of Vegeta, explicating each movement and strategy with meticulous detail. For Vegeta, fighting is not merely a contest of strength, but a battle of wits. You must learn to observe your opponent's weaknesses and seize the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. In combat, one must remain composed, unyielding to the sway of emotions. Vegeta King articulated while demonstrating the maneuvers. Vegeta listened intently, his eyes gleaming with focused determination. During a brief interlude in training, Vegeta gleaned a significant revelation from his mother. On December 20th, 732, Frieza and King Cold had arrived on planet Vegeta, informing the Saiyans that Frieza would assume command of the Cold Army. To assert his dominance, Frieza executed a treacherous ambush on the lurking Saiyans. As Vegeta concluded his reflections, a torrent of thoughts surged within him. He understood the precarious situation of the Saiyans and recognized the necessity of relentless self-improvement. Thus, he resolved to seek out his father, Vegeta King. After a year of observation, Vegeta noted the dismal familial atmosphere among the Saiyans, where the concept of family was nearly non-existent. The societal ethos leaned towards a Spartan culture, rife with coldness and competition. Yet, Vegeta was fortunate. His mother instilled within him a sense of familial values, providing a glimmer of warmth in this frigid world. Approaching his father, Vegeta spoke resolutely. "Father, I wish for your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber with 1 to 100 times the standard gravity, where I can train." Vegeta King furrowed his brow, contemplating his son's peculiar request, yet responded with calm assurance, "I shall arrange it. However, you must also refine your combat skills diligently. The Saiyans revere the strong, and your innate talent already ranks among the highest battle powers recorded for a child. I hope you can bear the weight of the Saiyan revival. Soon, I will have a synthetic moon demonstrated for you, enabling you to utilize the Great Ape transformation. But remember, the artificial moon lasts only 30 minutes, and the transformation is gradual. It may serve well for strategic ambushes, but should be avoided in personal combat." Vegeta replied respectfully, "Understood, father." Subsequently, he absorbed his father's teachings on etiquette, strategy, tactics, and other vital aspects. Aware that his journey was still long, Vegeta was filled with unwavering confidence. Chapter 3, Proton. On December 6th, 735, planet Vegeta was shrouded in a solemn haze, as if obscured by the heavy curtain of destiny. With resolute determination, Vegeta bid farewell to his mother. Eagerly scanning his surroundings, he harbored a longing for the appearance of his father, yet was met only with a disheartening silence. Despite a twinge of disappointment rising within him, he did not waver for a moment, decisively boarding the Alpha spaceship, hurtling towards the headquarters of the Frisia Force on Planet Cold. Vegeta sat in the cockpit of his spaceship, his thoughts racing like wild stallions, gradually drifting away as he recalled the seemingly sunny yet utterly cold day in June of the year 735. King Vegeta, with a stern countenance, gazed intently at his son and slowly articulated, "Vegeta, your request is truly beyond the reach of our current Saiyan technology. Our advancements stem from the Tuffles. Yet we have consistently neglected this aspect of development. Constructing the gravity chamber you desire is indeed beyond our present capabilities." Vegeta furrowed his brow, ensnared in a whirlpool of contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, and said, "Father, why not petition to the Frisia Force for a customized spaceship equipped with a gravity chamber? This way, I can train using the gravity chamber during my journeys to other planets." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta nodded slightly. However, a trace of concern crossed his face as he replied, "This may be a viable solution. But you must understand that seeking assistance from the Frisia Force will undoubtedly come at a steep price." Without hesitation, Vegeta responded, "Father, I comprehend. Yet, I am willing to bear any risk in pursuit of greater strength." King Vegeta sighed deeply and said, "Very well, since you are resolute. We shall request a spaceship from the Frisia Force. However, you must always remember that your actions not only pertain to your own fate, but are intricately linked to the future of all Saiyans." After a prolonged and anxious wait, in November of 735, the Frisia Force finally delivered the spaceship to the Saiyans. The vessel was exquisitely crafted, primarily disc-shaped, both elegant and practical. It featured a training room, gravity chamber, equipped with an array of advanced training apparatuses, fully capable of meeting Vegeta's high-intensity training needs. Additionally, there was a lounge, designed to be comfortable and inviting, allowing Vegeta to rest adequately when fatigued, as well as a medical room outfitted with state-of-the-art medical equipment, ensuring his safety. Overjoyed, Vegeta named this spaceship the Alpha. However, during this time, Vegeta learned of unrest among the dissatisfied Saiyans on planet Vegeta opposing Frisia. Upon discovering this, Frisia was infuriated, deeply dissatisfied with King Vegeta for allowing the emergence of factions opposing him. Aware of King Vegeta's hidden intentions, he resolved to suppress the Saiyans with an iron fist. On December 1st, 735, Frisia, accompanied by the Ginyu Force, along with Zarbin and Dodoria, descended upon planet Vegeta like a tempest of terror. He emanated an intimidating aura of overwhelming power, exerting both psychological and physical pressure upon King Vegeta. Frisia coldly declared, "King Vegeta, how dare you permit those opposing me among the Saiyans? Now, send your prodigious warrior, Vegeta, to the Frisia Force to quell the dissent among the Saiyans. Otherwise, your people shall face annihilation." Under the immense pressure exerted by Frisia, King Vegeta reluctantly stated, "Yes, Lord Frisia, I shall ensure that Vegeta follows your commands." As Vegeta emerged from his reverie, his gaze hardened, resolute as steel. He began to contemplate how to survive as a warrior within Frisia's army. With a battle power of 3,000, he had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier fighter. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the missions that would soon be assigned by Frisia's forces, yet fear did not cross his mind. Vegeta entered the training room aboard the spaceship, adhering to the plan he had long devised. He silently vowed to continually strengthen himself within Frisia's ranks, believing that should Frisia ultimately annihilate planet Vegeta, he could utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect it, thereby repaying the king and queen's nurturing and guidance. However, the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Whether Vegeta could survive and grow stronger, as depicted in the original tale, remained an open question. Chapter 4. On Planet Able. On January 25th, 736, deep within the vast expanse of the universe, Vegeta, aboard the advanced Alpha spaceship, finally arrived at Planet Kurd after a lengthy journey. The voyage had been uneventful, devoid of any mishaps. Upon disembarking, a cadre of well-trained lower-ranking soldiers respectfully escorted him to the formidable presence of the cosmic tyrant, Frisia. A glint of scrutiny flickered in Frisia's cold gaze as he slowly lifted his scanner, directing it towards Vegeta. The readings surged dramatically before stabilizing at 3,100. Frisia nodded with satisfaction, his chilling voice resonating through the air. Vegeta, you are indeed an exceptional warrior. I now have an important task for you. Vegeta inclined his head slightly, his tranquil eyes awaiting Frisia's further instructions. After a brief pause, Frisia continued, I require you to lead a small team to conquer a planet. According to our intelligence, the warriors on that planet possess battle powers ranging from 3000 to 4000. Return to rest and prepare. Shortly, Mr. Dodoria will provide you with the details of your team members and the target planet's location. Vegeta's expression remained impassive, yet a subtle glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes as he respectfully replied, Understood. He then turned and returned to his quarters. Alone in his room, Vegeta sank into profound contemplation. He recognized that in this ruthless universe, the struggle for survival was one of the cornerstones of power enhancement. However, for the time being, he was bound to obey Frisia's orders, lacking the means for rebellion. In his heart, he silently hoped that the members assigned to his team would be fellow Saiyans, as they could mutually support one another, and Saiyans possessed unique advantages and indomitable spirit in battle. On the morning of January 26th, sunlight streamed through the narrow window of Vegeta's quarters, casting a warm glow. At that moment, the imposing figure of Dodoria appeared at the doorway. Doria entered the lounge with heavy footsteps, detailing to Vegeta the specific locations of the squad members and their target planet. Vegeta listened intently, silently assessing the strength of these team members. Upon learning that they were all Saiyans, he felt a slight sense of relief. Before long, Vegeta donned the blue battle uniform of the Frisia Force, which clung closely to his muscular frame, accentuating his imposing stature. With resolute strides, he made his way to the rendezvous point with his squad. Utilizing his scouter, Vegeta checked the combat power of his team members. The Saiyan Naba, a robust figure with a combat power of 500 at the age of 24, was filled with a fervent desire for battle. As he spotted Vegeta approaching, excitement ignited in his eyes, and he exclaimed, Lord Vegeta, we shall follow you to victory. Saiyan Temet, 26 years old, agile and swift, possessed a calm demeanor and exceptional combat skills, boasting a power level of 800. He nodded slightly, signaling his determination to Vegeta. Saiyan Polite, 28, bore a cold exterior and was adept in technological operations, with a combat power of 3000. He stood silently, his gaze revealing intense focus. Saiyan Agplan, age 33, was seasoned in combat with a power level of 4000. Vegeta boarded the Alpha spacecraft, while Naba, Temet, Polite, and Agplan took their respective Frisia battleships, all setting forth towards their destination, the planet Abel. The estimated travel time was 1 month. During this lengthy journey, Vegeta meticulously crafted his training regimen. He resolved to spend 20 days in the gravity chamber, engaging in high-intensity workouts, relentlessly pushing his limits to enhance his combat prowess. Sweating profusely in the gravity chamber, he contemplated that only through relentless fortification could he break free from Frisia's control and achieve his true objectives. However, while Vegeta was engrossed in his training, the spacecraft encountered mysterious energy fluctuations. This powerful and enigmatic disturbance threw the ship's systems into disarray. Vegeta and his companions were compelled to temporarily halt their training to confront this unforeseen crisis with full force. After a tense period of troubleshooting and repairs, they finally stabilized the ship's systems. Yet, this incident made them acutely aware that their mission might prove more arduous than anticipated. In the remaining time, Vegeta decided to reduce the intensity of his workouts, allowing ample time for rest to recuperate and prepare for the imminent fierce battle. As the spacecraft drew nearer to planet Abel, Vegeta and his squad were poised for combat. Their confidence was not blind, but rooted in the combat capabilities and resolve of the Saiyan race. Vegeta was imbued with determination, vowing to complete Frisia's mission regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. This endeavor was not merely for survival, but also to seek a glimmer of hope in the unforgiving expanse of the universe. However, he was acutely aware that this confrontation would spell disaster for the indigenous inhabitants of planet Abel. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. For even if he refrained from action, other combat forces would inevitably arrive. He could only silently apologize to the native people of this planet in his heart. Chapter 5, on planet Abel. On the evening of February 24th, 7:36 AJ, In the vast cosmos, several spacecraft descended near planet Able like phantoms. Vegeta, Nappa, Temmet, Polite, and Agplanet successfully arrived at this enigmatic planet, adhering to their meticulously crafted plan. With remarkable agility, they swiftly concealed their vessels in exceedingly covert locations, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, leaving no trace to avoid detection. Vegeta was the first to break the silence, his stern visage a blend of caution and authority. His voice resonated with the steadiness of a formidable mountain. Do not destroy planet Able just yet. I will assess the situation here. Frieza has not imposed a deadline. Vegeta understood the critical importance of this mission. As a prodigious young warrior among the Saiyans, he bore the significant responsibility of bringing glory to King Vegeta and the entire Saiyan race. Agplanet, having heard much of Vegeta's esteemed reputation, along with his profound respect for King Vegeta, readily responded, "We will heed the arrangement of Lord Vegeta 4. Temmet and Polite nodded in agreement as well. Nappa, though feeling this course of action was somewhat troublesome, reluctantly acquiesced upon seeing the consensus among the others. He contemplated privately that while Vegeta was indeed gifted, at times he could be overly cautious. Vegeta observed their expressions and words, understanding that their compliance with his directives stemmed largely from their reverence and loyalty to his father. King Vegeta, he resolved to fully demonstrate his capabilities and leadership during this mission, earning their respect and admiration. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta stealthily departed, making his way toward the town on planet Able. The town at night was exceptionally tranquil, akin to a slumbering giant. Vegeta navigated carefully between the streets, each step taken with utmost caution, pondering whether the Frieza force truly relied solely on their so-called real estate for support. Vegeta swiftly activated his scanner, seeking out isolated individuals with low combat power, preparing to abduct them for information regarding the planet. To his surprise, the scanner possessed a language translation feature. He mused inwardly that had it not been for the Frieza force's vast influence and their accumulation of technology from numerous planets, such a language function would have been exceedingly difficult to achieve. With ease, Vegeta incapacitated his first target, subsequently employing the same method to gather a wealth of information about planet Able. However, just as he was about to return and reunite with his companions, he was unexpectedly discovered by an Abelian named Chier, whose combat power reached an impressive 3,200. Chier glared furiously, exclaiming, "Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around here?" His voice boomed like a bell, reverberating through the stillness of the night, akin to thunder cleaving through the sky. Perceiving the precariousness of the situation, Vegeta promptly distanced himself from the city. Recognizing that a battle within the urban confines would result in considerable casualties, Gear allowed Vegeta to retreat, yet he steadfastly pursued him, determined to uncover the intentions of this enigmatic individual. Once they were sufficiently away from the city, Gear sternly inquired, "Who are you truly? What is your purpose here in Able?" His gaze was rife with vigilance and fury, akin to a blazing inferno. Internally, Vegeta rapidly contemplated his strategy. He resolved to divulge the truth, to ascertain whether the inhabitants of Able would be inclined to flee this planet. Thus, he calmly responded, "I am Vegeta 4 Saiyan, dispatched by Lord Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, to expel you." Upon hearing this, Gear erupted in rage, exclaiming, "What? You dare suggest that we abandon our homeland? That is unforgivable." With that, he launched a fierce assault on Vegeta. His punches howled through the air like a tempest, as if intent on obliterating everything in their path. Vegeta swiftly sidestepped, evading Gear's onslaught. He retorted, "You underestimate the might of Frieza. It is beyond your comprehension." Ignoring Vegeta's words, Gear pressed on with his attack, lunging forward with a fist imbued with formidable force aimed at Vegeta. The collision of their powers produced a resounding thud, reminiscent of thunderclaps. "Oof. Do you think you can compel us to forsake our home?" Gear taunted, his blows growing increasingly ferocious, as if he sought to vanquish Vegeta utterly and eliminate any future threat. Vegeta, undeterred, adeptly dodged Gear's strikes, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Vegeta pivoted and delivered a kick towards Gear. Reacting swiftly, Gear raised his arm to block the blow, yet he was still pushed back several steps. Once steadied, Gear charged again, his speed astonishing as he closed the distance to Vegeta in an instant. With no time to evade, Vegeta braced himself for the punch, which sent him staggering backward, a trickle of blood escaping from his lips. "It seems you are not as formidable as I presumed," Gear proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta's gaze hardened with resolve. There are many Saiyans far stronger than I. I advise you to leave this planet. In a moment of confusion, Gear fell prey to Vegeta's ploy, who seized the opportunity to strike. With rapid precision, Vegeta landed a blow to Gear's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Following up with a kick, Vegeta sent Gear crashing to the ground. However, Gear refused to concede. He swiftly rose again, launching yet another assault on Vegeta. The conflict intensified, resembling two ferocious beasts engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Vegeta soon discerned Gear's remarkable resilience, realizing that defeating him outright would not be easy. Consequently, he resolved to alter his approach, deliberately exposing a flaw to entice Gear into attacking. As anticipated, Gear took the bait and launched a full-force strike at Vegeta. In that instant, Vegeta evaded and delivered a kick to Gear's back, sending him sprawling once more. This time, Gear sustained significant injury. Just as Vegeta prepared to leave the area, Gear suddenly unleashed a surge of formidable power, rising once again to confront him. His gaze was filled with unyielding defiance and fury, as if he were prepared to engage in an unrelenting battle with Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback, having never anticipated that Geo possessed such formidable strength. Once more, they clashed with fervor, their powers colliding with such intensity that it felt as though the very air around them had ignited. After a fierce struggle, Vegeta finally succeeded in knocking Geo to the ground once more. This time, Geo lacked the strength to rise again. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly distanced himself from the battlefield. Upon using his scouter to confirm that no Abelites were in pursuit, he quickly returned to the concealed location of Eggplant and the others. With a grave expression, Vegeta remarked, "The Abelites do possess certain merits in combat. The technology on this planet is relatively advanced." However, he hesitated, seemingly pondering a matter of greater significance. He then shifted the topic, stating, "The full moon period on this planet has passed, and unfavorable circumstances necessitate the use of an artificial full moon. We must exercise caution during battles on this planet." Eggplant, having observed Vegeta's performance during the fight through the scouter, expressed his profound respect for Vegeta's combat prowess. He respectfully stated, "Lord Vegeta 4, the four of us are incapable of utilizing an artificial full moon. You may deploy at the moment you discern the right opportunity." Vegeta nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, we shall rest for a day, and tomorrow night we will launch our offensive." His eyes revealed a sorrowful yet resolute determination. Nappa, Temite, and Polite eagerly prepared themselves, all yearning for battle. Chapter 6, Beneath the Planet Abel. On the morning of February 25th, 736 AD, within the grand palace of Planet Abel, Geo, having hastily attended to his wounds, wore a grave expression akin to lead. He lowered his head slightly and, in a measured tone, reported to King Abel about the harrowing confrontation with the Saiyans from the previous day. "Your Majesty, the Saiyans are extraordinarily powerful, particularly that one who appears childlike. He is nearly my equal in strength. Moreover, according to him, our planet has drawn the attention of Frisia." King Abel's brow furrowed deeply, his thoughts drifting back to the time when Frisia's forces had demanded they vacate their homeland, a request he had resolutely denied. Now, fully aware of the gravity of this crisis, he paced restlessly before his throne, akin to a cornered beast. After a moment of reflection, he swiftly devised a dual plan. King Abel fixed a piercing gaze upon Geo and solemnly instructed, "Geo, you and Siddle are to lead the elite children and scientists aboard the advanced spacecraft, Hope, to escape this planet, preserving the flame for the future of our Abelites." Geo paused momentarily, then nodded resolutely. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission." King Abel continued with further orders. "Additionally, urgently assemble 15 elite warriors among our kin with battle power exceeding 3,000. We must do everything in our power to thwart the Saiyans' advance." As nightfall enveloped Planet Abel like a mysterious veil, the atmosphere was charged with tension, as if it could be sliced through by a blade. Vegeta, Nappa, Temite, Polite, and Eggplant, akin to cheetahs poised to pounce, felt an intense yearning and determination for battle igniting within them. They set forth silently, their detectors akin to the keen eyes of a falcon, serving as their instruments in the pursuit of formidable warriors on Planet Abel. A brutal decapitation operation was on the verge of commencing. Soon, the detector in Polite's hands reacted first, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety and tremor. "Lord Vegeta, Abel possesses 15 second-tier warriors, gathered together. A frontal assault seems inevitable. I suggest we utilize the artificial moon ahead of time." Vegeta's gaze sharpened, as piercing as a cold star, and he resolutely commanded, "I shall employ it now. You must safeguard me." The others immediately complied, their focus unwavering as they remained vigilant, resembling a pack of alert wolves. Meanwhile, King Abel, through his detector, detected 5 potent energy signatures, surmising they must be Scions. Observing the positions displayed on the detector, he promptly declared, "The Scions are currently stationary, positioned in a desolate area. We must advance immediately." Vegeta swiftly completed the creation of the artificial moon, gazing upward at the full moon, his fighting spirit ablaze like a raging inferno. At that moment, King Abel, leading his 15 second-tier warriors, arrived with the ferocity of a tempest. Vegeta transformed into his great ape form, his colossal figure resembling a moving mountain, exuding a formidable aura that made the earth tremble. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce assault against the Abelites, his massive fists crashing down upon his foes like the hammer of a thunder god. King Abel was acutely aware of the Scion's capacity to transform into great apes, yet he noted that it was not a full moon at present. He quickly discerned that the other Scions were also gradually shifting into their great ape forms. Alarmed, he called out to his warriors, "They are using the artificial full moon to transform. Stop them." He commanded the others to intercept the remaining 4 Scions' transformations while he feigned an attack on the transforming Vegeta, hoping to destroy the full moon in the process. Abel's warriors charged towards Temet, Polite, Eggplanter, and Naba, engaging in fierce combat. Naba roared, fiercely countering the advancing Abel warriors. His strength was immense. Yet he struggled against the multitude of foes, akin to a lion ensnared in a quagmire. Eggplanter skillfully dodged the attacks, moving like a swift swallow, seeking opportunities to retaliate. Polite exploited his speed advantage, persistently harassing the enemies, reminiscent of an agile cheetah. Vegeta, sensing King Abel's intentions, bellowed, "I shall slay you. You cannot impede the inevitable." He lunged at King Abel, engaging in a fierce confrontation. With a combat power soaring to 30,000, Vegeta's assaults were as relentless as a tempest, each strike seemingly capable of obliterating a mountain. King Abel could only nimbly evade Vegeta's onslaught while searching for an opening, like a small vessel struggling through a storm. In a mere 5 minutes, Vegeta, like a rampaging beast, swiftly dispatched 9 of the Abelites. Meanwhile, King Abel, seizing the opportunity while Vegeta's attention was diverted, unleashed a formidable energy attack against the artificial full moon. However, it was met with the full might of Vegeta, transformed into a great ape. Seizing the moment, Vegeta inflicted a grievous wound upon King Abel, who staggered back, blood trickling from his lips, resembling a wilting flower, aware that his days were numbered. King Abel transmitted a message to his kin, urging them to flee the planet, while also relaying the battle recordings to Geel and Sidol. Upon receiving the message, Geel and Sidol swiftly led their people to safety, akin to a flock of panicked birds taking flight. As Vegeta prepared to eliminate the remaining Abelians, he discovered that they had already been slain by the great apes embodied by Eggplant and Polite. Meanwhile, Naba and Temet struggled in their transformation into great ape forms, hindered by the Abelians. Observing the time, Vegeta proclaimed, "I have scarcely 20 minutes remaining. Let us commence the assault. Do not destroy the planet. Our objective is to either kill or drive away the Abelians." The other 4 responded in unison, understood, and launched their mission to eradicate the Abelians once more. 20 minutes later, due to King Abel's final notification, apart from the 100 led by Geel and Sidol who managed to escape, a portion of the populace also fled in spacecraft from the Abel planet. Naba, somewhat begrudgingly, remarked, "These Abelians are rather cunning, managing to escape in their ships. However, I did manage to spot and destroy a few." Vegeta, having traversed time, did not share the same bloodlust as the other Scions, despite being influenced by their warrior genes. He spared the Abelians aboard the ships. Vegeta stated, "We will rest for the night, and tomorrow morning, after verifying whether any Abelians remain on this planet, we will report for evacuation." The other 4, recognizing Vegeta's strength, readily acquiesced. In his mind, Vegeta contemplated persuading them the following day, hoping to alter their fate. Chapter 7. Continuation and Return. In the early hours of February 26th, 736, the vast expanse of the starry sky resembled a bottomless abyss of darkness. Geel and Sidol, filled with urgency, hurriedly convened in a clandestine location. Behind them trailed a throng of apprehensive and utterly exhausted Abelians, numbering over 1,000. These exiles were enveloped by the dark cosmos, as if ensnared in an endless chasm of despair, their hearts heavy with unutterable unease and profound fear. Gilles' countenance was as cold as ice. However, his eyes betrayed a steadfast resolve and calm composure. Standing tall like an unyielding pillar of stone, he bellowed, "My kin, do not panic. Since the Frisia force covets our homeland, they will not annihilate us completely. We must seek refuge with the Galactic King. There is still hope. The burden of reviving our clan rests upon your shoulders. Although I could not protect our homeland alongside King Abel, I will safeguard you. The Frisia force is a formidable beast. For now, we must lie low and patiently await our opportunity." Amidst the crowd, a young Abelite trembled as he inquired, "Lord Gyre, can we truly find refuge with the Galactic King?" His eyes were filled with confusion and worry, as though he were desperately searching for a flicker of hope in an endless abyss of darkness. Gyre responded with unwavering resolve. "We must have faith in the Galactic King's mercy and justice. He embodies righteousness within the cosmos and shall undoubtedly protect us." His voice resonated like a robust bell, echoing through the silent starry expanse, offering a rare comfort to his kin. Siddle observed his people gradually calming, yet his heart remained heavy with concern. Furrowing his brow, he approached Gyre and whispered, "Gyre, have we truly taken the right step? The future is fraught with countless unknown dangers." His gaze betrayed profound apprehension, as if he foresaw myriad potential crises. Gyre slightly frowned and replied gravely, "Siddle, we have no alternative. The Frisia force is terrifyingly formidable. Our hopes must rest with the Galactic King. For now, our task is to lead our people safely to his planet, regardless of the arduous challenges that lie ahead." His eyes brimmed with determination, as if he had discerned a faint path forward amidst the darkness. On the morning of February 26th, 5 individuals, Vegeta, Naba, Temet Polite, and Agplanty, meticulously surveyed the Abel planet, confirming the absence of any Abelites. Subsequently, Polite relayed to the Frisia force, "The Abel planet has been conquered. There are no more Abelites." During this time, Vegeta gazed pensively at the desolate planet before him, an array of complex emotions flickering in his eyes, reminiscent of the Scion's past trials of escape. Naba, frowning, remarked discontentedly, "Lord Vegeta, your heart seems overly tender. These fugitives may pose a significant problem for us in the future." Vegeta cast a cold glance at Naba and replied, "Naba, we Scions have also experienced the plight of fleeing. We ought to empathize with their situation." Thereupon the 5 Vegeta, Naba, Temet Polite, and Agplanty commenced their return to the Frisia Force headquarters on Planet Cooled. They journeyed aboard their respective spacecraft, leaving behind luminous trails in the vast cosmos. On March 18th, 736 AE, after a long and perilous journey, Gyre and Siddle, leading the Abelites, finally arrived at the Galactic King's planet. The Galactic King, adorned in resplendent attire, resembled a noble sovereign, welcoming them with a gentle smile. His towering and imposing figure evoked the image of an indomitable fortress, instilling an unwavering sense of security. The Galactic King's voice was steady and powerful. "People of Abel, do not fear. You have come here, and I shall offer my assistance. I understand your plight. We have heard of the Frisia force's tyrannical actions." Gyre stepped forward respectfully, stating, "We are grateful for the Galactic King's kindness. The Abelites shall forever remember your benevolence." His eyes shimmered with gratitude and reverence, as if he were pledging his loyalty to the Galactic King. The Galactic King nodded slightly and expressed his hope that the Abel people would join the Galactic Patrol in maintaining the peace of the universe. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, as if he were burdened by concerns for the future of the cosmos. Chierer and Sidgwer exchanged glances, plunging into profound contemplation. They understood that this was an exceedingly difficult decision, one that would determine the future and fate of the Abel race. Sidgwer spoke softly, "This is an opportunity, yet we must also consider the safety of our kin." His eyes were filled with worry and hesitation, as if he were troubled by the prospects for their people. After a moment of reflection, Chier's gaze hardened with resolve as he declared, "The Galactic King is right. We must grow stronger to prevent the tragedies of Abel Planet from recurring and to repay the Galactic King's aid. I have decided to join the Galactic Patrol." His eyes radiated determination and courage, as if he were fighting valiantly for the future of the Abel race. Sidgwer nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I will remain to protect the safety of our people. We must strive for the future of the Abel race." His eyes brimmed with steadfastness and loyalty, as if he were silently guarding the fate of their kin. Chapter 8. Chio in late March of the year 736 of the AG calendar. Deep within the vast and boundless cosmos, Vegeta, Nappa, Temite, Polite, and Agepulant each boarded their respective spaceships, resembling brilliant meteors streaking through the resplendent starlight toward the headquarters of the Frisia Force on planet Kurd, racing with fervor. Their figures shone brightly in the dark, profound universe, as if burdened with an immense mission and boundless hopes. Vegeta, aboard the Alpha spaceship, devoted himself to rigorous training in the gym every morning during this long and solitary journey. Sweat drenched his attire like rain, yet his eyes brimmed with a steely determination and persistence, as if no force could hinder his relentless advance. During the rest of his time, he either rested to recuperate his energy or immersed himself in the process of gathering intelligence about the Dragon Ball universe through the vast information channels of the Frisia Force, striving to gain a comprehensive understanding of the myriad mysteries of the Dragon Ball cosmos. Vegeta conducted a thorough analysis of the battles on Able Planet. Firstly, there was a glaring absence of powerful energy waves in combat, which was undoubtedly a fatal weakness that needed to be addressed upon his return to enhance his offensive capabilities. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits in the perilous battles that lay ahead. Secondly, there were issues of insufficient experience in martial arts combat, akin to a bomb that could explode at any moment. Upon returning, he would engage in brutal practical training with Agepulant to continuously improve his fighting skills. Only through such preparation could he survive life-and-death confrontations. Lastly, he recognized that his mastery of Ki was still lacking. Vegeta reminisced about the depiction of Ki in the original work, where it is described as a vital energy that resides within all living beings. This energy can be perceived, controlled, and utilized, serving as the foundation for combat and the execution of extraordinary abilities. It enables energy attacks and enhances physical techniques, amplifying strength, stamina, speed, endurance, and defense. Vegeta intended to draw inspiration from the original narrative, particularly the training of Goku by Master Roshi, to advance his mastery of Ki in preparation for the uncertain and perilous battles that lie ahead. On the morning of March 31st, Vegeta and his companions finally arrived at the planet Kurd. Their spacecraft descended slowly at the planet's port, surrounded by a scene of bustling activity and palpable tension. As they disembarked, weariness marked their faces, yet their eyes reflected a blend of relief and vigilance from completing their mission. After organizing their gear, they approached Dodoria to report on their task with a sense of trepidation. Dodoria, tall and imposing, bore a serious expression, reminiscent of an unyielding mountain. He listened intently to Vegeta and his team's report, the air filled with an atmosphere of tension. Upon hearing that they had successfully conquered Planet Able, he nodded slightly. This subtle gesture seemed to offer a glimmer of hope to the group. Once the report concluded, Dodoria cleared his throat, his voice resonating like thunder. Vegeta, Nappa, Temec, Porut, and Agplan, you have performed commendably in this mission. However, this is merely the beginning. You shall rest for a period, after which you will be under the command of the elite warrior, Chue. Tomorrow, you will meet him. In unison, Vegeta, Nappa, Temec, Porut, and Agplan responded, yes. Vegeta pondered silently, realizing that Chue's combat power now exceeded 10,000. He resolved to observe Chue's strength closely and gather information about him, as this individual might very well become his rival. Amassing intelligence early would grant him an advantage in future competitions. Porut leaned closer to Vegeta and whispered, Lord Vegeta, it is said that Chue possesses a battle power of 12,000, making him one of the promising young elite warriors. Vegeta nodded slightly and replied, thank you for the reminder. Tomorrow we shall proceed with caution and fulfill our duties within the Frisia Force. However, we must not rely solely on others. We must continuously enhance our own strength, for we are Saiyans, and the glory and future of the Saiyan race rests in our hands. Nappa, Temec, Porut, and Agplan echoed. Yes, their voices resonated with resolve, deeply aligning with the cultural ethos of the Saiyans. Chapter 9. Chue on the morning of April 1st, 736. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thin clouds, casting its rays upon the surface of Kurut. Yet, it seemed thwarted by an invisible force, unable to dispel the pervasive tension in the air. Vegeta, Nappa, Temec, Porut, and Agplan walked steadily yet somewhat heavily along the path leading to their meeting with Chue. Each of their steps seemed to bear immense pressure, as if they were trudging along an uncertain path of fate. Upon finally reaching their destination, Vegeta's stern visage betrayed not a hint of fear. Instead, it radiated an air of haughty dominance. Without reservation, he was the first to extend a greeting, his voice steady and powerful, imbued with the innate pride of a Saiyan, as if to shatter the stifling atmosphere. Greetings, Mr. Chio-E. I am Vegeta, the prodigious warrior among the Saiyans. These are Naba, Temit, Polite, and Agriplant. As Vegeta introduced his companions, he fixed a keen gaze upon Chio-E, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, attempting to glean crucial information from the slightest nuances of his expression. However, Chio-E's disdain for the Saiyan stood as an impenetrable wall, palpable and suffocating. He slightly lifted his chin, and the flicker of contempt in his gaze pierced Vegeta and his comrades' hearts like a dagger, particularly when facing the so-called strongest. Vegeta 3. After all, this alleged paragon of strength possessed a mere combat power of 10,000. Chio-E mused inwardly. The Saiyans are merely pawns at the mercy of Lord Frieza. They may possess some combat prowess, but before me, they are utterly insignificant. With an attitude steeped in arrogance, Chio-E coldly remarked, "From today onward, you may address me as captain. During this brief interlude, I shall be responsible for overseeing your motley crew. I will directly convey the various orders dispatched by Lord Frieza, and my expectations are quite simple. As long as you execute each command with excellence, that suffices. Currently, our little squad has no immediate tasks to undertake. So during this period, you are entirely free to manage your time as you see fit, whether to rest and relax or engage in some routine training activities." With that, Chio-E turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance, his resolute silhouette proclaiming his disdain and contempt for the Saiyans. Left behind, Vegeta and the others stood in silence, exchanging glances as waves of disappointment and anger surged within them. Witnessing this, the once eager Vegeta and his comrades felt a pang of disillusionment, even despair. Naba furrowed his brow and grumbled, "This Chio-E is insufferably arrogant, completely disregarding us." His fists clenched slightly, an uncontrollable fury bubbling within him, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Temit echoed, "Indeed, he seems to believe we are weak. We Saiyans are not so easily trifled with." A defiant spark flickered in his eyes, a manifestation of stubbornness and resistance born from being belittled. Polite, with concern etched on his face, expressed, "I wonder what tasks we will face under his leadership. I hope they won't be too challenging. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome." His brow knit tightly. Anxiety coursed through him, as if foreseeing a future fraught with perilous challenges. Agriplant reassured, "Everyone, let us not worry too much. We shall focus on doing our best. Lord Vegeta will undoubtedly lead us in confronting various challenges." His gaze was steadfastly fixed upon Vegeta, brimming with trust, yet tinged with a hint of apprehension. However, as there was indeed nothing to be done at present, they could only heed Chio-Ye's suggestion and return to the lounge. Upon returning, Vegeta did not squander his time idly like the others. Instead, he swiftly devised a rigorous and detailed training regimen for himself. Each morning, he immersed himself entirely in foundational physical conditioning with weights. Sweat poured down like a torrential rain, soaking his garments. Yet he remained unfazed, persisting unwaveringly in his training. Every lift, every sprint, represented a step towards greater strength, each imbued with resolute determination. In the afternoons, he engaged in fierce combat training with the formidable Agupulant. Vegeta aimed to continually hone his combat skills, enhancing his adaptability to unforeseen circumstances, while also mastering the manipulation of ki. He was acutely aware that in this perilous universe, only through relentless self-improvement could one survive and fulfill one's aspirations. Chapter 10. Homecoming to Planet Vegeta. On the afternoon of December 4th, 736 AJ, sunlight struggled to penetrate the atmosphere, as thin as gossamer, casting its feeble yet hopeful beams upon the vast and seemingly endless terrain of Planet Vegeta. That ephemeral warmth, elusive yet tangible, appeared as if it could dissipate into nothingness at any moment, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, fragile and ethereal. At this moment, Vegeta sat quietly within the Alpha spaceship, his gaze as profound as the infinite abyss of the universe, mysterious and captivating. His thoughts wandered back to the lengthy and challenging 8 months past. The tapestry of memories unfurled in his mind, each scene as vivid as brilliant stars. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, vividly recalling the 2 missions to conquer planets. In those fierce battles, he and his comrades worked in unison, like interlocking gears, collectively repelling the enemy's frenzied assaults. However, in comparison to the thrilling Able mission, these two tasks seemed trivial. The enemy's maximum combat power barely reached 3,000, rendering them incapable of presenting a worthy challenge. Utterly tedious, akin to a game devoid of suspense. The days of training were indeed monotonous, yet he was grateful for his perseverance. Vegeta murmured to himself, his voice deep and resonant, as if emanating from the distant reaches of the cosmos. He reminisced about those arduous training days in the gravity chamber. Through sheer willpower, innate talent, and countless practical exercises, his combat power had skyrocketed to 5,000. A slight smile graced Vegeta's lips, radiating pride, a brilliance akin to sunlight, illuminating the entire space. The principles underlying the various energy waves are fundamentally similar. Despite their myriad forms, they remain true to their essence. By meticulously adjusting the intensity of the energy, the method of accumulation, and the speed of release, one can wield mastery over the potency of their skills. Drawing upon the foundational attack principles of the Kamehameha, the Great Ape's Beam, and the Agriplant Energy Wave, he embarked on a relentless journey of exploration and experimentation, akin to a courageous adventurer traversing uncharted territories. After enduring multiple failures and adjustments, he ultimately succeeded in developing formidable techniques, such as the Continuous Energy Wave, Prince's Strategy, the Gallic Gun, and the Big Bang Attack. In battle, these skills unleash a terrifying magnitude of power, reminiscent of a ferocious tempest sweeping across the battlefield. However, when it comes to lethality, the final flash stands as my ultimate trump card. Vegeta's eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to a blade, a light that seemed capable of piercing through all, instilling an unsettling chill. He understood all too well the astonishing might of this technique. Once unleashed, it could obliterate foes whose combat power vastly exceeded his own, akin to the arrival of a deity of destruction. Yet, as it necessitated prolonged charging to reach its maximum potential, it often required harmonious coordination with his allies, rendering it less suitable for solitary combat. This realization deepened Vegeta's appreciation for the significance of teamwork. Much like every piece of a jigsaw puzzle is indispensable. As his thoughts gradually returned, Vegeta inhaled deeply and rose slowly to his feet. His gaze brimmed with a steadfast resolve and fervent anticipation, akin to a blazing flame. Ready to step off the spaceship to embrace his long-lost parents, King Vegeta and his mother. Upon finally reuniting with his family, his eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of resplendent stars, embodying an indescribable emotion, a profound yearning and affection for his loved ones. Vegeta strode purposefully toward his mother, slightly bowing his head, and respectfully declared, "Mother, I have returned." His voice was gentle yet filled with reverence, akin to the caress of a spring breeze. She gazed at him tenderly, her eyes brimming with pride and joy, like a blooming flower in full splendor, beautiful and captivating. "My child, you must have endured considerable hardship within the Frieza Force," she remarked, her voice a melodious symphony, resonating with love and concern. Vegeta succinctly recounted his experiences within the Frieza Force to his mother, vividly depicting the fierce battles, the suffocating choices, and his remarkable growth and progress. He conveyed to her that this brief holiday would last only 3 days, yet he would cherish this precious time, dedicating it to his family, as one would guard the most treasured of treasures. His mother gently caressed his face, her touch as tender as a spring breeze, and said, "My child, you have grown and become even stronger. I'm immensely proud of you." Her words enveloped Vegeta's heart like the warmth of the sun. Subsequently, King Vegeta deliberately carved out precious time to train alongside his son in a practical combat session. Vegeta understood that this presented an exceptional opportunity to assess his recent power level, akin to a rigorous test. On a training ground, Vegeta and King Vegeta stood facing each other. In their eyes burned an indomitable spirit, akin to two fierce flames on the verge of a violent collision. Ardent and brimming with power, King Vegeta nodded slightly, his gaze revealing an air of authority, reminiscent of a ruler's scrutiny. "Vegeta, let me witness your progress," he intoned, his voice steady and resonant, imbued with anticipation. Vegeta's muscles tensed as a torrent of energy surged within him, reminiscent of an impending volcanic eruption, exuding formidable strength. In an instant, he launched forth like a cannonball, his figure swift as lightning, drawing perilously close to King Vegeta. Simultaneously, Vegeta's right fist swung with devastating force, accompanied by a thunderous roar, striking fiercely towards King Vegeta. The might of this punch was terrifying, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, King Vegeta remained remarkably composed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his profound eyes, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. With a slight shift of his body, he executed a graceful and agile maneuver, effortlessly evading Vegeta's lethal blow. Without missing a beat, King Vegeta counterattacked. With a swift gesture of his arm, a fierce gust surged towards Vegeta. The speed of this strike was akin to a tempest, causing Vegeta's heart to race. He dared not delay, quickly retreating and narrowly avoiding the onslaught. However, even in evasion, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, quickening his breath. Not bad speed, King Vegeta remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of appreciation. Yet, this admiration was swiftly overshadowed by indifference. His piercing gaze remained fixed on Vegeta, as if awaiting a more formidable display from him. Vegeta, refusing to concede easily, inhaled deeply and launched another assault. This time, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the continuous energy wave, a princely battle strategy. Instantly, a multitude of radiant energy waves surged forth like a torrential downpour towards King Vegeta. Each wave contained immense energy, potent enough to cleave mountains and rocks, their power undeniable. Yet, before this deluge of energy waves, King Vegeta remained unfazed. He gently raised his hands, and a transparent energy shield suddenly materialized. This shield stood as an impregnable fortress, repelling all incoming energy waves, ensuring that none inflicted harm upon him. Is this the extent of your abilities? King Vegeta scoffed, his tone laced with disdain and provocation. His sharp eyes locked onto Vegeta, as if to convey, if your strength is limited to this, then the outcome of this battle is already determined. Vegeta's expression hardened as he began to gather energy, preparing to unleash his Gallic gun. Moments later, a violet beam of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards King Vegeta. The latter frowned slightly, sensing the formidable power of this technique. In an instant, he unleashed a tremendous aura, thrusting his hands forward to meet the Gallic gun with an even more powerful energy wave. Two formidable forces collided, unleashing a tremendous explosion that distorted the surrounding air into an unrecognizable form. Vegeta, shaken by the shockwave of the blast, staggered backward, yet he exhibited no sign of retreat. In his eyes burned an indomitable flame as he surged forward once more, engaging King Vegeta in close combat. Vegeta's strikes were fierce and resolute, each blow imbued with the power to obliterate worlds. King Vegeta, however, responded with poise, his movements graceful yet forceful, deftly neutralizing Vegeta's assaults time and again. Recognizing the futility of his close-range attacks, Vegeta decisively distanced himself, preparing to unleash a devastating blast. He began to gather energy into a concentrated sphere with one hand, the atmosphere around him pulsating violently, reminiscent of an impending volcanic eruption. Sensing the imminent danger, King Vegeta's expression grew grave, as if he were bracing for an approaching tempest. Just as Vegeta was about to release his explosive attack, King Vegeta suddenly vanished from sight. A jolt of alarm coursed through Vegeta as he frantically searched for his father's presence. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his back. King Vegeta had reappeared behind him, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Vegeta swiftly turned to defend himself, but was still struck by King Vegeta's attack. His body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You are still too inexperienced," King Vegeta remarked, his voice laced with authority. Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze filled with defiance, akin to a blazing fire. He rose once more, ready to continue the battle. King Vegeta spoke first. "Let's end here for today." Reluctantly, Vegeta ceased his assault. King Vegeta nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with admiration and expectation. "Vegeta, your growth astonishes me, though your combat experience is still lacking. Your talent and determination have enabled you to make remarkable progress in such a short time. Continue to strive, and you may yet become the strongest Saiyan." Chapter 11. The God of Destruction, Beerus. On the morning of December 6th, 736 AD, planet Vegeta was gently enveloped by a faint, ethereal glow. The sunlight bathed the land, yet it felt like feeble fingers, unable to dispel the subtle, pervasive tension that lingered in the air. Vegeta gradually emerged from the training room, fine beads of sweat glimmering on his brow. Despite the slight weariness etched on his stern countenance, his eyes still blazed with steadfast determination. At that moment, Vegeta heard his mother softly say, "Vegeta, your father is entertaining esteemed guests and has prohibited anyone from entering the reception room." This statement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a powerful wave of curiosity within Vegeta's heart. Who could possibly warrant the personal attention of King Vegeta? Was it the immensely powerful and fearsome Frieza? Or perhaps the enigmatic and inscrutable Supreme Kai? This question clawed at him like a restless kitten, compelling him to investigate further. With a steady yet slightly urgent stride, Vegeta silently approached the reception room. Each step seemed to tread upon the strings of fate, resonating with a muffled sound. When he finally arrived at the reception room, the scene before him struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. There, a hairless cat was ruthlessly trampling over King Vegeta, sternly reprimanding him. Vegeta's heart jolted violently, as if struck by a heavy blow. He scrutinized this peculiar creature and soon recognized its identity. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, and a wave of intense fear and unease surged within him like a tidal wave. Yet, simultaneously, a thought flickered through his mind like a faint glimmer of dawn in the darkness. The good news was that he might have the opportunity to train into a Super Saiyan god. But the bad news was that the countdown to the annihilation of the Saiyan race had already begun. It seemed he could only hope to find the Dragon Balls later to resurrect them. Soon, Beerus and Whis departed from the reception room. As Beerus passed by the astonished young Vegeta, he merely cast a fleeting glance at him, that gaze seemingly imbued with boundless pressure and mystery. He then continued on with Whis, leaving Planet Vegeta behind. On their journey back to Universe 7, Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, that crease appearing to bear the weight of countless thoughts and decisions. He turned to Whis and inquired, "Who was that little Saiyan?" Whis, elegantly wielding his staff, which seemed to possess mysterious powers, examined the situation before responding, "Lord Beerus, is Vegeta 4, the son of Vegeta 3. A faint smile crept onto Beerus's lips, revealing a hint of intrigue, as if countless secrets and expectations lay hidden within. "Interesting, I discern the shadow of time within that little brat, and it appears the divine essence favors him as well. Although I do not wish to destroy Planet Vegeta at this moment, since I am in a state of awakening and the divine essence desires the annihilation of the Saiyans, it all makes sense now. Whis, issue the command for Frieza to obliterate Planet Vegeta, exterminating the majority of the Saiyans, but that little Vegeta must not perish." As an angel, Whis was both Beerus's mentor and subordinate, fully aware of the reasons behind the command. He nodded slightly, that gesture imbued with the weight of destiny as choice, and subsequently notified Frieza. Beerus pondered thoughtfully. "I hope he can endure. It has been so long since I encountered a being that piqued the interest of the divine essence." Meanwhile, on Planet Vegeta, Vegeta gradually regained his composure after Beerus's departure. He found himself in an awkward position, akin to a solitary traveler lost in the tempest of fate. Just as he contemplated a discreet exit, the authoritative voice of King Vegeta thundered like a clap of thunder. "Vegeta, you are not to return to Planet Vegeta without my command. Leave at once." Vegeta's heart tightened, as though grasped by an unseen force. Tentatively, he inquired, "Father, why must I leave? Can Mother accompany me?" King Vegeta shook his head slightly, his tone resolute as forged steel. "Vegeta, you must heed the commands of your king. Your mother, as the queen, bears her own responsibilities and cannot depart from Planet Vegeta." Observing his father's serious demeanor, Vegeta harbored doubts that King Vegeta was fully aware of the impending fate awaiting their race. He mused that with the Dragon Balls, there might be a chance to resurrect them. Thus, he silently nodded, preparing to take his leave. Soon, burdened with a heart as heavy as a boulder, Vegeta approached his mother. Each step felt imbued with endless affection and reluctance. He softly spoke, "Mother, I must leave. Please take care of yourself." His mother gazed at him tenderly, her eyes brimming with sorrow, which seemed to transform into an infinite river of longing. "Child, you must take good care of yourself." Vegeta embraced his mother tightly, that embrace symbolizing a farewell to the past and a commitment to the future. Resolutely, he turned and prepared to depart from Planet Vegeta. Just as he was about to board the Alpha spaceship, King Vegeta appeared and called out to him unexpectedly. "Vegeta, remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, persevere. You are the pride of the Saiyans." Vegeta solemnly nodded, that gesture seeming a response to destiny. He then boarded the ship, setting his course for the Frisia Force headquarters on planet Kurd. Chapter 12 continued. As Vegeta piloted the Alpha spaceship, he soared through the boundless cosmos. Akin to a solitary yet resplendent meteor. Seated within the vessel, his thoughts surged like a tempest. Ever since witnessing the awe-inspiring figure of the god of destruction, Beerus, he began to synthesize the information at his disposal, engaging in profound and meticulous contemplation. Vegeta furrowed his brow, quietly analyzing. The Frisia Force, including its predecessor, the Kurd Force, undertook an average of 7 to 8 planetary conquests each year, with numerous members engaged in nefarious activities such as extortion. Their power was vast, and their methods exceedingly ruthless, rampaging through the universe without restraint. Yet, the Galactic Patrol's strength appeared so feeble. With Frisia's formidable might, they could effortlessly obliterate it. Why had they not acted? Moreover, the Kaioshin possessed at least a terrifying level of power, theoretically capable of countering Frisia, yet they remained inactive. From various plot threads, it seemed that the authority of the god of destruction and the Kaioshin were in opposition. Additionally, it was Frisia who executed the god of destruction's orders to annihilate planet Vegeta. Thus, one could deduce that Frisia was a force supported by the god of destruction, while the Galactic King might be covertly backed by the Kaioshin. This would explain why Frisia dared not act against the Galactic King. In the future, I must delve deeper into the powers of the gods, beginning my exploration from the lower-tier deities. This will be my path of endeavor. Should opportunities arise to learn from the angel Whis or the god of destruction Beerus, I must seize the chance to inquire earnestly. What I must do now is to resolutely persevere and firmly regulate my emotions, for only in this way can I endure the arduous existence beside Frisia. King Vegeta, having witnessed the departure of his son, Vegeta IV, was filled with profound sentiment and deep concern. He resolutely convened a meeting of the Saiyan elite. In a spacious conference room, over 80 mid-level warriors awaited the arrival of King Vegeta in solemn silence. With measured and determined strides, King Vegeta entered the chamber and stated unequivocally, "Esteemed Saiyan warriors, since our kin migrated from our distant homeland to planet Vegeta, we have successfully averted the extinction crisis of our race and have witnessed its continual growth. Now, we must allow our young to undergo the harsh trials of battle, thereby strengthening our Saiyan lineage once more. Soon, I shall communicate with Frisia to arrange suitable tasks for the children. You must be prepared." One mid-level Saiyan warrior stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, this decision is exceedingly wise. It is only through relentless combat and growth that we can establish our foothold in this merciless universe." Another warrior quickly echoed, "Indeed, Your Majesty. Our children must be forged in the crucible of fierce battles to become true Saiyan warriors." The remaining Saiyans nodded in agreement, unanimously endorsing King Vegeta's decree. They understood that in this universe, fraught with endless challenges, the Saiyans must continually strengthen themselves to secure even a glimmer of hope. Yet among them, Bardock fell into deep contemplation. Bardock pondered to himself, what could have compelled King Vegeta to make such a decision? Is he truly prepared to confront Frisia head-on? If we are defeated, can we still safeguard part of our race? It seems the time has come for the newly born Kakarot to leave planet Vegeta, along with Raditz. Bardock was consumed with worry, acutely aware that this decision bore significant implications for the future of the Saiyans. He mused, "I cannot remain idle. I must devise a plan for the future of the children. However, I cannot openly defy the king's command. I must seek covert opportunities to ensure their departure from planet Vegeta." King Vegeta, meanwhile, silently contemplated. Even if the god of destruction were to annihilate planet Vegeta in the future, if we can preserve the younglings, there remains hope for the survival of our race. I must prepare thoroughly for the continuation of our lineage. On planet Cold, within the resplendent palace, Frisia sat upon his magnificent throne, intensely scrutinizing the military data at his disposal, racking his brain to determine how to further amplify his forces. His gaze shimmered with ambition and greed, an insatiable desire for immense gain consuming him. Just then, the angel Whis appeared before him like a specter. Frisia hastily rose and bowed with utmost respect, saying, "Greetings, esteemed angel. What commands do you bring?" Whis elegantly waved his staff and replied slowly, "You are performing admirably. Lord Beerus holds you in high regard." When Lord Beerus dined among the Saiyans, he found himself in a state of discontent, resolving to obliterate planet Vegeta and exterminate the majority of the Saiyan race as a cautionary measure. However, a rather intriguing 4-year-old Saiyan piqued Lord Beerus's curiosity, prompting him to spare the child's life, with hopes that the task could be executed effectively. Frisia nodded eagerly, affirming, "I shall carry out this mission flawlessly. You need not worry, Lord Beerus. Mr. Whis, I have some delectable provisions to send back." Inwardly, Frisia reflected, "Thank goodness I aligned myself with the god of destruction, otherwise I too might have faced an untimely demise for some inexplicable reason. As for the Saiyan child that Beerus wishes to preserve, I must devise a clever plan. This matter required meticulous handling. Any misstep could prove disastrous." Soon, Whis returned to the god of destruction's planet with Frisia's food. Meanwhile, Frisia remained seated upon his imposing throne. Deep in contemplation, he understood that the mission assigned by Lord Beerus must be executed with utmost precision. The consequences of failure were unfathomable. He resolved to consult his father, King Cold, whose cunning intellect might yield a solution. Frisia mused, "My father must possess the means to navigate this predicament. I must confer with him promptly to formulate a comprehensive strategy." On January 5th, 737 in the Age of the Universe, King Cold's planet was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and urgency. Frisia sat regally upon his formidable throne, his eyes gleaming with a chilling calculation. At that moment, he received a request from King Vegeta III, seeking to allocate tasks for the Saiyan children. Frisia thought to himself, "Indeed, just as my father predicted, King Vegeta III has come to seek my assistance, though he once salvaged the Saiyan race. His intelligence is overshadowed by the predicament they face with Lord Beerus, truly a grave dilemma." Frisia narrowed his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest of his throne, producing a somber sound akin to the tolling of fate's drum. Shortly thereafter, Dodoria and Zarbon hurried in. With a stern expression, Frisia commanded, "You are to select tasks suitable for 3 to 5-year-old children, to be officially initiated 10 years hence, and ensure they are accompanied by provisions appropriate for Saiyan toddlers. Remember, this matter must be handled with the utmost care. Any error is unacceptable." As Dodoria accepted the command, he muttered to himself, "This mission must not go awry. Otherwise, we all face dire consequences." The weight of Frisia's orders was as formidable as a mountain, yet tasks suitable for young children are not easily found. Zarbon nodded in agreement, his expression tinged with concern. "Indeed, we must exercise extreme caution in our selection of tasks, ensuring they meet Frisia's requirements while avoiding any suspicion from the Saiyans. This is an exceedingly intricate conundrum." In truth, after conferring with his father King Cold, it became evident to King Cold, with his shrewd wisdom, that it was highly likely that King Vegeta IV had attracted the attention of the god of destruction. At that time, Vegeta IV had already arrived on planet Vegeta, yet the god of destruction had not explicitly stated his intentions. Thus, the only option was to select suitable Saiyan children, aged between 3 and 5, to undertake the mission. This approach would not only deceive the Saiyans to the greatest extent, but also fulfill the task assigned by Beerus. On January 16th, 737 AD, Vegeta arrived at planet Kurd aboard his spacecraft. At that moment, the members of the Frisia force scurried about like busy ants, creating an atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. The Saiyans on planet Kurd were particularly occupied, oblivious to the dreadful fate that awaited them. As Vegeta disembarked from his ship and surveyed the bustling crowd, a profound unease welled up within him. He was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in the Frisia force, subject to being ruthlessly sacrificed at any moment. Yet, he felt powerless, lacking the strength to resist. Vegeta contemplated silently. "I must swiftly enhance my power to survive in this exceedingly cruel universe. For now, however, I must obey Frisia's commands and carry out these loathsome tasks." Reluctantly, Vegeta began executing missions unrelated to combat, such as escorting and collecting protection fees. According to the memories of his past life, these actions undeniably fell under the category of crimes. Yet Vegeta had no choice but to comply, as he was currently unable to resist. As time progressed to July 4th, 737 A, Vegeta, along with Nappa, Tamek, Polite, and Raditz, among over 40 Saiyan warriors, gathered together, preparing to undertake the formidable task of conquering planet Stazer. Each face bore an expression of utmost seriousness, according to intelligence from the Frisia force. There were only 20 secondary warriors among the Stazurians, whereas the Saiyans boasted 30 secondary warriors and 10 lower-class warriors, seemingly holding the advantage on paper. Vegeta surveyed his comrades and solemnly declared, "Although the intelligence suggests we hold the upper hand, we must not let our guard down during the battle. The Stazurians might possess unknown trump cards. We must all return alive. Let's depart. The Scions boarded their respective battle spacecraft, the engines roaring with a thunderous din as they sped towards planet Stazer. Sitting within his ship, Vegeta's mind was awash with thoughts. He understood that this battle was merely a minor episode in his long and arduous journey, yet he could not afford to underestimate it. As the spacecraft drew nearer, the outline of planet Stazer gradually came into focus. An exhilarating and intense battle was about to unfold, and it remained uncertain whether the Scions would be greeted with the glory of victory or the depths of an unknown predicament. Chapter 14. Mission Stazer down. On planète culte. Within the palace, Dodoria stood respectfully before Frisia, holding a dossier in his hands, and spoke in a steady tone. Your Majesty, here is the data regarding the tasks assigned to the Scion children. Frisia took the dossier, his gaze sharp, scrutinizing it meticulously. His eyes reflected a profound contemplation as he realized that all the eligible Scion children had already been dispatched on their missions, with the vast majority of Scions currently residing on planet Vegeta. Frisia spoke slowly. Dodoria, Mr. Cyberman, we must stealthily make our way to planet Vegeta, and be sure to keep our intentions concealed. This matter must be handled with the utmost caution. We cannot allow anyone to perceive our movements. Dodoria promptly responded with respect. Rest assured, my lord, we shall proceed with great care. Cyberman also nodded solemnly. Indeed, my lord, we will exert ourselves to ensure the mission's success without inciting any unnecessary troubles. Both Dodoria and Cyberman were acutely aware of the grave significance of this task. They understood that even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in their utter annihilation. On planet Vegeta, Bardock keenly observed that the majority of Scions had returned. Given the current tense circumstances, his heart was heavy with concern. Bardock knew that during this perilous juncture, he must secure a path for his son's survival. Standing on the spaceship launch pad with Jine, he watched their 3-year-old son Kakarot depart in the spacecraft. Slowly leaving planet Vegeta, their eyes brimmed with reluctance and anxiety, an indescribable complexity of emotions. Yet, they understood that this was for Kakarot's future. Bardock silently prayed. May Kakarot grow safely on that distant planet. Jine, tears streaming down her face, gripped Bardock's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she asked, Bardock, will our child be all right? Bardock gently reassured her. Do not worry, Jine. Kakarot will endure. As he gazed at the receding spacecraft, a surge of unfathomable emotions welled within him. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, and he could not foresee what awaited them. On the planet Stedzi, August 1st, year 737 of the age of the universe, Vegeta, Nappa, Tamek, Polite, Agplan, and Raditz, among 40 Scions, concealed their spaceship in an extremely covert location. Vegeta was preparing to strategize when, suddenly, through his key sensing, he detected a power far greater than his own approaching rapidly. An intense unease surged within him. He was acutely aware that they were about to confront an exceedingly formidable challenge. Vegeta proclaimed loudly, an enemy stronger than me is on the way. I am preparing to use the artificial moon. Agplan, you must transform into the great ape. We will provide cover for you, or we shall all perish on this planet. Agplan responded in astonishment. Surely not. The intelligence from Frisia's army is usually accurate. How could this be happening? Polite, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, I have detected over 50 enemies approaching rapidly with advanced scanners. We must act swiftly. Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, immediately commenced the creation of an artificial moon. In the suffocating atmosphere, time seemed to stretch interminably. At last, the artificial moon was completed, and King Stedori surged onto the battlefield, leading his people like a relentless tide. Vegeta, resolute and unwavering, commanded, execute the plan as intended. No sooner had he spoken than he launched himself toward King Stedori, whose combat prowess reached an astounding 6,000, igniting a breathtaking clash of titans. Simultaneously, 2 second-class Scion warriors closely followed him, exerting their utmost efforts to provide cover. However, King Stedori's strength was nothing short of terrifying. Each of his strikes was as swift as lightning and as ferocious as a tempest, rendering defense nearly impossible. Despite Vegeta and his compatriots fighting with every ounce of strength, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed, sinking deeper into the abyss of despair. Vegeta, agile and nimble, skillfully dodged the onslaught of King Stedori's ferocious attacks. his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination as he desperately sought a chance to turn the tide of battle. The two Saiyan warriors coordinated seamlessly with him, launching relentless assaults in an attempt to disrupt King Stadori's focus. A disdainful smirk curled upon King Stadori's lips as he taunted, "Humph! You pitiful Scions dare to dream of annihilating our planet? Such folly!" With his words, his assaults intensified, crashing down upon Vegeta and his allies like a torrential wave. Before long, gruesome, bloody scars began to mar the bodies of Vegeta and the two warriors. One Saiyan warrior shouted, "Lord Vegeta, be cautious." Another warrior resolutely declared, "We cannot falter." Just then, the soldiers of Stadori surged forth like a raging tide, clashing fiercely with the other Scions in a life-and-death struggle. These Scions, skilled and valiant, found themselves increasingly overwhelmed by the ferocity of the Stadorians. The onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest that left them reeling, and casualties began to mount alarmingly. Yet, fear did not consume the Scions. Rather, the indomitable spirit within them blazed ever brighter. Each Scion unleashed their latent combat potential, plunging fearlessly into the heart-stopping contest of survival. Meanwhile, the Stadorians, equally unyielding, coordinated their efforts flawlessly, capitalizing on their numerical superiority to launch wave after wave of frenzied assaults against the Scions. The battlefield resounded with deafening cries of battle, a cacophony of sounds rising and falling, while vibrant energy blasts intertwined and collided, erupting into dazzling sparks, resembling a grotesque tapestry of hell. In a brief skirmish with King Stazuri, Vegeta discerned that the Stazurians wielded their key techniques with a finesse that was second only to that of the Earthlings. He silently rejoiced in his foresight to employ an artificial moon, for a glimmer of hope still lingered. Vegeta clenched his jaw, his muscles taut, veins bulging from his forehead, acutely aware that retreat was not an option. Each moment spent fighting alongside his kin was fraught with hardship, yet he resolved to persevere. After a mere 5 minutes of fierce combat, Vegeta, battered and bloodied, stood defiantly upon the battlefield. His breath came in ragged gasps, heavy and labored, as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet his unwavering gaze shone with an indomitable light. At that moment, he faced the formidable King Stazuri alone, his two allies having already perished. Meanwhile, the remaining Scions were ensnared in a perilous predicament, grappling with the relentless enemy, unable to extricate themselves. Vegeta panted heavily, his chest heaving, his body riddled with wounds, his complexion as pale as a specter, devoid of color, yet the resolute spirit emanating from deep within him remained unyielded. King Stazuri regarded the seemingly faltering Scion before him, who nevertheless stood resolute, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. These warriors possessed astonishing strength. Without delay, he resolved to eliminate this troublesome foe swiftly before hastening to support his own kin, aiming to eradicate all Scions in one fell swoop. With a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon the wounded and weakened Vegeta, King Stazuri plotted how to deliver the final blow to this tenacious adversary. Just as he prepared to gather energy for an attack, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated across the battlefield. The onlookers were astounded to witness Eggplant transform successfully into his great ape form, shielded by the valiant efforts of countless Scions. His colossal figure loomed like a mountain, exuding an aura of dread. The once assured King Stazuri, upon witnessing this transformation, displayed a flicker of surprise, yet quickly regained his composure. Aware of the formidable opponent he faced, King Stazuri understood the necessity for vigilance. He decisively altered his strategy, calling out to his soldiers, "Do not falter. Charge together." Upon hearing their king's command, the brave Stazuri warriors responded in unison. "At your command, your majesty." They rallied together, surging towards Eggplant with the ferocity of a mighty tide. However, Eggplant, now transformed into an invincible great ape, stood as an indomitable fortress, impervious to the onslaught of his foes. With each punch and kick, he unleashed a force akin to thunder, effortlessly shattering the defenses of the Stazurians. On the battlefield, chaos reigned with bloodshed and anguished cries echoing throughout. Wherever Eggplant appeared, desolation followed, with corpses strewn across the ground. The once formidable King Zetsuri had tragically fallen in this brutal conflict, becoming yet another soul beneath Eggplant's feet. Meanwhile, Vegeta was receiving emergency medical attention in the medical bay of the Alpha ship, while Nappa and Raditz, having sustained lighter injuries, stood guard nearby. Observing the horrific battlefield, Nappa sorrowfully remarked, "This battle is truly merciless. We have lost far too many of our kin. Raditz nodded in agreement, stating, fortunately, Lord Vegeta had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, we too might have perished here. 30 Scions were confirmed dead, while another 6 were gravely injured and were being transported back to Planet Cool for treatment under the guidance of Naba and Raditz. Eggplant declared, I have slain the vast majority of the Zetsuri, but we must ascertain if any survivors remain. For now, we must conceal ourselves. Naba, assist me with my injuries. Naba inquired with confusion, is it possible that someone could have injured you in your grade A form? Eggplant replied with a hint of resignation. I was wounded before transforming into the Great Ape. We must now proceed with utmost caution and remain hidden. Chapter 15. The Destruction of Planet Vegeta. Time rewinds to July 25th, age 737. In the vast, infinite depths of the cosmos, a mysterious and formidable ship loomed like a beast lurking in the shadows, gliding silently through space. Inside the vessel, Frieza, Zarbin, and Dodoria exhibited varying expressions. Frieza languidly reclined in his chair, carelessly gazing through the ship's viewport at the boundless darkness and dazzling stars beyond. His eyes betrayed a chilling indifference and arrogance, as though the entirety of the universe lay within his grasp. With a slight tilt of his head, he addressed Zarbin and Dodoria with a seemingly casual remark. The Scions have always harbored rebellious intentions against me. It appears their annihilation is inevitable. It is regrettable, however, for those who served me on planet Vegeta. His tone was flat and unremarkable, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet his words resonated with an overwhelming authority and coldness. Dodoria frowned in response, my lord. These Scions are indeed restless. They should have been dealt with long ago. Nevertheless, the loss of our personnel is truly lamentable. Zarbin slightly bowed, respectfully asserting, your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. The Scion's ambitions will inevitably lead to great trouble for us. To eliminate them now is, in fact, for the stability of the universe. Subsequently, Frieza rose slowly, striding out of the ship and suspending himself amidst the vastness of space. He gently closed his eyes, beginning to gather energy. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to tremble under the influence of his aura. Moments later, Frieza abruptly opened his eyes, a formidable energy rapidly coalescing in his hand. Without hesitation, he unleashed this energy, which was none other than the planet-destroying bomb, a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating an entire planet in an instant. The planet-destroying missile hurtled towards planet Vegeta like a blazing meteor, racing at an astonishing speed. On planet Vegeta, Bardock and King Vegeta, along with other Scions, instantly sensed this formidable threat. King Vegeta's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, everyone unite. We must prevent this catastrophe. The Scions rallied in response, swiftly channeling their power to unleash energy waves in an attempt to intercept the terrifying missile. However, their efforts appeared minuscule in the face of such overwhelming might. The energy waves collided violently with the missile, producing a thunderous roar, yet they were unable to halt its advance. Time seemed to freeze as the Scions of planet Vegeta watched helplessly as the missile drew ever closer, their hearts filled with despair and rage. A young Scion cried out in desperation, are we to perish like this? Another Scion, gritting his teeth, resolutely declared, no, we shall fight until the end. Bardock gazed at the approaching missile, a profound sense of unwillingness surging within him. He understood all too well that their current strength was insufficient to avert this disaster. Yet, he refused to succumb to despair. He resolved to expend his final vestiges of power, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for the future of the Scion race. Focusing his energy to its utmost limit, Bardock launched himself towards the missile, intent on using his body as a shield against the dread weapon. However, his strength was ultimately finite. In an instant, he was engulfed by the missile's immense power. The missile struck planet Vegeta with devastating force, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the entire planet in a heartbeat. Bardock, King Vegeta, and the other Scions perished in that overwhelming surge of energy. Frieza observed the destruction of planet Vegeta with an impassive expression. He slowly returned to his ship and instructed Sorbet, Mr. Sorbet, arrange for an official statement declaring that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a colossal meteor. Handle this matter appropriately. Sorbet replied respectfully, my lord, I will take care of it. You can rest assured. As time flowed on to the year 737 of the age, on the morning of August 3rd, Bardock slowly awakened in the medical bay of planet Stidudri. His body had fully healed. He emerged from the Alpha spaceship, sunlight bathing him and offering a semblance of warmth. Eggplant, Naba, and Raditz had long since recovered from their injuries, standing quietly outside the spaceship, awaiting Bardock's arrival. Bardock regarded them with a hint of concern in his eyes. He inquired, "How many of us have perished? What is the situation on planet Stadudri now?" Eggplant responded gravely, "Your Highness, we have lost 30 members, and 6 severely injured compatriots have been arranged to return to Planet Kurd. Although the ship provides basic medical care, the outlook is not promising. Most of the Stadudrians on planet Stadudri were slain by me in my great ape form, and a small number remain unresolved." Vegeta furrowed his brow and remarked, "This loss is indeed quite severe. There must be a lapse in the intelligence within the Frisia force. I shall confront them about it. Rest assured, as for our fallen kin, I will apply for compensation. Regarding those Sturgurians, they have likely fled by now, but we shall conduct further reconnaissance shortly." Eggplant observed Vegeta with a sense of comfort, sensing his growth. However, he felt compelled to inform Prince Vegeta of the destruction of their home planet. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Your Highness, we received a message from the Frisia force yesterday, informing us that our homeland, planet Vegeta, has been obliterated by a colossal meteor. It was nighttime on planet Vegeta at the time, and thus, no reconnaissance was conducted, leading to the demise of its inhabitants." Upon hearing this news, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this day would ultimately arrive. At this moment, he had reason to suspect that this mission was a ruse orchestrated by Frisia to eliminate them. However, having evaded the trap, he surmised that Frisia would likely not target the remaining Scions thereafter. He resolutely declared, "I shall lead our people through this crisis. There are still other survivors among our kin, so do not worry." Vegeta continued, "I will harness my full power. You all should utilize the detectors." With that, he closed his eyes and began to gather energy. A faint glow gradually enveloped his body, emanating from his formidable aura. Moments later, Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful surge of energy from within. Eggplant and the others felt the intensity of Vegeta's aura and promptly commenced their scanning. Eggplant exclaimed, 11,000, Your Highness." At this figure, a flicker of joy ignited within Vegeta. He realized he had ascended to the ranks of elite warriors. Furthermore, with the addition of various energy waves, his combat power would surely increase. Turning to Eggplant, Naba, and Raditz, Vegeta instructed, "You all rest here. I have discovered something intriguing." With that, he pivoted and departed, leaving the others in a state of perplexity. Chapter 16, The God of Sturgurians. Through his energy gathering, Vegeta unexpectedly detected the presence of an individual with a combat power of 5,000, perceiving him through his aura. This astonishing revelation struck him like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring intense curiosity and heightened vigilance within him. He narrowed his eyes, a sharp glimmer emanating from his gaze, as if capable of piercing through all mists of uncertainty. Vegeta executed a technique of flight, darting towards the sense direction like a brilliant flash of lightning. The fierce winds howled past his ears, roaring as if to narrate the mysteries and dangers of the cosmos. His thoughts swirled like a rapidly spinning vortex, pondering the identity of this individual. Who would dare remain on a planet that had recently endured such a brutal battle? As he drew closer, the enigma deepened, shrouding his mind in layers of mist. Finally, Vegeta arrived at the temple. The temple stood with an air of solemnity and grandeur, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if it were the most mysterious entity in the cosmos. The colossal stone pillars appeared to pierce the heavens, their majestic forms instilling a sense of awe. The walls were adorned with inscrutable runes, akin to ancient codes, seemingly narrating age-old tales, awaiting a discerning soul to unravel their meanings. Vegeta stood at the threshold of the temple, his voice reverberating with authority. "Who are you? Why do you linger?" After a moment, a deep and resonant voice emerged. "I am the god of the Stusri, Ruinweishen. How could I abandon the homeland that birthed me?" Vegeta paused, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. No wonder the Stusri wielded such formidable key techniques. A divine presence guided them. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, asserting firmly, "I advise you to depart swiftly. Frisia will not relent in his pursuit of this planet, and even a god cannot halt his advance." The god of the Stusri, Ruinweishen, gradually stepped forth, his stature towering and regal, reminiscent of a majestic mountain, inspiring reverence. His gaze conveyed an extraordinary calm and composure, as if the tumult of the world could not disturb his inner peace. Clad in a robe as pure as freshly fallen snow, his long hair danced with the wind, emanating an ethereal grace. You are unlike any Saiyan I have known. I have been chosen to embody the god of the Stew, and I shall honor my choice. If you claim Frieza will come, then you might as well end my life. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his mind brimming with questions. You are currently the strongest warrior among the Stew. You should protect those who fled. Is this so-called choice of yours a directive from the gods above? Ruin Weishin gently shook his head, responding, my choice does not stem from any specific deity. My divine essence is rooted in this planet. I harbor a profound affection and responsibility towards it. Those who have fled have their fates to fulfill, while I choose to remain here, safeguarding this land. Even at the cost of my life. Vegeta fell silent for a moment, then remarked, in this brutal universe, your resolve may be admirable, yet it is also exceedingly foolish. You must fully comprehend Frieza's might. Staying here leads only to doom. Ruin Weishin smiled serenely, stating, death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the loss of faith. Since I have been entrusted with a divine mission, I cannot easily forsake my homeland. Vegeta discerned the unwavering resolve of the god of the Stew, and he once again fell into silence. He understood that in this harsh universe, every individual harbored their own beliefs and choices. Though he did not concur with Ruin Weishin's decision, he could not help but respect it, determined to end his life. Vegeta unleashed his martial prowess, launching an attack at Ruin Weishin with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. His movements were agile and decisive, brimming with immense power, akin to a tempest sweeping through the landscape. However, Ruin Weishin offered no resistance. He stood there quietly, as if he had long accepted his fate, like a tranquil lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. In the moment of the assault, a flicker of hesitation crossed Vegeta's mind, yet he swiftly solidified his resolve. He understood that this was for the sake of God Stetzuri. Should he fall into Frieza's hands, he would endure an even more dreadful psychological torment. Soon, Vegeta successfully eliminated God Stetzuri. He let out a gentle sigh and then found a suitable place to lay Ruin Weishin to rest, erecting a memorial tablet inscribed with the name of God Stetzuri. As Vegeta gazed at the tablet, a complex array of emotions surged within him. Your tenacity commands admiration, yet it also evokes sorrow. I will ultimately comprehend the divine authority of a god. At that moment, a mysterious light suddenly emanated from the tablet. Vegeta looked on in astonishment, his heart brimming with confusion. As the light gradually diminished, an ethereal figure appeared before him. It was the spirit of Ruin Weishin. The spirit regarded Vegeta and spoke, Saiyan, I thank you for honoring my choice. I hope you remember that faith is a formidable force. It can guide one through the darkest of times. Vegeta silently observed the spirit of Ruin Weishin, lost in thought. As the spirit slowly faded away, Vegeta remained standing there, reluctant to depart. Let us leave. There are no more Stetzuri on this planet. Naba, you will send a message to Planet Kurd shortly, Vegeta instructed. Naba respectfully replied, yes. My prince. Soon, Vegeta, Eggplant, Naba, and Raditz departed the Stetzuri planet aboard their respective spacecraft. Their silhouettes gradually receded into the cosmos, leaving behind a planet steeped in memories and reflections. Chapter 17, Survivor Grimpate. Time returned to the evening of August 1st, year 737 of the Age of the Gods. The Stetzuri planet was shrouded in a heavy nightfall, as if enveloped by a sorrowful, thick veil. This land, recently ravaged by fierce battle, was permeated with an atmosphere of despair and mourning like a dense fog. Under the guidance of Ruin Weishin, the Stetzuri warrior Fujishi, battle power 4200, resolutely embarked on the arduous journey of gathering survivors. In the dim moonlight, his figure resembled an unwavering monument, swiftly locating survivors through his keen perception of energy, aided by the mystical guidance of the divine Ruin Weishin, successfully assembling 200 survivors to make their way to the colossal spacecraft hidden underground. As Fujishi busily organized the survivors, he called out loudly, everyone, hurry up. We must leave this perilous place as soon as possible. The survivors exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and unease. One among them trembled and asked, are we truly leaving? This is our home. With eyes ablaze like a searing flame, Fujishi firmly declared, we find ourselves with no other choice. Frieza's forces may strike again at any moment. In the quest for survival, we must seek new hope. Under the guidance of the venerable Fujirshian, the group arrived before the colossal spacecraft hidden underground. Fojersian gazed upon the mighty vessel, a profound sense of mission swelling within him, almost overwhelming. He turned to the survivors and spoke with conviction. Do not fear. Together, we shall depart from here in search of a new homeland. Trust that the future will be brighter. God, please accompany us as we seek refuge with the Galactic King. We cannot proceed without your guidance. They are lost and in need of your wisdom. A note of desperate pleading tinged Fojersian's voice. Renee Waitian stood silently, bathed in moonlight, exuding an air of grandeur and authority. He regarded Fojersian and the survivors with eyes filled with compassion and resolve. My child, I cannot leave. I have my mission. I must protect this land. You must go and seek a new life. His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an enigmatic strength. Fojersian, unwilling to accept this, implored, God, what shall we do without your guidance? Renee Waitian smiled gently and replied, You must believe in yourselves and face the future with courage. I shall bestow upon you some strength. The protection of our kin rests upon your shoulders. With that, he raised his hands, and a soft glow enveloped the survivors. They felt a warm energy flow within them, gradually dispelling their fears and anxieties. Fojersian clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with confidence. God, we shall safeguard our kin and not disappoint your expectations, he vowed solemnly. Renee Waitian nodded and said, Go now, my children. May your journey be safe. Fojersian led the 200 survivors aboard the spacecraft, which ascended slowly, heading towards the galactic planet. Standing by the window, Fojersian gazed at the receding Stedzerui star, his heart heavy with sorrow and seething anger towards Frisia's forces. He silently vowed to ensure his kin would live peacefully and one day return to their homeland to seek vengeance against Frisia. On September 1st, 737 AD, after a long and arduous journey, Vegeta, Agopulent, Naba, and Raditz finally arrived at the planet Kurd. A hint of fatigue flickered in Vegeta's eyes, but more prominent was a steely determination. He first sought out medical personnel to inquire about the condition of the Scions who had returned from the Stedzerui star. Upon learning that only Grimpat had survived, a wave of sorrow washed over him, cold as a tide, drowning him in despair. Silently, he approached Grimpat, looking at the injured warrior with a heart full of guilt. Do not be saddened, Your Highness. We did our utmost, Grimpat said weakly. Vegeta gently grasped Greenpat's hand, saying, Take good care of your injuries. I shall continue to lead the Scions and strive for our future. He informed Greenpat that their comrades had already been buried on the planet Stedzerui, assuring him that their sacrifices would not be forgotten. Shortly thereafter, Frisia summoned Vegeta to the palace. Vegeta composed himself, akin to a warrior preparing to enter the battlefield, and resolutely walked into the palace. Frisia sat upon a lofty throne, his gaze exuding a sense of authority that could freeze one in place. Vegeta, I must first impart some unfortunate news. Your home planet has been obliterated by a colossal meteorite. Frisia's voice was calm and detached, reminiscent of an unfeeling machine. Vegeta's heart tightened, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, revealing not a hint of turmoil. My lord, I'm already aware of this news. Rest assured, I will comfort my people. Frisia nodded slightly and continued. The surviving Scions may join my army as official soldiers. Furthermore, regarding the Stedzerui mission, I shall impose strict penalties on the intelligence department and generously compensate the surviving Scions. Your combat power has surpassed 10,000. You may become an elite warrior. And from henceforth, you will be responsible for all Scions. Vegeta initially restrained his emotions and then respectfully replied, I am immensely grateful for your arrangements, my lord. I would also like to inquire about the number of our kin currently on missions. Frisia sensed Vegeta's emotional control and felt a flicker of surprise. Was it due to his growth from these recent events? Yet, considering Vegeta was merely 5 years old and had already exceeded a combat power of 10,000, his future growth appeared promising. Taking into account the orders from the god of destruction, Beerus, Frisia informed Vegeta, aside from your group of 5, the remainder consists of 95 children aged 3 to 5 years. However, the mission will commence in 10 years. Vegeta fell silent for a moment before responding, I will follow your arrangements, my lord. Frisia gazed at Vegeta and said, Vegeta, you must perform well. Do not let me down. Vegeta resolutely replied, Rest assured, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations. After leaving the palace, Vegeta's mind was awash with countless thoughts. On a certain day in October of the year 737, the angel was quietly descended upon the planet Kurd. His presence was like that of a phantom, appearing silently before Frisia. Upon seeing Whis, Frieza immediately rose to greet him, his eyes filled with reverence. "Angel, what brings you here?" Frieza's voice carried a note of awe. Whis smiled slightly and replied, "I have come to assess the situation, Frieza." Frieza respectfully responded, "In answer to your inquiry, there are 100 remaining Saiyans." He then presented the information regarding the Saiyan survivors that had been meticulously prepared. After reviewing the information provided by Frieza, Whis discovered that Vegeta was still alive. He nodded slightly, offering his commendation. "Frieza, well done." Frieza humbly replied, "It is merely my duty, Mr. Whis." After a moment of contemplation, Whis remarked, "Frieza, the Saiyans are a formidable race. You must harness their potential wisely while also exercising caution to control their power, lest it incite unnecessary troubles." Frieza promptly assented, "Rest assured, Mr. Whis. I shall handle it with care." With the delicacies provided by Frieza in hand, Whis quietly departed, returning to the God of Destruction's planet. Frieza watched Whis's retreating figure, feeling a sense of relief within. Chapter 18, Year 749 of the Age of the Gods. On a certain day in September of the year 749 on the planet Kurd, the headquarters of Frieza's army, the 17-year-old Vegeta stepped slowly out of the training room. He stood tall and resolute, akin to a perfectly straight spear, his gaze exuding an unwavering confidence that seemed capable of piercing through all worldly obstacles. The formidable aura surrounding him caused the very air to quiver slightly. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power had astonishingly reached a staggering 20,000. Yet to avoid unnecessary complications, he deliberately restrained his energy, presenting an outward combat power of merely 18,000. After all, Choi had become his rival, likely irked by the fact that he had once been Choi's subordinate but had since surpassed him. Contemplating silently, Vegeta recognized the necessity of maintaining a heightened vigilance within the perilous and scheming Frieza army. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable ruin. Over the past 12 years, Vegeta had remained tight-lipped with Agupulent, Glinpat, Naba, and Raditz, neither imparting techniques for energy control nor revealing the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta. He merely subjected them to grueling training within the gravity chamber, constantly challenging their limits, to enhance their combat prowess and survival capabilities. Vegeta had also applied for custom battle spacecraft modeled after the Alpha spaceship and significantly improved medical support. Through years of relentless effort, Agopulent's combat power reached 8,000, while Glinpat attained a power of 7,500, and Naba steadily progressed to 5,500. However, Raditz's growth was exceedingly slow, languishing at a mere 1,500. Vegeta occasionally pondered whether, following the original trajectory, Raditz would still meet his end at the hands of Piccolo and Son Goku. This fleeting thought stirred a twinge of concern within him. He was acutely aware that Raditz's aptitude for battle was not remarkable, yet as a member of his clan, he could not abandon Raditz. He could only urge him to train harder. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled that this year marked the time when Son Goku would embark on his adventures in search of the Dragon Balls. If memory served correctly, Goku's combat power at this time should be around 10. As he contemplated this, a complex array of emotions surged within Vegeta. He concluded his reflections, and a sudden wave of envy for Son Wukong's adventurous life surged within him. In stark contrast to Son Wukong's carefree escapades, his own existence appeared exceedingly monotonous. Beyond the grueling daily training, he was burdened with the tedious tasks assigned by the Frieza Force, which left him utterly disenchanted. The conquest of planets had become almost effortless for the current Saiyan squad. Vegeta found himself merely harnessing his energy to engage in combat, striving to refine his fighting prowess. A torrent of emotions coursed through Vegeta's mind. That fellow son, Wukong, roamed freely in pursuit of adventure, while he remained ensnared within the Frieza Force, ensconced in these dreary assignments. How he wished to emulate his lifestyle. Yet, he understood the weight of responsibility he bore and the necessity of not relinquishing everything so easily. Vegeta resolved to divert his attention to other pursuits in order to alleviate the tedium. As for the time between missions, he continued his rigorous training in the gravity chamber for half a day each day. During the remaining hours, he intended to unwind by exploring the cultures and films of other planets. Intriguingly, upon close observation, he noticed that all members of the Frieza Force exhibited this phenomenon, including the likes of Eggplant, Green Pat, Naba, and Raditz, albeit to varying degrees. Vegeta surmised that this might be indicative of post-traumatic stress disorder. given their countless experiences in brutal combat. On a certain day in December of the year 749, Vegeta felt relatively at ease. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a concerning report. Intelligence from the Frisia force indicated a significant surge in the power of the Galactic Patrol. It turned out that some survivors from the planets attacked over the years had allied themselves with the Galactic King, resulting in a substantial increase in the number of second-tier warriors within the Galactic Patrol. Nonetheless, in the face of the formidable Frisia force, they still appeared relatively weak. Some members within the organization proposed a purge of the Galactic Patrol, but this was met with Frisia's refusal. Vegeta became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. The Galactic King's resurgence was undoubtedly bolstered by the support of the Supreme Kai. Gazing into the distance, he was filled with anticipation, yearning for the year 761 to arrive swiftly, enabling him to conclude his obligations with the Frisia force and pursue the life he truly desired. In his heart, Vegeta silently vowed, "When that time comes, I shall break free from all of this and seek the freedom that is rightfully mine." Regarding the 95 Saiyans who had executed missions in the past, Vegeta harbored two theories. One was that they may have been slain by local powerful beings. The other was that, like Tabul and Sun Wukong, they had embraced the local culture for various reasons and settled into peaceful lives. It was likely that Frisia entertained similar speculations, which explained his lack of further inquiries. Vegeta resolved that only after defeating Frisia would he attempt to reconnect with them and search for those lost kin. Chapter 19. The Assault on Fisk. On September 1st, 761, on the planet Kurd, the headquarters of the Frisia force, Vegeta emerged from the training room with measured and powerful strides. His form stood tall like a majestic mountain peak, exuding an aura of authority that inspired awe in all who beheld him. Upon the resolute visage, the gaze emanates an unwavering determination and confidence, as if imbued with a formidable force capable of surmounting all worldly obstacles. At this moment, Vegeta's externally projected combat power is quantified at 20,000. However, in reality, his prowess has silently escalated to an impressive 30,000. Vegeta is acutely aware that within the treacherous confines of the Frisia force, every action must be executed with utmost caution. Despite his astonishing strength, he comprehends that a moment's negligence could plunge him into a perilous situation fraught with danger. Thus, he resolves to venture to a bar, hoping to glean further intelligence and insights through interactions with fellow warriors. As he makes his way to the bar, Vegeta ponders deeply. In this legion, every individual could be a potential adversary. Only by maintaining constant vigilance can he ensure his survival. He incessantly reminds himself to remain alert, for the consequences of complacency could be dire. Eventually, Vegeta arrives at the bar's entrance. Taking a deep breath to steady his mindset, he pushes the door open and steps inside. The establishment is thick with smoke and the clamor of voices as various warriors engage in revelry, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Vegeta finds a secluded corner, orders a drink, and begins to meticulously observe his surroundings. At that moment, Chiu-E approaches him, wearing an expression that feigns respect. "Vegeta, King Frisia summons you," he states. Vegeta instantly perceives Chiu-Yi's ulterior motives. He knows that Chiu-Yi's flattery is merely a facade, masking a heart filled with envy and discontent towards him. Elevating his chin slightly, Vegeta replies coolly, "Very well, I shall attend shortly." Chiu-E inwardly scoffs. That Vegeta is ever so arrogant. Yet, his strength is undeniable. I must devise a plan to undermine him. When the opportunity arises, he shall learn of my true capabilities. Leisurely, Vegeta strides toward the Grand Palace, his mind swirling with thoughts. Frisia's sudden summons must pertain to a matter of significance. I wonder if it involves a new, arduous task, or some unforeseen circumstance. I can only hope it is not overly burdensome. Frisia's intentions are as intricate and unfathomable as a labyrinth. Upon entering the palace, he is greeted by the imposing figure of Frisia, seated regally upon his throne. Frisia's gaze conveys an acknowledgement of Vegeta's prowess, yet beneath that approval lies a deeper, more calculating agenda. He speaks slowly. "Vegeta, your rapid advancement in strength is commendable. I believe your combat power can continue to rise. I have a task for you and your Saiyan team. Eliminate the Fiskins on the planet Fiska, located in the southern galaxy. According to intelligence, the Fiskins possess an elite warrior, making this mission ideally suited for your Saiyan squad. Depart tomorrow. For detailed information regarding the Fiska planet, consult Mr. Sabo." Frisia regards Vegeta, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at an intricate scheme at play. He was aware that Vegeta, a formidable Saiyan, would find this mission far from daunting. Vegeta respectfully bowed his head and replied, "As you command, my lord." However, his heart was laden with doubt and concern. Given the presence of elite warriors on the planet Fisk, it was certain that numerous secondary warriors would also be present, posing a significant challenge for Eggplant and his companions. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta sought out Sabo to acquire intelligence regarding the planet Fisk. As he walked, he meticulously scrutinized the information, pondering the enormity of the task at hand for Saiyans who would not transform into their grade 8 form. He suddenly recalled that perhaps it was this very mission that necessitated Raditz's quest for Goku in the original narrative. Vegeta mused, if that is indeed the case, then Raditz must be dispatched to find Goku. The era of Frieza was drawing to a close. Even if he failed to vanquish Frieza on Namek, Goku undoubtedly could, for he was the protagonist, blessed with the fortune of a chosen one. With this thought, Vegeta felt a slight ease in his spirits. At this juncture, Eggplant, after years of relentless training, had achieved a power level of 9,500. Grimpat boasted a power level of 8,500. Naba stood at 6,000, while Raditz, despite some growth, had only reached 2,000. Should Raditz fall in battle, they would be left with no choice but to utilize the Dragon Balls for his resurrection. Vegeta once again found Eggplant, Grimpat, Naba, and Raditz in a tavern, indulging in drinks. Eggplant was the first to notice Vegeta. He promptly set down his cup, rose to his feet, and greeted, "Your Highness, we await your presence." Grimpat, Naba, and Raditz also placed their cups down to acknowledge Vegeta. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta spoke gravely. "There is a mission at hand. Cease your drinking. Follow me to my chamber, where I shall inform you." With that, Vegeta turned and departed, prompting Eggplant, Grimpat, Naba, and Raditz to hastily follow in his wake. The echo of Vegeta's footsteps reverberated through the silent corridor, while the four companions trailed behind, their faces reflecting a mixture of tension and anticipation. They understood that this mission was of utmost significance. Otherwise, Vegeta would not have sought them out personally. Upon reaching Vegeta's chamber, they found the door ajar. Vegeta sat poised in a chair, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the four who entered, exuding an air of determination and resolve. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Eggplant, Grimpat, Naba, and Raditz with solemnity. "The planet we are to venture to is Fisk, home to an elite warrior with a power level of 16,000, alongside 100 secondary warriors. The pressure on our small team will be considerable. My strategy is to deploy an artificial moon upon our arrival to facilitate our maneuvering. However, it would be prudent to bring smoke bombs for cover. The burden will indeed be great if we refrain from utilizing our grade 8 form." Grimpat furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "My lord, the proposed plan is indeed viable, but we must also prepare thoroughly for any eventualities." He understood that although the prince's strategy was commendable, they must be adequately prepared to confront such formidable adversaries. Greenpart contemplated. "The prince's approach is quite sensible, yet we must not underestimate our foes. We must make various preparations to ensure the success of our mission and avert failures akin to the incident at Stedzuri." Eggplant interjected, "Indeed, my lord. We cannot afford to be complacent." He thought to himself, "This mission is arduous, and I must give my utmost effort." Vegeta, with piercing eyes, surveyed the assembly and declared, "Raditz, you need not accompany us on this mission." Raditz felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, yet respectfully bowed his head and inquired, "Why?" Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "Because you have a more significant task at hand. As far as I know, your brother Kakarot is in a remote area of the North Galaxy. Go and fetch him." Raditz hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "As you command, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta nodded affirmatively and continued, "This information was obtained through recent intelligence exchanges. I will send you the precise coordinates once we take off." Raditz once again bowed respectfully and responded, "Thank you, my lord." A wave of apprehension washed over him. "Seeking Kakarot, I wonder if he will return with me." However, the prince's orders were not to be defied. Regardless of the means, he must ensure Kakarot's allegiance, lest he risk being abandoned. With this thought, Raditz clenched his fists, resolutely steeling his determination. Seeing Raditz accept the decision without dissent, Vegeta stated, "Very well, it is settled. Tomorrow, we shall embark. Greenpart, arrange for the inspection of our spacecraft to ensure everything is in order. Additionally, request some smoke bombs and other weaponry under my authority. Once these tasks are completed, everyone should rest well." Greenpart replied respectfully, "As you wish, my lord." With that, he turned to attend to the arrangements. The others also departed to prepare for the impending operation. Chapter 20. The Assault on Fizka. On the morning of September 2nd, 761 AD, Vegeta, Eggplant, Greenpart, Nappa, and Raditz each boarded their spacecraft, slowly departing from the Frisia Force headquarters on Planet Cold, and ventured into the boundless expanse of outer space. Seated within his vessel, Vegeta's demeanor was as cold as ice, yet his gaze sparkled with unwavering determination and focus. He firmly believed that with his immense strength and exceptional leadership, he would lead the team to accomplish their mission. Eggplant, Greenpart, and Nappa, aboard their respective ships, shared the same feelings of tension and anticipation. They were acutely aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, yet their confidence in Vegeta's leadership remained unwavering. They continuously adjusted their states, meticulously preparing for the impending conflict. The spacecraft glided through the profound darkness of the cosmos like resplendent meteors, resolutely pursuing their respective objectives, akin to arrows shot towards the horizon. The vastness and mystery of the universe instilled in them a profound sense of their own insignificance, akin to mere dust. However, it simultaneously ignited within them an indomitable spirit of combat. As time quietly slipped by, on the morning of October 11th, 761 AD, Vegeta, Eggplant, Grimpat, and Nappa finally arrived at the planet Fisk. They cautiously concealed their spacecraft, ensuring it would not be easily discovered. Vegeta adeptly performed the artificial moon technique, preparing to transform Eggplant, Grimpat, and Nappa into formidable great apes, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. The three gazed upward at the artificial moon, feeling the surge of power within them rise like a tumultuous tide. The gentle rays of the moonlight cascaded upon them, gradually inducing astonishing transformations. Their fur thickened, their physiques expanded rapidly, and they were instantaneously transformed into mighty great apes. Each strand of fur emanated an intimidating aura, and their eyes reflected a wild and boundless strength, reminiscent of ancient mythical beasts. Meanwhile, King Fisk donned his battle armor, his gaze resolute and determined, wielding a sharp sword as he led 52nd-tier warriors towards Vegeta with urgency. The warriors behind him bore solemn expressions, their strides firm and resolute, each step imbued with a determination to face death without fear, akin to a band of valiant heroes. King Fisk bellowed, "Warriors for our homeland, for our kin, we shall not retreat in this battle." The second-tier warriors responded in unison, "We shall not retreat." Their voices resonated through the air, brimming with awe-inspiring courage and resolve, akin to the thunderous beat of war drums echoing across the skies. As King Fisk pressed forward, he urgently notified the remaining second-tier warriors to converge on the target location, preparing for a grueling fight for survival. He understood that the difficulties of this battle surpassed imagination, yet for the protection of his people, he must bravely confront it all, embodying the fearless spirit of a true king. Vegeta, observing the three now fully transformed into great apes, spoke with a serious demeanor. Eggplant, Grimpat, Nappa, eliminate the resisting warriors, but make every effort to spare the non-combatants. Remember our Saiyan homeland. I shall confront King Fisk. The rest is up to you. Eggplant, in great ape form. Voice deep as you command, Prince. Grimpat, equally deep we shall act according to your orders. Nappa, nodding so shall I, my prince. After 24 years of companionship, Eggplant, Greenpart, and Naha have come to understand Vegeta's character intimately. Each time they embark on a mission to conquer a planet, they meticulously adhere to Vegeta's commands, striving to ensure the survival of any inhabitants. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, King Fisk experienced a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that the newcomers were a Saiyan squad from Frisia's army, a potential reprieve for his kin from impending extinction. Conversely, the sorrow arose from his duty as king, knowing he must fulfill his royal responsibilities, even at the cost of his life in battle. He proclaimed, "Fellow kin, we must intercept these giant apes and provide cover for our people to retreat." With that, King Fisk surged towards Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, his sword slicing through the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance akin to a vibrant rainbow streaking across the sky. Vegeta maintained his composure, matching Fisk's energy level and engaging in a breathtaking duel. His gaze was devoid of fear, filled only with determination and focus, standing resolute like an immovable mountain. Amidst the fierce combat, Vegeta spoke, "Esteemed King Fisk, I hold you in high regard. Regrettably, I am bound to execute Frisia's orders. You should expedite the evacuation of your kin. During this period, I will not obstruct your efforts. Agupulent, Greenpart, and Naha are my kin. I cannot command them absolutely, for they possess their own will. I can only defer to your arrangements. Through their previous conversation and the readings from his scouter, King Fisk swiftly grasped Vegeta's character. He ceased his assault and communicated through his device, do not approach any further. Arrange for the evacuation of our people to the Galactic King. Simultaneously, Ed, who was hastening towards the scene, received the message and promptly began organizing the retreat. He rallied, brothers, I require a final squad of brave souls. Volunteers to serve as a reserve for secondary interception. The secondary warriors of the Fisk responded eagerly, one declaring, the king has entrusted you with our evacuation. He believes in you. You must also retreat without burden. We fight for the lives of our kin, not for your sake. El was deeply moved, responding, all right, my brothers, we must buy time for our people. He began to orchestrate the evacuation, prioritizing the brilliant children and scientists, followed by promising young non-combatants, lower-tier warriors, and finally the middle-aged Fisk warriors and non-combatants. The secondary warriors present affirmed El's leadership, swiftly mobilizing in a fervent effort to preserve their kin's existence. Each individual exerted their utmost, akin to a valiant band of guardians, fighting for their families and tribes. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged between Vegeta and King Fisk. Vegeta pondered, recognizing that no race should be underestimated. Through learning the combat techniques and strategies of various races in the heat of battle, Vegeta has honed his skills over more than 20 years. He meticulously observes every movement of King Fisk, delving deep into the analysis of his combat strategy, much like a sagacious scholar studying an ancient tome. Meanwhile, King Fisk contemplates that this Saiyan seeks to master the martial arts and warfare of his kind, prompting him to unleash his full potential, lest he dishonor his duty. His swordsmanship becomes increasingly fierce, each strike imbued with tremendous power and unwavering resolve, akin to an invincible swordsman showcasing his unparalleled skills. The battle rages on intensely, with Vegeta wholly focused on every action of King Fisk, extracting invaluable experience from the encounter. He adeptly evades Fisk's attacks while continually seeking opportunities for counterattacks. His movements are as elusive as shadows, rendering him difficult to grasp, akin to a mysterious specter traversing the battlefield. Vegeta, amidst the skirmish, remarks, your swordsmanship is exquisite. It merits my study. King Fisk responds, I appreciate your compliment. Fisk, in turn, reveals his prowess without reserve, his swordplay strikingly fierce, each maneuver brimming with strength. His silhouette dances across the battlefield like a wraith, relentlessly launching fierce assaults on Vegeta. His gaze conveys determination and resolve. He understands that failure is not an option, embodying an indomitable warrior fighting for honor. Vegeta alternates between blocking with his arms and dodging with his body, his reflexes as swift as lightning and his movements as agile as a cheetah. He continuously analyzes Fisk's attacking patterns, searching for vulnerabilities. His mind races, contemplating his next move like a shrewd chess player strategizing the game. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, Vegeta has gleaned much from King Fisk. Sensing a rapid decline in Fisk's energy, he realizes that the king has given his all. Vegeta declares, King Fisk, out of respect, I shall employ my full strength. To which King Fisk resolutely replies, very well. Vegeta immediately unleashes a battle power of 20,000, launching a full-scale offensive. His speed surges, akin to a bolt of lightning racing toward King Fisk. Each of his punches carries formidable force, striking like cannonballs against the king. His onslaught is as relentless as a tempest, overwhelming and difficult to withstand, as if a terrifying storm were sweeping across the land. For a moment, King Fisk finds himself on the defensive. He struggles to fend off Vegeta's attacks, but the Saiyan's power proves insurmountable. Though fatigue begins to set in, he persists, resembling a tenacious fighter grappling with fate. King Fisk, straining to defend, concedes, Saiyan, you truly are formidable. Vegeta, with gravity in his voice, responds, this is a mark of respect. In a demonstration of respect, Vegeta employs his martial arts to swiftly conclude the confrontation with King Fisk, his movements precise and unencumbered by hesitation. His gaze revealed a hint of regret. He understood that King Fisk was a worthy adversary, as though bidding farewell to another hero. Elsewhere, Eggplanter, Greenpart, and Naba, having transformed into their colossal ape forms, swiftly dispatched 50 of Fisk's secondary warriors within a mere 10 minutes. They now engage with Fisk's reserve secondary warriors, lower-tier fighters, and the most basic soldiers. Despite the inferiority of these warriors, they resisted fiercely, battling to protect their kin. Their courage and determination were admirable, reminiscent of valiant guardians defending their homeland. In their gigantic ape forms, Eggplanter, Greenpart, and Naba resembled three formidable behemoths, their might astonishing, each strike wreaking havoc. Their roars echoed through the air, instilling fear. As if a terrifying thunderstorm rumbled nearby, Greenpart swept his tail, felling a group of warriors, while Naba stomped the ground, causing a violent tremor that destabilized the surrounding fighters. Their assaults were as relentless as a tempest, nearly impossible to withstand, akin to a dreadful calamity descending upon them. Yet, the warriors of Fisk did not falter. They pressed on, striving to uncover the ape's vulnerabilities. They thrust their weapons toward the giants, but the beast's hides were as tough as iron, resisting their attempts to penetrate. Their eyes reflected unwavering resolve. They knew surrender was not an option, embodying indomitable warriors fighting for their beliefs. The battle raged on for some time, and the Fisk warriors gradually grew weary, yet they persisted. They recognized that their resistance, though feeble, might afford their kin precious moments. As if a band of selfless devotees toiled for the sake of others. Fisk warriors, they shouted, "For our kin, we shall fight to the end." Their voices resonated through the air, brimming with valor and determination, as though a stirring battle hymn inspired them. On the afternoon of October 11th, 761 A, in a certain location on the planet Fisk, Vegeta, Eggplanter, Greenpart, and Naba gathered. Vegeta laid King Fisk to rest, erecting a tombstone inscribed with the name Boon. Naba, filled with emotion, remarked, "Your Highness, you remain so compassionate." Vegeta nodded slightly, responding, "This is the respect due to those worthy of recognition. Let us remain on this planet for a couple of days to rest." In outer space, El gathered a total of 1,000 kin, far exceeding his expectations. He had not anticipated being able to evacuate so many. He comforted his kin and led them away, his heart filled with both hope and trepidation for the future. He understood that their journey ahead was long, yet for the survival of his people, they must bravely forge on. El addressed his kin, "Do not be afraid. The Galactic King will protect us." The kin nodded in unison, their eyes shining with steadfast hope. They were aware that, despite the future being rife with uncertainty, they possessed the courage and resolve to confront every challenge, akin to a band of intrepid navigators embarking towards uncharted shores. Chapter 21, Raditz vs. Bick. The date was the 12th of October, 761 in the Age of Earth. The spacecraft carrying Raditz descended gracefully upon the planet affectionately referred to as Earth by its denizens. Resembling a resplendent meteor, this was also the dwelling place of his brother, Kakarot. Raditz stepped out of the spacecraft, his gaze sharp and vigilant like that of a hawk. Swiftly scanning his surroundings with agility akin to a cheetah, he deftly concealed the spacecraft in a secluded nook, ensuring it would not be easily detected. At that moment, through his scanner, he detected an Earthling possessing a combat power of merely 5. To safeguard the critical position of the spacecraft, Raditz acted without hesitation, unleashing a piercing energy blast that instantly obliterated the Earthling. A furrow formed on Raditz's brow, as if shrouded in a heavy mist of confusion. Why were there still so many survivors on this planet? What was Kakarot doing? He activated the scanner once more, and the astonishing revelation left him utterly astounded. There were, in fact, a staggering 6 billion survivors on Earth. His thoughts drifted back to the past. This mission should have been completed 14 years ago, yet Kakarot had failed to fulfill it. Kakarot, do not disappoint me. I must persuade you. Otherwise, not only will you be abandoned by Prince Vegeta, but the Frisia Force will also execute a cleansing operation on Earth. From a god's perspective, Raditz had fallen into a profound misconception. He mistakenly believed that his brother Kakarot was tasked with the eradication of Earth, when in reality, Kakarot, Goku, had been sent to Earth by Bardock for refuge. Meanwhile, on planet Fisk, Vegeta strolled alone through the urban landscape, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions regarding Raditz's expedition to Earth. For over 2 decades, they had acted in unison. To claim there were no feelings would be a blatant falsehood. On one hand, he yearned for Raditz to bring Goku back, thereby augmenting their strength and providing a crucial advantage for future battles. On the other hand, he secretly wished for Raditz to perish on Earth, leveraging Goku's power to vanquish Frisia, thereby probing the god of destruction, Beerus, lurking in the shadows. Should Beerus pursue the matter, Goku could be offered as a scapegoat. Vegeta resolved to carefully consider whether Raditz had devised a plan to bring Goku back, so as to formulate corresponding countermeasures. However, deep within his soul, a faint, elusive sentiment persistently wished for Raditz's survival on Earth. On Earth, Raditz, through his scanner, was the first to detect an individual nearby with a combat power of 322. In his heart, a wave of speculation surged as he pondered the likelihood that this individual was indeed Kakarot. Resolutely, he decided to investigate further. Swiftly, he executed the technique of aerial movement, dashing toward that direction like a bolt of lightning. Raditz soon located the person, only to be astounded to discover that it was a Namekian. His mind raced, realizing that the presence of a Namekian must be the reason Kakarot had refrained from executing his mission to cleanse the earth. A strong surge of murderous intent flooded his heart, and he resolved to eliminate this Namekian. Piccolo sensed the formidable presence approaching, awakening a profound sense of crisis within him. As if a tempest were imminent. Piccolo, cautiously, who are you to dare provoke a warrior of the demon clan? Raditz offered no reply. Charging at Piccolo like a ferocious beast, he swung his fist, imbued with overwhelming strength, toward Piccolo. The force of his punch howling through the air as if it could rend the very atmosphere. Piccolo swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. The gale force brushing against his skin with a stinging sensation. Unwavering, Piccolo unleashed an energy wave, hurling it directly at Raditz. However, Raditz merely scoffed, effortlessly dodging with a slight shift of his body. Without hesitation, he advanced again, delivering a powerful kick toward Piccolo. Piccolo crossed his arms to block. Yet Raditz's might was far too great. He was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Piccolo, internally this guy is incredibly strong. I must unleash my full power and fight with all my might. Struggling to rise, Piccolo's gaze burned with an indomitable flame. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that rained down upon Raditz. Unperturbed, Raditz moved his hands deftly, batting away each incoming energy sphere. The deflected blasts erupted around them, creating waves of smoke and shockwaves. With a fierce roar, Raditz vanished and reappeared before Piccolo, delivering another powerful punch. Piccolo summoned all his strength to defend himself, but was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body bore numerous wounds. Yet, there was no sign of retreat in Piccolo. He gritted his teeth and gathered his energy once more, preparing to launch a more formidable attack. Raditz, dismissively, you are no match for me. Submit to your fate. Piccolo, furiously, you think it will be so easy to kill me? Just as Raditz prepared to deliver a lethal blow to Piccolo, his scouter suddenly beeped. A presence with a combat power of 344 was approaching. Raditz was certain that this individual must be Kakarot. He glanced at the battered Piccolo, momentarily setting aside his intention to kill him, and took to the skies toward the approaching combatant. Meanwhile, within the temple, the deity was slightly panting. He had just exerted divine power to disrupt Raditz's thoughts, compelling him to abandon his lethal pursuit of Piccolo. Fully aware of Raditz's formidable strength and danger, he had taken a risky gamble to protect the Earth. Watching Raditz depart, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, as if dark clouds loomed over the horizon. God, inner monologue, the Saiyans have arrived. I must fulfill Piccolo's role, or else the Earth will face destruction. Chapter 22. Raditz vs. Son Goku. On Earth, within the serene confines of the Kame house, Master Roshi reclined leisurely in his iconic chair, delicately cradling a warm cup of tea, his eyes narrowing slightly as he savored the tranquility of the moment. Sunlight poured in like golden silk through the window, casting a gentle, warm hue over the cozy scene. Krillin stood nearby, his face illuminated by a radiant smile akin to the sun, animatedly sharing amusing anecdotes with Bulma. Curiosity danced across Bulma's lovely visage, her starry eyes sparkling with intrigue as she posed questions, infusing the conversation with vigor and life. Moments later, Son Goku arrived riding the Nimbus Cloud, resembling a divine messenger from myth, with Goten in tow. The Nimbus Cloud descended gracefully, akin to a pristine white cloud landing softly in the yard of the Kame house. Goku leaped down from a Nimbus, his face adorned with a sincere and simple smile, while Goten followed closely, his small face brimming with curiosity and wonder about the world. Upon seeing Goku and Goten, joy spread across the faces of the others, and they eagerly approached each other, exchanging warm greetings in a harmonious atmosphere. However, at that moment, Goku suddenly sensed a formidable and oppressive aura approaching with the force of a surging tide. His expression shifted to one of seriousness, his eyes filled with vigilance, akin to a keen-eyed leopard sensing imminent danger. Raditz slowly emerged into view, his presence resembling a specter from the shadows, exuding an overwhelming and perilous energy. Raditz was the first to speak. "Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father." Goku, perplexed, felt as if he were engulfed in a fog. "What?" Raditz furrowed his brow, a wave of frustration washing over him. Inner monologue. "It seems this brother has truly forgotten everything about our past. After living on this planet for so long, has he lost all memory of his identity? Has her head been damaged? You are Kakarot, son of Bardock, a warrior raised from the cosmos. Our home, planet Vegeta, was destroyed by a colossal meteor 24 years ago, and only a handful of Saiyans survived. Now we require your assistance to carry out a cleansing mission on the planet. Should you refuse to eliminate the Earth's population, the Frieza Force will send others to complete the task until it is done." Master Roshi, upon hearing Raditz's words, fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the moment when Gohan had found Goku and slowly remarked, "Goku, it is indeed possible that you were found by your grandfather, Gohan. You may very well be a Saiyan." Goku steadfastly gazed at Raditz, resolutely declaring, "I refuse. I have grown on Earth and am now an Earthling." A tumult of frustration and helplessness stirred within Raditz. Inner monologue. How stubborn this brother is, so clearly lacking in combat prowess yet steadfast in his beliefs. Does he not comprehend the terror of the Frieza Force? Suddenly, Raditz caught sight of Gohan, the boy with a tail. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of discovery, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, and he exclaimed, "Kakarot, is this little brat your son? I shall take him. If you do not slay 100 Earthlings by tomorrow, I will eliminate you to preserve the honor of our Saiyan race." Goku glared at Raditz, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. "You shall not." In an instant, Raditz launched an attack, swift as lightning. Goku hurried to intercept him, but was struck down as if he were a mere sheet of paper. Rising swiftly, Goku's eyes burned with an indomitable fury. He assumed a fighting stance, poised to charge at Raditz once more, akin to a courageous lion confronting a formidable foe. Raditz looked upon Goku with disdain, mocking, "Do you truly believe your meager strength can deter me?" With a roar reminiscent of a ferocious tiger, Goku lunged at Raditz. He swung his fist, imbued with immense power, aimed at Raditz as if intending to shatter mountains. Raditz effortlessly evaded Goku's blow and retaliated with a kick to his abdomen. Goku fell to the ground, sapped of strength, like a flower battered by a tempest. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz abducted Gohan. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma stood nearby, their faces etched with shock, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Master Roshi thought to himself, "This Saiyan possesses formidable strength. Goku is in peril now." Krillin rushed to Goku's side, helping him up. "Goku, are you all right?" Goku weakly replied, "I'm fine. We must rescue Gohan." Bulma, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "This Saiyan is terrifying. What shall we do?" Just as they deliberated, Goku suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. This presence was both unfamiliar and eerily recognizable, creating an air of uncertainty among the group, unsure if the source was friend or foe. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the moment when Piccolo was defeated by Raditz. The Namekian god, in the temple, bore a grave expression akin to a stormy sky. Through his unique abilities, he communicated to Piccolo. The approaching entity is a Saiyan, possessing formidable combat strength. Saiyans are the backbone of the Frieza Force, having obliterated numerous planets. Piccolo's eyes widened, filled with shock, as if struck by lightning. "How do you know this?" The Namekian god sighed softly, responding, "It was the King Kai who informed me. He urged me to lead the promising Earthlings away from this planet. Yet I have faith in you. I shall bestow some of my power upon you. Only by uniting with Goku can you hope to defeat this Saiyan. Otherwise, the people of Earth will perish." After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo's gaze reflected unwavering resolve, akin to a sharp sword. "Give it to me. I shall eliminate that Saiyan, for this Earth is mine." The deity, observing Piccolo's resolute gaze, nodded slightly. He began to channel his divine powers, bestowing a portion of his combat strength upon Piccolo. A formidable force enveloped Piccolo, causing his body to tremble faintly as he felt this immense power surge within him, like a tumultuous ocean wave. Closing his eyes, Piccolo embraced his newfound strength, acutely aware of his significant enhancement, his heart brimming with confidence, as if he possessed the might to conquer all. Inner monologue. "With this power, I may have the potential to defeat that Saiyan alongside Son Goku." Opening his eyes, a sharp glimmer shone within them, akin to a brilliant star. He resolved to seek out Son Goku immediately to unite against Raditz. Chapter 23: Raditz vs. Son Goku and Piccolo. On Earth, within the hidden confines of Raditz's spaceship, his expression was grave as he cautiously placed the young Gohan inside the vessel. Gazing at the small figure, a torrent of thoughts surged within him like a raging sea. Raditz pondered quietly. I hope Kakarot will reconsider. Otherwise, when the Frieza force returns to cleanse the Earth, Kakarot will surely meet his demise, tarnishing the honor of the Saiyans. With this thought, he shook his head slightly, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts, and began preparing food. He then closed his eyes, meditating in silence as he awaited Kakarot's decision. Meanwhile, though Gohan was still a child, he was filled with courage and determination. He understood that his father, Son Goku, was the mightiest on Earth, and he harbored no fear, only a fervent hope for his father's swift arrival to rescue him. Time rewound to the moment Son Goku was defeated. Outside the Kame house on Earth, Son Goku, Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi stood together, each face etched with deep concern and anxiety. Son Goku's eyes were sharp as he meticulously observed his surroundings, when suddenly, a figure entered his line of sight. It was Piccolo. Piccolo spoke first. The deity just informed me that you were defeated by that Saiyan. Son Goku nodded slightly, his expression as grave as iron, and replied solemnly, Yes. I need your assistance, Piccolo. The Saiyans are here to cleanse the Earth. Together, we can surely overcome him. Moreover, the tail is a Saiyan's weakness. If we seize it, we can defeat him. Piccolo raised his chin slightly, a proud expression gracing his features as he declared, The Earth can only be conquered by me. I agree with your plan, Son Goku, but do not hinder my progress. Son Goku affirmed resolutely. All right, let us proceed now. Krillin, his face filled with worry, urged, Goku, please be careful. Bulma, her voice trembling with anxiety, added, Yes, that Saiyan is terrifying. Master Roshi stroked his beard, his expression exceedingly serious as he advised. Remember, combat is not solely a contest of strength. It is also a battle of wisdom and courage. As Piccolo executed his flight technique, Goku soared through the skies on his Nimbus cloud. While they ascended, both warriors pondered their forthcoming strategies. It was Piccolo who first shattered the silence, stating, This Saiyan cannot sense energy, which is one of our advantages for victory. We shall coordinate our efforts. Goku, recalling Piccolo's previous encounter with Raditz, responded, Indeed. We must seize this opportunity. During their flight, Goku reflected on his battle with Raditz, his heart swelling with resentment and indignation. He silently vowed to protect his family this time. Piccolo, with a demeanor as cold as ice, understood the immense difficulty of this battle, yet he possessed an unwavering resolve. Utilizing their ability to sense energy, Piccolo and Goku finally reached Raditz's side. Raditz spoke first, his tone dripping with coldness and authority. Kakarot, you have failed to bring the corpses of the Earthlings. It seems I must eliminate you to uphold the honor of the Saiyans. Goku and Piccolo shed their burdens. Focusing intently, prepared for a fierce confrontation. I have come to avenge the battle earlier, Piccolo declared loudly. Goku resolutely added, I grew up on Earth and will not allow you to slaughter indiscriminately. Raditz scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. You too? You think you can stop me? Scanning their power levels with his scouter, Raditz was astounded to find Piccolo at 700 and Goku at 416. He pondered in disbelief how they could have increased their power so rapidly. Perhaps the scouter was malfunctioning. Nevertheless, he could not afford to underestimate them and steeled himself for battle. Without hesitation, Raditz launched the first attack, darting towards Piccolo and Goku like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was upon them, swinging his fist with cataclysmic force. Piccolo swiftly sidestepped, while Goku leaped high, narrowly avoiding the blow. Raditz's fist struck the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a massive crater. Piccolo and Goku, utilizing their extraordinary skills, managed to maintain a temporary equilibrium against Raditz, resulting in an intense and exhilarating battle. Goku adeptly evaded Raditz's ferocious strikes, countering with his own punches, each accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Raditz, do not be so arrogant, Goku taunted, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey, continually searching for Raditz's weaknesses. Although Raditz's assaults were relentless, Goku consistently found a way to evade them at critical moments. Meanwhile, Piccolo waited for the opportune moment to unleash his special beam cannon, keenly observing Raditz for any vulnerabilities. Your doom is upon you, Saiyan, Piccolo declared, his hands gathering energy, poised for a devastating strike. His gaze remained fixed on Raditz, seeking the perfect moment to attack, especially as Kakarot prepared a powerful energy wave approaching 1,000, which left Raditz utterly astonished. Could they truly possess such formidable abilities? Raditz, with unyielding determination, launched a ferocious counterattack against Sun Wukong. His strikes descended like a tempest, forcing Sun Wukong to struggle to withstand the onslaught. Raditz's fist struck with the force of cannonballs, relentlessly hammering down upon Sun Wukong, who could only defend with his arms, each block sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. In this critical moment, Piccolo seized the opportunity, unleashing a ki blast directed at Raditz. Raditz swiftly dodged, but the ki wave struck the ground behind him, sending dust swirling into the air. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong rolled to Piccolo's side, and the two stood back to back, warily observing Raditz. Piccolo, we must coordinate our efforts, Sun Wukong whispered. Ia mewade, Piccolo replied. Raditz roared and charged once more. Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly separated, evading Raditz's attacks from either side. In a sudden burst of speed, Sun Wukong dashed towards Raditz's flank, swinging his fist with intent. Raditz reacted with lightning speed, raising his arm to block the blow. However, Piccolo simultaneously launched his own offensive, sending forth a powerful ki wave aimed directly at Raditz. Raditz narrowly avoided the blast, but it still grazed his shoulder, inflicting a minor wound. Furious, Raditz glared at them. Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? Yet, Piccolo's ki wave failed to inflict substantial damage, and a sense of urgency crept into his heart. How can this foe be so formidable? He pondered, gathering energy once more to unleash an even more potent ki wave. With his left arm injured and his body battered, Sun Wukong found himself unable to continue fighting. Recognizing Sun Wukong's compromised state, Raditz turned his attention to Piccolo, unleashing a flurry of punches at a speed akin to lightning. Piccolo desperately evaded, but Raditz's rapid movements left him with little choice. Each dodge drained Piccolo further, and he realized he could not persist in this manner indefinitely. Raditz taunted, "Do you presume to challenge me?" Just then, his scouter registered an alarming increase in battle power, originating from the spaceship. Impossible. That little brat's power level is merely 1. Raditz mused. Suddenly, the spaceship erupted in an explosion. As Raditz prepared to intercept the ensuing attack, he felt his tail ensnared by Piccolo's grasp. In a panic, Raditz unleashed a ki wave to sever Piccolo's hand, only to be met by an enraged Gohan, whose physical prowess surged to 1,500. Like a swift young cheetah, Gohan charged at Raditz, his fists raining down with incredible speed. Raditz, caught off guard, sustained a light injury. Attempting to seize Gohan for a counterattack, he was abruptly halted by the awakened Sun Wukong, who grasped Raditz's tail with all his might. In that moment, Raditz found himself devoid of strength, allowing Gohan to land safely and swiftly heed Wukong's advice to retreat. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already seized the opportunity to gather energy for his special beam cannon. He addressed Wukong, "Hold firmly to his tail. Once I have gathered enough energy to obliterate him, you must act, for otherwise, your son and wife shall face dire consequences." Raditz, through his detector, finally discerned that the power of the Kamehameha wave was still on the rise, now posing a lethal threat to his existence. In a moment of life and death, Raditz unleashed his full strength, freeing his tail from Goku's grasp, and began to gather energy to launch a Kamehameha wave at Piccolo. At a crucial juncture, Goku, empowered by the divine abilities of the Kai, suddenly erupted with full force, seizing Piccolo from behind with an iron grip, preventing him from succumbing to Raditz's impending assault. Goku shouted, "Piccolo, launch your attack quickly, or we shall all perish." At that moment, Piccolo had also completed his energy gathering under the influence of the Kai's skills, and without hesitation, unleashed the special beam cannon toward Raditz. With both hands, Piccolo propelled a formidable energy wave, charged with a sense of annihilation, racing towards Raditz. Ultimately, Raditz met his demise at the hands of the united efforts of Piccolo, Goku, the Kai, and Gohan. In his final moments, Raditz was filled with questions. How can you attack without hesitation, knowing Kakarot is behind you? Piccolo replied with a cold smirk. Earth possesses Dragon Balls that can resurrect Goku. Ultimately, you shall perish on this planet. In his last moments, Raditz utilized the communication feature of his detector to convey the message about the Dragon Ball's ability to revive Goku to Vegeta and warn Piccolo, stronger Saiyans are on their way. They will avenge me. Piccolo was taken aback, a wave of unease washing over him. Meanwhile, Goku had perished, his body vanished, and the Kai, aware of this news, decided not to retract the powers bestowed upon Piccolo. The Kai communicated to Piccolo, "I do not intend to withdraw the powers I've granted you. Stronger Saiyans are indeed approaching. I hope you will fully harness this power." Piccolo clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. I shall be prepared to face their challenge. He understood that a greater crisis loomed ahead, and he must be ready to confront the impending Saiyan onslaught. Chapter 24, Movements of Both Sides. On the afternoon of October 28th, 761 AD, amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos, akin to an endless abyss, Vegeta, Agraplanet, Grimpat, and Naba piloted their respective spaceships, slowly making their way back to the Frisia Force. Vegeta stood tall, like a straight spear, striding with a measured pace out of the training room of the Alpha ship. His stern visage was furrowed, resembling a profound and insurmountable chasm, exuding an aura of chilling authority. The message transmitted from the detector struck him like a powerful bomb, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. Vegeta pondered to himself, Raditz combat power has soared to 2,000, an unfathomable increase compared to the original tale. Yet, such formidable strength met its end on that seemingly inconspicuous little planet where Kakarot resides. What could possibly have transpired? Could it be that the Z-Warriors of Earth have indeed undergone a remarkable upgrade, allowing their powers to surge to such extraordinary heights? Regardless, when I journey to Earth next year, I shall ensure that I uncover the intricate details of this matter. Vegeta's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept fiercely across the scanner. Through the device's communication system, he addressed Eggplant, Grimpat, and Naba with an undeniable authority, infused with an air of dominance. Raditz has fallen on Kakarot's planet. Next year, we must carve out time to avenge him. As for the Dragon Balls, we must conduct rigorous verification. Eggplant responded with utmost respect, "Your Highness. Is it truly possible that the Dragon Balls can grant resurrection?" Vegeta interjected without hesitation, his voice laced with an icy edge. "Verification is necessary. After all, we have only heard that Kakarot can be revived, and the specifics remain entirely uncertain. Do not readily believe unverified claims. We Saiyans have always relied on our formidable strength. Yet if the Dragon Balls possess genuine wonders, we might as well exploit them." Eggplant felt a shiver of realization and quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I merely believe that if the Dragon Balls indeed hold such miraculous power, it could present an unparalleled opportunity for us, solidifying our position in the universe." Grimpat interjected, "Your Highness, that remote planet has produced a being capable of slaying Raditz. Should we not request intelligence from the Frisia Force for a detailed investigation?" Vegeta scoffed dismissively, declaring with authority, "No need. However, you may learn the local combat or warfare techniques. After all, the weaker races either strive to advance their technology or hone their martial skills. We Saiyans consider ourselves the strong, and we shall conquer that planet with our own might, unveiling its mysteries." Naba remained silent, yet his eyes revealed a steadfast resolve as he silently vowed, "Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall follow Your Highness and fight for the glory of the Saiyans." The scene shifts back to the year 761 in the Earth calendar, on October 12th. After an intense and perilous battle, Piccolo and Goku successfully vanquished Raditz. Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Ten, and Kaiotsu hurriedly arrived at the site of the confrontation. Piccolo stood solemnly, his expression heavy as storm clouds, akin to a silent and steadfast mountain awaiting the arrival of all. His thoughts tangled in a chaotic web. Though we have succeeded in defeating this Saiyan, even greater foes lurk in the shadows. Gohan, that little one, possesses immense potential. Akin to a hidden trove of mysteries, he must be nurtured carefully. As everyone gathered, Piccolo spoke in a deep, resonant voice, akin to thunder rumbling in the ears of those present. "The good news is that we have successfully vanquished the Saiyans. However, the unfortunate news is that Goku has perished in battle, and 4 more formidable Saiyans are set to return to Earth. We must seize every fleeting moment to prepare for what lies ahead. Gohan possesses astonishing potential, and I shall take him under my wing for rigorous training." With that, Piccolo resolutely turned away with Gohan, his determined silhouette silently conveying his unwavering resolve. Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, and Kaiotsu remained in profound shock, as if struck by a thunderbolt, unable to regain their composure for what felt like an eternity. Yamcha was the first to recover, his face etched with doubt. Can we truly trust Piccolo? He was once our sworn enemy. A sense of unease gnawed at Yamcha's heart. Piccolo was so malevolent in the past, Can he truly stand with us now? Yet, the current predicament offered no better alternatives. If he were to betray us again, we would find ourselves in an inescapable abyss. Krillin's heart brimmed with trepidation. Piccolo's transformation has been so sudden. Can we genuinely place our hopes in him? But who else can we rely on? At that moment, the Supreme Kai's voice resonated within the heavenly palace, echoing as if from a distant realm, both ethereal and commanding. What Piccolo has conveyed to you is indeed the truth. You powerful warriors must relay this message to one another and hasten to the heavenly palace. I shall guide you, while Goku will seek knowledge from King Kai. We must utilize every precious second to prepare for the Saiyans' arrival and mount a full-scale counterattack. Master Roshi stroked his beard, his expression grave as if he were a general about to embark on a life-and-death battlefield. It seems we must trust in the divine plan. For the future of Earth, we must unite closely. Though Piccolo was once our adversary, we now face a common and formidable foe. Perhaps we can momentarily set aside our past grievances. After a brief deliberation, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu resolved to proceed to the heavenly palace. Krillin stated, "We have no other choice but to place our faith in the Supreme, Kai, and Piccolo. To protect our planet, we must confront this challenge with courage." Yamcha nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us hope our decision proves to be wise." Before heading to the heavenly palace, they felt compelled to inform Chi-Chi of Goku's demise and the plight of Gohan. Krillin's heart ached, as if pierced by sharp needles. Goku is gone. How devastated Chi-Chi must be. Yet, we must muster our strength and fight to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Meanwhile, Bulma cautiously retrieved the scouter from Raditz' side, treating it as an invaluable treasure, diligently beginning its modification and repair. Her intelligent gaze sparkled with unwavering determination, akin to a blazing inferno. Resolute in her quest to extract more useful information from the device, Bulma pondered to herself, "This detector may well be the key to understanding our enemies. I must repair it to provide more intelligence for everyone." Raditz's body was also brought to the sacred world by the deity and sealed away. The god gazed at the encased Raditz, his heart heavy with trepidation. Like dark clouds looming overhead, the arrival of these Saiyans will undoubtedly bring immense calamity to Earth. However, we cannot remain passive. We must be thoroughly prepared. I hope that Goku can learn formidable skills from King Kai. And I also wish that my training will strengthen Earth's warriors. Meanwhile, far away, Chi-Chi eagerly awaited the return of Goku and Goten. Little did she know that a devastating revelation awaited her, akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The fate of Earth, shrouded in an atmosphere of tension that was almost suffocating, became increasingly uncertain, filled with unknowns and challenges. Standing in her yard, Chi-Chi gazed into the distance, her heart brimming with anticipation and longing. "Goku, Goten, when will you return? I have been waiting for you." Her eyes reflected both determination and tenderness, as she believed fervently in their safe return. Yet, she remained unaware that a great crisis was about to unfold. Chapter 25. Preparations for War. On November 28th, 761 A.D., on the planet Cold, the Grand Palace loomed like an imposing peak piercing the clouds, exuding a chilling air of authority, while simultaneously enveloped in an aura of unfathomable mystery. Zarbon stood respectfully before Frieza, solemnly reporting the astonishing news of the Saiyan Raditz's demise and the revelations regarding the Dragon Balls. With a slight bow, Zarbon spoke with a tone filled with reverence and awe. "My lord, the Saiyan Raditz has perished on a remote planet known as Earth, and news has emerged regarding the Dragon Balls. It is said that these orbs possess the power to grant all manner of incredible wishes." Upon hearing this, Frieza narrowed his piercing, elongated eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating all truths, and fell into deep contemplation. He mused to himself, "Dragon Balls? The legendary artifacts of the Namekians truly exist? This is indeed a considerable surprise. If the Dragon Balls are real, they will grant me significant advantages, potentially solidifying my reign." After a moment, he spoke slowly. "If I recall correctly, the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians, were they not? I had thought them mere figments of myth. Yet they appear to be real. Let Vegeta venture to that Earth to gather intelligence and ascertain the truth. I shall arrange a suitable mission for him near Earth next year." Dodoria quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. With Prince Vegeta's strength, he will undoubtedly uncover all there is to know about Earth. If the Dragon Balls truly exist, it would provide you with an immensely powerful tool." Frieza's lips curled into a chilling smile, an expression of utmost cruelty. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Dodoria. On Earth, within the confines of the sacred temple, the deity bore a grave demeanor akin to a general poised for battle, exuding solemnity and authority. He was acutely aware of the impending crisis, a tempest threatening to engulf the planet. A single misstep could plunge Earth into irreversible despair. Only by empowering the warriors of this realm could a glimmer of hope emerge. Thus, he commenced rigorous training for Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. With resolute expressions, the quartet toiled under the deity's guidance, their perseverance unwavering. Sweat cascaded down their bodies like a torrential waterfall, yet their gazes reflected no hint of retreat, only an unwavering determination and indomitable spirit. While drenched in perspiration, Yamcha silently mused, if even King Piccolo can stand alongside us, what reason do we have not to fight with all our might? We must grow stronger before the Saiyan strike again, lest we face utter annihilation. Tien clenched his jaw, resolutely vowing to protect his companions, unwilling to let the Saiyans prevail. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu silently cheered for his friends, his heart brimming with hope. We must grow stronger. We can surely triumph over our foes. In the wilderness, Piccolo embarked on an arduous training regimen with Gohan. He demanded the utmost from Gohan, continuously drawing forth his latent potential, akin to unearthing treasures from a hidden mine. Concurrently, Piccolo himself engaged in high-intensity training, recognizing that he must enhance his own strength to survive the forthcoming battle. Observing Gohan's diligent efforts, Piccolo thought to himself, this young lad possesses immense potential. With proper guidance, he shall become a formidable force against the Saiyans. Though weary, Gohan's eyes sparkled with resolve. I must become stronger to safeguard my mother. I cannot allow those villains to harm my family and friends. Within the opulent mansion of West City, the laboratory buzzed with activity. Bulma immersed herself in the intricate task of decoding, repairing, and enhancing the detector. Her gaze was focused and determined, her tools dancing in her hands like a musician performing a passionate symphony, each movement imbued with rhythm and strength. She understood that this detector might be pivotal in understanding their adversaries. She needed to complete her work swiftly. Meanwhile, Goku raced along Snake Way with unwavering determination, each step infused with resolve. His sole thought was to reach King Kai as swiftly as possible to acquire formidable skills, and return to Earth to protect his loved ones and preserve peace and tranquility. On the Saiyan homeworld of planet Vegeta, Nappa, and their comrades engaged in their daily training regimen. In the morning, they drenched the training room with sweat during intense workouts, while afternoons were reserved for their personal leisure. Chapter 26, Departure to Earth. On the morning of October 1st, 762 in the Age of the Gods, the vast palace on the planet Kurd resembled a foreboding fortress, emanating an aura of chilling majesty and inscrutable mystery. The cosmic overlord Frieza sat upon his resplendent, yet perpetually icy throne, his gaze revealing an elusive glimmer, as if he possessed the ability to perceive all that transpires in the world, while simultaneously concealing the true depths of his thoughts. Frieza summoned Vegeta and, with a deliberate tone, spoke. Vegeta, there's a mission that requires your team to execute a tax collection on the planet Yardrat. Vegeta slightly bowed his head and respectfully replied, as you command, my lord. He then turned to depart the palace, his figure tall and resolute, each step imbued with strength. Yet within him roiled a tumultuous sea of emotions. It seems Frieza is aware of the Dragon Balls. Is he attempting to test the veracity of the information through me? Or perhaps he seeks to indirectly relay messages to Bulma on Earth via a communication device. Regardless of his schemes, Frieza, your reign is on the brink of annihilation. The countdown to your demise has commenced. At Vegeta's residence on the planet Kurd, he activated the communication device and addressed Agplan, Grimpat, and Naba. We are to embark on a mission to collect taxes on the planet Yardrat tomorrow. I have checked, and the planet where Kakarot resides, Earth, is conveniently near our destination. We shall first journey to Earth before proceeding to Yardrat. I estimate our arrival on Earth will be on November 4th, so prepare yourselves. Agplan and the others responded promptly. Understood. On October 2nd, 762 in the Age of the Gods, Vegeta and his companions set forth towards Earth aboard their respective spacecraft. Their vessels sliced through the cosmic darkness like lightning, leaving behind trails of vibrant yet perilous light. Seated within the Alpha ship, Vegeta gazed out at the starry expanse, his eyes brimming with anticipation and defiance. Earth, I, Vegeta, am coming. Within the grand palace on the planet Kurd, Dodoria stood beside Frieza, a smug smile gracing his face, albeit one tinged with a barely perceptible malice. Dodoria remarked to Frisia, "My lord, those Scions have indeed headed to Earth first." Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Dodoria, ensure you monitor their movements closely through the surveillance device. I wish to be apprised of their every action on Earth." Dodoria nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lord. I shall keep a vigilant watch over their activities." In his heart, Dodoria mused, "Those Scions had better bring news of the Dragon Ball for the Lord, or they shall face dire consequences. They think themselves clever. Yet they are all under the Lord's control. But what unforeseen events might transpire if they truly locate the Dragon Balls?" On October 15th, 762 AD, within the confines of Capsule Corporation in the western capital of Earth, Bulma busily toiled in her laboratory, her gaze unwavering and resolute, as if engaged in a fierce competition against time. Suddenly, an alert from the detector broke the silence. She learned that the Scions would arrive on Earth on November 4th. A sense of urgency gripped her heart, compelling her to cease her work immediately as an overwhelming wave of crisis washed over her. The Scions were coming. What should she do? No, I must swiftly inform everyone. Bulma hurriedly seized her communicator and began relaying the message to the denizens of the heavenly realm. Upon receiving Bulma's message, the god of the heavenly realm adopted a solemn expression, as if sensing an impending storm. A deep concern settled within him. The Scions have indeed arrived. I wonder if we are adequately prepared. Yet, we cannot falter. We must face this challenge with courage. The fate of Earth rests in our hands. After acquiring the news of the Scions' approach from Bulma, he promptly conveyed the information to Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. The four of them, upon hearing the news, displayed expressions of shock and apprehension, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Krillin furrowed his brow, anxiety swirling in his mind. The Scions have ultimately come, and we are not ready. But we cannot succumb to fear. We must fight for our families. Can we truly prevail? Tien gritted his teeth, determination gleaming in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not retreat. We must confront this head-on. We need to make it clear to the Scions that Earth is not a place they can violate at will. Yet, how fierce will this battle be? Yamcha felt a flutter of unease, engulfed by fear. This enemy is surely more formidable. Can we withstand them? However, we have no choice but to give our all. Will we not face utter defeat? Kaiatsu quietly offered encouragement, his voice soft yet brimming with strength. "Do not fear, everyone. We will prevail. We must believe in ourselves and in our capabilities. But can we truly create a miracle?" Soon, they regained their composure, understanding that this was not the time for fear. They must prepare for the impending battle. Nonetheless, doubt and unease lingered in their hearts. The god then conveyed the news to Piccolo, who was training Gohan in the wilderness. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of determination crossed Piccolo's gaze, albeit shadowed by concern. He thought to himself, "The Scions have come. I must defeat them." Gohan lifted his head, his eyes filled with resolve. "Uncle Piccolo, I will stand with you against the Scions. I will grow stronger to protect my family and friends. But can I truly achieve this?" Finally, the god relayed the message to King Kai, instructing him to inform Goku. Goku, diligently training on King Kai's planet, felt a surge of fighting spirit upon receiving the news. Yet he was also acutely aware of the tremendous pressure weighing on him. Goku clenched his fists. "Scions, await my return. I shall grow stronger and come back to protect everyone. I will not allow you to succeed." Chapter 27, The Scion Invasion. On November 1st, 762 AD, amidst the vast expanse of the universe, the Scions Vegeta, Eggplant, Grimpath, and Nappa traversed the cosmos in their respective spaceships, gradually advancing towards Earth. With a lengthy journey of 2 days still ahead, seated in the control room of the Alpha spacecraft, Vegeta's eyes were deep and piercing, akin to two swords capable of piercing through all. He resolved to halt his training for these 2 days, to conserve his energy while meticulously planning each step of his impending visit to Earth. First, he intended to inquire the deity governing Earth, to ascertain the extent of its powers and uncover the essence of this enigmatic entity. Secondly, he aimed to meet the potential future bride, Bulma. Furthermore, he would have Eggplant, Grimpath, and Nappa train on Earth while simultaneously conveying the allure of the Dragon Balls to Frisia, thereby luring him to planet Namek. Subsequently, according to plan, he would eliminate Piccolo, compelling the Z fighters to follow him to Namek. Ultimately, he anticipated a final confrontation with Kakarot, leaving the specifics of the journey to Namek to be contemplated after this battle. With a combat power soaring to 31,000, Vegeta felt unwavering confidence, believing Kakarot could never match him. Meanwhile, aboard the other ships, Agplanth, Grimpath, and Naba were lost in their own contemplations. Agplanth mused, with a combat power of 9,800 and under the leadership of the prince, our advantage is indeed apparent. The prince has frequently mentioned the martial arts of Earth. There must be some hidden intricacies, and I must observe closely, leaving no opportunity for enhancement overlooked. After all, in this ruthless universe, strength is the foundation of survival. Grimpath, furrowing his brow, reflected. With a combat power of 800, the prince wishes for us to learn the martial arts of Earth. What formidable techniques could these weak earthlings possess? Yet, since the prince has commanded it, I shall remain attentive. However, I shall not easily believe that their fighting skills can rival our Saiyan prowess. Naba, silent yet resolute, emanated an unwavering determination. My combat power stands at 6,100. Though it pales in comparison to the prince and the others, we still hold the advantage as Saiyans. I must avenge Raditz. These earthlings will pay dearly for their actions. I shall unleash my full strength to demonstrate the fury and might of the Saiyans. On Earth, within the sacred realm, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tin, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Bulma, and the deity gathered together. The Z fighters had just concluded a grueling training session and were now recuperating, making final preparations for the battle set for November 4th. Bulma utilized the scouter to measure the combat power of the Z fighters. Piccolo possessed a power level of 4,000. He stood resolutely, his gaze reflecting determination and confidence. Yet a flicker of unease lingered deep within. Having undergone a significant enhancement in strength, he yearned to conquer the Saiyans. Tien, with a power level of 2,000, clenched his jaws tightly, filled with fighting spirit, yet overshadowed by profound concern. Having failed to join the fray during the last Saiyan invasion, he vowed to protect his loved ones this time, resolute in his commitment to defend those he cherished. But could he truly accomplish this? Though young, Gohan's power level stood at 1,400, yet his eyes brimmed with resolve. He declared, I shall not allow the Saiyans to harm my family and friends. I must grow stronger. For my mother, for everyone. Krillin, with a power level of 1,900, furrowed his brow, his worries enveloping him like dark clouds. The enemies they faced were formidable. Could they truly overcome them? Nevertheless, he resolved not to falter, determined to fight bravely for the Earth and his comrades. Yet the thought of failure loomed ominously. Yamcha, with a power level of 1,600, felt a tumult of dread and courage intertwining within him. Can we truly succeed? He pondered, but recognized that there were no alternatives left. Only the option to give his all. He resolved not to let fear dominate his heart, yet questioned his own bravery. With a power level of 800, Kaiatsu silently cheered for his friends. Despite his relative weakness, his heart overflowed with hope. Everyone must give their all. We can surely succeed. But can we truly prevail? The god, with a serious demeanor, spoke. I have heard from the king that the Saiyans of Frisia's army have vanquished many formidable foes in the past 2 decades. I am uncertain if your current strengths can best the Saiyans. It may be prudent to prepare for multiple scenarios. He intended to consult with the king. Piccolo interjected. Our power levels have seen a remarkable enhancement, and with Goku's return, our priority now is to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. If we cannot defeat the Saiyans, the people of Earth will perish. Tien continued. We must prepare for battle. If the enemy is only as strong as the previous Saiyan, we have a chance to prevail. But if they are more powerful than Raditz, it will be a daunting challenge. Can we truly contend with such formidable foes? The god nodded slightly. Let us hope for the best, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry. On November 3rd, 762 AD, Vegeta, Agopurant, Grellenpat, and Nappa arrived on Earth. Appearing above a bustling metropolis, Nappa, upon detecting the low power levels of the inhabitants below, felt a surge of destruction within him. These feeble earthlings are no match for me. I shall obliterate this city. His gaze was filled with cruelty and coldness. Vegeta interrupted Nappa, stating, We did not come to Earth to exterminate its people. Our purpose is revenge and to confirm the existence of the Dragon Balls. Depart at once, and ensure the spacecraft is well concealed, Vegeta commanded, his voice laced with authority. Upon finishing his words, he soared into the sky using his flight technique, deftly maneuvering the ship in search of a suitable hiding place. Eggplant and Grinpat followed suit, employing their own flight techniques to stay closely behind Vegeta. The citizens of the city were left in utter astonishment, gazing at the departing Saiyans with hearts filled with dread and trepidation. A young man, trembling in fear, inquired, "Who are these individuals? Why have they appeared here? What should we do?" An elderly figure, with worry etched across his face, pondered aloud, "They are extraterrestrials. Should we report this to the government? But can the government truly contend with them?" Meanwhile, a curious child looked up at the sky and mused, "Am I the only one wondering if they can fly?" To which another child echoed, "I am too, but they appear so terrifying." Within the divine temple, the deity was the first to sense the arrival of the Saiyans. Caught off guard by their premature arrival, the deity's voice brimmed with astonishment and concern. Urgently, he notified Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Piccolo was the first to react, feeling the overwhelming power of the Saiyans through his ki. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, a potent sense of impending danger surging within him. He proclaimed to the others, "We must hastily resurrect Goku and relay this news. We must prepare for battle." There was a hint of resoluteness in Piccolo's tone. With that, he unleashed his ki and soared towards the Saiyans. Krillin, Tien, Gohan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu followed suit, utilizing their flight techniques to accompany Piccolo. Contemplating the situation, Piccolo thought, "These Saiyans are far too powerful. We must revive Goku swiftly to bolster our fighting strength, for only then do we stand a chance." Meanwhile, Krillin was troubled, wondering, when will Goku return? Can we hold out until then? Yet he resolved not to succumb to fear and to fight alongside his comrades. Tien clenched his jaw, declaring, "No matter what, we cannot retreat. We must fight for our loved ones and protect this land with all our might." Gohan's gaze was steadfast. "I too will fight for my mother. I must grow stronger to shield my family and friends." Yamcha felt a pang of anxiety. Can we truly succeed this time? Yet we have no other choice. I must confront this fear and not allow it to conquer me. Kaiatsu silently encouraged everyone. "We must all strive. We can do this." The deity arranged for the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku and informed King Kai to hasten Goku's return to Earth. Meanwhile, in the Kame house, Bulma learned through her detector of the Saiyans' early arrival on Earth. Just as she prepared to inform Krillin, Gohan, and the others, Master Roshi interjected, "Do not notify them. We shall remain here in quiet anticipation. I can sense the immense ki of the Saiyans, not to mention Krillin and Tien." Though Master Roshi's voice was calm, a flicker of concern lingered within him. Bulma contemplated the situation carefully. Indeed, they could only await developments here. Anxiously, she thought, with these Saiyans arriving, it remains uncertain whether everyone can cope. I hope Goku returns swiftly. I must have faith in them. They will surely protect the Earth. But can they truly succeed? Master Roshi, in contrast, exhibited a calm demeanor. We can only wait and trust that they will find a way. These young warriors have matured significantly. They will fight for their loved ones and for the planet. Chapter 28. Cultivators vs. Z Warriors. As Vegeta, Eggplant, Grimpat, and Nappa soared through the skies, they had expertly concealed their spacecraft and continued steadfastly towards their objective. Vegeta's expression was as frigid as ice, his gaze radiating confidence and authority that seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of existence. He slightly closed his eyes, acutely attuned to every subtle movement around him. Suddenly, an unusual aura surged towards them like a tempestuous wave. Concurrently, his scouter emitted a sharp beep, revealing the combat power readings prominently on the screen. Vegeta mused to himself, "I hope these Z warriors can invigorate Eggplant and the others." Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze piercing, and addressed his companions in a grave tone. "Prepare yourselves. Battle is imminent." Upon hearing this, Eggplant immediately clenched his fists, excitement glimmering in his eyes, as if poised to immerse himself in a grand celebration. "Your Highness, we are ready at any moment." Grimpat's expression turned serious as he silently adjusted his stance, rapidly devising strategies in his mind. Nappa fixed his gaze ahead, the flames of vengeance burning fiercely within him. "I must avenge Raditz. These Earthlings will pay dearly for their deeds." Shortly thereafter, the two factions encountered each other on a vast, desolate landscape. Vegeta spoke first, his voice icy and oppressive, as if capable of freezing the very air. "Namekian, find us an appropriate battlefield." Piccolo momentarily hesitated, a flicker of confusion surfacing within him, but quickly regained his composure. His expression tinged with caution. "How you speak our language?" Vegeta gestured to his scouter, answering nonchalantly. It possesses a voice translation feature. I hope you could provide me and my kin with a worthy battle. Also, were you the one who killed Raditz? Piccolo furrowed his brow, a glint of wariness in his eyes. That was I. Are you implying that I, too, am an alien? Vegeta nodded slightly. Naturally. The Dragon Balls were indeed created by the Namekians. I always thought it was mere legend, but it appears to be true. Both the Supreme Kai and Piccolo were profoundly astonished, having never imagined that they were also extraterrestrial beings. The Supreme Kai pondered internally. So my origins are so intricate. No wonder I am such a unique entity on Earth. Piccolo, meanwhile, calculated within. I am, in fact, a Namekian. These Saiyans come with ill intent. I must first consider how to survive and devise a way to confront their formidable power. In this desolate wilderness upon the Earth, Piccolo meticulously selected the battlefield. The terrain was expansive, devoid of excessive obstacles, rendering it exceptionally suitable for combat. Vegeta stood there, his gaze betraying a hint of anticipation. As if awaiting the commencement of a spectacular performance, he commanded the cultivation of fighters to assess the competence of this group of Earthlings. Study their combat methods well. He instructed. Nappa promptly acquiesced to Vegeta's directives and began cultivating the fighters. Before long, 6 diminutive yet formidable beings emerged onto the battlefield. Vegeta addressed the Z-Warriors, his voice ringing with authority. I am Vegeta, the 4th of the Saiyans. To my left stands Agupulent, and to my right Grimpote. Nappa has entrusted the cultivation of these 6 fighters to me. I trust you will remember who dispatched you to the underworld. Piccolo, with a stoic demeanor and resolute gaze, replied, I am Piccolo. To my left are Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. To my right are Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. I hope you do not fall before us. But if you insist on battle, we shall not retreat. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth, a gesture laced with contempt. First, let us see if you can surpass the gauntlet of the cultivators. I am eager to ascertain your worthiness as our adversaries. Tien was the first to launch a challenge. Darting towards cultivator number 1 like a bolt of lightning, his eyes ablaze with determination, akin to a raging inferno. I shall not allow you to succeed. Cultivator number 1, undeterred, met him head-on. The clash that ensued was intense, with blows exchanged in a furious flurry. Tien unleashed his martial prowess, each strike resonating with tremendous force, causing the air to vibrate with explosive sounds. Cultivator number 1, equipped with tenacious vitality and dexterity, skillfully evaded Tien's onslaught while seeking opportunities to counterattack. After several rounds of engagement, Tien gradually gained the upper hand through sheer strength. A swift sidekick struck Cultivator number 1 in the abdomen, sending it flying. Yet, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Adhering to his own principles of compassion, he did not wish to extinguish a life so easily. Witnessing this, Nappa's fury surged. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, these Earthlings are truly feeble. Combat should be pursued with unrelenting vigor. In a brutal display, he dispatched Cultivator number 1, then warned the remaining fighters. Should you fail to engage with all your might, you shall meet the same fate. Krillin furrowed his brow. Concern etched upon his face. These Saiyans are terrifying. We must tread cautiously and remain vigilant. Gohan's eyes flickered with indignation. How can they treat their comrades this way? Yamcha silently cursed. How despicable. These Saiyans possess no humanity. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu murmured, can we truly prevail against the Saiyans? Regardless, we must not surrender. Piccolo observed the Saiyans' brutal conduct, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. These Saiyans are formidable foes. Yet, we must confront them with courage. Vegeta, on the sidelines, scrutinized Tien's combat. He discovered that the techniques employed by Earthlings were far superior to those he had only partially grasped. To his astonishment, Tien Shinhan had not killed the bioandroid. Yamcha faced off against bioandroid number 2, his gaze intense, fixated on the foe as if confronting a long-standing rival. The bioandroid number 2, undeterred, emanated a fierce glint from its eyes. In a flash, Yamcha darted forward like a cheetah, his speed astonishing. The bioandroid number 2 reacted instantaneously, launching a powerful punch accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yamcha adeptly sidestepped the blow, pivoting to deliver a sharp kick to the bioandroid's leg. The creature stumbled, but quickly regained its footing, letting out a furious roar as it lunged at Yamcha once more. Yamcha remained composed, evading the relentless assaults of bioandroid No. 2 while seeking a chance to counter. He unleashed his signature technique, the Spirit Ball, a formidable sphere of energy hurtling towards the bioandroid. Struck. The creature fell to the ground, wounded. Yet it refused to concede, launching a frenzied onslaught against Yamcha. In a moment of victory, Yamcha lowered his guard, believing the bioandroid had lost its fighting spirit. However, the bioandroid suddenly surged back to its feet, charging at Yamcha before opting for self-detonation. Yamcha had no time to react, engulfed by the overwhelming force of the explosion. In the end, akin to the original narrative, a heart-wrenching tableau emerged, leading to Yamcha's untimely demise. Witnessing Yamcha's tragic fate, Piccolo was consumed by fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. I shall challenge the 4 bioandroids. Your cruelty will not go unpunished. With that, the 4 bioandroids charged at Piccolo. He regarded their approach with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. One bioandroid reached him first, swinging a fist towards him. Piccolo effortlessly sidestepped the blow and swiftly retaliated, landing a punch to the bioandroid's abdomen that sent it flying. The remaining 3 bioandroids immediately attacked from various angles. Piccolo, agile as ever, leaped to evade their strikes while simultaneously unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent one bioandroid reeling. The 2 remaining bioandroids intensified their assault, yet Piccolo remained undaunted. He skillfully wielded his strength, engaging in an intense close-quarters battle with both adversaries. Each of his moves exuded power, forcing the bioandroids to retreat step by step. Ultimately, a single, potent energy sphere obliterated all 4 of the bioandroids. Vegeta observed Piccolo's performance with a slight nod. Let us proceed to the next round. Nappa, it is your turn. Their combat prowess is on par with the Stazurians, so do not underestimate them. Nappa nodded, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. I will show them the might of the Saiyans. He charged into the fray, poised for the impending battle, as the air thickened with tension and unease, heralding the onset of an even more intense confrontation. Chapter 29, Nappa vs. Fighters. The clash between Nappa and Piccolo unfolded like a breathtaking tempest, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. As the battle commenced, Piccolo found himself at an overwhelming disadvantage, desperately fending off Nappa's relentless assault, which raged like a tempest. Each punch thrown by Nappa seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 mountains, the air crackling with the sharp, piercing sound of his strikes. Despite Piccolo's utmost efforts to resist, he gradually succumbed to the might of Nappa's formidable onslaught. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his eyes continued to gleam with an indomitable spirit. While he struggled to evade Nappa's fierce blows, he anxiously sought an opportunity to counterattack. However, Nappa's speed was akin to lightning, and his power was astonishing. Piccolo's attempts to retaliate were effortlessly thwarted before they could even materialize. Internally, Piccolo felt a surge of anxiety. This adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, and he needed to find a way to endure until reinforcements arrived. As he dodged Nappa's strikes, he remained vigilant, yearning for a glimmer of hope to turn the tide of battle. With every near miss of Nappa's fists, the forceful gusts they created stung his skin. Fully aware that he could not remain passive much longer, Piccolo began to quietly gather his strength, preparing for a potent counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow in confusion. He was astonished to see Piccolo exhibiting greater strength than in the original timeline, yet he was pitted against an even more formidable Nappa. Vegeta pondered thoughtfully what could account for Piccolo's enhanced prowess. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he focused intently on the fierce clash unfolding before him. Tianjinan, witnessing Piccolo's predicament, was filled with urgent concern. He understood that if he did not intervene, Piccolo might very well meet his demise at the hands of Nappa. Without hesitation, he resolved to join the fray, calling out, "Piccolo, I will aid you." Like a bolt of lightning, Tianjin charged towards Nappa, unleashing a powerful energy beam through his signature technique. Nappa effortlessly sidestepped the attack, but Tianjin did not relent. He moved around Nappa with the agility of a swift leopard, seeking opportunities to strike. His technique alternated between aerial assaults and low strikes, forcing Nappa to divide his attention. Firmly resolved, Tianjin thought, no matter what, I cannot allow Piccolo to perish here. We must hold out until Goku arrives. He immersed himself in the battle, each move imbued with strength and determination. Seeing Tianjin join the fight, Krillin, Gohan, and Yajirobe rushed in as well. They recognized that only through unity could they hope to withstand the formidable Nappa. Krillin unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a brilliant blue energy beam surging towards Nappa. Gohan followed suit with his Masenko, a dazzling white light trailing closely behind. Though Yajirobe lacked raw power, his nimbleness allowed him to dart around, seeking chances to harass Naba, employing energy blasts and clever maneuvers to create minor disturbances. Observing the scene, Eggplant sought to thwart their intervention. However, Vegeta waved his hand and declared, "Let them all join the fray. They are far too weak." And it is an opportune moment for Naba to teach them a lesson, allowing us to witness the true strength of the Earthlings. Although Eggplant harbored concerns, he dared not defy Vegeta's command. Naba, along with Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Gohan, and Chaozu, resumed their fierce battle. The five of them, through their harmonious teamwork, managed to create a temporary balance against Naba. Piccolo unleashed a series of energy blasts, with beams of energy raining down upon Naba. Tien utilized his finger technique to attack from various angles, while Krillin adeptly wielded the Kamehameha wave to disrupt Naba's movements. Gohan applied his energy wave, placing considerable pressure on Naba, while Chaozu continually sought opportunities to strike. Nevertheless, Naba's strength proved overwhelmingly formidable. With a thunderous roar, he emanated a powerful aura. His attacks grew fiercer and his speed accelerated. Tien, unfortunately, sustained injuries and fell to the ground. Witnessing Tien's plight, Chaozu was consumed by a mix of fury and sorrow. He resolved to sacrifice his life to thwart Naba, and resolutely chose to self-destruct. In an instant, Chaozu's body swelled, radiating a blinding light. However, his self-detonation inflicted only minor damage on Naba, who merely sustained a slight wound. Chaozu, with unwavering resolve, thought, "For Tien and my comrades, I fear not death." In that moment of decision, fear was absent from his heart. Gazing at the injured Tien and his fellow fighters, he was filled with both sorrow and determination. He recognized the insignificance of his own power, yet hoped that his sacrifice could buy his friends a precious moment. Enraged by Chaozu's demise, Gohan unleashed a battle power exceeding 3,000. Fueled by sheer anger, he disrupted Naba's offensive rhythm. His strikes descended upon Naba like a tempest, leaving Naba momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin launched a counterattack. Piccolo unleashed a fierce energy projectile, a powerful sphere hurtling towards Naba. Tien fired a massive beam of energy aimed directly at Naba. Krillin executed the energy blade technique, sending a sharp energy blade slicing toward Naba. The trio attacked simultaneously, heeding Vegeta's warning. Naba activated his defensive barrier, successfully fending off their combined assault. Gohan's fury blazed within him. "I shall avenge Chaozu." His wrath significantly amplified his strength, and his onslaught became a relentless storm, placing unprecedented pressure on Naba. Without hesitation, Gohan charged at Naba, each punch and kick imbued with lethal intent. The fierce battle resumed between Naba, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Tien. During the fray, Naba seized the moment to eliminate Tien and severely injure Piccolo. Naba's speed was astonishing, and his strength overwhelming. Piccolo and Tien were unable to evade. Sensing the dire situation, Krillin executed the solar flare, momentarily blinding Naba. With a blinding flash, Naba found himself in total darkness. Upon seeing Piccolo gravely wounded, Gohan's rage was reignited once more. He erupted once more, his combat power soaring to 5,000. Launching a frenzied counterattack against the blinded Naba. Gohan's strikes fell upon Naba like a torrential storm, inflicting minor injuries upon him. Krillin felt a mix of joy and concern. He hoped to hold on until Goku arrived. After unleashing the solar flare, Krillin was momentarily pleased to have subdued Naba, yet he remained troubled by the injuries of his comrades and the uncertain outcome of the battle. Observing the situation, Agaplant feared that Naba might be killed during this opportunity, and thus interrupted Gohan and Krillin's assault with a powerful ki blast. The force of Agaplant's attack caused Gohan and Krillin to stagger back. Once Naba regained his composure, he first sent Krillin flying, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Subsequently, he unleashed a fierce counterattack on Gohan. As Gohan's anger waned, his strength began to diminish, and he gradually found himself on the receiving end of Naba's relentless blows. Seizing the moment, Naba directed a ki blast at the wounded Gohan. In response, Piccolo, despite his severe injuries, swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan to shield him. His sole thought was to ensure Gohan's survival. Without hesitation, Piccolo stepped forward to absorb Naba's assault, fully aware that he might pay with his life, yet he harbored no regrets. He formed a formidable barrier with his own body for Gohan. However, the ki blast did not strike Piccolo, but was intercepted by Vegeta. Naba was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why, my prince?" Vegeta coldly replied, This individual is of value. The Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. Killing him would render them ineffective. Vegeta directed his words to Piccolo, insisting, "Speak to me of the Dragon Ball's capabilities, and, ideally, you will hand them over to us." Piccolo grit his teeth, declaring, "The Dragon Balls have resurrected Son Goku, whom you refer to as Kakarot. He is on his way and will surely defeat you." Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, inquiring, "Kakarot? How long until he arrives?" Piccolo responded, "Half an hour." Vegeta nodded. "Then we shall wait for half an hour." Naba urged, "My prince, But Vegeta glared at him sternly. "Are you questioning my decision? In the previous battle, had it not been for my warning and Agaplant's intervention, you would have perished twice." Piccolo, witnessing this, was astonished by Vegeta's might. Worry filled him as he pondered whether Goku would be able to defeat Vegeta upon his arrival. All he could do was silently pray for Goku to arrive within a half hour. Meanwhile, Goku was en route. What direction would this fierce battle ultimately take? Chapter 30. A 30-minute ceasefire. Vegeta barked at Agaplant. "Agaplant, keep a firm watch on Naba and Krillin. Strictly adhere to my recent orders while I step out." Agaplant's expression turned serious, and he respectfully replied, "As you command, my prince." Piccolo stood aside, filled with curiosity as he watched Vegeta depart. Silently speculating on the whereabouts of this Saiyan prince, he departed in such haste, undoubtedly due to a matter of great significance. What could possibly compel him to be so impatient? Vegeta employed his instant transmission technique, soaring through the air like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the direction of the energy he sensed. The wind howled past his ears, and his gaze was resolute and piercing, as if it could penetrate any obstacle. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta arrived at the sacred temple. Squinting slightly, he mused to himself, "Indeed, my intuition was correct." Vegeta called out loudly, "Come forth, deity of Earth." The deity slowly materialized, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "How did you know there was a deity on Earth?" Vegeta swiftly gathered his energy to form a barrier, enveloping the two of them. "Listen, you must first use your divine abilities to seal this place. The detector has eavesdropping capabilities. If you do not comply with my instructions, I will truly annihilate Earth." With that, he pointed to his detector. Sensing Vegeta's benevolence, the deity decided to placate him and enacted a skill to secure the area. Seeing the deity comply, Vegeta retracted the energy barrier. "I am Vegeta. I trust you are aware of who I am. I encountered a similar being during my time on the planet St. Daji, and considering your Earth's high proficiency in energy manipulation, I surmised correctly." Vegeta affirmed with certainty. He continued, "I have come to understand the responsibilities of your kind. Is it to manage, guide, and maintain?" The deity nodded slightly. "To some extent, you are correct. It was only after becoming a deity that I clearly understood the scope of divine authority. It cannot be explicitly articulated. Only by truly ascending to divinity can one comprehend it." The deity contemplated Vegeta's intentions. Vegeta thought to himself, "Indeed, the nature of divine authority cannot be easily summarized by mere mortals." A flicker of complex emotion crossed Vegeta's eyes as he inquired, "I wish to know how Raditz met his demise and the whereabouts of his body." The deity slowly recounted the circumstances of Raditz's death and produced the body. Vegeta gazed upon Raditz's corpse, a tumult of emotions swelling within him. "Raditz, you have grown stronger. Yet you encountered the equally formidable Piccolo. No wonder Piccolo's power has escalated beyond that of the original narrative." Vegeta then asked, "Where is Raditz's detector?" The deity replied, "It is in Bulma's possession." Vegeta pressed further, "Inform me of its location." Through the divine skill, the deity clarified the position. Came house. Vegeta hoisted Raditz's body and prepared to depart when the deity remarked, "I can sense the goodness in your heart." Vegeta interrupted, "Goodness? Humanity possesses duality. I am not one of your divine beings. You cannot even contend with Frieza. To be precise, you are also utilizing him." The deity retorted in shock, "Impossible." Vegeta scoffed, "I have traversed the universe for over 20 years. I possess more knowledge than you. Although I harbor no affection for Frieza, his army has, to a certain extent, maintained the universe's balance." With that, he turned and left, leaving the deity to ponder alone. Vegeta soared through the skies, bearing the lifeless body of Raditz, his destination set firmly towards the Kame house. Within the humble abode, Bulma and Master Roshi were engaged in conversation when suddenly, Bulma's scouter emitted a shrill alarm, indicating an approaching power level of 20,000. Puzzled, Bulma inquired, could it be Goku? Such an astonishing power level. However, with a grave expression, Master Roshi sensed the energy and replied, "It is not Goku. We must flee at once." Before he could finish his warning, Vegeta arrived outside the Kame house, gently laying Raditz' body to rest. Entering the dwelling, Vegeta activated a barrier to conceal the Kame house and commanded, "Bulma, hand over Raditz' scouter and construct a jammer for me." Upon noticing the intruder's height, which was nearly equivalent to her own, Bulma suddenly realized. "How do you know my name, Saiyan?" Vegeta coldly responded, "The god informed me. Comply with my demands, or I shall obliterate this planet." Bulma, incredulous, retorted, "You cannot escape destruction either." A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he asserted, "Who says? A strike to the Earth's core would cause an explosion in mere minutes. Ample time for us Saiyans to depart." Bulma's heart raced. This Saiyan was indeed deranged. Yet she understood that provoking him would be unwise. Reluctantly, she agreed to fabricate the devices. "I need to return to the lab," she stated, retrieving a capsule to summon a spaceship. However, Vegeta interjected, "No need. I shall take you there. I require a blank capsule." Complying, Bulma handed him one. Vegeta exited the house, placing Raditz into the capsule and stowing it away in his pocket. Bulma, curious about their means of departure, inquired how they would leave. Vegeta succinctly replied, "Pardon my intrusion," before lifting Bulma into his arms and executing the instant transmission technique, swiftly making their way towards the research facility with Bulma's guidance. Anxious thoughts plagued Bulma's mind. What were this Saiyan's true intentions? Would he pose a threat to Earth? During their flight, Bulma attempted to ease the tension by engaging Vegeta in conversation. "Why you seek Raditz' scouter? Is there something special about it?" Vegeta remained silent. And realizing the futility of her inquiries, Bulma found the enigmatic Saiyan to be quite fascinating. At last, they arrived at the Capsule Corporation research lab, where Bulma handed over the 2 completed jammers to Vegeta. Upon activating one, he instructed, "Make 2 more in the future." Curiosity piqued, Bulma asked, "What do you need the jammers for?" Vegeta pointed to the scouter. "It contains listening devices. I trust you discovered this during your repairs. I suggest you deactivate it. For any readings exceeding 20,000 on the old model could cause an explosion. Safeguard your data. The Frisia Force's translation capabilities are formidable." Bulma gasped in astonishment. "It even has translation capabilities? How unfortunate." Vegeta, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Otherwise, you would comprehend my language." Bulma pressed further, "What is the principle behind it?" Vegeta furrowed his brow. "Uncertain. It hinges upon the foundation established by the might of Frisia's forces. Within a 5-meter radius, as long as one party dons the device, it enables language translation." Suddenly, Bulma realized that the Saiyan before her was a warrior, which made her feel somewhat awkward. She then inquired, "Will you eradicate Earth's population?" Vegeta paused momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Why? It's not my mission. I'm merely seeking vengeance along the way." Glancing at the time, Vegeta noted that their appointed hour was fast approaching, and he swiftly exited Capsule Corporation, taking to the skies with his flight technique, leaving Bulma gazing after his departing figure. Her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Chapter 31. Son Goku finally arrives. Time quietly slipped by, and half an hour after their agreed meeting, Vegeta returned with impeccable precision. His expression was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp as 2 piercing bolts of lightning. He spoke slowly. "Piccolo, it seems Son Goku has ultimately failed to arrive. The appointed time has come. Nappa, go and deal with them, avenge Raditz." Upon hearing this, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin felt a tightening in their chests, as if an invisible hand were gripping them tightly. Piccolo pondered to himself, "Son Goku, is it truly impossible for you to return in time? Yet even so, we must not yield easily." Gohan bit his lip, resolutely thinking, "I must not succumb to fear." Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. "We must hold our ground." They immediately entered a battle stance, their gazes brimming with resolve and ferocity, as if an indomitable flame were igniting within them. Nappa, like a bolt of lightning, launched the first attack, his speed so swift that one could scarcely discern his form, merely sensing a blurred silhouette flash by. In an instant, he was before Gohan, delivering a punch that seemed to carry the weight of mountains, capable of splitting stone. Gohan hurriedly sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing a special beam cannon, a brilliant white light shooting forth like a sharp sword aimed at Nappa. Nappa barely flinched, effortlessly evading the strike, then whirled like a tempest towards Krillin. Krillin quickly unleashed a Kamehameha wave, a torrent of blue energy surging towards Nappa. Nappa raised his arm, absorbing the blow, then swiftly closed the distance to Krillin, delivering a kick that sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Witnessing this, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, the beams raining down like dense raindrops upon Nappa. Nappa nimbly dodged, his movements light as a feather, while he sought an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he accelerated, darting towards Piccolo like an arrow released from its bow, swinging his fist at him. Piccolo hurriedly raised his arm to block, yet Nappa's strength was overwhelming, forcing Piccolo to stagger backward, his footing unsteady. Seizing the chance, Nappa continued his onslaught, each punch infused with formidable power, leaving Piccolo with no option but to evade and defend, silently vowing, "I must not fall. I must protect Gohan and myself." Seeing Krillin injured, Gohan's heart burned with rage, as if a fierce inferno were igniting within. He unleashed the special beam cannon once more, charging towards Nappa like a brave little lion. Nappa sensed an assault from behind and swiftly turned to shield himself from the magical flash with his arm, then delivered a powerful kick towards Gohan. Although Gohan was sent flying, he quickly rose to his feet, charging at Nappa once more, his eyes brimming with tenacity. Krillin also scrambled to his feet, unleashing the Kamehameha wave like an indomitable warrior. The three engaged in an intense battle with Nappa, exchanging blows and refusing to yield. Nappa moved like a phantom among them, each attack accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as if to cleave the very air. Piccolo relentlessly fired energy blasts, striving to hinder Nappa's movements, yet Nappa's speed was astonishing, allowing him to evade effortlessly like a nimble fish. Gohan, employing his agility, occasionally launched attacks from the side, but Nappa's reactions were swift, always managing to block in time, akin to an impenetrable shield. Krillin executed the Kamehameha wave in an attempt to uncover a flaw in Nappa's defense, but Nappa's guard was formidable, rendering Krillin's efforts futile. Much like an unconquerable fortress, after numerous exchanges of fierce combat, Nappa maintained the upper hand, towering like an unmovable mountain. During the skirmish, Nappa, mindful of the Dragon Balls, refrained from delivering a fatal strike against Piccolo. However, Krillin and Gohan were less fortunate, suffering grave injuries under Nappa's relentless assault, resembling wilting flowers. Seizing the moment, Nappa unleashed an energy wave aimed at the severely injured Gohan, and just as Gohan seemed destined to be struck, Piccolo unhesitatingly intervened. The formidable energy wave struck Piccolo, who collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Nappa was taken aback, puzzled as to why Vegeta had not intervened. In the observation area, Eggplant and Grinpat shared a similar shock. Perplexed by the prince's inaction, Eggplant pondered, what is the prince truly contemplating? Grinpat speculated, could the prince have an alternative plan? Their minds were clouded with doubt. Yet the earlier command from Vegeta held them in check. Vegeta, observing their astonishment, spoke slowly, I shall explain once the battle concludes. Meanwhile, Son Goku arrived at the battlefield using the instant transmission technique, accompanied by Yachirobe. Upon witnessing the injured Krillin and Gohan, he promptly administered the Senzu beans. The miraculous effects of the beans manifested instantly, restoring Krillin and Gohan to full vigor, as if reborn. The scene rewinds to 5 minutes earlier, where Son Goku had just arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple. After receiving the Senzu beans from Master Roshi, he prepared to leave. Yachirobe hastily implored, Goku, take me with you. The Earth is also facing the threat of annihilation. I must face it bravely. Goku, moved by Yachirobe's resolute demeanor, replied, very well. Let us battle together. Nappa, Eggplant, and Grinpat were astonished by the miraculous effects of the Senzu beans upon Goku's arrival. Gohan turned to his father, stating, Piccolo, Ten, Kaiotsu, and Yamcha have all perished at the hands of the Saiyans. Goku's eyes momentarily flickered with sorrow, quickly replaced by a steadfast resolve. In his heart, Goku vowed, I will avenge you all. Nappa launched a barrage of attacks against Son Goku. Nappa, swift as lightning, surged towards Son Wukong, launching a fist that stirred a tempest. Son Wukong, with a slight sidestep, effortlessly evaded the strike, his gaze exuding calmness and composure, akin to tranquil waters. Seeing his attack miss, Nappa swiftly altered his tactics, raising his leg to sweep at Son Wukong. In a graceful leap, Son Wukong ascended into the air, dodging Nappa's assault like a nimble bird in flight. Unyielding, Nappa followed suit, leaping high once more to launch another offensive. He unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each blow falling like raindrops, impenetrable in their ferocity. Son Wukong remained unperturbed, his hands dancing swiftly, deflecting Nappa's fists one after another. Each collision resonated with a dull thud, the surrounding air trembling as if on the verge of rupture. Infuriated, Naba roared, a formidable aura erupting from his being. He conjured a powerful energy wave, a blinding beam aimed directly at Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong deployed the Kamehameha to counter. The two formidable energy beams collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them, resembling a spider's web. Naba intensified his energy wave, striving to overwhelm Sun Wukong, who likewise augmented his own power. Eventually, sensing the tide turning against him, Naba hastily retreated. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong appeared behind Naba, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Caught off guard, Naba was propelled forward but swiftly regained his footing, turning once again to charge at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong met each of Naba's advances with deft responses. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong charged at Naba, striking with his fists. Naba hastily raised his arm to block. Yet the sheer force of Sun Wukong's blows sent him reeling backward. Sun Wukong pressed the advantage, relentlessly attacking. Despite Naba's valiant resistance, he gradually found himself ensnared in a quagmire beneath Sun Wukong's overwhelming onslaught. Ultimately, Sun Wukong, seizing the perfect moment, unleashed a decisive blow, inflicting severe injury upon Naba. Though Naba yearned to continue the fight, Vegeta interjected. Naba, refrain from attacking. Return and rest. Eggplant, Grimpat, you're not a match for Kakarot. I shall take the lead. Observe closely. With that, Vegeta shattered his scouter and handed the blocker to Eggplant. Gazing at Sun Wukong, Vegeta spoke slowly. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. I am Vegeta, and I hope to exhilarate you. Sun Wukong, sensing Vegeta's formidable energy, gazed back fearlessly and declared, Vegeta, I have acquired powerful skills from King Kai. You're no match for me. Take your companions and depart from Earth. Confidence surged within Sun Wukong. I shall not permit you to harm my family or devastate this planet any further. A slight smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Oh, let us see. I have come to Earth because Raditz perished here. As the leader of the Saiyans, I must bear responsibility for the surviving kin. His eyes radiated determination, heralding the onset of an even fiercer battle. At that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield reached a state of palpable tension, as if the very air had solidified, with everyone eagerly anticipating the outcome of this epic confrontation. Chapter 32, Vegeta vs. Son Goku. The tension on the battlefield escalated to unprecedented heights, as if the air had coalesced into an impenetrable sheet of ice. The gazes of the onlookers burned like fierce flames, fixated intently on Son Goku and Vegeta, each heart brimming with anticipation for the ultimate resolution of this climactic duel. Son Goku and Vegeta stood in silent opposition, their eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. Resembling two supervolcanoes on the brink of eruption, poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Vegeta struck first, his form resembling a bolt of black lightning, swiftly appearing before Son Goku. His fist, imbued with immense strength, crashed down upon Son Goku, who hastily raised his arm in defense. Immediately feeling the weight of Vegeta's power, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him, causing his arm to tingle faintly. Vegeta's assault descended like a tempest, swift as lightning and astonishingly powerful. Son Goku found himself in a constant state of evasion and defense, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey, striving to elude Vegeta's elusive strikes. Each of Vegeta's punches sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, as if tearing the very atmosphere apart. The angles of his attacks were cunningly devised, making them difficult for Son Goku to predict. Despite Goku's utmost efforts to evade, he was occasionally grazed by Vegeta's punches, leaving his garments torn and revealing shallow wounds upon his skin. Meanwhile, the observer Eggplant utilized the scouter to assess Kakarot's combat power. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, Eggplant exclaimed, Kakarot possesses a combat power of 8,000. His voice echoed with disbelief and incredulity. Concurrently, Vegeta and Son Goku engaged in a series of fierce exchanges. Son Goku acutely sensed that he was outmatched by Vegeta, whose relentless and ferocious attacks left him struggling to keep pace. In a decisive moment, Son Goku activated the Kaioken X2, a powerful aura erupting around him, significantly amplifying his strength in an instant. As they clashed in multiple rounds, each collision resounded like thunder, seemingly shattering the very air around them. The Kaioken X2 granted Son Goku remarkable enhancements in both speed and strength. He began to take the initiative, launching his fists toward Vegeta. However, Vegeta effortlessly dodged the attack, quickly retaliating with a blow that struck Son Goku like a cannonball. Once more, Goku raised his arm to block, but this time he was forced back several steps by the sheer force of the impact. The onlooker Grimpat, witnessing the battle unfold, gasped in shock, proclaiming, Kakarot's combat power has reached an astonishing 160,000. Only the prince among us could contend with such might. His eyes reflected a profound sense of awe. Meanwhile, as Vegeta engaged in combat with Goku, who was utilizing the Kaioken technique at double its strength, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge from his opponent. Goku's combat style and techniques dazzled him, prompting Vegeta to swiftly incorporate these insights into their battle, rendering his own attacks sharper and more effective. Vegeta began to emulate certain moves and techniques of Goku, resulting in a more agile and versatile offensive. Goku, too, sensed the transformation in Vegeta and was secretly astonished. He was well aware that Vegeta was a formidable adversary, not only due to his immense power, but also his remarkable capacity for learning. Feeling Vegeta's growing strength and adaptability, Goku contemplated resolutely, I must persevere, for if I falter, my family and friends may once again fall victim to these Saiyans. His gaze was filled with determination and resolve. Vegeta declared, Kakarot, unleash your full potential. In your current state, you stand no chance against me. His voice resonated with confidence. Goku activated the triple Kaioken, his battle power soaring to an astounding 240,000. In an instant, the devices of the onlookers, Agplan, Grinpart, and Naba, exploded with overwhelming readings. Naba, taken aback, exclaimed, Kakarot's battle power surpasses 20,000. How frustrating that we are equipped with outdated devices, his face betraying a blend of anger and helplessness. Goku's triple Kaioken intensified his aura, surrounding him with a formidable energy that seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. He charged at Vegeta, each step causing the ground to quake violently. Vegeta felt the overwhelming force emanating from Goku, and a hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Goku pondered, I must expedite this battle. The duration of the triple Kaioken is limited, and if I linger, I risk my own downfall. His expression was a mixture of urgency and decisiveness. The two warriors engaged in a flurry of exchanges, with Goku astonished to find that Vegeta's energy remained unyielding, and he could not gain the upper hand. He marveled internally. Vegeta's strength is indeed formidable. It appears I must strive even harder in the future. Throughout the skirmish, Goku incessantly sought an opening in Vegeta's defense, unleashing a myriad of techniques in an attempt to breach his opponent's guard. Yet, Vegeta's defense was impenetrable, making it exceedingly difficult for Goku to land a hit. Vegeta retaliated with relentless counterattacks, forcing Goku to remain on the defensive. From the sidelines, Gohan turned to Krillin and asked, Uncle Krillin, do you think Dad can win? His eyes were filled with concern and anticipation. Krillin reassured him. He will, Gohan, his tone imbued with confidence and encouragement, though internally he mused, Goku, do you possess any hidden cards? You have yet to seize the advantage. Agplan, observing the fierce clash, remarked in awe, Prince Vegeta's strength is formidable. His battle with Kakarot is truly a contest of equals. His gaze reflected admiration and reverence. In the midst of the battlefield, Goku resolved to take a daring gamble by employing the quadruple Kaioken, as the Spirit Bomb was unsuitable for this confrontation. His eyes shone with unwavering determination and resolve. He understood the inherent risks of this decision, yet he recognized he had no alternative. Sun Wukong unleashed the quadruple Kaioken, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. It seemed as though a blazing inferno enveloped his body, deterring anyone from approaching. Vegeta was taken aback to witness Wukong's utilization of the quadruple Kaioken in that moment. He sensed that Wukong's energy had surpassed his own. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Kakarot had employed the quadruple Kaioken, and though he could not sustain it for long, he must endure. Vegeta was aware of the drawbacks of the Kaioken technique, yet he began to unleash his full power, engaging in fierce combat with Wukong. During the tumultuous battle, Vegeta executed the Gallic Gun, a formidable beam of energy aimed directly at Wukong. In a swift response, Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha to counter. The two powerful energies collided, generating a colossal shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. Vegeta mused internally. Kakarot is indeed a formidable adversary. The strength of the quadruple Kaioken is undeniable, but I, Vegeta, shall not concede easily. Meanwhile, Wukong resolved, I must withstand this. I cannot allow him to prevail. For the sake of my family and friends, I must triumph. As the clash continued, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage and sought to retreat, but Wukong, noticing his intent, bellowed, trying to flee, and launched a fierce counterattack. In a fleeting moment, Wukong, bolstered by the quadruple Kaioken and his exceptional combat skills, gained the upper hand over Vegeta, inflicting significant injuries. Wukong's assaults fell upon Vegeta like a torrential storm. Despite his best efforts to defend himself, Vegeta was relentlessly pushed back by Wukong's overwhelming strength, sustaining numerous wounds from which blood flowed freely. Vegeta's heart brimmed with indignation. How could I, Vegeta, be cornered to this extent? No, I cannot succumb to the narrative of the original story. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, a fierce determination shone in his eyes. He began to reflect on his arduous journey, the battles he had fought replaying vividly in his mind. He reminded himself that he was the prince of the Saiyans. He could not be defeated in such a manner. Focusing his energy, Vegeta summoned the last remnants of his strength. His aura gradually stabilized, and the bleeding from his wounds began to subside. He gazed at Wukong, his eyes alight with fighting spirit. Wukong sensed the shift in Vegeta, understanding that he would not surrender easily. He braced himself for Vegeta's impending final counterattack. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted with a potent aura, executing the infinite expansion technique. Countless beams of energy surrounded him, resembling swords as they surged toward Wukong. In a desperate bid, Wukong unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha waves to defend himself. Yet the sheer quantity and potency of the energy beams began to overwhelm him. Just as Wukong found himself in dire straits, Gohan's voice rang out. "Daddy, you can do it." This heartfelt call warmed Wukong's spirit, reigniting his courage as he resolved to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. After an intense exchange, Wukong finally discerned a flaw in Vegeta's attack. With a mighty effort, he unleashed a decisive strike, neutralizing Vegeta's offensive. However, Vegeta was far from yielding. He charged forward once more, engaging in a final confrontation with Goku. The two warriors exchanged blows, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, Goku was gravely injured due to the drawbacks of the Kaioken technique. Yet, Vegeta too was on the brink of exhaustion. In this fierce battle, Goku was the first to deplete his energy, and thus, Vegeta emerged victorious. Chapter 33, Inquiry. Vegeta's expression was grave to an unfathomable degree, his eyes radiating an unwavering resolve and determination, glimmering like forged steel, making it difficult to gaze directly at him. He proclaimed loudly, "Agupulent, Green Part, Naba, let us depart. We shall return to the Frisia Force headquarters on planet Kurd. Once we arrive, I will elucidate the circumstances, and then we shall proceed to planet Namek." Naba, with a puzzled expression, was about to inquire, "Why not?" but was sharply interrupted by Vegeta's commanding voice. His brows were furrowed tightly, akin to a bundle of coarse rope. His tone as unwavering as an indestructible boulder. "Do not question my decisions, obey my orders." With that, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly leading the way to the concealed spacecraft. Agupulent, Green Part, and Naba exchanged helpless glances, resigned to follow closely behind. Their hearts felt as heavy and oppressive as a sky shrouded in thick, dark clouds. During their flight, a flicker of indelible pain and fury flashed in Vegeta's gaze, reminiscent of a ferocious volcano poised to erupt. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with sorrow and resolve. "I have acquired reliable intelligence indicating that our planet Vegeta was obliterated by that demon Frisia himself. In his insatiable pursuit of ambition and greed, he mercilessly shattered our homeland. Upon our return to planet Kurd, Frisia will undoubtedly have gleaned information from our actions on Earth, and he is likely already en route to planet Namek. That planet will become Frisia's grave. I've devised a strategy to defeat him. However, you need not accompany me. Seek refuge on other planets, and I shall find you in due time." In his heart, Vegeta contemplated as the prince of the Saiyans. "I am entitled to seek vengeance against Frisia. It is best that they do not partake in this perilous battle. Their strength falls short in comparison to Frisia's." Upon hearing this, Agupulent was engulfed by a fierce blaze of indignation, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. He declared vehemently, "I too shall go. I must avenge my deceased family." Vegeta gently shook his head, speaking earnestly, "Agupulent, obey my orders. You will lead Green Part and Naba to my brother Tabor's planet. The coordinates are aboard my spaceship. Remember, do not engage with the Frisia Force any further. Focus on honing your combat experience on Earth and utilize the gravity chamber for training. You shall continue to grow. I will certainly come to find you." Vegeta was acutely aware that their strength was insufficient to confront Frieza. He continued, "You have witnessed Frieza's might. If you were to go now, it would only result in needless sacrifice. I require you to conserve your strength and strive for improvement. Once I have dealt with Frieza, we shall together rebuild planet Vegeta." Though Agplantha's heart brimmed with reluctance, he understood the imperative nature of Vegeta's command and respectfully replied, "As you wish, Prince." Agplanth lamented internally, "The Prince is correct. Our presence now would only serve as a burden. Yet, I shall train diligently, awaiting the Prince's summons. I must grow stronger, to avenge my family and fight for our planet." Soon, they arrived at the concealed location of their spacecraft. Agplanth cautiously placed Vegeta into the medical bay of the Alpha ship, meticulously setting the course for planet Namek. As the ship soared into the sky with the swiftness of lightning, Agplanth, Grimpat, and Naba were filled with both trepidation and anticipation, standing at the crossroads of fate. Uncertain of what the future held, they silently boarded their vessel, heading towards Tabul's planet. Meanwhile, Krillin, Gohan, and Yachirobe were escorting Goku to the hospital in West City. During the flight, Goku's visage was marred by frustration and guilt as he murmured, "Krillin, I'm sorry. I thought I could defeat Vegeta, but he proved far stronger than I anticipated. I never imagined this battle would end so abruptly, leaving Piccolo, Ten, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha irretrievable." A profound sense of remorse weighed heavily upon Goku's heart, as if a colossal boulder pressed down upon him. "It's all my fault that everyone had to sacrifice themselves. If only I were stronger, perhaps the outcome would have been different." Krillin, gazing at Goku with unwavering determination, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, consoled him. "Goku, there is still hope. Piccolo and the Dragon Balls from Namek can surely provide a way to revive them." He continued, "We cannot surrender. Everyone is counting on us. We must bravely move forward for their sake for the Earth." Gohan listened intently, his eyes igniting with a flame of hope, as if heralding the dawn that would dispel the darkness. Yachirobe flew silently, his heart also brimming with concern for the battles yet to come. Chapter 34, Departure to Planet Namek, Part 1. On November 9th, 762, in West City, Earth, the warm sunlight cascaded like a golden waterfall, enveloping the bustling metropolis infused with modernity. Yet, an elusive tension lingered, akin to a somber shroud that, despite the brilliance of the sun, could not be completely dispelled. After 5 arduous days of tireless effort, Bulma finally succeeded in modifying the ship for the arrival of the dragon. Her eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of a dry riverbed stained with crimson, and her hair was disheveled as if ravaged by a tempest, presenting an image of utter exhaustion. Yet within her bright gaze shimmered a spark of excitement and pride, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. She silently mused, "At last, it is accomplished. This transformation will undoubtedly usher in new hope for our journey to the planet Namek. Perhaps it will even unveil the mysteries of an alien civilization." Bulma was wholly engrossed, meticulously comparing the translation data from the detector with the information gleaned from the spaceship piloted by the deities, analyzing and organizing each word with unwavering focus. Each character seemed like an enigmatic code, and she immersed herself in the task, leaving no detail overlooked. After countless trials and adjustments, she finally completed the translation of the Namekian language. This achievement added a crucial weight to their impending adventure. She felt an exhilarating thrill with this translation. "Our endeavors on the planet Namek shall surely proceed with greater ease. Perhaps we truly will locate the Dragon Balls and negotiate with the Namekians to resurrect our companions." Bulma, along with Gohan and Krillin, hurried to West City Hospital to visit Goku. Her footsteps were as swift as if pursued by a gale, her expression filled with concern and urgency, as if she were on the verge of igniting. Upon entering the ward, she eagerly addressed Goku. "Goku, we are preparing to depart for the planet Namek today. You must rest and recuperate here. Regarding the remaining spaceship to Namek, I have urged my father to expedite its construction. Moreover, this new vessel incorporates the technology from the Saiyan ships that came to Earth, which will significantly reduce our travel time once you are healed." Within Bulma, a blend of worry for Goku's injuries and anticipation for the Namekian journey swirled. Vivid images of the wondrous sights that might await on Namek danced in her mind, igniting a fervent curiosity and desire. If we truly can locate the Dragon Balls and successfully negotiate with the Namekians to revive our companions, how splendid that would be. She contemplated this, her gaze betraying an unwavering resolve. Goku lay on the hospital bed, his complexion pale as parchment, yet his eyes remained steadfast and luminous, like two flames that would never extinguish. He furrowed his brow slightly and spoke slowly. Bulma, Vegeta will undoubtedly also travel to the planet Namek. Have Uncle assist in constructing a gravity chamber, ideally capable of 1 to 100 times the normal strength. Otherwise, even if I reach Namek, I will be no match for Vegeta. Goku's heart was heavy with guilt and dissatisfaction. Recalling his battles with Vegeta filled him with a sense of despair, as if he were ensnared in an abyss of darkness. Yet he understood that only by growing stronger could he protect his family and friends. He resolved internally, once I recover, I must train diligently in the gravity chamber to become even more formidable. I cannot afford to disappoint everyone again. Bulma listened intently to Goku's words, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, and replied, "Very well, Goku. I shall inform my father to ensure that the gravity chamber is well prepared during construction." Gohan and Krillin approached, engaging in conversation with Goku. Gohan's eyes brimmed with concern for his father and anticipation for the future as he softly uttered, "Father, you must recover swiftly. We await you on planet Namek." His heart swelled with admiration and trust for his father. Gazing at his weakened form, he silently vowed, "I shall strive to grow stronger, to protect everyone like you do, Father. When you arrive, we will fight together on planet Namek." Krillin placed a reassuring hand on Goku's shoulder, encouraging him, "Goku, do not worry. We will do our utmost to find a way to revive everyone on planet Namek. When you return, we will stand side by side in battle." Krillin's heart was heavy with longing for his friends and apprehension for the future. He reminisced about the comrades with whom he had fought, a potent sense of duty surging within him. "We must find the Dragon Balls to bring everyone back," he thought resolutely. In the afternoon, Bulma, Son Gohan, and Krillin boarded the spaceship. Under the sun's radiant glow, the vessel sparkled like a resplendent jewel, carrying the hopes and courage of all. Bulma cast a final glance at West City, her gaze resolute, akin to a warrior poised to embark on the battlefield. She understood the myriad dangers that lay ahead, yet she felt no hesitation. As the engine roared to life, the spaceship ascended slowly, commencing its journey toward planet Namek. The sound echoed like the drums of fate, heralding the thrilling adventure that awaited them. On November 20th, year 762, at the headquarters of the Frisia Force on planet Cold, a grand palace loomed, exuding an air of authority and mystery. Dodoria stood respectfully before Frisia, his expression grave, like a sky heavy with storm clouds, revealing a hint of unease, as if a tempest were imminent. He lowered his gaze slightly and cautiously spoke, "Your Majesty, according to the reports from Vegeta's scouts, the Dragon Balls indeed possess the power to revive the deceased and fulfill wishes. However, subsequent messages indicate that the Namekians on Earth have been slain. We must venture to planet Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, it appears that only Vegeta has returned, while Eggplanet, Grimpat, and Naba are unaccounted for, presumed dead." A wave of anxiety washed over Dodoria. He was acutely aware of Frisia's volatile temperament. Should matters not proceed to his liking, the repercussions would be dire. He cautiously observed Frisia's expression, akin to a condemned soul awaiting judgment, eager for his command. Frisia sat upon his throne, his face expressionless, his gaze icy enough to instill dread, like two sharp blades of frost. He narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before slowly stating, "Mr. Dodoria, organize the personnel. We shall depart for planet Namek by the end of November. Additionally, inform Shui to closely monitor Vegeta's demeanor and report back to me promptly." Frisia contemplated his scheme, fully aware of the formidable wish-granting power of the Dragon Balls. He intended to exploit this power to fulfill his personal desires. However, Vegeta's unusual behavior on Earth troubled him, compelling him to keep a vigilant eye on Vegeta's future movements. A glimmer of caution flickered in Frisia's gaze, reminiscent of a watchful leopard. Dodoria received his orders and departed, leaving the palace enveloped in an eerie silence, as if heralding an impending tempest. The stillness was suffocating, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Chapter 35. Departure to Namek, Part 2. On the morning of December 3rd, 762, in a vast expanse of the cosmos, the Alpha spacecraft, carrying Vegeta, streaked through the sky like a brilliant shooting star, rapidly approaching planet Cold. Inside the ship, Vegeta sat with an icy demeanor, yet his mind was tumultuous, akin to surging waves. His gaze pierced through the spacecraft's window, peering into the boundless depths of the universe, pondering the trajectory of his destiny. Thanks to the meticulous repairs conducted in the ship's medical chamber, Vegeta's injuries had completely healed. He gently moved his body, feeling the gradual resurgence of his strength. Yet, he was not content. He planned to undergo a comprehensive examination upon reaching planet Cooled, ensuring he was in peak condition. At that moment, he continually assessed his combat power, realizing it had reached 50,000, a figure he weighed heavily in his mind. He was uncertain if he could triumph over Rikum, Jinyu, and Berta from the Jinyu Force. The thought of facing Frisia on Namek tightened his brow, filled with trepidation and contemplation. Frisia, you will ultimately be led to Namek by the misinformation I have disseminated. I merely need to verify that even if I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek, Kakarot will defeat you there. However, I also yearn for vengeance for my parents and my kin. At long last, the Alpha spacecraft reached Planet Cooled. With resolute strides, Vegeta exited the ship and promptly ordered the necessary repairs, inspections, and replenishment of medical supplies. His gaze emanated an undeniable authority, prompting those around him to spring into action without hesitation. Vegeta mused to himself, they had better expedite their efforts. I have no time to squander. The situation on Namek is precarious, and I must hurry. Observing the bustling crowd, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He understood Frisia's might and recognized the lurking dangers on Namek. Yet, he knew retreat was not an option. Vegeta proceeded to the medical room, preparing for a thorough examination. The doctor respectfully stated, Lord Vegeta, your body has been thoroughly treated aboard the Alpha spacecraft. After our detailed examination, we find that your condition is excellent, with no other issues. Vegeta nodded slightly, responding briefly with gratitude before exiting the medical chamber. A flicker of comfort washed over him. Yet he was acutely aware that the true challenge awaited him ahead. While on his way back to the maintenance room, he was intercepted by Chio-E, who bore a smirk of derision. Vegeta, you went to Earth and allowed the deaths of Eggplant, Green Pat, and Naba. You Scions are truly weak. Moreover, regarding your discovery of the Dragon Balls on Earth, you failed to report it to the king. He has already learned of this and departed for Namek at the end of last month. When he returns, he will impose strict penalties upon you. From now on, I shall oversee you. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Chio-E, his heart elated by the news of Frisia's journey to Namek. He understood that now was not the time to engage with Chio-E. He needed to prepare swiftly for his own journey to Namek. Without uttering a word, he hastened toward the maintenance room. Vegeta harbored no respect for Chio-E, fully aware that he was merely a lackey of Frisia, utterly inconsequential. Upon reaching the maintenance room, Vegeta learned that the Alpha spaceship had been fully stocked. Without hesitation, he swiftly seized the scouter and boarded the Alpha ship, embarking once more on the journey to Namek. He resolved to dedicate 12 of the 15 days of travel to rigorous training in the gravity chamber. Fully cognizant that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he hope to find a glimmer of survival on Namek. I must grow stronger for revenge, to fulfill the aspirations of my predecessor. As Vegeta sat in the cockpit of the spaceship, gazing out at the stars whizzing by, he was filled with resolute conviction. He understood that his destiny lay on Namek, and he had to give his all to realize his vengeance. Meanwhile, Chio-E seethed with anger as he watched Vegeta's retreating figure. This Vegeta is insufferably arrogant. When the king returns, he shall see. He was soon informed by his subordinates that Vegeta had departed from planet Kurd. Considering the king's orders, Chio-E commenced his pursuit of Vegeta aboard his ship, embellishing his narration of Vegeta's transgressions during the flight. Vegeta, you cannot escape. I will ensure the king knows of your disloyalty. Chio-E reveled in his own scheming, contemplating the accolades he would soon receive from Frisia. As he piloted his ship, he meticulously tracked Vegeta's vessel, patiently biding his time for an opportune moment. On the morning of December 9th, 762, on Earth, in West City, at Bulma's home, Son Goku had fully recovered from his injuries and emerged from the hospital, his gaze imbued with determination and resolve. He had prepared the Senzu beans and boarded the newly constructed spaceship, ready to set forth toward Namek. Goku contemplated his own strength, aware of Vegeta's might, and understood that he must relentlessly strive to surpass him. He mused to himself, Vegeta, you are indeed formidable, but I shall not concede defeat. I am determined to grow stronger on planet Namek and ultimately triumph over you. Goku stood on the deck of the spaceship, gazing into the distant sky, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. He was aware that planet Namek was fraught with peril, yet fear did not grip him, for he possessed a courageous heart and unwavering conviction. As Goku explored the confines of the spaceship, he endeavored to familiarize himself with its surroundings. He entered the gravity chamber, filled with an indomitable spirit. Here, I shall train diligently to enhance my strength. For the sake of my comrades, I cannot falter. Observing the various equipment within the gravity chamber, curiosity ignited within him. He recognized that the gravity chamber was pivotal for augmenting his prowess, and he must seize this opportunity to become ever more powerful. In the gravity chamber, Goku established a rigorous training regimen, planning to devote all his time to strict training, save for a day of rest, with the ambition of surpassing Vegeta. He understood that this battle was not solely for his own sake, but also for the comrades who had fought alongside him. He sought to instill hope for everyone on planet Namek. Activating the gravity chamber, Goku commenced his training, his body gradually acclimating to the immense gravitational force of 100 times Earth's gravity. He continuously pushed his limits, sweat soaking his attire. Each trial in the gravity chamber brought immense suffering, yet he never surrendered. He was resolute in the belief that only through hardship could he emerge stronger. His singular conviction was to become more powerful for the sake of his friends and for Earth. As time unfolded, Goku's strength steadily escalated. His physique adapted to the gravity chamber's environment, and his combat prowess burgeoned. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. He must persist in his efforts to confront Vegeta on planet Namek. During his training, Goku also contemplated his battle strategies. He recognized Vegeta as an exceptionally powerful adversary and knew he had to identify his weaknesses to have a chance at victory. Reflecting on their past confrontations, he dissected Vegeta's techniques and combat style, seeking methods to breach his defenses. Chapter 36. Bulma arrives at planet Namek. On December 17th, year 762 of the Age of Universe. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a colossal fleet of spaceships advanced towards planet Namek with the majesty of a steel beast, moving with deliberate slowness. Frieza sat imperiously in the command room of the flagship, his demeanor as cold as millennial-old ice, yet his gaze emanated an aura of dominion over the universe. Zarbin and Dodoria stood respectfully at his side. Behind them, 1,000 elite warriors of Frieza's army, each radiating an intimidating and lethal aura. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the Dragon Balls. That immense power shall be mine. Only then can I fulfill the desires of my heart. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Zabo and Dodoria, commanding in a frigid tone, "Zabo, Dodoria, lead the soldiers to seize the Dragon Balls from the Namekians." Zabo and Dodoria promptly acknowledged the order, fully aware of Frieza's volatile temperament, and dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Zabo pondered silently. This mission must be accomplished flawlessly. I cannot afford to disappoint the king, for the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Dodoria contemptuously mused, let's see how long these Namekians can endure. They surged forward with their soldiers, akin to a tumultuous tide, swiftly approaching the village of the Namekians. The Namekians gazed upon these unwelcome intruders with terror in their eyes. Yet they did not falter. Instead, they bravely grasped their weapons, preparing for a resolute defense. An elder Namekian clutched his weapon tightly, filled with unwavering conviction. We cannot allow them to take the Dragon Balls. They are our hope. Even at the cost of our lives, we must protect our homeland. The younger Namekians responded in unison, their eyes reflecting fearless courage. Yes, we shall defend our home and never bow to evil forces. The battle erupted instantaneously. Despite the Namekians' remarkable bravery, their assaults appeared feeble against the overwhelming might of Zabo and Dodoria. Zabo moved like a specter among the Namekians, his speed so swift it was elusive. With each strike, he unleashed tremendous power, sending the Namekians hurtling away. Zabo reveled in his triumph. These Namekians are simply no match. Their resistance is utterly futile. Dodoria, leveraging his robust physique and immense strength, rampaged without restraint. The Namekians' weapons barely scratched him, akin to mere tickles, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Enough heartily. You pitiful weaklings dare to resist? How utterly foolish. Yet the Namekians did not surrender. They swiftly formed battle formations, coordinating their attacks. Some unleashed powerful energy waves, attempting to impede Zabo and Dodoria's advance, while others utilized their unique abilities for stealthy ambushes. A skilled healer among the Namekians tended to the wounded, enabling them to continue the fight. However, their efforts seemed insignificant against the formidable prowess of Zabo and Dodoria. In just one day, Zabo and Dodoria collected 5 Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, during the skirmish, the Namekians inflicted considerable losses upon Frieza's forces. Some valiant Namekians managed to destroy several of the scouting devices, hindering Frieza's operations to a degree. As Frieza reviewed the battle reports, a slight frown creased his brow, and he felt a flicker of irritation within. The Namekians exhibit a formidable combat prowess, with some even reaching the strength of a level 2 warrior. Alas, they ultimately prove to be no match for me. He promptly commanded Sabin to inform the approaching Jinyu force to hasten their journey to Namek, while simultaneously halting the large-scale collection of Dragon Balls, redirecting level 2 warriors to investigate the remaining strongholds of the Namekians. On the morning of December 18th, 762 AD, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan finally arrived at the planet Namek aboard their spaceship. Bulma piloted the craft with utmost caution, akin to a vigilant rabbit, scanning for a concealed spot to safely hide the vessel. Aware of the perils that lurked on this treacherous planet, she understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile to ensure their survival. A mix of anxiety and excitement surged within her. I hope we can successfully locate the Dragon Balls and resurrect everyone. After meticulously surveying the surroundings to ensure they remained undetected, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Bulma resolved to remain at the base, providing support for Krillin and Gohan. Emerging from their cave, Krillin and Gohan closed their eyes, attuning themselves to the ambient energy. Suddenly, they sensed a fluctuation in the energy around them. Exchanging a glance, they promptly decided to investigate. A sense of unease gripped Krillin. I wonder what has transpired. I hope it is not too dire. Gohan, imbued with a sense of justice, radiated determination. We must see what is happening. We cannot allow the innocent to be harmed. Meanwhile, a battalion of Frisia's army, led by Dodoria, was committing heinous acts of slaughter and interrogation within a Namekian village, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The anguished cries of the Namekians echoed hauntingly in the air. Unable to bear such cruelty, Gohan's eyes ignited with fury, and he was the first to act. Thoughts raced through his mind. These villains must be stopped. I cannot allow them to continue their malevolence. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the soldiers of Frisia's army. Gohan's speed was astonishing, and in an instant he confronted one soldier, delivering a powerful punch that sent the soldier flying. Noticing this, Krillin immediately unleashed the solar flare, blinding the enemy with a brilliant flash of light. He thought to himself, we cannot allow them to discover our position. Following this, he employed a key blast, accurately destroying Frisia's army's detector to prevent them from pinpointing their location. Together with Dandy, Krillin and Gohan swiftly soared towards Bulma's base using their flight technique, their hearts heavy with tension and concern. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, fearful of being discovered by Frisia's forces. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the base. Bulma hastily equipped Krillin and Gohan with the translator device she had brought, and then began conversing with Dandy. Through the translator, they learned that these individuals were part of Frisia's army, intent on seizing the Dragon Balls. After deliberation among Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan, they resolved to escort Dandy towards the direction of the Grand Elder of the Namekians in search of assistance. Bulma and Gohan remained at the base, awaiting their return. A sense of unease gripped Bulma as she expressed, "Please be careful. I will be here waiting for your safe return." Krillin nodded affirmatively, assuring her, "We will return as swiftly as possible." Chapter 37, Vegeta vs. Chi-Yu. On the morning of December 18th, 762 AD, shortly after Bulma and the others arrived on Namek, two brilliant streaks of light blazed across the sky like shooting stars. Vegeta piloted the Alpha spaceship, akin to a stealthy leopard lurking in the shadows, meticulously searching for a concealed refuge. He understood the necessity of utmost caution on this perilous planet. At last, he discovered a secluded valley where he could securely hide his ship. Vegeta promptly equipped himself with a detector and began to eavesdrop on Frisia's movements. His eyes were filled with vigilance and calculation as he mused, "Frisia, your demise is imminent." Concurrently, he was attuned to the energy signatures of Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan. Eagerly anticipating their arrival, he recognized that in the forthcoming battle, they could serve as formidable allies. However, a flicker of apprehension lingered in his heart, for they might also emerge as fierce competitors in his quest for the Dragon Balls. Before Vegeta could sense Bulma and the others, he detected the relentless pursuit of Chi-Yu behind him. A frown creased his brow, and a surge of irritation welled within him. This Chi-Yu was akin to an irksome fly, persistently trailing him. Today, he resolved to eliminate him once and for all. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu hastily reported to Frisia that Vegeta had also arrived on Namek, and that he had just reached the location. A smirk of triumph graced Chi-Yu's face as he reveled inwardly. "Ha! This time, I will surely capture Vegeta and achieve great merit before Lord Frisia." In that moment, I shall garner greater rewards and power. I will make Vegeta aware of the dire consequences of opposing me. He calculated that by capturing Vegeta, he could not only gain favor with Frieza, but also exact a severe revenge upon him. Seizing the opportunity, while Vegeta remained unaware of his presence, Chi-Yu unleashed a ki blast in a surprise attack. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he contemplated delivering a devastating blow to Vegeta. The formidable ki blast surged forth like a torrential flood, roaring towards Vegeta. At the same moment, Vegeta, utilizing his keen energy perception, sensed Chi-Yu's ki blast assault. Just before the attack reached him, he swiftly activated a protective barrier for defense. The powerful ki blast collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous roar akin to a tempest. The protective shield quivered slightly, but ultimately succeeded in repelling Chi-Yu's attack. Vegeta scoffed inwardly. Chi-Yu, is this all you are capable of? Today, do not expect to leave here alive. As the smoke enveloped the battlefield, Vegeta unleashed a formidable power exceeding 24,000, launching a rapid assault on Chi-Yu. His speed was akin to lightning, appearing before Chi-Yu in an instant. With a fist raised, infused with a terrifying force, he struck towards Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu hastily raised his arms in defense, yet the sheer might of Vegeta was overwhelming, forcing him to stagger backward repeatedly. Struggling to maintain his footing, Chi-Yu was consumed by shock and fury. Vegeta, how could your strength have grown so immense? I refuse to accept this. He bellowed, launching another offensive. He propelled a massive energy wave from both hands, aiming to repel Vegeta. Vegeta regarded the incoming energy wave with calm disdain, sidestepping with ease to evade the attack. In the blink of an eye, he surged towards Chi-Yu, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Chi-Yu was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Vegeta, yet his heart brimmed with defiance. Vegeta, I will not let you escape, he declared, launching another strike, this time employing his most potent technique. Radiating a powerful aura, he concentrated a massive sphere of energy in his hands. Vegeta observed Chi-Yu's actions with a hint of contempt. Chi-Yu, you are merely grasping at straws. He patiently awaited Chi-Yu's attack, preparing to counter at the opportune moment. As Chi-Yu thrust the energy sphere toward Vegeta, it hurtled forward with the power to obliterate all. Just as the sphere was about to strike, Vegeta waved his hand, redirecting the energy ball skyward with a ki blast. Taken aback by Vegeta's effortless counter, Chi-Yu found himself suddenly confronted by Vegeta, who appeared like a specter behind him, hammering a fist down on Chi-Yu's head. With no time to react, Chi-Yu was struck and collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Vegeta employed his martial prowess to eliminate Chi-Yu. His gaze bore no trace of compassion. He showed no mercy to this adversary who had relentlessly pursued him. Chi-Yu, this is your own doing. Yet, Vegeta recognized that vanquishing Chi-Yu was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. He understood that the battle had obliterated most of the outdated scouters used by the Frieza Force, but he was certain that newer models remained. Resolute, he decided to suppress his energy and head towards a nearby Namekian village, contemplating whether this village possessed the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, as Vegeta engaged in combat with a power of 24,000, the Frieza Force soldiers on Namek, equipped with outdated scouters, succumbed to explosions from Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Panic ensued, with soldiers fleeing in all directions. Only Zabo and Frieza's scouter were the new models, remaining unaffected. Zabo stared in astonishment at the numbers displayed on the scouter, murmuring to himself, Vegeta's power level astonishingly reached 24,000, and Chi-Yu was certainly no match for him. He harbored deep concerns. This Vegeta was growing increasingly formidable. If he did not apprehend him swiftly, it could potentially cause great trouble for the king. He understood that he must urgently locate Dodoria and together pursue Vegeta. Frieza, in contrast, remained rather composed, narrowing his eyes slightly as he remarked, the Saiyans inherently possess the trait of increasing their combat power upon the brink of death. Given that he had already achieved a power level of 20,000 during the previous battle, it is not surprising that he now stands at 24,000. Chi-Yu is a fool. You and Dodoria should go after Vegeta. I must understand the reason for his blatant rebellion against me. Understood, my lord, replied Zabo, who then set off to find Dodoria. His heart was filled with caution, fully aware that Vegeta was an exceptionally powerful adversary, and this mission would not be easy. Vegeta, you shall not escape. As time arrived at North Kai's planet, the deceased Piccolo, Tin, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha also found themselves on this day at the Kai's realm. The scene on Kai's planet was one of mystery and tranquility. Piccolo and the others curiously surveyed this unfamiliar place. Piccolo pondered, is this truly Kai's planet? I hope to gain immense power here and grow stronger once more. Yet he also understood that the training here would be exceedingly arduous, requiring tremendous effort. Teen remarked, this place feels extraordinary. Kaiatsu agreed. Indeed, I wonder what kind of training awaits us. He felt a mixture of anxiety and determination. Yamcha gazed around with anticipation, knowing that this was his final opportunity, and he must seize it to become stronger. The Kai observed them, a serious expression gracing his countenance. He declared, from this moment forth, I shall impose rigorous training upon you. Though you have perished, here lies your chance to grow stronger. Piccolo and the others nodded, their eyes revealing unwavering resolve. We will train diligently to become stronger. Chapter 38, Vegeta vs. Zabo, Dodoria. Vegeta executed the instant transmission technique, darting through the sky like a streak of black lightning, his speed astonishing. His gaze was resolute, driven by a singular objective, to obtain the Dragon Balls and thereby extend Frieza's wish time. On this perilous Namek, Vegeta was acutely aware that each step he took was akin to traversing thin ice. Frieza, your reign shall inevitably come to an end, Vegeta silently vowed. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta arrived at a Namekian village. He stood there quietly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings like that of an eagle, leaving no potential danger unexamined. Utilizing the translator function of his scouter, Vegeta solemnly addressed the Namekians. The Frieza force has arrived, ruthlessly slaughtering numerous Namekians and acquiring 5 Dragon Balls. Based on my understanding of Frieza, the Namekians are likely facing utter destruction. I implore you to entrust 1 Dragon Ball to me for safekeeping. I possess the strength to confront Frieza. The Namekian elder cautiously emerged, his gaze rife with suspicion. Why should I trust you? You Saiyans are equally agents of Frieza. Vegeta slightly lifted his chin, exuding a profound confidence. You can sense energy. You must recognize that my combat power far exceeds yours. Should I choose to seize it by force, you would be powerless to stop me. Moreover, I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Frieza, though I am not at liberty to divulge the specifics. This device not only has translation capabilities, but also functions as a listening device. Vegeta pondered, hoping the Namekians would be wise enough to comply and surrender the Dragon Balls willingly. A peaceful resolution would be preferable. Yet he would not hesitate to employ force if necessary. The Namekian elder fell into contemplation, carefully sensing Vegeta's energy. After a moment of deliberation, he soon conceded to Vegeta's assertion. Very well, I shall give it to you. The elder understood that failing to hand over the Dragon Ball could lead to greater peril for the Namekians. At the same time, he hoped that Vegeta would stand against Frieza and safeguard his people. After receiving the Dragon Ball, Vegeta advised the elder, I recommend you hide well. The majority of Frieza's forces have had their devices destroyed. As long as you manage your energy, you can avoid detection. With that, Vegeta silently departed, carefully concealing the Dragon Ball in his possession. During his exit, Vegeta encountered 5 second-class warriors from the Frieza force nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck decisively. Vegeta's speed was akin to lightning as he surged towards the first second-class warrior. Before the warrior could react, he was sent flying by a powerful punch, crashing heavily to the ground. The other warriors, witnessing this, launched an assault on Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained remarkably composed. He deftly sidestepped one warrior's attack and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at another. The unfortunate warrior was instantly propelled away, crashing violently to the ground. Vegeta continued his onslaught, unleashing a formidable energy wave from his hands, simultaneously repelling 2 of the warriors. The final warrior attempted to flee, but Vegeta would not grant him such an opportunity. He instantly appeared behind the warrior, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing down and subsequently eliminated all 5 warriors. Meanwhile, Krillin arrived at the elder's location with Dent. Krillin's face was etched with tension and anticipation, acutely aware that this meeting might determine their fate. He recounted to the elder the reasons behind their visit to the Namekians. The elder confirmed this through memory reading, his eyes reflecting wisdom and depth as he spoke slowly. If Piccolo and the Elder Kai could fuse while on Earth, they would undoubtedly prevail against the Saiyans. A flicker of realization crossed Krillin's mind as he reminisced about the battles fought on Earth. Subsequently, the Elder Kai began to unlock Krillin's latent potential. With eyes closed, Krillin felt the elder's formidable energy coursing through his body, causing it to tremble slightly, as if undergoing a monumental transformation. Upon completion of this enhancement, Krillin sensed a significant surge in his strength. Ecstatic, he turned to the Elder Kai, saying, "Elder Kai, I have a companion named Gohan, whose potential is even greater. I hope he can also undergo this enhancement." The Elder Kai acquiesced to Krillin's request. Filled with anticipation, Krillin understood that once Gohan's potential was unlocked, he would become a formidable asset in their fight against Vegeta and Frieza. Meanwhile, Zabo located Dodoria, who was returning, displaying a hint of impatience. "Zabo, you're just in time. I was just toyed with by some individuals. Hand me the scanner. I will settle the score." Zabo swiftly intervened. "Dodoria, let us not concern ourselves with such trivial matters. The king has issued new orders for us to apprehend Vegeta together." Worry crept into Zabo's mind. Vegeta's strength was formidable, and they needed to tread carefully. Dodoria furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is Vegeta truly worth the combined effort of the two of us?" He felt somewhat indignant, thinking Vegeta was not a worthy adversary for their joint forces. Zabo replied earnestly, "Vegeta's battle power has reached 240,000. Only by uniting our strengths do we stand a chance of victory. Moreover, he has slain Kuei, thus betraying the Frieza force. The king has commanded us to capture him alive, if possible." Dodoria nodded in understanding. He instructed the remaining Frieza force members to return to the base, then, alongside Zabo, utilize the scanner to locate Vegeta's position, cautiously making their way there. Both remained vigilant, acutely aware that Vegeta was an extraordinarily powerful opponent, and they could not afford to be complacent. Zabo and Dodoria coordinated their efforts, bracing for any eventualities. Their eyes were filled with determination, resolute in fulfilling the mission entrusted to them by Frieza. Zabo secretly calculated the rewards they would receive upon capturing Vegeta, while Dodoria contemplated ensuring that Vegeta understood the consequences of betraying the Frieza force. They edged closer to Vegeta, and an intense battle was poised to commence. Chapter 39. Vegeta vs. Zabo and Dodoria. On planet Namek, at Bulma's base, she was intensely focused on the Dragon Ball radar, where dots on the screen twinkled like mysterious stars, emitting an otherworldly glow. Suddenly, she noticed one Dragon Ball moving at an astonishing speed, while 5 others were closely clustered together. The location of yet another Dragon Ball was also clearly displayed on the radar. Frantic, Bulma hurried to inform Gohan of this startling development. Gohan gazed intently at the Dragon Ball radar, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. "Aunt Bulma, I must investigate what is happening with this Dragon Ball." After speaking, Gohan resolutely grasped the Dragon radar and embarked on a journey filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Vegeta had just secured the Dragon Balls and was soaring through the sky, contemplating his next move towards Bulma and the other stronghold. However, in that critical moment, he suddenly sensed that Zarbin and Dodoria were racing towards him with great speed. At that moment, the sky over planet Namek was shrouded in thick clouds, rolling like tumultuous waves, casting a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. The howling winds rustled the surrounding foliage, as if heralding the imminent clash of battle. Vegeta's gaze instantly turned icy, and a surge of intense murderous intent welled up within him. "Humph, since you have come to me, do not blame me for being ungracious." Vegeta quickly strategized in his mind, deciding to eliminate Dodoria first before seeking an opportunity to engage with the transformed Zarbin. By feigning weakness against the transformed Zarbin, he could stealthily infiltrate Frieza's base and retrieve the Dragon Balls as originally planned, thus facilitating his own power enhancement. His first course of action was to destroy the sensor. Soon after, Zarbin and Dodoria arrived like a whirlwind. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta decisively unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Zarbin and Dodoria. The powerful energy waves surged forth like a tempestuous hurricane, hurtling towards them. Zarbin and Dodoria hurriedly activated their defensive barriers in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, they lacked Vegeta's acute sensitivity to energy, which quickly placed them at a disadvantage in the battle. The surrounding ground erupted under the impact of the energy blasts, creating massive craters and stirring up clouds of dust, as if the earth itself trembled in the throes of conflict. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a swift, decapitating strike at Dodoria. Caught completely off guard, Dodoria was severely injured in an instant, collapsing to the ground with shock and fury reflected in his eyes. Zarbin reacted with remarkable speed, immediately engaging Vegeta in a breathtaking duel. Their figures intertwined in the sky, The sound of their colliding punches echoed like thunder. Vegeta moved with the swiftness of lightning, contemplating to himself, I must first destroy Zarbon S sensor to prevent them from discovering my true combat power. Zarbon, unwilling to relent, launched relentless and ferocious attacks, resembling a wild beast attempting to overpower Vegeta. Vegeta, how dare you betray the king? Today shall be your demise. Zarbon's fists rained down upon Vegeta like a tempest, each strike imbued with tremendous force, as if tearing the very air asunder. Vegeta nimbly evaded Zarbon's strikes, sometimes sidestepping, sometimes leaping high, resembling a graceful swallow navigating through the storm. As Zarbon's attacks intensified, the surrounding air seemed to warp under the force of his blows. Vegeta, seizing the opportune moment, deftly dodged an attack from Zarbon, swiftly pivoted, and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Zarbon's sensor. The device was instantly obliterated, causing Zarbon to startle in shock. Vegeta continued to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, skillfully restraining Sabo and preventing him from closing the distance. Subsequently, he erupted with unparalleled might, darting towards Dodoria like a bolt of lightning. Before Dodoria could react, Vegeta struck him with a powerful punch, followed by a devastating explosion that obliterated Dodoria in an instant. Sabo, astounded by Vegeta's formidable strength, realized he could no longer afford to be complacent. Damn it, Vegeta, you dare to betray Lord Frieza. Sabo resolutely decided to transform into his second stage. His body underwent a remarkable transformation, muscles swelling and strength surging. At that moment, the clouds above darkened ominously, as if they were about to descend, instilling a heavy sense of oppression. Vegeta regarded Sabo with eyes devoid of fear. The Dragon Balls of Namek are in my possession. I have concealed them well, and you shall not lay your hands on them. Vegeta contemplated silently. Once he completes his transformation, I will feign weakness after a few exchanges, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate Frieza's stronghold. Enraged, Sabo unleashed a frenzied assault upon completing his transformation. His speed and power amplified dramatically, each strike carrying cataclysmic destructive force. Like a raging beast, Sabo charged at Vegeta, delivering a flurry of punches that dazzled the eyes. Vegeta adeptly regulated his energy, responding to Sabo's onslaught with composure. He sidestepped at times, blocking with his arms at others, seemingly perilous yet expertly neutralizing Sabo's attacks. The ground trembled under the weight of their fierce combat, as if it could scarcely withstand their immense power. Sabo unleashed a mighty punch, imbued with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly evaded, the fist's rush grazing his cheek and stinging his skin. Sabo followed with a sweeping kick, prompting Vegeta to leap and execute a somersault, landing gracefully aside. With a roar, Sabo launched another series of attacks, each punch seemingly capable of shattering mountains. Vegeta maintained his calm, continuously shifting positions to evade Sabo's relentless strikes. Suddenly, Sabo halted his assault, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He clasped his hands together and then thrust them forward, unleashing a colossal wave of energy toward Vegeta. Alarmed, Vegeta hastily erected a defensive barrier to withstand the onslaught. The force of the energy wave forced him backward, his feet carving deep grooves in the earth. Surrounding foliage was uprooted, tossed about chaotically by the residual shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta counterattacked, his hands moving swiftly as he sent multiple energy blasts towards Sabo. Unfazed, Sabo blocked the energy waves with his arms and charged back at Vegeta. The two became embroiled once more in a fierce close-quarters combat. During one evasive maneuver, Vegeta deliberately exposed a flaw, luring Sabo into attacking. True to his nature, Sabo fell for the ruse, charging at Vegeta with all his might, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, at a critical moment, Vegeta suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, narrowly evading Sabo's onslaught and seizing the opportunity to counterattack with remarkable speed. Sabo was struck by Vegeta's retaliation and involuntarily staggered back a few steps. Enraged, Sabo unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks once more. Vegeta continued to respond with cunning agility, steadily depleting Sabo's stamina. After several rounds of intense combat, Sabo discerned that Vegeta was gradually falling behind. Seizing the moment, Sabo concentrated his energy and unleashed an immensely powerful energy wave toward Vegeta. Vegeta, feigning an inability to evade, allowed himself to be struck by Sabo's energy wave, sustaining grave injuries and collapsing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he lay on the ground. At that moment, the ominous clouds above seemed to sigh and lament for the outcome of the battle. Sabo, gazing at the wounded Vegeta, could not suppress a sense of triumph. Vegeta, you have ultimately fallen to my might. Despite his injuries, Vegeta's gaze remained resolute, his mind racing with plans for his next move. After the battle, Sabo took Vegeta away, returning to Frisia's stronghold. Meanwhile, an even more breathtaking storm was about to erupt on the planet Namek. Chapter 40, Vegeta vs. Sabo. On the planet Namek, Sabo bore a grave expression as he carried the severely injured Vegeta back aboard Frisia's spaceship. Throughout the journey, Sabo's thoughts surged like tumultuous waves. The fierce battle with Vegeta was etched deeply in his mind. The Saiyans' display of extraordinary power and cunning tactics left Sabo profoundly shaken and filled with unease. Every moment replayed in his mind. The sharpness of Vegeta's attacks, his agile movements, and his cold gaze all made Sabo acutely aware that he was confronting an exceptionally perilous adversary. Upon arrival at the spaceship, Sabo swiftly ordered that the gravely injured Vegeta be taken to the medical bay for urgent treatment. He then meticulously selected an elite warrior and 3 formidable second-tier fighters to closely monitor Vegeta. With a serious demeanor, Sabo solemnly instructed, "You must remain utterly vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on every movement of Vegeta. This individual is extremely dangerous. Should any abnormalities arise, report to me immediately." The seasoned elite warrior met Sabo's gaze with unwavering determination, assuring him, "Rest assured, Lord Sabo, we will not allow Vegeta any opportunity to exploit." Sabo nodded slightly, though a trace of unshakable concern lingered in his eyes. He understood the peril Vegeta posed. Even in his current state of injury, one could not afford to be complacent. Once arrangements were finalized, Sabo hurried to the lounge to meet Frisia. Frisia, with a stern countenance, sat upon his throne, an overwhelming aura of power permeating the space like an invisible pressure. After respectfully bowing, Sabo reported, "My lord, Dodoria has unfortunately been killed in the battle with Vegeta." During the confrontation, Vegeta revealed that he possesses the Dragon Balls. "I have brought the gravely injured Vegeta back and placed him in a medical bay for treatment, while also assigning personnel for surveillance. Once he exhibited signs of revival, we shall proceed to interrogate him." In his heart, Sabo calculated that he must extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from Vegeta. Only then could he report back to the king satisfactorily. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, a fleeting expression of regret passing across his face. "Alas, Mr. Dodoria, upon your return, ensure that compensation is dispatched to Dodoria's family. Mr. Sabo, your efforts are commendable. Concerning Vegeta, once I have ascertained the information regarding the Dragon Balls, he shall face the severest of consequences." Frisia's heart burned with fury. How dare Vegeta betray him? He would make him pay dearly for this treachery. Subsequently, Frisia and Sabo began to deliberate on the future matters of the Frisia force. As time gradually elapsed, a resounding explosion suddenly shattered the tranquility. Frisia's expression hardened, immediately deducing the sound emanated from the medical chamber. "Vegeta has awakened sooner than anticipated. We must hurry and ensure that he does not escape." A wave of profound unease surged within Frisia. He could not allow Vegeta to elude him, nor could he permit the Dragon Balls to fall into another's grasp. Returning to the medical chamber, Vegeta lay within, acutely aware that the treatment period was progressing rapidly. Through his senses, he detected 4 members of the Frisia force monitoring him. "Humph," he mused silently. "These fools think they can watch me. They shall find it far from easy." Quietly, Vegeta began to gather his strength, his energy coalescing throughout his body. Suddenly, like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, he unleashed a tremendous force, bursting forth from the medical chamber. His form moved with the swiftness of lightning. Before the elite soldier could react, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The elite soldier struggled to rise, but the impact of Vegeta's kick rendered him momentarily incapacitated. The other 3 second-class warriors hastily converged, attempting to impede his advance. One of them, in a fit of rage, charged forward, unleashing a formidable energy wave with both hands. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. In a flash, he countered with an even more potent energy wave that struck the warrior, hurling him into the nearby medical equipment and igniting an explosion. Another warrior rushed in, fists swinging with a whistling wind. Vegeta dodged with ease, then retaliated with a punch so swift it resembled a lightning strike. The blow landed squarely on the warrior's face. causing him to spit blood as he was sent reeling backward. The final second-class warrior, witnessing the carnage, trembled and retreated in fear. Yet, Vegeta would not grant him the opportunity to flee. He instantaneously teleported behind him and delivered a decisive blow that felled him. They had barely registered what was occurring before they were dispatched. Vegeta felt no compassion. These individuals were mere puppets of Frieza, obstructing his path to the Dragon Balls. Employing tactics from the original narrative, he created a diversion to lure Frieza and Sabo to the medical chamber. Meanwhile, he sensed their energy signatures while stealthily infiltrating Frieza's quarters. Upon entering the lounge, Vegeta's gaze was immediately captivated by the 5 Dragon Balls. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He had finally found them. Calling out from outside the door, he announced, "Frieza, I am here." He then unleashed a ki blast down the corridor, obliterating the opposing hull. The ki blast whistled through the air, its formidable force creating a gaping hole. Simultaneously, he swiftly shattered the lounge's glass, controlling his power to toss the 5 Dragon Balls outside. Following this, Vegeta manipulated his ki to swiftly escape beneath the water. A sense of pride swelled within him, knowing that Frieza would undoubtedly be deceived by his ruse. Frieza and Zarbon arrived at the medical chamber, only to find that Vegeta had indeed vanished. Shortly thereafter, they heard Vegeta's voice along with the sound of an explosion. Frieza and Zarbon hurried to the site of the blast. Frieza quickly realized he had fallen into Vegeta's trap and, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Damn it, Vegeta's target is the Dragon Balls." Anguish and fury surged within him. He should never have underestimated Vegeta. Upon arriving at the lounge, Frieza discovered that the Dragon Balls had indeed been taken by Vegeta. Consumed by wrath, he declared, "Zarbon, I entrust you with my locator. You must apprehend Vegeta at all costs." Frieza silently vowed to make Vegeta pay dearly for this transgression. Zarbon responded earnestly, "As you command, my lord." With that, he departed the ship, utilizing the locator to track Vegeta's movements. Anxiety and trepidation filled his heart as he understood the formidable challenge Vegeta posed. Yet he had no choice but to give his all. A more intense pursuit and battle were about to unfold on planet Namek. Chapter 41, Vegeta vs. Zarbon on planet Namek. Outside Frieza's ship, the vast, desolate expanse was engulfed by howling winds and swirling sands, reminiscent of a ferocious sandstorm. Zarbon, wearing the locator with a grave expression, focused intently on the display, meticulously monitoring Vegeta's movements. His eyes brimmed with vigilance and concentration. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead were quickly dried by the gusts, leaving only faint traces of salt. The tension and pressure within him surged like the tumultuous winds and sands, relentlessly battering his psyche. This Vegeta is exceedingly perilous. I must locate him swiftly and bring him to justice. Otherwise, I cannot face my lord, Zarbon pondered, as waves of anxiety washed over him. Meanwhile, in the waters of planet Namek, currents surged rapidly around Vegeta, yet he moved with the grace of a fish, each stroke imbued with unwavering determination. The dimly lit underwater realm, mysterious and fraught with hidden dangers, enveloped him. Vegeta keenly sensed Zarbon's ki drifting farther away, granting him a moment of relief. He continued to swim vigorously, devising his next strategic move in his mind, to seek the Grand Elder for potential enhancement, to discover Krillin, unleash his ki to draw Zarbon in, and then eliminate him. A calculating glint sparkled in Vegeta's eyes as a cold smile crept upon his lips. In the dim depths of the water, smiles appeared particularly sinister. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed Krillin's energy. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Krillin possesses a battle power of 190,000? He must have unlocked his potential with the Grand Elder's assistance. If I too could harness the Grand Elder's potential, my battle power would surely reach 1 million, bringing me closer to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, I have noticed that Krillin carries a Dragon Ball, which could draw Cyberman to him, allowing me to deal with him as well. With this in mind, Vegeta unhesitatingly employed the instant transmission technique, tracking Krillin's direction. His figure vanished like a black bolt of lightning within the vast expanse of water. As he burst forth from the surface, sunlight cascaded upon him, yet could not warm his cold heart. Simultaneously, the sky grew heavy with dark clouds, as if a tempest was imminent. Cyberman, detecting Vegeta's battle power through his scouter, felt a jolt of apprehension as his pupils constricted. Why has Vegeta made a move so soon? I must apprehend him quickly, otherwise, my situation will become perilous. He immediately activated the instant transmission technique. his form slicing through the sky like a flash of lightning. The howling winds urged him to hasten his pace. He vowed silently to capture Vegeta and report back to King Frieza, for failure would lead to his own tragic demise. His gaze was filled with resolve, as if he was prepared for a decisive battle with Vegeta. Meanwhile, Gohan, in a desolate valley, located the Dragon Ball hidden by Vegeta using the Dragon Ball radar. His heart brimming with joy. After confirming the direction on the radar, he began to use the instant transmission technique to return to Bulma's base. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning to fulfill their wishes as swiftly as possible. I must hurry and bring the Dragon Balls back so that everyone's wishes can come true. Hope swelled within Gohan as he darted through the sky like a free little bird, the gentle breeze in the valley stirring up dust. Krillin, elated, arrived at Bulma's base with the Dragon Ball. It was a modest camp surrounded by rugged peaks. His face radiated joy as he could hardly wait to share the incredible news about the Grand Elder from planet Namek with Bulma. Bulma, you wouldn't believe it. The Grand Elder is truly remarkable. He helped me unlock my potential, and my battle power has increased significantly. Krillin exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes. With such newfound strength, coupled with Gohan's potential development, we stand a greater chance against Frieza and his forces. Confidence surged within him, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Just then, Vegeta appeared like an imposing mountain, interrupting Krillin's words. Miss Bulma, Krillin, it has been a while. His voice was cold and steady, sending shivers down one's spine. The air seemed to freeze around his presence. Krillin's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta, how did you find me? His heart was filled with doubt and unease. How could this fellow have found his way here? Had he been stalking me all along? His body tensed involuntarily, bracing for an impending assault for Vegeta. Bulma, equally astonished, gazed at Vegeta and exclaimed, "It's him, Vegeta." The surrounding peaks stood silently, as if bearing witness to the imminent crisis. At that moment, Sabo arrived. Without uttering a word, he launched a surprise attack on Vegeta. A powerful surge of energy howled forth, sweeping towards Vegeta like a tempest. Sabo's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, his fists radiating an overwhelming force, seemingly capable of obliterating everything in their path. The fierce winds howled around them, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Yet, Vegeta met Sabo's onslaught with composure, defending himself while stating, "Miss Bulma, I trust you understand my intentions. I harbor no malice. I do not advise you to flee." A complex expression flickered in his eyes, a blend of resolve and an imperceptible cunning. Sabo bellowed, "So they're Dragon Balls. Vegeta, what has emboldened you to such arrogance?" His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each punch imbued with cataclysmic destructive power, striving to vanquish Vegeta swiftly. His figure resembled that of a ferocious beast, relentlessly assaulting Vegeta. Bulma observed Sabo, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "That alien is quite handsome." Her words betrayed a hint of infatuation. Though the situation was perilous, she found the alien's appearance rather appealing. Krillin hastily interjected, "This is not the time for such discussions. We should seize the opportunity to escape." His eyes were filled with urgency. Vegeta is engaged with this alien. We must make our exit before the battle concludes, or we shall be in grave danger. He grasped Bulma's hand, preparing to flee from the perilous locale. The environment around them was chaotic, as if foreshadowing their uncertain fate. Suddenly, Sabo transformed, his body undergoing remarkable changes. His muscles swelled rapidly, and his strength amplified. His skin hardened, seemingly impervious to all attacks. He swiftly engaged Vegeta, each punch carrying the force of annihilation, intent on killing Vegeta and then eliminating the other two to obtain the Dragon Balls. His strikes descended like a torrential storm, overwhelming to behold. Bulma looked at the transformed Sabo, disdainfully commenting, "He has become so ugly." Her words hinted at her aversion. Just moments ago, she had found him handsome, but now he appeared grotesque. Vegeta, however, continued to counter Sabo's transformed assault with poise. His movements were as swift as lightning, effortlessly evading Sabo's strikes. Each motion was impeccably timed, as if he could foresee Sabo's attack trajectory. Do you think you could defeat me with this transformation? Such naivety. Seizing the moment, Vegeta targeted Sabo's scouter, obliterating it in an instant. The device exploded, fragments scattering in all directions. Then, he unleashed a fierce counterattack against Sabo. A formidable wave of energy surged towards Sabo like a tempest, leaving him utterly unprepared and profoundly astonished. Vegeta has become this powerful, he thought. I must find a way to escape and inform the king. His eyes were filled with terror. Vegeta sensed the movements of Krillin and Bulma, immediately abandoning any notion of leisure, and without hesitation, unleashed his full might. His battle power instantaneously soared to 100,000, creating an overwhelming aura that seemed to solidify the very air around him. Vegeta swiftly dispatched Sabo, who did not have time to utter a single cry before collapsing to the ground, his body falling like a kite with severed strings. He then executed a devastating explosion to ensure Sabo's complete annihilation. Krillin, sensing Vegeta's explosive energy, was equally stunned. How can he be this powerful? His eyes reflected disbelief. Just how strong is Vegeta? It is terrifying. After eliminating Sabo, Vegeta immediately pursued Krillin and Bulma. A new crisis was about to unfold on Namek. The surrounding atmosphere remained charged with tension, as if anticipating the imminent eruption of this crisis. Chapter 42. Unleashing Potential. On the night of December 18th, 762, at Bulma's encampment on Namek, the night hung like a heavy and mysterious black curtain, enveloping the area and seemingly concealing all its secrets. A gentle breeze occasionally rustled the surrounding foliage, producing a faint whispering sound akin to enigmatic murmurs echoing in the ears. Vegeta, Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin sat together around a modest campfire, sharing a meal, with 7 Namekian Dragon Balls placed nearby. The Dragon Balls emitted a subtle, mysterious glow, flickering in intensity as if silently narrating ancient and unfathomable tales, subtly hinting at the storm that was about to arise. Bulma's thoughts drifted back to the harrowing scenes from not long ago. After defeating Sabo, Vegeta had darted towards Krillin and Bulma like a bolt of black lightning, his impressive figure radiating a powerful aura that instilled fear, resembling an imposing and unyielding mountain. In the oppressive tranquility of the night, Vegeta's voice was cold yet steady. We shall unite against Frieza. Krillin, you must have sensed the immense power of Frieza as well. You may take the Dragon Balls. Those we acquired from Frieza are now in our possession. The Ginyu Force has not yet arrived, and with Frieza's army lacking any scouters, the scales of advantage tilt in our favor. Krillin furrowed his brow and questioned, can we trust you? After all, your kind previously invaded Earth. His eyes were filled with caution and skepticism, piercing through Vegeta like arrows. He pondered, this Vegeta, once our enemy, now seeks to ally with us. Can we truly place our trust in him? Vegeta slightly lifted his chin and retorted, invade? You cannot believe or obtain the Dragon Balls, nor can you fulfill your wishes. If I am not mistaken, Gohan has ventured out to retrieve the Dragon Balls I have concealed, and you possess tools to detect them. A glimmer of certainty shone in his eyes, as if everything lay within his grasp. Krillin gasped in astonishment. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Bulma quickly interjected. Krillin, do not say another word. A hint of frustration crossed her features, reminiscent of a child who has unwittingly erred. Bulma thought to herself, that foolish Krillin has already divulged information to Vegeta. This Saiyan is far too cunning. We must tread carefully. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seems my suspicions were correct. You indeed possess tools for detecting the Dragon Balls. Bulma sighed in resignation. Krillin, you have been deceived by him. Krillin marveled inwardly, astonished by Vegeta's intelligence, muttering to himself, this Vegeta is truly formidable. Yet he speaks with a semblance of reason. Vegeta continued, when Gohan returns. Utilize your tools to search for the Dragon Balls I cast aside. You may prioritize your wishes. Breaking the silence, Vegeta declared, you have perceived my intentions. The Dragon Balls are yours. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock our potential and confront Frieza. Bulma, concluding her reverie, began to listen intently to Vegeta's words and inquired, what is your wish? Curiosity filled her heart as she pondered the desires of this cold-hearted Saiyan. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, as if waiting for Vegeta's response, the wind acting as a curious onlooker, silently absorbing their conversation. A complex emotion flickered in Vegeta's gaze. To resurrect the science of planet Vegeta, including Raditz. Krillin interjected, can we use the Dragon Balls tomorrow? Vegeta replied, sternly, no. Should we use the Dragon Balls? Frieza will discover it, and he will swiftly come to eliminate us. Once he learns that the wish is unattainable, he will obliterate planet Namek. And we shall have no escape, only death awaits us. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Destroy planet Namek? Wouldn't he perish as well? That is impossible. A wave of terror washed over Bulma as she struggled to fathom the devastation of planet Namek. the fear creeping upon her heart like a cold tide. The night around them seemed to grow more oppressive, as if the darkness threatened to engulf them mercilessly. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly. Frieza can survive alone in the depths of space. Bulma gasped in horror. That is utterly terrifying. Vegeta spoke with unwavering resolve. Now we wait. I will train alongside Gohan to unlock our potential, and once Kakarot, whom you refer to as Goku, arrives, we shall deal with the Ginyu Force. Followed by a final confrontation with Frieza. On the morning of December 19th, 762 of the Age of the Universe, the sun cast its golden rays upon the surface of the planet Namek. The warm sunlight enveloped the mysterious land like a delicate golden veil. It could not dispel the tension and unease that lingered in the hearts of the people. Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, bearing the Dragon Balls, soared through the skies, using the instant transmission technique towards the abode of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Their figures streaked across the heavens, imbued with unwavering determination and hope, yet they remained oblivious to the trials that awaited them. The wind howled around them, as if cheering them on, while simultaneously warning of the imminent unknown dangers. Within the confines of a humble dwelling, Krillin recounted Vegeta's circumstances to the gathered assembly. The Grand Elder sat quietly, his aged visage radiating wisdom, as though he could perceive the truths of the universe. In this ancient room, the Grand Elder's voice resonated deeply. I understand. Your name is Vegeta, is it not? I can sense the duality within you, both malevolent and benevolent. Though I struggle to comprehend, I can perceive your goodwill. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request. Vegeta nodded slightly. First, assist in unlocking the potential of Gohan and myself. Matters regarding wishes can be addressed after the battle. His heart brimmed with anticipation, a fervent flame illuminating his resolute gaze. The Grand Elder continued, though I may not live to see the aftermath of the conflict. Your wishes shall be realized by my successors. Understood, Vegeta replied succinctly. The Grand Elder then devoted his time to unlocking the latent potential within Vegeta and Gohan. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as a mysterious energy radiated from his being, enveloping Vegeta. They stood in solemn silence, feeling the overwhelming power surging around them, their hearts filled with both anticipation and trepidation. The room was thick with a solemn atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sunlight streamed through the windows, adding a sacred hue to this enigmatic rite. Yet behind this sanctity lay an unfathomable unknown. Chapter 43. The Ginyu Force. On the afternoon of December 19th, 762 of the Age of the Universe, near the Grand Elder's village on Namek, the scorching sun poured down with relentless intensity. However, upon touching the enigmatic soil of Namek, it seemed to be mercilessly devoured of its warmth by an inscrutable force. The air was thick with tension, resembling heavy clouds that weighed down upon the landscape, making it nearly impossible to breathe freely. A fierce wind howled through the terrain, rustling the surrounding flora, the sound reminiscent of a somber prelude to the impending tempest. Vegeta stood defiantly, arms crossed, his cold, resolute gaze flickering with calculated intent. He mused inwardly, my current combat power has reached 1 million, nearing the brink of my limits. Should I exploit a glitch, I could ascend to 3 million, thereby touching the Saiyans' ultimate potential. He slightly raised his chin, embodying the very essence of pride and ambition. Not far away, the youthful countenance of Son Gohan was imbued with unwavering determination. He fixated intently on Vegeta, resolutely contemplating his mission to grow ever stronger, to acquire the Dragon Balls, and to resurrect Piccolo and the others, while also safeguarding the oppressed Namekians from the tyranny of Frieza. At that moment, his battle power was a mere 140,000, yet his indomitable spirit blazed like an unquenchable fire, seemingly capable of incinerating all darkness in existence. The fierce wind occasionally tugged at Gohan's garments, yet could not disturb his steadfast posture, as unyielding as rock. Vegeta sought out the Grand Elder once more, his urgency palpable as he inquired, Grand Elder, are there any Namekians with healing abilities? I am in dire need of a rapid enhancement in strength. The Grand Elder let out a soft sigh, a sound that seemed to traverse the vast expanse of time, laden with an inexorable sense of melancholy. He replied slowly, my child Dondi, what precisely do you intend to do, Vegeta? Without hesitation, Vegeta declared, to achieve the Saiyan limit through the brink of death. The Grand Elder fell into profound contemplation, the air around them seemingly suspended in that instance. He was uncertain whether Vegeta would be a boon or a bane for the universe, Yet he understood that his paramount duty was to prevent the annihilation of the Namekians. Vegeta then conveyed his thoughts to son Gohan and Dandi. Gohan countered, "Your power is already formidable. Are you truly unable to defeat Frieza?" Vegeta's expression darkened, akin to a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. He replied gravely, "No, he possesses at least one transformation capability. With the assistance of Gohan's injuries and Dandi's healing, Vegeta successfully attained the Saiyans' ultimate battle power of 3 million. However, beneath this newfound strength, Vegeta felt a profound conviction that even if he underwent near-death treatment again, he would not be able to augment his battle power further. On the night of December 19th, 762 AD, at Frieza's stronghold on Namek, the night enveloped the perilous planet like an impenetrable ink, thick and suffocating. The wild winds howled across the wasteland, reminiscent of a demon's wrathful roar. Frieza sat upon his opulent throne, his expression as dark as a storm cloud, almost palpable with malevolence. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the unease within him spreading like rampant weeds. Why had Zarbin not returned with information? The image of Vegeta's arrogant visage surfaced in his mind, stirring a deep-seated anxiety within him. He surmised that Zarbin had likely fallen victim to Vegeta's wrath. At this thought, Frieza clenched his fists in rage, gritting his teeth in fury at Vegeta. That despicable Vegeta, indeed favored by the god of destruction. However, you have now provoked my ire, and I shall ensure you pay a grievous price for it. His anger was a tempest within him, and, at that moment, he could only place his hopes in the Ginyu Force. Without a scouter, I am unable to detect Vegeta and his companions. According to the legends of the Intelligence Department, a wish upon the Dragon Balls would darken the sky and summon a colossal dragon. Now, he could only instruct his subordinates to remain vigilant. He eagerly anticipated their prompt arrival, fully aware that once they brought the detectors, the tide of events could potentially reverse. Meanwhile, in other regions of planet Namek, some Namekians sensed the impending storm. The howling winds swept through their villages, threatening to topple their homes. They silently worried for their fate, as if awaiting the cruel judgment of destiny. On December 23rd, year 762 of the Age of the Universe, in the vast expanse of outer space, a solitary spacecraft drifted quietly amidst the boundless cosmos. Surrounding it was an endless void of darkness and silence, as if the entire universe had succumbed to a profound slumber. Within the spacecraft, Sun Wukong concluded his arduous training, rising slowly, emanating an aura of immense power. He felt the surging energy within him and pondered, "My combat strength has reached 90,000, yet this is still far from sufficient. The battle ahead will be exceedingly challenging, but I shall not falter." Understanding the gravity of his mission, he resolved to rest for the next 2 days, replenishing his energy and preparing adequately for the impending conflict. Sun Wukong reflected on his past battles within the confines of the spacecraft, recalling former allies and adversaries alike. His gaze was resolute, for he understood that he must grow stronger to protect his family and companions. He sat in quiet contemplation, adjusting his state of mind as he awaited the call of fate. The surrounding silence seemed to bear witness to his unwavering determination. On the morning of December 24th, year 762 of the Age of the Universe, the skies of planet Namek were illuminated by dazzling beams of light. The fierce winds abruptly ceased, as if the entire world held its breath in anticipation of this moment. The Ginyu Force had finally arrived on this planet. Ginyu squinted slightly, confidence swelling within him. Following closely were Rikwam, Jees, Burda, and Guldo, clad in their uniform battle attire, exuding an air of valor. Their presence seemed to cast an overwhelming pressure upon planet Namek, the very atmosphere feeling as though it had crystallized in that instant. Each member donned a new type of detector, first striking a pose befitting the Ginyu Force to greet Frieza, before proceeding directly to meet him. Frieza, momentarily at a loss for words, held the Ginyu Force in high regard. Ginyu presented a new detector with both hands, respectfully stating, "My lord, this is the new type of detector you requested us to bring." As Frieza accepted and equipped the detector, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He surveyed the members of the Ginyu Force and barked, "No matter the cost, you must bring back Vegeta." The members of the Ginyu Force responded in unison, "Yes, my lord, we shall not fail in our mission." Although they were surprised to learn that Vegeta had defeated Zarbin and Dodoria, they did not dwell on it. The Ginyu Force swiftly commenced their operation, utilizing the detectors to search for Vegeta's whereabouts. As Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin sensed their arrival, they braced themselves for battle. An exhilarating clash was on the verge of unfolding, with the howling winds seemingly heralding the commencement of this epic confrontation. In Chapter 44, versus the Ginyu Force, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan, after much contemplation, resolutely decided to venture to a desolate region on planet Namek. This barren expanse, devoid of life and shrouded in swirling dust, appeared to be a forgotten corner of the world. Yet, it was here that they would soon engage in a breathtaking showdown. Vegeta contemplated inwardly. In this place, we can confront the Ginyu Force without hesitation, sparing innocent lives from being ensnared in our conflict. We must not allow them to thwart our plans. Krillin and Gohan nervously scanned their surroundings, filled with vigilance, as they huddled closely together, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, Ginyu, Rikwam, Vegeta, and Guldo materialized in this desolate area like phantoms. Their presence emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura, seemingly capable of subduing everything in their vicinity. The Ginyu Force, with their distinctive and imposing entrance, proudly exhibited their authority and confidence, as if declaring their invincibility to the cosmos. Rikwam, towering like a colossal edifice, exuded a stifling sense of oppression. His thunderous voice resonated. "Is that you, Vegeta? I've heard you betrayed the king and killed both Zarbon and Dodoria. Have you come to meet your end, or do you wish for me to deliver it personally?" His gaze brimmed with arrogance and disdain. Perceiving Vegeta as nothing more than an insignificant insect, Rikwam smugly mused, "This Vegeta dares to betray the king. Let him witness the might of the Ginyu Force today." Vegeta's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity as he coldly replied, "You shall be the ones to meet death." No sooner had he finished speaking than Vegeta, akin to a ferocious leopard, launched the first strike. He had long harbored trepidation regarding Guldo's extraordinary abilities, particularly that terrifying power to halt time. Thus, Vegeta resolved to take the initiative, surging toward Guldo with lightning speed. Initially, Guldo dismissed Vegeta's assault, looking down upon him with scorn, thinking, "You believe you can injure me?" However, Vegeta's velocity far surpassed his expectations. In an instant, Vegeta was upon Guldo, his fist propelled with cataclysmic force, crashing down toward him. Guldo, caught off guard, scrambled to evade, but it was already too late. Vegeta's fist struck Guldo's chest with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Guldo traced a painful arc before crashing to the ground, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, and collapsed into a pool of crimson. Without hesitation, Vegeta gathered his energy once more, unleashing a powerful energy beam that shot toward Guldo like a bolt of lightning. Terror filled Guldo's eyes as he beheld the energy beam, overwhelmed by despair. In that moment of hopelessness, Guldo's life was extinguished. Vegeta coldly remarked, "Guldo, you will never have the opportunity to unleash your superpowers again." Bat, witnessing the scene, roared in fury. Vegeta's combat power just reached 90,000. "Let us unite to avenge Guldo." Bat, Jisoo, and Riku swiftly launched a relentless assault against Vegeta. Each of their attacks was imbued with unparalleled strength, as though capable of obliterating everything in their path. Bat seethed, "Vegeta, how dare you kill Guldo? We shall not spare you." Jisoo and Riku, with fierce expressions, joined in the onslaught against Vegeta. Undaunted by the frenzied attacks of the three, Vegeta evaded Bat's punches and Jisoo's kicks with agility, keenly seeking opportunities to counterattack. Riku's strikes were the most ferocious, each punch carrying a force that seemed capable of annihilating anything. Vegeta sidestepped one of Riku's punches and swiftly retaliated with a kick to Riku's abdomen, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Bat attempted to strike Vegeta from behind, but Vegeta, sensing the impending danger, quickly turned to defend himself. Bat's fist was blocked by Vegeta, but in that instant, Jisoo charged in, forcing Vegeta to dodge once more. The trio's attacks grew increasingly fierce, prompting Vegeta to control his energy with ease, maneuvering around them as if toying with their efforts. He occasionally taunted, "Is this truly all you are capable of?" His voice dripped with cold derision. Meanwhile, Ginyu was astounded by Vegeta's rapid growth. From initial power level of 20,000 to now 90,000, Vegeta had ascended to become the third most formidable member of Frieza's army. Ginyu resolved to observe the situation, intending to intervene when Bat, Jisoo, and Riku found themselves at a disadvantage. He mused, "This Vegeta has advanced too quickly to be underestimated." As Vegeta continued to engage Bat, Riku, and Jisoo in battle for several rounds, Ginyu, through his scouter, was astonished to discover that Vegeta could indeed control his energy. Currently, Vegeta's combat power was on par with that of Riku and the others, yet he remained far from being at a disadvantage. With his agile movements and calm judgment, he navigated through their attacks with ease, searching for counterattack opportunities. Jinyu relayed the information about Vegeta's energy control to Frieza via the scouter. Frieza responded, "Then you shall personally intervene. If necessary, you may bring back Vegeta's corpse." The battlefield was intensely fierce at that moment, with Vegeta effortlessly engaging in combat against the trio of Berta, Jisoo, and Raikum. Each of his strikes was impeccably timed, leaving his opponents utterly unprepared. Just then, Jinyu decided to join the fray. Nearby, Krillin and Gohan were equally astonished by the formidable power of the Jinyu force. Upon witnessing Jinyu's entry into the battle, a sense of trepidation gripped their hearts. Krillin immediately rushed to assist, shouting, "Solar Flare!" A blinding light erupted instantaneously, rendering the Jinyu Force members momentarily sightless. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Vegeta unleashed his battle prowess with the ferocity of an invincible war deity, launching a relentless assault upon Raikum and Berta. They were caught completely off guard. Vegeta's fists fell upon them like a torrential storm. Raikum attempted to defend himself, but Vegeta's might shattered his defenses in an instant. Berta sought to evade, only to be struck by Vegeta's energy wave, which sent him hurtling through the air. Both fell to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Jinyu regained his composure and intervened just as Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow to Jisoo, saving him from certain death. However, Jisoo was gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Jinyu glared at Vegeta, warning, "Do not be too arrogant." The fierce skirmish reached a temporary pause, yet both sides understood that this was merely the beginning. The battles to come would be even more brutal and intense. In the desolate expanse of Namek, the winds howled like furious beasts, whipping up clouds of dust that surged like tumultuous ocean waves, heralding the impending and brutal clash with an ominous prelude. This barren land was cracked and lifeless, with only jagged stones intermittently visible amidst the swirling sands. Resembling an ancient battlefield forgotten by time, Vegeta closed his eyes slightly, his expression intensely focused as he honed his senses to perceive every movement around him. Realizing that Kakarot had yet to arrive, he pondered, "At this moment, I must buy time and patiently await Kakarot's arrival. Otherwise, my plans will be irrevocably thwarted." Thus, he resolved to continue controlling his energy and engage Jinyu in battle. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, piercing as a blade, as if he could penetrate all obstacles. He resembled a poised and wild leopard, launching a lightning-fast attack towards Jinyu, with astonishing power surging through his legs. He propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly closing the gap between them. His tightly clenched fist seemed to harbor the potential to obliterate all, striking Jinyu with an unstoppable force. The wind from his punch howled as it tore through the air, sending the surrounding dust swirling in a chaotic dance. Jinyu reacted in an instant, swiftly countering with a flurry of strikes, his movements as agile as a specter, each blow infused with a chillingly immense energy. As Jinyu swiftly sidestepped, he narrowly evaded the formidable punch from Vegeta, then retaliated with a lightning-fast strike, his fist enveloped in an overwhelmingly powerful aura. His gaze was icy, brimming with an intense desire for battle. Jinyu snorted disdainfully, uttering, "Vegeta, do you truly believe you could defeat me? How naive." The two combatants' fists collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening sound, while the powerful shockwaves surged outward like a tumultuous tide, stirring up clouds of swirling dust. This dust enveloped their figures like a swirling yellow mist. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Jinyu was astonished to discover that Vegeta had unleashed a staggering battle power of 110,000. He inwardly cursed. That cunning old fox Vegeta has hidden such formidable strength. It seems that the scouter cannot be relied upon too heavily from now on. I must depend on my own experience and true power to accurately assess my adversary's strengths. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jinyu and Vegeta fought with the ferocity of two wild beasts engaged in a life-and-death struggle, neither able to gain a decisive advantage, resulting in a tense stalemate. Vegeta continuously varied his attacking strategies, at times delivering torrential punches, at others launching lightning-fast kicks or unleashing powerful energy waves. Each of his strikes was imbued with immense strength and remarkable precision. Vegeta adeptly dodged one of Jinyu's punches and retaliated instantly, delivering a fierce kick to Jinyu's abdomen. Jinyu winced in pain, involuntarily stepping back, but quickly regained his composure and launched another frenzied assault on Vegeta. The barren ground trembled under the intensity of their clash. Fissures appearing across the terrain. Jinyu was equally resolute, evading Vegeta's strikes with the agility of a ghost while his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, sought opportunities for counterattacks. Each violent impact sent shockwaves through the earth, reminiscent of a powerful earthquake. Jinyu unleashed a formidable energy wave, prompting Vegeta to dodge nimbly. The wave struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Seizing the moment, Jinyu charged forward like lightning, delivering another forceful punch. Vegeta hastily defended himself, but Jinyu's overwhelming strength forced him back several steps. Watching the intense and precarious battle unfold, Krillin began to grasp Vegeta's true intentions. He turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, let us join the fray. Vegeta may not be able to hold out much longer." Gohan, meeting Krillin's unwavering gaze, nodded firmly. "All right, Uncle Krillin." With the arrival of Krillin and Gohan, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Jinyu was compelled to abandon his deeper contemplation of Vegeta's capabilities, redirecting his focus entirely to countering the fierce onslaught from the three fighters. Their assault descended upon him like a tempest, and although Jinyu possessed formidable strength, he felt an unprecedented burden. Krillin surged towards Jinyu, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to the relentless onslaught of a storm. His movements were so swift that they dazzled the eyes, each strike imbued with unwavering conviction. Krillin's fists fell upon Jinyu like a torrential downpour, forcing Jinyu to divert his focus. Gohan, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking Jinyu from afar with pinpoint accuracy. The energy wave struck true, momentarily halting Jinyu in his tracks. Enraged, Jinyu roared, his aura intensifying with a ferocity that threatened to obliterate everything in his vicinity. He defended himself chaotically, his fury palpable. After several intense exchanges, Vegeta sensed Kakarot's imminent arrival, a wave of uncontrollable joy surging within him. He resolved to personally eliminate Jinyu. "Krillin, Gohan, seek out Kakarot and ensure he ascends in power as I dictate." Upon witnessing this, Jinyu was consumed by a fierce indignation, feeling profoundly slighted by Vegeta's disdain. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, ferociously targeting Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan. The energy waves crackled like menacing lightning, each carrying immense destructive potential. Yet, Vegeta stood undaunted, his gaze steely and resolute, effortlessly deflecting every energy wave with his overwhelming might. An impervious barrier formed around him, neutralizing the relentless onslaught. With a singular hand, Vegeta concentrated his energy, launching a powerful energy wave that collided violently with Jinyu's, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that seemed capable of fracturing the very fabric of the world. The resultant shockwave sent sand and debris swirling into the air, resembling a terrifying sandstorm. Krillin and Gohan, recognizing the urgency, swiftly employed the instant transmission technique to depart. They understood their mission was to locate Kakarot and assist him in enhancing his strength as per Vegeta's instructions. After engaging Jinyu in several more rounds of combat, Vegeta sensed Kakarot's meeting with Krillin and Gohan. He realized the moment had arrived. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed his full power, his energy surging to unimaginable heights, as if he were about to consume everything around him. Like a beast unleashed, he charged towards Jinyu at an astonishing speed. Vegeta's velocity rendered him nearly invisible, and in an instant, he appeared before Jinyu. His fist, imbued with the terrible force to annihilate, struck Jinyu with devastating impact. Jinyu, caught off guard, was unable to react before being overwhelmed by Vegeta's might. The attack struck with the force of thunder, vanquishing Jinyu in an instant, denying him any opportunity to utilize his body-swapping technique. Jinyu was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. Vegeta, unyielding, unleashed a final energy wave to obliterate Jinyu. With a sigh of relief, he pondered to himself, "At last, this nuisance has been dealt with. Now, the question remains, can Kakarot reach the pinnacle of Saiyan power?" Chapter 46, Astonishment. On the desolate and boundless planet of Namek, fierce winds howled through the air, stirring up clouds of dust that seemed to be ancient storytellers, slowly unraveling the tales of this mysterious land's tumultuous past. Sun Wukong stepped out of his spacecraft, his eyes gently closed, his expression focused to an extraordinary degree, as if everything around him had succumbed to a peculiar state of stillness under his perception. The very air appeared to be imbued with his concentration, transforming into an unusual tranquility, while time itself seemed to momentarily slow its pace. Soon, Sun Wukong became aware of the energies of Krillin and Gohan. Opening his eyes, a fleeting spark of surprise flickered within them. As transient and brilliant as a shooting star in the night sky, he murmured to himself, "The powers of Krillin and Gohan have grown immensely. It seems they have truly evolved on this Namekian soil, and Vegeta's strength has intensified even further. Indeed, he is a formidable opponent." At that moment, the skies of Namek appeared ominously dark, as if a violent storm were imminent. The barren ground was scattered with jagged rocks, adding a touch of desolation to the landscape. Gohan and Krillin soon arrived at Sun Wukong's location. Krillin, his face alight with excitement and his eyes sparkling like flames of hope, spoke to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, Vegeta has now become our ally. We are confronting the even mightier foe, Frieza. Vegeta has discovered a method to enhance his strength, and he instructed me to inform you to try it as well." Sun Wukong listened quietly, a glimmer of contemplation in his gaze. He pondered, "If Vegeta can uncover a way to grow stronger and has urged me to do the same, how formidable must Frieza truly be? I must become more powerful to protect everyone." After a moment of reflection, he nodded and said, "Krillin, let us go to the Elder. I have heard from King Kai that Frieza is both powerful and malevolent. You should use the Dragon Balls to revive our comrades, while I simultaneously develop my potential." His tone was resolute, imbued with a fierce determination, as if he were voicing an unyielding vow amidst the desolation. Gohan, with a hint of concern, asked, "Dad, can we really defeat Frieza?" Sun Wukong gently ruffled Gohan's hair, reassuringly replying, "Gohan, do not fear. As long as we unite our efforts, we will certainly have a chance to overcome him." With that, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Gohan utilized the instant transmission technique, swiftly soaring towards the Elder's location. Their figures streaked across the sky like three brilliant meteors, filled with hope and fearless courage, charging into the unknown ahead. The wind howled past their ears, seemingly cheering for their bravery, its roar akin to the resounding drums of war, inspiring them to forge ahead. Meanwhile, at Frieza's location, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. Through his scanner, he discovered that Jinyu had also fallen to Vegeta's hand. His expression darkened ominously, reminiscent of the sky heavy with clouds before a tempest. As darkness enveloped everything around him, Frieza let out a furious snort. "Vegeta, how dare you thwart my plans? I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." A surge of intense rage welled up within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly against his soul. Determined to personally eliminate Vegeta, Frieza rose, emanating an overwhelming aura, one that seemed capable of effortlessly crushing everything in his vicinity. He departed from his stronghold on planet Namek, soaring towards Vegeta's direction. His figure was ethereal, moving with unparalleled speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. The ancient architecture exuded an air of mystery, the surroundings tranquil and solemn. Goku gazed at the Grand Elder, his eyes brimming with determination and anticipation. His heart was filled with a fervent desire for strength and a protective instinct for his family. He spoke earnestly, "Grand Elder, I seek to unlock my potential, for I must confront Frieza. I yearn to engage with the strong and safeguard my loved ones. Please, assist me." The Grand Elder observed Goku in silence, sensing the sincerity and goodness within him. He nodded slightly, internally admiring the young man's courage and resolve. "Young one," he began slowly, "your bravery and determination command my respect. I agree to your request, but unlocking your potential is no simple task. You must prepare yourself mentally." He turned to inform the other Namekians to evacuate the area to avoid being caught in the ensuing conflict. He pondered, "This young man may indeed be the hope for our people. May he succeed in opposing Frieza and protecting my kin, while simultaneously restraining Vegeta." Goku commenced the process of unlocking his potential, closing his eyes and focusing his spirit. A powerful force surged from within him, his energy steadily amplifying. He could sense a wondrous transformation within his body, every cell seemingly rejoicing in exuberance. After a period of time, Goku's strength escalated to 900,000. Simultaneously, Krillin, Gohan, and Den were making wishes with the Dragon Balls. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo conveyed through King Kai's telepathic abilities his message to Krillin and Gohan, Reviving me will also restore the gods. And we can use the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Krillin, perplexed, inquired, Piccolo, is this truly feasible? Piccolo replied, with unwavering conviction, trust me. This is our best course of action. Ultimately, Krillin communicated the wish to Dend, who then related in the ancient Namekian language to the eternal dragon Purunga. The dragon fulfilled their wish, and Piccolo reappeared on planet Namek. Observing his surroundings, Piccolo was overwhelmed with emotion. He understood that this battle would be exceedingly arduous. Yet he was resolved to fight for his people. As for the Grand Elder, his repeated use of the potential unlocking had rendered him exceedingly frail. He sensed his life force gradually waning, yet he felt no regret in his heart. The Elder gazed upon Sun Wukong and his companions, his voice frail as he uttered, I hope you succeed in safeguarding my kin. Son Gohan and Krillin looked upon the Elder's lifeless form, their hearts heavy with sorrow and reverence. That grief enveloped them like a pervasive mist, shrouding their souls. Chapter 47. Vegeta versus Frieza. On the desolate planet Namek, time rewound to the tense moment when Frieza sped towards Vegeta's location. The wild winds howled mercilessly across the barren landscape, swirling dust and debris like a frenzied troop of dancers, heralding the imminent clash of titans. Frieza, resembling a spectral shadow, sliced through the sky with astonishing velocity. Hurtling towards Vegeta, the desolate scenery of Namek intensified the atmosphere of tension and foreboding. In the blink of an eye, Frieza arrived at his destination, his imposing figure radiating a chilling aura of power that sent shivers down the spine of any who beheld him. The surrounding dust seemed to momentarily freeze in awe of his presence. Frieza's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes upon Vegeta and slowly spoke, I am genuinely curious. Why have you chosen to betray me? Have I not been lenient with you remnants of the Saiyans? Vegeta stood resolute, his posture unwavering, and replied with profound determination. I have come to understand the truth, including the real circumstances surrounding the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Frieza narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise dancing across his features. Oh, Vegeta, you truly comprehend? Vegeta continued, God, there is no conflict of interest between the Frieza force and the Saiyans. You would not have destroyed our kind without cause. Frieza realized that Vegeta was unaware that the order had originated from the god of destruction, mistaking it for divine will. After a moment of silence, he responded, I respect your choice, Vegeta. May I inquire if you can truly master your energy? Vegeta lifted his chin slightly, a surge of pride swelling within him, and declared, Indeed, this is a skill I acquired on Earth. Perhaps it is true that the less formidable races tend to either embrace technology or refine their mastery of energy. Frieza nodded, acknowledging, it seems, Vegeta, that you have indeed gleaned much from your experiences on the front lines. To demonstrate his regard for Vegeta, Frieza decided to transform into his ultimate form. With a surge of potent energy, his body underwent a dramatic transformation, his presence now more terrifying, as if he could effortlessly obliterate all in his vicinity. The winds, too, seemed to be influenced by his might, growing ever more tempestuous. Vegeta sensed Frieza's overwhelming power, a moment of hesitation creeping into his heart about continuing the challenge. Yet he swiftly cast aside his disarrayed thoughts, resolutely affirming to himself, in gratitude for the life my parents bestowed upon me, I shall not falter. I must fight for the dignity of the Saiyans. Without hesitation, he launched an offensive. Vegeta, swift as lightning, surged toward Frieza, his fist imbued with formidable energy, striking with great force. Yet, Frieza effortlessly sidestepped, evading this fierce blow. The surrounding dust was stirred by their movements, creating a hazy veil. Undeterred, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of assaults, alternating between powerful punches and precise kicks aimed at Frieza's vital points. Frieza, unfazed, responded with elegance and accuracy, deftly blocking each of Vegeta's attacks. As Vegeta swung his fist once more, the wind howled with his unyielding spirit. Frieza raised a hand slightly, easily deflecting the punch, then countered with a push that sent Vegeta staggering back several steps. Unwavering, Vegeta showcased his training, combining energy waves with martial arts to mount a fervent assault against Frieza. His figure darted like a bolt of lightning around Frieza, each strike imbued with tremendous power. The dust swirled around them, as if cheering for the fierce clash. Frieza, intent on mastering energy control techniques, engaged in the battle with merely 1/20th of his might. Throughout their encounters, Frieza discerned that, upon roughly sensing energy, His own was comparable to Vegeta's, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage. A sense of astonishment filled Frisia's mind. This Vegeta possesses such strength. It seems I must take him more seriously. Once more, Vegeta unleashed an energy wave, but Frisia waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly dissipating the attack. Seizing the moment, Vegeta advanced, delivering a kick aimed at Frisia's abdomen. Frisia frowned slightly, blocking the strike with his arm, yet he was still pushed back a few steps by Vegeta's might. At this juncture, the wind intensified, and the dust danced wildly, seemingly intent on engulfing the two combatants. A fierce determination surged within Vegeta. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to lose. He launched another series of attacks, his speed and power escalating with each strike. Frisia, now fully engaged, shifted from mere defense to counterattack. His blows descended like a tempest, each move rife with immense strength. Vegeta struggled to withstand the onslaught, gradually sustaining injuries. Frisia unleashed a powerful energy wave, prompting Vegeta to hastily evade. The energy wave struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta retaliated with an energy wave, but Frisia easily neutralized it. With a roar of fury, Vegeta charged at Frisia again, his fist descending like a meteor. Frisia sneered, effortlessly blocking the blow, then countered with a reverse strike that sent Vegeta hurtling away. Vegeta tumbled through the air before landing firmly on the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes remained filled with indomitable spirit. As Frisia continued to regulate his energy levels, Vegeta found himself increasingly on the back foot. With a defiant shout, Vegeta proclaimed, "Frisia, this attack is a charge strike prepared specifically for you. Do you dare to face it?" Frisia's lips curled into a slight smirk, confidence swelling within him as he coldly scoffed, "Humph, Vegeta. Do you truly believe this will suffice to defeat me? Come fort." Vegeta began to gather his energy, channeling all his strength into a single attack. The very air around him seemed to be drawn into his immense power, forming a formidable aura. He unleashed the final flash, a dazzling beam of light that shot forth like a meteor towards Frisia. Although the final flash did not inflict harm upon Frisia, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer ferocity of the attack. Secretly, he marveled at Vegeta's courage, strength, and intellect, thinking to himself, "This Vegeta is indeed not to be underestimated." Unfortunately, Frisia, having gleaned much from Vegeta, resolved to eliminate him. He launched an assault, his form flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, unleashing a powerful energy beam. Vegeta, caught off guard, was struck by the beam and sustained severe injuries. He collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his eyes remained resolute, brimming with indomitable spirit. Just as Frisia intended to seize the opportunity to finish Vegeta off, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening and glimpsed the distant Shenron. Confusion filled Frisia's mind. What is that? Could it be the fabled dragon? Observing the wounded Vegeta and the distant dragon, Frisia sensed that the energy emanating from that direction was not particularly overwhelming. He decided to revert to his original form and swiftly flew toward Shenron, contemplating, "I shall first fulfill my wish and then return to deal with the gravely injured Vegeta." Chapter 48, vs Frisia, Part 1. On Namek, fierce winds howled across the desolate terrain, swirling dust and debris as if to envelop the entire planet in an endless pall of desolation. Frisia and his cohorts darted toward Shenron like flashes of lightning. However, upon arrival, Frisia was astonished to discover that the Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. This unexpected turn of events ignited his fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, soaring to unprecedented heights. His expression darkened, as though it could drip with malice, reminiscent of a storm-laden sky heralding an impending tempest. "How dare they toy with me?" Frisia bellowed in rage, his roar reverberating across the barren land, intertwining with the howling winds, sending shivers down the spine. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, casting suspicion upon all who had arrived on Namek, including Vegeta. Consumed by rage, Frisia seethed. "Who possesses the audacity to mock me? They shall pay dearly for their insolence." Clenching his fists tightly, his formidable aura sent the surrounding dust swirling violently, forming vortices in the yellowed sky. Meanwhile, Goku sensed Vegeta's energy plummeting rapidly, nearly extinguished, while another, even more formidable energy, though waning, remained dreadfully potent. As Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his mind swiftly deduced that the adversary confronting Vegeta must be Frisia. whose formidable strength allowed him to effortlessly overpower Vegeta. A sense of foreboding washed over Sun Wukong as he contemplated the grievous state of Vegeta. Frieza was indeed a terrifying foe. It was imperative to rescue Vegeta to preserve their combat capabilities. Gohan, anxiously regarding his father, trembled slightly as he inquired, "Father, what shall we do?" At that moment, the howling wind intensified, tousling Gohan's hair. Sun Wukong's gaze hardened with resolve as he handed a Senzu bean to Gohan and calmly instructed, "Gohan, take this Senzu bean to Vegeta. Remember to steer clear of any aura that resembles Frieza's and act swiftly. Vegeta's energy is plummeting." Though his heart brimmed with trepidation, Gohan mustered his courage and declared, "Father, I will surely deliver the Senzu bean to save Vegeta." Without delay, he turned and soared towards the direction of the bean with utmost speed. Along the way, Gohan carefully evaded potential dangers, his heart racing like a drum, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The fierce wind whistled past his ears, seemingly urging him to hasten his pace. Then, Sun Wukong turned to Krillin with a serious demeanor, stating, "Krillin, please injure me. Dandy will tend to my wounds later." As Frieza's energy is approaching, Krillin hesitated momentarily, voicing, "Wukong, are you certain this will work? I feel reluctant." Sun Wukong replied with unwavering determination, "There is no time for hesitation, Krillin. We must prepare ourselves for Frieza's onslaught." Though Krillin felt reluctant, he complied with Sun Wukong's request and struck him without hesitation. Utilizing an energy blast, he inflicted a wound upon Wukong. In swift succession, Dandy hurriedly began to treat Sun Wukong, his hands emanating a gentle glow that enveloped the wound, healing it at a visible pace. Frieza, sensing the fleeing Namekians through their energy signatures, displayed a sinister grin reminiscent of a demon. "What a fortunate encounter," he exclaimed, propelling himself towards the panicked Namekians with astonishing speed. The wind howled behind him, seemingly cheering on his cruelty. Frieza selected a few Namekians as his initial targets, moving with lightning speed to dispatch them effortlessly. Their blood erupted forth, staining the ground, while fear spread like a plague through the air. Frieza's figure flickered like a specter, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck two Namekians, who fell without even a scream. The ground was now tainted with blood, and the air reeked of carnage. However, Nail bravely stepped forward to confront Frieza. His eyes radiated steadfastness and defiance, exuding immense power. With a fierce roar, Nail charged at Frieza, each strike imbued with resolute determination. Naru pondered within himself, "I cannot allow Frieza to continue inflicting harm upon my kin." Like a furious lion, he charged at Frieza, his fists imbued with formidable strength. However, Frieza exhibited little patience for such antics, regarding Naru with an icy gaze, as if he were merely observing an inconsequential ant. With swift ferocity, Frieza launched his assault, striking Naru with a speed and power that rendered him defenseless. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Naru, his palm gesturing lightly, unleashing a potent wave of energy that struck Naru down. In agony, Naru collapsed to the ground, his body grievously wounded, blood spilling from his lips. Yet, he steadfastly glared at Frieza, his eyes ablaze with hatred and fury, as if he could slay the demon with nothing but his gaze. Frieza looked down upon the injured Naru, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You are utterly delusional." He then continued, inquiring, "Tell me, are the Dragon Balls still usable? Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate." An elder from Namek, witnessing the plight of his people, felt an overwhelming sorrow and helplessness. He could only hope that his response might save his kin, trembling as he spoke. "The Grand Elder is deceased. The Dragon Balls cannot be used any longer. May we leave now?" Frieza snorted in disdain. "Excellent. I find myself mocked. You shall all pay dearly." With that, Frieza commenced his massacre, showcasing his immense power as he wreaked havoc. His figure glided like a specter among the Namekians, each strike accompanied by death and screams. Simultaneously, he utilized the communication function of his scouter to issue commands to his base on Namek, instructing them to annihilate all life on the planet. Frieza resembled a merciless harbinger of death, weaving through the Namekians, unleashing waves of potent energy wherever he went, leaving destruction in his wake. The winds and sands seemed to tremble in response to his atrocities. Meanwhile, Goku had completed his healing and keenly sensed the dwindling energy signatures of the nearby Namekians. A surge of intense anger and urgency welled within him. He immediately recognized that Frieza was on a killing spree. Goku seethed, "Frieza, you are utterly cruel. I must put an end to your rampage. Clenching his fists, his energy surged. He turned to Krillin and Dandy, determination radiating from his gaze. Goku cast aside trivial concerns. Resolved to act alongside Krillin, they decided to employ the instant transmission technique to hasten their arrival at the scene. At that moment, Dandy suddenly interjected. I wish to join you, Mr. Goku and Mr. Krillin. I can heal the severely injured kin. Dandy resolutely thought, I cannot allow my people to perish. I must do everything in my power to assist them. Seeing the unwavering determination in Dandy's eyes, Goku hesitated no longer. He understood the urgency, and they had to act swiftly. Thus, he set forth with Krillin and Dandy towards the battlefield. Their silhouettes streaked across the sky like three beams of hope, racing towards the blood-soaked battlefield. Chapter 49, vs. Frieza, Part 2. On the battlefield of Namek, the howling winds raged like an enraged dragon, swirling dust clouds as if mourning the brutality of the clash. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Dandy swiftly arrived, executing their flight techniques with the swiftness of shooting stars, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. The few surviving Namekians were gravely wounded. Some lay gasping in pools of blood, struggling against the Grim Reaper, while others leaned against crumbling ruins, their eyes filled with terror and despair, like lost lambs in darkness, helpless and forlorn. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong's heart blazed with fury, his gaze burning like an inferno, seemingly capable of incinerating all malevolence. Frieza, how can you be so cruel? These innocent lives should not be the targets of your wrath. He turned to glare at Frieza, who stood amidst the ruins, and declared loudly, You are Frieza, aren't you? I am Sun Wukong from Earth. Though you are powerful, I will not allow you to commit such atrocities before me. Frieza's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his cold eyes radiating arrogance and contempt. Your energy is commendable, but it was you fools who thwarted my plans. And you truly used the Dragon Balls to grant your wishes, did you? Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain, and resolutely responded, We are here to save my companions. I utterly reject your cruel methods. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed the Kyoken X3, a formidable aura erupting around him, scattering the winds as if confronted by an unstoppable tempest. He surged towards Frieza like a bolt of lightning, launching himself with a fierce kick, tracing a sharp trajectory through the air, accompanied by a piercing rush of wind. Frieza, taken aback, had no time to transform and could only hastily counter, absorbing Sun Wukong's assault. Their fists collided, producing a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves through the air, as if the very fabric of space trembled. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Frieza found himself on the defensive against Wukong's relentless onslaught, enduring blow after blow without displaying a single flaw. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed his fury, a tempest of power sweeping forth, creating a brief opening to transform into his final form. His body underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, his aura amplifying to a terrifying extent, capable of crushing everything around him, instilling fear in all who beheld it. As Wukong gazed upon Frieza's ultimate form, a grave seriousness enveloped him. He understood that this battle would be even more arduous, yet his eyes reflected unwavering resolve, devoid of any hint of retreat. The two once again charged at each other, igniting an intense skirmish. The fists of Sun Wukong fell upon Frieza like a torrential downpour, his arms swirling with the ferocity of a tempest. Each strike was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, imbued with immense power, as though capable of rending mountains asunder. Yet, Frieza's form remained as unyielding as steel, and Sun Wukong's assaults failed to inflict significant harm. Frieza effortlessly parried Wukong's onslaught, occasionally launching counterattacks with blinding speed. With a swift motion of his arm, a potent wave of energy surged forth, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Sun Wukong was compelled to exercise caution, deftly sidestepping the attack, his body moving with the grace of a nimble cheetah, narrowly evading the strike at the last moment. Throughout the clash, Sun Wukong sought to discern Frieza's vulnerabilities, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, meticulously observing Frieza's every maneuver. Noticing this, Frieza thrust his hands forward, unleashing a formidable wave of energy. Wukong hastily evaded, yet the residual force grazed his body, igniting a searing pain akin to a fiery blaze. Realizing he could no longer afford to be passive, Sun Wukong resolved to take the offensive once more. Channeling the power of the fourfold Kaioken, he propelled himself towards Frieza, his body shooting forth like a cannonball. his fist imbued with an unstoppable momentum that seemed capable of piercing through all. Frieza, refusing to yield, raised both hands to intercept the attack, then, with a powerful shove, sent Sun Wukong hurtling away. Wukong executed several flips mid-air before landing deftly on ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his resolve unwavering, he understood that the battle was far from over. He must persist in his struggle. At that moment, the winds on the battlefield intensified, swirling dust and debris as if intent on burying the entire arena. The silhouettes of Sun Wukong and Frieza flickered amidst the haze. Yet their fierce combat showed no signs of abating. Wukong continuously altered his approach, at times unleashing punches that fell like hammers upon Frieza, at others delivering kicks that swept towards him like a whirlwind, or firing energy waves that shot forth like arrows. His movements were fluid and graceful, each strike imbued with power. Frieza, however, responded with even greater strength and speed, his counterattacks crashing down like a tempest. Sun Wukong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Yet he refused to surrender, fighting valiantly against the odds. In a sudden turn, Frieza unleashed a mighty wave of energy. Sun Wukong hastily dodged, but was still caught by the residual force, his body propelled backwards. He adjusted his stance mid-air and charged once again at Frieza, summoning all his might. He aimed a punch at Frieza's chest, but Frieza merely shifted slightly, effortlessly blocking the blow. With a cold smirk, Frieza taunted, "Sun Wukong, you are simply too weak." Meanwhile, Dandy and Krillin had already evacuated the severely injured Namekian from the battlefield. Dandy's expression was tense and focused as he carefully tended to each wounded individual. Employing his healing techniques, his hands emitted a gentle glow, enveloping the injured, as their grievous wounds began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. Dandy's heart raced with urgency. They must heal them swiftly, lest they suffer further harm. From a distance, Krillin anxiously scanned the battlefield, ready to provide support with his energy blasts at a moment's notice. He was astounded by Frieza's overwhelming presence, his heart laden with anxiety. Krillin thought to himself, "Goku, you must exercise caution. Frieza is truly terrifying." At that moment, Piccolo arrived on the battlefield. Upon seeing him, Nail's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. "You are the Namekian from Earth, are you not? I am a warrior-type Namekian. Let us merge. With your current strength, you cannot hope to defeat Frieza." Piccolo hesitated, his gaze filled with complex emotions. After all, merging was a grave matter, signifying the potential loss of a part of oneself. He wrestled internally. Is merging truly the correct choice? Yet, if we do not proceed, we may all fall to Frieza. Nail continued to elaborate. After merging, our consciousness will intertwine, but your personality will prevail. Hearing this, Piccolo resolved to agree. He understood that this was not the time for indecision. To conquer Frieza and protect everyone, he had to make this choice. At that moment, two other severely injured warrior-type Namekians also expressed their willingness to merge. Without hesitation, Piccolo began to absorb their powers and initiate the merging process. As the merging progressed, Piccolo's physique began to transform, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. The surrounding atmosphere seemed drawn into his strength, forming a powerful energy field. Ultimately, Piccolo completed the merging, experiencing a tremendous surge in power. He was astonished to discover that his strength had skyrocketed to 3 million. However, when he compared his aura to that of Frieza, who was engaged in battle, he realized a vast chasm still existed between them. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. He silently pondered, "Even after merging, I still lag behind Frieza. Can we truly win this battle?" Yet, he recognized that retreat was not an option. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely joined the fray. Gohan flew cautiously, evading any potential traces of Frieza's energy. His heartbeat raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The wind howled around him, urging him to hasten. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, making his way towards Vegeta's location. Gohan felt an acute tension within. I must not encounter Frieza. Upon reaching Vegeta's side, he found him in a state of unconsciousness, lying quietly on the ground, his face pale and his wounds grievous. Gohan quickly retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and gently placed it in Vegeta's mouth, the miraculous energy beginning to course through Vegeta's body. After a while, Vegeta's complexion gradually improved, and his aura began to stabilize. Gohan let out a sigh of relief, the heavy burden on his heart finally lifting. He remained vigilant by Vegeta's side, awaiting his awakening while staying alert to the sound around him. Simultaneously, Gohan keenly sensed the energies of his father and Frieza. as well as Piccolo engaged in battle in the distance. His heart was filled with apprehension, uncertain whether his father and the others could triumph over the formidable Frieza. Yet, he understood that his current mission was to safeguard Vegeta and await his awakening. Gohan silently prayed, "Father, please return safely." Chapter 50, vs Frieza, Part 3. On the planet Namek, Vegeta gradually regained consciousness. His brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with confusion and contemplation. During the recovery process, after consuming the Senzu bean at the brink of death, he keenly sensed certain changes within his body. Although he had not yet transcended the limits of a Saiyan, there was indeed a degree of enhancement. However, this improvement was exceedingly vague, making it difficult to grasp accurately. Lying quietly on the ground, Vegeta attuned himself to the surging power within, pondering to himself. Could it be that his emotional detachment was the cause of this? If so, then in his confrontation with Frieza, he might be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. With this thought, Vegeta's gaze grew resolute. He silently vowed that once this battle concluded, he would seek the Dragon Balls to restore his emotions, thereby achieving a breakthrough and becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta ceased his contemplation, slowly rising to his feet, turning to face Gohan, who looked at him with a face full of concern, eyes reflecting his unease about the battle. Vegeta slightly raised his chin and spoke with an undeniable tone. "Go back and tell your father Kakarot that anger is the key to becoming stronger." With that, Vegeta unleashed his instant transmission, his form darting like a bolt of lightning towards Frieza's stronghold. As Gohan watched Vegeta's receding figure, he pondered, is anger truly the key to strength? He recalled his father, Goku's, steadfastness and bravery in battle, as well as the determination hidden beneath Vegeta's cold exterior. Perhaps anger could indeed unleash one's potential at times, but could it be the only path? Shaking his head, Gohan decided to set this question aside for the moment. He too activated instant transmission, flying towards the direction where his father, Goku, awaited. Vegeta's form flickered like lightning, instantaneously arriving at Frieza's stronghold. His gaze was as frigid as eternal ice, emanating a formidable aura that seemed capable of solidifying the surrounding air into frost. In an instant, several soldiers of Frieza's army stationed within the stronghold took notice of this unexpected visitor. They stared at Vegeta in astonishment, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Before they could react, Vegeta struck like a specter. His figure darted like an illusion among the enemies, his movements as swift as lightning, each attack precise and lethal. He suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, striking a Frieza soldier squarely in the chest with tremendous force. The soldier was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as the wall splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. Following that, Vegeta executed a graceful turn, launching a kick that whirled like a tempest toward another soldier's head. The warrior's head was instantaneously shattered, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. A gruesome sight that sent chills down one's spine. The other members of the Frieza force scarcely comprehended his movement before they succumbed to the ground. Vegeta gazed upon the lifeless bodies, his heart betraying no sign of disturbance. Subsequently, he located the logistical technicians of the Frieza force present in the vicinity. Fixing them with a cold, penetrating stare that seemed to pierce their very souls, he instilled a palpable dread in their hearts. Vegeta threatened, "You will replicate a portion of the Frieza force's technology, or you shall meet your demise here." The technicians, pale with fear, trembled uncontrollably. One of them stuttered, "Please, do not kill us. We will replicate it immediately." Faced with Vegeta's intimidation, the technicians dared not resist, obediently completing the replication of the technology storage devices and handing them over to him. Vegeta meticulously secured these invaluable storage devices, aware that they might prove immensely beneficial in the future. He then soared out of the spaceship, hovering in the air as the visage of Majin Buu materialized in his mind. He recalled the deadly techniques Buu had employed against the inhabitants of Earth, the sheer might and cruelty of which left a lasting impression. He resolved to adapt this technique to confront the Frieza Force warriors on planet Namek. Vegeta contemplated. This technique could annihilate the vast majority of the Frieza Force. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, attuning himself to the surrounding energy. His own aura rippled outward, enveloping the entirety of planet Namek. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glint of cunning illuminating them. He discerned the locations of the Frieza Force warriors and accurately differentiated between the energies of Namekians, Earthlings, and Frieza soldiers. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his energy in a sudden eruption, employing the assault rain technique. Countless energy spheres cascaded like raindrops towards the Frisia Force warriors on planet Namek, each sphere shimmering with brilliant light and formidable power. The energy spheres whistled through the air, emitting sharp sounds. The Frisia Force warriors had no time to evade, as they were struck instantaneously. Some attempted to shield themselves with barriers, yet their defenses crumbled effortlessly before the overwhelming might of the energy spheres, shattering in an instant. With cries of agony echoing, the Frisia Force warriors collapsed, their bodies obliterated by the onslaught, blood and remnants scattering in all directions. Vegeta observed the carnage with a cold detachment, devoid of any sympathy. Soon, through his energy perception, he utilized this technique to eliminate the vast majority of the Frisia force on planet Namek. Satisfied, he nodded, privately reflecting, "I never anticipated that at this stage. I could unleash a combat power exceeding 3 million, albeit for a brief duration, reminiscent of a short-lived explosive buff." However, just as Vegeta prepared to depart, an injured yet unyielding soldier of the Frisia force suddenly struggled to rise, brandishing his weapon and intent on launching a surprise attack on Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta sensed the threat, pivoting sharply, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Ignorant fool," with a casual wave of his hand. A wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the soldier entirely. The soldier was reduced to ashes in the wake of the devastating energy blast. At that moment, Vegeta cast his gaze downward toward the logistical personnel of Frisia. A complex expression flitted across his features as he contemplated. "After all, they are merely support staff and have fulfilled my requirements. I shall spare their lives." With that thought, Vegeta swiftly employed his flight technique, soaring toward the battlefield where Goku and Frisia clashed. Chapter 51, vs Frisia, Part 4. Time rewinds to the fierce confrontation between Goku, Piccolo, and Frisia on the battlefield. The tempest roared like a feral beast, howling relentlessly, while dust swirled violently, as if the entire world had been ensnared in a chaotic vortex. Goku stood resolute, a formidable statue of a warrior, emanating an aura of overwhelming power that sent chills through the air. His gaze was unwavering and fervent, his burning combat spirit seemingly capable of igniting the very atmosphere around him. Each taut muscle bespoke an unparalleled aesthetic of strength. He crouched slightly, fists clenched tightly, akin to a poised and ferocious leopard, ready to unleash a lethal strike upon his foe. Piccolo stood a short distance away, his expression grave, his eyes sharp as swords, fixed intently on Frisia, ever poised to assist Goku at a critical moment. At this juncture, Goku had unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken, each punch resembling a meteor streaking across the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous rush of wind, crashing down upon Frisia with the force of a natural disaster. Frisia casually raised an arm, seemingly indifferent to Goku's onslaught, a disdainful smile playing upon his lips as he languidly remarked, "You are the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far, even surpassing the earlier Vegeta. Should you wish, you may join my Frisia force. I can offer you boundless wealth and unparalleled power." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Frisia's eyes as he calculated inwardly. This Goku possesses extraordinary strength. If I could harness his abilities, my army would undoubtedly gain new vigor, and my dominion would be further solidified. Yet, Goku responded without hesitation, "Our aspirations diverge. We cannot collaborate. My pursuit lies in engaging formidable adversaries and safeguarding my companions and family, while your sole focus is on destruction and conquest." His voice was resolute and powerful, his gaze unwavering, akin to an immovable mountain. With a sudden, forceful punch, he unleashed a gale of wind that seemed capable of rending the very air asunder. The speed of the strike was blistering, imbued with immense power. Aimed directly at Frisia's face, Frisia merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the blow, and retaliated with a counterstrike, unleashing a formidable wave of energy directed at Goku. Sun Wukong swiftly leapt to evade, executing a graceful turn mid-air, and once again struck towards Frisia with a powerful punch. Frisia's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. "Very well, you possess remarkable spirit. In that case, I shall unleash my full power to demonstrate my respect for you." Upon finishing his words, Frisia erupted with an astonishing battle power of 60 million, his formidable aura sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, scattering the dust and debris. His body trembled slightly as an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast charging towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Instantly, Sun Wukong felt the terrifying pressure bearing down on him. Gritting his teeth, his gaze revealed a steadfast determination as unyielding as steel. He rapidly adjusted his stance, crossing his hands before him in preparation to confront Frisia's lethal onslaught. As the energy wave approached, Sun Wukong summoned all his strength to withstand it. Yet the immense force still sent him hurtling away. His body tumbled through the air, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. Despite his efforts to regain control, he crashed heavily against a distant rock, which shattered upon impact, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood, grievously wounded. Observing Sun Wukong being sent flying, Piccolo immediately rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Frisia. Frisia, with a disdainful smirk, effortlessly dispersed Piccolo's attacks with a mere flick of his hand. Unwilling to relent, Piccolo launched even more potent strikes, yet all were easily neutralized by Frisia. The backlash from Frisia's counterattack also affected Piccolo, who hastily conjured a defensive barrier, yet still could not withstand the overwhelming force. He traced an arc in the air before crashing down violently, blood spilling from his lips as well. Frisia gazed at the two who had been sent sprawling, a surge of pride swelling within him. Humph! Allow me to showcase my true power. In the distance, Krillin witnessed this scene, his heart brimming with shock and concern. He understood well that if action were not taken, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo could be in grave danger. Without hesitation, Krillin unleashed the solar flare, the intense radiance momentarily blinding Frisia. Without a moment's pause, he soared towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo, anxiety etched upon his face, clutching tightly to the last two senzu beans. Upon reaching their side, Krillin carefully administered the senzu beans to them. Once consumed, Sun Wukong and Piccolo experienced a rapid restoration of their bodies. Their wounds healed at a visible pace, and their strength began to return. Sun Wukong shifted slightly, feeling the resurgence of power within him, while Piccolo rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with renewed fighting spirit. Krillin silently prayed, "Wukong, Piccolo, you must recover quickly." Just then, Frisia began to recover from the effects of the solar flare, his eyes filled with fury as he prepared to launch another assault. At that moment, Gohan arrived on the scene. Seeing his father and Piccolo injured filled Gohan's heart with a mix of anger and worry as he clenched his fists, determination radiating from his gaze. At this very moment, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Dandy, Gohan, and Frisia all sensed a formidable energy emanating from a distance. Vegeta had unleashed a powerful surge and swiftly dispatched the majority of Frisia's army. Frisia, taken aback, pondered to himself, Vegeta has indeed recovered. Now, both Sun Wukong and that Namekian are also back in fighting form. It appears one among them possesses a remarkable ability to heal. I must observe closely, identify this individual, and eliminate them. With this thought, Frisia's gaze sharpened, and he began to scrutinize the movements of Sun Wukong and his companions, intent on discovering the one with the healing prowess. Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. He immediately recognized it as emanating from Frisia. He understood that Frisia had detected his presence and was preparing to strike. Despite having reached an astonishing battle power of 3 million after his near-death experience and consuming the senzu beans, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of unease. He knew that even with the Kaioken multiplied by 20, he might not be able to overcome Frisia. After all, the Kaioken could not be maintained for long periods. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Sun Wukong realized the importance of remaining vigilant. He must stay alert, ready to counter Frisia's assault at any moment. Determined to adapt to the battlefield dynamics, Sun Wukong resolved to wait for the opportune moment to unleash the spirit bomb against Frisia. Yet, he was acutely aware that this would be an exceedingly arduous battle. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. However, to protect his comrades and family, he had no choice but to press onward with unwavering courage. Chapter 52, Clash with Frisia, Part 5. On the planet Namek, Vegeta surged forth like a lightning bolt, racing to the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Frisia were locked in a fierce confrontation. At this moment, Sun Wukong had activated the 20-fold Kaioken, and each of his movements resonated with thunderous might, captivating all who beheld him. He darted like a wraith, suddenly appearing before Frisia, his fist imbued with unparalleled power, striking with such force that the air crackled and threatened to tear apart under the weight of his ferocity. Frieza, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly dodged to the side and countered with a retaliatory strike, unleashing a torrent of energy that charged towards Sun Wukong like a wild stallion. Sun Wukong deftly leapt into the air, executing a graceful spin to narrowly evade the energy wave, before plummeting back down like a meteor, crashing forcefully towards Frieza. The two figures danced across the battlefield, intertwining like lightning bolts, their speed a blur to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan were fully engrossed in assisting Wukong, collectively confronting the terrifyingly powerful Frieza. Piccolo intermittently unleashed energy waves to disrupt Frieza, thrusting his hands forward to send forth a blue energy wave that hurtled towards Frieza. Frieza cast a dismissive glance, effortlessly dispersing the energy wave with a mere flick of his wrist. Krillin unleashed the Chi Yuan slash, his hands moving rapidly as an incredibly sharp Chi Yuan slash was formed in an instant, hurtling towards Frieza. Frieza deftly evaded the attack, while simultaneously releasing a countering energy wave aimed directly at Krillin. Krillin swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. Meanwhile, Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Frieza, his hands continuously propelling the waves that fell like raindrops upon him. Although Frieza effortlessly dodged these assaults, they nonetheless irritated him. Vegeta, perceiving the energy signatures, was astonished to discover that Piccolo possessed a staggering battle power of 3 million. His brow furrowed in concern as he speculated. This Piccolo must have assimilated multiple Namekians to acquire such incredible strength. However, he recognized that this was not the time for such thoughts. Resolving to act, Vegeta plunged into the fray, his gaze filled with cold determination and resolve. Yet, Frieza quickly sensed Vegeta's arrival and launched a frenzied counterattack. He vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Vegeta like a specter, delivering a fierce kick aimed at him. Vegeta reacted with lightning speed, turning to defend himself, but was still sent flying by the overwhelming force. He tumbled through the air several times before managing to stabilize himself. Subsequently, Frieza unleashed a series of energy waves, forcing Vegeta to dodge left and right, his garments torn, revealing ghastly wounds from which blood flowed incessantly. Vegeta seethed inwardly. Damn Frieza. Meanwhile, Goku released his Kaioken, focusing intently to gather energy from the surroundings, preparing to launch a spirit bomb to deliver a decisive blow to Frieza. His gaze was focused and resolute, as if the entire world had shrunk to just him and the impending spirit bomb. Goku silently pleaded, "O flora and fauna of Namek, and all living beings throughout the universe, I beseech you, just a tiny bit, share your energy with me. Stars of the cosmos, quickly lend me your energy. Krillin, Piccolo." And Gohan rallied to support Vegeta, engaging in a desperate battle against Frieza. They disregarded their own safety to buy Vegeta precious time. In the midst of the fierce combat, Vegeta endured Frieza's relentless assaults, sustaining grave injuries. His body swayed precariously, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. Krillin attempted to employ the solar flare to assist Vegeta, but Frieza saw through the tactic. With a cold smirk, Frieza dodged Krillin's solar flare effortlessly. In a pivotal moment, Piccolo executed the solar flare once more, flooding Frieza with blinding light and temporarily rendering him sightless. Successfully blinding Frieza granted Vegeta a moment to breathe. Gohan swiftly transported the injured Vegeta to Dende, pleading with him to heal Vegeta's wounds once more. At that moment, although Frieza could no longer see, his formidable sensing ability detected that Vegeta's energy was gradually recovering. He surmised that the small Namekian could restore Vegeta and the other's vitality, and a surge of intense murderous intent welled up within him. He resolved to eliminate him as soon as he regained his brilliance. Frieza pondered. They must not be afforded another chance to recover. They must be dealt with swiftly. However, Vegeta and Frieza regained their strength almost simultaneously. Frieza was the first to unleash a beam of energy towards Dende, the bolt slicing through the air like lightning. Vegeta reacted swiftly, erupting with energy to counter it. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, thrusting his hands out to form a formidable wall of energy in an instant. Despite this, Vegeta's arm was still struck by the energy beam, blood flowing from his wound, yet he remained fixated on Frieza. Vegeta urgently instructed Dende, "You must restore a portion of Goku's strength from a distance. Frieza's current target is to kill you. Our only chance for a comeback lies in the technique Goku has prepared. Hurry." Without the slightest hesitation, Dandy began to utilize his skills to restore some of Goku's vitality from afar. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Frieza, coldly declaring, "Frieza, there has always been a legend among the Saiyans regarding the Super Saiyan. Today, that legend will come to fruition. The Super Saiyan shall defeat you." It was evident that both individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans had gathered. His eyes reflected confidence and pride. Frieza mused internally. Vegeta's earlier surge of energy had exceeded 8 million. It seems he may indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. Any Saiyan recognized by Vegeta also stands chance. It appears today I must eliminate both Vegeta and that other Saiyan. His gaze hardened and his aura intensified. Vegeta regarded Frieza with a cold smirk, stating, "Humph, let me inform you, the individual you just fought is none other than Goku, raised on Earth, Saiyan Kakarot." Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the very talent he had sought to recruit was also a Saiyan. Frieza scoffed, replying, "Vegeta, our idle chatter ends here. Ultimately, both of you Saiyans will perish in my hands." No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's aura surged to an even greater magnitude. As his breathing became increasingly labored, the surrounding air seemed to warp. A powerful energy radiated from his body, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With astonishing speed, Frieza charged at Vegeta, continuously unleashing devastating energy waves. Vegeta immediately initiated his defenses, but was still struck swiftly by Frieza. His body was hurled away, crashing heavily against a boulder. Subsequently, Frieza landed another brutal blow on Vegeta, injuring him further while simultaneously killing Dandy in the process. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin were utterly unprepared for Frieza's sudden onslaught, leaving them no time to react. They watched in horror as Den perished and Vegeta suffered grave injuries, their hearts swelling with sorrow and rage. Krillin and Gohan unleashed their full power, firing formidable energy waves, yet Frieza effortlessly evaded their strikes. Undeterred, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan pressed on with relentless assaults. Piccolo, with deft movements, conjured a series of energy spheres, while Krillin executed his signature Kienzan, and Gohan concentrated his energy to unleash a colossal energy wave. At that moment, Vegeta, despite his wounds still bleeding, struggled to his feet, his resolve unwavering. "I cannot fall here," he declared, charging at Frieza with a powerful energy wave. Frieza merely sneered, dispersing the wave with a flick of his hand. Undaunted, Vegeta continued his onslaught, seeking any vulnerability in Frieza's defenses. Meanwhile, Goku's spirit bomb was growing ever larger. Feeling the determination and efforts of his comrades, he became even more focused in his concentration, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Frieza. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, as the climactic battle that would determine the fate of Namek approached its zenith. Chapter 53, Super Saiyan. On Namek, Frieza's patience had worn thin, his elongated eyes ablaze with fury. The relentless assaults from Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta appeared to him as mere ants, foolishly challenging his supremacy. "You fools are merely courting death," Frieza growled, resolutely deciding to take action and bring this exasperating fight to an end. He slowly closed his eyes, his entire being beginning to gather an overwhelming aura that was nearly suffocating. The surrounding air twisted under this terrifying presence, as gales howled and dust whirled chaotically. Moments later, Frieza abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a dazzling beam of energy from his hand, aimed directly at Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta. Sensing imminent danger, Piccolo thrust his hands forward, quickly forming a green energy shield. His gaze was focused and resolute, beads of sweat forming on his brow. However, when the energy beam collided with the shield, he felt an immense force crashing upon him, sending his body hurtling backward. Struggling to regain his balance in midair, Piccolo landed and skidded back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, Frieza is far too powerful," he thought, filled with frustration yet steadfastly gazing at Frieza, secretly preparing to seek another opportunity to counterattack. Quickly adjusting his stance, Piccolo gathered energy once more, launching a barrage of green energy waves like arrows towards Frieza. Frieza slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the attacks, before retaliating with an even more potent energy wave aimed at Piccolo. Piccolo swiftly leapt into the air, executing a somersault to narrowly evade the impending strike. Krillin, with the swiftness of lightning, darted sideways to evade as well, his form akin to that of an agile leopard. instantly relocating to a place of safety. A surge of anxiety gripped his heart. I must survive. Although he had avoided the direct assault, the residual shockwave struck him, inflicting considerable impact. Krillin felt as if his body had been struck by a heavy hammer, pain radiating throughout his being. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to steady himself. Fists clenched, ready to seize another opportunity to counterattack Frieza. Krillin's figure flickered as he circled Frieza, relentlessly searching for an opening. Suddenly, he spotted a moment of vulnerability and unleashed a keyblade, its sharp edge spinning towards Frieza. Frieza's gaze sharpened, and with a casual flick of his hand, he scattered the key blade effortlessly. Meanwhile, Gohan thrust both hands forward, unleashing a wave of energy in an attempt to mitigate the might of the energy beam. His small frame leaned slightly forward, determination etched in his eyes. Yet, the moment his energy wave met the beam, it was instantly obliterated, the overwhelming force sending Gohan crashing to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, his expression still resolute. Gathering his strength once more, Gohan unleashed a barrage of small energy waves, cascading towards Frieza like raindrops. Although Frieza easily evaded these attacks, Gohan's tenacity only served to enrage him further. Vegeta, having failed to dodge the previous blow due to his injuries, suffered another devastating strike. His body was sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a massive boulder. The rock shattered upon impact, and Vegeta lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. He struggled to rise, but the agonizing pain rendered him nearly immobile. Frieza, undeterred, wore a cruel smile as he prepared to gather energy anew, intent on annihilating Piccolo, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan in one fell swoop. His hands began to coalesce power, drawing energy from the surroundings to form a colossal energy sphere. Frieza's gaze was icy, as if surveying a horde of insignificant ants destined for his destruction. At that moment, he sensed an immense aura nearby. Startled, Frieza turned to see Goku, standing at a distance, cradling a well-formed spirit bomb. Goku's eyes were resolute and fervent, emanating a powerful aura. The spirit bomb radiated a dazzling light, reminiscent of a miniature sun. In his heart, Goku silently vowed, "For everyone, I must defeat Frieza." He hurled the spirit bomb towards Frieza with tremendous force. With a powerful swing of his arm, the spirit bomb traced a majestic arc through the air, its speed rendering it nearly untraceable. Frieza, filled with dread, watched the spirit bomb approach, immediately summoning all his strength to resist it. Shock flooded his mind. This Goku possesses such formidable power. A formidable energy shield enveloped his body, endeavoring to deflect the onslaught of the spirit bomb. Frieza raised both hands high, causing the energy shield to expand incessantly. When the spirit bomb collided with Frieza's energy, a thunderous explosion erupted, shrouding the surroundings in a thick veil of smoke. The overwhelming force of the impact sent tremors through the ground, obliterating the nearby rocks and trees in an instant. Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan watched anxiously, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Goku panted softly, a weary smile gracing his face. Finally, is it coming to an end? He pondered. Piccolo struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, striving to straighten his posture. Gohan, filled with excitement, leaped into the air, cheering for their impending victory. "This is fantastic. We are certain to win," he exclaimed, his fists raised high, joy radiating from his face. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Frieza had not truly perished. As the smoke began to dissipate, Frieza's sinister figure reemerged before their eyes. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, his gaze remained filled with malevolence and cruelty. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy beams towards Piccolo and Krillin. With a swift motion, a powerful energy beam shot forth in their direction. While Piccolo adeptly evaded the attack, he still suffered severe injuries. He leaped into the air, performing acrobatics to dodge the energy beam. However, he was struck by the residual shockwave, sending him crashing backward. Piccolo fell to the ground, gasping in pain, his body marred by numerous bleeding wounds. "I cannot falter. Others depend on my protection," he resolutely thought. Unfortunately, Krillin was not as fortunate. Lacking the speed to evade the energy beam, he was hit, rendering his body rigid before collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and regret. "Everyone, I'm so sorry," guilt consumed Krillin's heart. Witnessing this unfold, Goku's fury ignited to an unprecedented level. His eyes brimmed with rage and sorrow, and his power surged forth. His hair stood on end as if stirred by an unseen wind, and his aura pulsed like turbulent ocean waves. Frieza, how dare you take Krillin's life? I will not let you escape. Goku bellowed, and in that moment, he transcended the limits of his Saiyan form, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. His hair turned a brilliant shade of gold, standing upright, his gaze sharp as a blade, emanating a formidable aura. Goku's energy escalated to 50 times its normal state, and with a furious roar, he charged at Frieza, igniting a breathtaking battle fueled by boundless rage and a thirst for vengeance. On Namek, Frieza, with his acute energy-sensing abilities, distinctly perceived the chillingly potent aura of the Saiyan before him. This overwhelming power weighed heavily upon his heart, stirring an intense discomfort within him. However, fortunately, he still possessed his final trump card, the full extent of his strength, which provided him with a modicum of confidence amid the unease. Nevertheless, he maintained his ultimate form, exuding a terrifying aura that inspired dread. As he unleashed a relentless barrage of assaults upon the Super Saiyan Goku, Frieza's figure flickered like a specter, his hands moving like a tempest, continuously unleashing overwhelming energy beams. Those dazzling rays of light pierced through the air like sharp swords aimed at Goku, tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing howl. Frieza was consumed by rage and resentment, grinding his teeth in thought. How could this Saiyan become so powerful? I am the sovereign of a universe. I cannot be defeated here. His gaze was fierce and resolute, each energy beam infused with his boundless fury. The energy beams whistled as they sliced through the air, gouging deep trenches into the ground, as if the very earth trembled beneath the force. Frieza shifted positions constantly, attacking from various angles, his speed akin to lightning, dazzling to behold, attempting to overwhelm Goku. He would leap high into the air, diving down to unleash lethal beams, and at times he would swiftly maneuver across the ground, like a phantom encircling Goku, seeking an opening for attack. Goku, however, remained steadfast, unfazed by Frieza's onslaught. He would sometimes sidestep gracefully, akin to a nimble cheetah, effortlessly evading the incoming beams. At other times, he would block with his arms, the collision of his limbs with the beams producing a resounding thud, reminiscent of steel clashing. Each movement was imbued with strength and agility. Goku's mind was singularly focused, to defeat Frieza and avenge Krillin. When energy beam shot towards him, Goku leaped into the air, performing a graceful roll like a swift bird, easily evading the attack. He then surged forward toward Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. The force of the punch was so immense that it produced a thunderous crack, akin to a clap of thunder. Frieza hastily raised his hand to block, but Goku's strength was overwhelming, forcing him to stagger backward. Frieza's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed another series of energy beams, raining down upon Goku like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, as Goku defended against Frieza's assault, he shouted to Gohan, "Gohan, quickly take the severely injured Piccolo and Vegeta away from here. Head to Bulma, and take the spaceship to leave Namek and return Earth." Goku's voice was filled with urgency. He did not wish for his son and companions to fall into peril once more. Hearing his father's call, Gohan was overwhelmed with anxiety and reluctance. He gazed at the fierce battle before him, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Father," his voice trembled slightly, unwilling to leave his father behind, yet understanding that his father's decision was for their safety. "Father, please be careful," Gohan silently prayed. Goku sensed Gohan's hesitation and resolutely, with a hint of ferocity, declared, "Do not be concerned. I find myself unable to suppress the murderous desire within me. You must leave at once." The resolute determination gleamed in son Wukong's eyes. Son Gohan, well aware of his father's temperament, gritted his teeth and resolved to assist the severely injured Piccolo and Vegeta in their retreat from the battlefield. With utmost care, son Gohan helped lift Piccolo and Vegeta, both of whom were exceedingly weak, each movement a daunting challenge. However, upon witnessing this, Frieza was consumed by an uncontrollable fury. How dare son Wukong underestimate him and allow others to flee? This thought ignited an overwhelming rage within him. His gaze was filled with malice and cruelty, as if he yearned to obliterate son Wukong and his companions entirely. Thus, he unleashed a barrage of death beams at son Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo. The beams, akin to venomous serpents, darted towards them with a speed that left no room for reaction. "None of you shall escape," Frieza bellowed, his heart brimming with wrath. Yet, Each beam was intercepted by Sun Wukong, who unleashed numerous energy waves in retaliation. Anger radiated from Sun Wukong's eyes as he launched an even fiercer assault against Frieza. His hands propelled powerful energy waves, crashing down upon Frieza like a tempest. The energy surged with immense force, distorting the very air as it raced toward Frieza. Frieza, your malevolence ends here, Sun Wukong shouted in fury. The energy waves descended upon Frieza like shooting stars, and although he attempted to evade, several struck true. More wounds erupted upon Frieza's body, blood flowing freely. His visage contorted into a more grotesque expression, eyes wild with madness. After dozens of rounds of fierce combat, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza began to reveal a decidedly one-sided affair. Sun Wukong consistently maintained the upper hand, each strike overwhelming Frieza's defenses. Meanwhile, Frieza endured relentless damage, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood continuously seeping forth. A sense of dread and despair enveloped Frieza. How could I possibly lose to a Saiyan? This is inconceivable. He could not accept such defeat and desperately sought an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, Son Gohan had successfully assisted Vegeta and Piccolo to their feet and was preparing to utilize the instant transmission technique to escape with them. Vegeta, in a weakened state, addressed Sun Wukong. Kakarot, our homeland, planet Vegeta, was annihilated by Frieza before us. Vegeta's voice bore calmness, yet his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Gasping for breath, he continued, and you have not fulfilled the task of destroying Earth. I found no record of such orders within Frieza's army. In truth, you were sent to Earth by your father, Bardock, for refuge. Upon hearing these words, a torrent of complex emotions surged within Sun Wukong. He had never fathomed that his origins were steeped in such turmoil. Meanwhile, Frieza, sensing the brief lull in Sun Wukong's offensive, resolved to seize the opportunity to alter the tide of battle. Through the course of their earlier skirmish, he realized he had not even been afforded the chance to transform into his full power of 100. Thus, he swiftly summoned all his strength and began his transformation. A formidable aura emanated from Frieza, his muscles expanding relentlessly, his eyes filled with madness and cruelty. I will not be defeated, Frieza roared, intent on vanquishing Goku with his utmost power to re-establish his dominion. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful energy blast towards the core of planet Namek. With a menacing shout, he declared, "Want to escape? Not so easily." The force of this energy blast was sufficient to obliterate the entire Namek. As the energy blast was launched, a countdown to destruction commenced for Namek, 5 minutes. Vegeta's complexion paled, his lips quivering. King Kai, I know you can hear me. You have been watching over the situation. Now, please let the Dragon of Earth grant a wish to resurrect those Namekians slain by Frieza's army, including the Grand Elder. Vegeta's voice was laden with weakness and despair. Fully aware that the fate of Namek hung by a thread, with only the dragon capable of salvation. He gasped and continued, then, let the Namekian dragon transport everyone back to Earth, except for Frieza. Hurry, Piccolo cannot hold on much longer. King Kai concurred with Vegeta's plea, fully cognizant that the crisis on Namek demanded immediate action. Considering Goku's unique circumstances, he promptly employed divine abilities to notify the deity, urging the dragon to revive all Namekians killed by Frieza's forces, including the Grand Elder. Upon receiving the message, the Earth's god was already prepared with the Dragon Balls and made the wish. Soon, all Namekians were resurrected, including the Grand Elder. The dragon, Porunga, emerged in the sky, radiating a mysterious luminescence, as if heralding the arrival of hope. Observing the battlefield with mounting anxiety, King Kai urgently contacted the Grand Elder through telepathy, instructing him to make the wish for everyone to return to Earth swiftly. Meanwhile, Goku was fiercely battling Frieza, maintaining the upper hand and relentlessly launching fierce assaults. He resolutely declared, "Do not send me back. I must finish this battle with Frieza before I leave." Goku's voice resonated with determination. King Kai sensed Goku's unwavering resolve, yet he understood the urgency of ensuring the other's safe retreat. Thus, he conveyed Goku's wishes to the Grand Elder, hoping to fulfill his request. The Grand Elder comprehended Goku's decision. He knew Goku needed to complete this fight to depart with peace of mind. Consequently, he instructed his aides to wish with Porunga to transport all Namekians, except for Goku and Frieza, back to Earth. Vegeta, weak and struggling, managed to utter Kakarot, "My ship is at point A on Namek. I hope you can." However, Before he could finish, a flash of light enveloped him, and Vegeta, the Namekians, and the other warriors were instantaneously transported to Earth. As the wishes were granted, the inhabitants of Namek began to depart from their impending doom, leaving Son Goku alone to continue his final confrontation with Frieza. Chapter 55, Defeating Frieza. At this moment, Namek was hurtling towards destruction, with merely 3 minutes remaining. Time seemed to have been cast under a freezing spell, completely immobilized. The atmosphere was thick and oppressive, akin to heavy clouds that suffocated the entire planet, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Son Goku stood as an indomitable warrior, exhibiting unparalleled power as a Super Saiyan. His golden hair danced wildly in the tempest, resembling flames of gold that blazed brilliantly. His gaze exuded an unwavering resolve and fearless determination, as if no force in existence could halt his resolute advance. Each movement radiated cataclysmic strength, capable of obliterating everything in its path. He exerted absolute dominance over Frieza, who was at full power, like a towering mountain overlooking insignificant hills. Goku darted across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, each stride summoning a ferocious whirlwind that ravaged the surroundings. As he unleashed a punch, the sheer force produced a deafening explosion, making the very sky tremble in fear of his might. Despite Frieza's desperate attempts to evade Goku's onslaught, he appeared utterly powerless and diminutive in the face of such suffocating strength. Clenching his teeth, Frieza's heart brimmed with resentment and fury. Akin to a ferocious beast ensnared in a corner, relentlessly seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Frieza pondered inwardly. How can this Saiyan possess such immense power? I am the sovereign of the universe and cannot be defeated here. I wield unparalleled strength and command vast armies, ruling over countless planets. How can I be vanquished by a mere Saiyan? His mind was a tumultuous storm of shock, rage, and fear. While evading Goku's relentless assault, he desperately concocted strategies, his anxiety burning like an inferno within him. Yet, Frieza fell into a state of extreme fury due to his inability to achieve his goal. His eyes blazed with wrath, as though he wished to incinerate Goku to ashes. He extended his arms, frantically gathering energy and channeling it into a colossal energy ball aimed at Goku. This ominous sphere, imbued with formidable energy, hurtled towards Goku, carving deep rifts in the ground as it passed, as if the earth itself trembled in response to his fury. Goku, perceiving the oncoming energy ball, narrowed his eyes and swiftly sidestepped, unleashing a powerful ki blast that sent the energy ball soaring into space, resulting in a violent explosion. Without hesitation, Goku charged forward, instantly appearing before Frieza and delivering a devastating punch. Frieza hastily raised his hand to defend himself, but the overwhelming power of Son Goku sent him hurtling backward, forcefully colliding with a massive boulder, which shattered into countless fragments. Rising to his feet, Frieza's eyes burned with fury as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts once more. Goku, displaying remarkable agility, deftly evaded the onslaught, leaping, sidestepping, and rolling with precision, each movement perfectly dodging the incoming attacks. Frieza, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his assault, felt his rage intensifying like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Recalling Krillin's energy disc technique, he adapted its principles and launched a series of razor-sharp, tracking energy discs. These discs glimmered with a chilling light, resembling sharp blades as they soared toward Goku. Whirling through the air, the discs emitted a piercing shriek, as if heralding the arrival of death itself. Saiyan, let's see how you evade this. I refuse to believe you can remain so fortunate. Frieza spat venomously, his heart brimming with anger, resentment, and despair. Unfortunately for him, consumed by rage and lacking the speed of his final form, his movements grew sluggish and his reactions dulled. Meanwhile, Goku continued to nimbly evade the energy discs, executing leaps, sidesteps, and rolls that allowed him to elude the lethal strikes. The discs were unable to match Goku's speed, their attacks missing entirely. Goku remained calm and composed, reflecting, Frieza, your assaults have become futile against me. Confidence and tranquility filled him, as if he had seized control of the entire battle. To make matters worse, in his frenzy, Frieza was struck by one of his own energy discs, which delivered a devastating blow to his midsection. The power of the disc was immense, cleaving Frieza in two, blood gushing forth. He groaned in agony, his face contorted with despair. I cannot be defeated. How is this possible? I am Frieza. the mightiest being in the universe. Regret and bitterness consumed him, his heart heavy with despair and helplessness. I should never have underestimated this Saiyan. I should have exerted my full strength to eliminate him from the very beginning. Now it is far too late. Observing the unfolding scene, Goku confirmed his victory. A sigh of relief escaped him, alleviating the urgency that weighed on his heart. He prepared to employ his instant transmission technique to reach the location mentioned by Vegeta. Goku understood the urgency of the situation. He needed to locate Vegeta's spaceship and escape this planet on the brink of destruction swiftly. However, Frieza, unwilling to accept defeat, was filled with bitterness and rage. Gathering the last vestiges of his strength, he unleashed one final energy wave, infused with his last flicker of hope, directed at Goku. Though its power paled compared to his earlier attacks, embodied Frieza's final, desperate frenzy. Saiyan, I will not let you triumph. Even if I must perish, I shall drag you down with me. Frieza roared, his heart aflame with fury, despair, and madness. Yet this time, Goku once again dispersed the energy wave with a counterattack of his own. The Kamehameha wave of Sun Wukong is immensely powerful, instantly rendering Frieza's energy blast into nothingness. Faced with the grim fate of death, Frieza can only lament helplessly. Little did he expect that his journey to the planet Namek would ultimately become his grave. His gaze gradually dulled, shifting from initial resentment and fury to a serene acceptance of his demise. Perhaps this is my fate. I once believed that with the backing of the god of destruction and my own might, I could reign over the universe indefinitely. Now it seems I was ultimately too arrogant. Frieza's heart brimmed with resignation and regret, yet a glimmer of tranquility nestled within him. In the final minute, Sun Wukong finally located Vegeta's spaceship. The vessel sat quietly, as if awaiting his arrival. Guided by the techniques of King Kai, Sun Wukong boarded the ship and initiated a flight plan, harboring the hope of escaping the planet Namek. Silently he vowed, "My comrades, I shall return alive." The spaceship powered on, soaring towards the preordained destination, the planet Yardrat. As Sun Wukong gazed out at the receding Namek, a myriad of emotions surged within him. This planet, once rife with battles and peril, now faced the imminent threat of annihilation. Chapter 56, Movements from All Sides. At a certain location on Earth, Vegeta, the Namekians Piccolo, Gohan, and Bulma had just been teleported from the planet Namek. The air was thick with the remnants of tension from the battle, as though an unseen storm had just passed. Fatigue and relief were etched on their faces. The Namekians stood quietly to the side, their battle-hardened features bearing the marks of struggle. Yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation for a new beginning. Clad in their distinctive attire, their garments fluttered gently in the breeze, some clenching the remnants of their weapons. Symbols of their courage. At that moment, Dandy swiftly employed his miraculous healing abilities to tend to Vegeta and Piccolo. As time ticked away, Dandy closed his eyes slightly, concentrating deeply to channel the energy within him, beads of sweat beginning to materialize on his forehead. His hands emitted a soft glow, akin to a warm stream, continuously infusing energy into the wounded bodies of the two warriors. Before long, the once battered forms of Vegeta and Piccolo began to heal, their breaths gradually stabilizing until they were fully restored. Vegeta stretched his limbs, feeling the resurgence of strength, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of determination glimmering in his gaze. Straightening his back, he strode purposefully towards Bulma with steady and powerful steps. His battle attire shimmered in the sunlight, as if narrating tales of his glory and pride. Each step resonated softly, and his gaze was unwavering and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Bulma watched as Vegeta approached, her heart filled with curiosity. She tilted her head slightly, her cerulean eyes fixed intently on Vegeta, as if seeking to unearth some hidden secrets from the proud Saiyan prince. Her long hair danced gently in the breeze, with a bow at the tips adding a playful charm. Vegeta's gaze was resolute as he spoke slowly. "Miss Bulma, I wish to propose an idea for your consideration." His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable authority. Bulma looked at Vegeta with curiosity, inquiring, "What proposal do you have?" Her voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of skepticism. Vegeta inhaled deeply before stating, "I possess a portion of advanced technology from the Frieza Force. If you're interested, I'm willing to transfer this technology to you. However, in exchange, I seek a share in the Capsule Corporation." Upon hearing the mention of Frieza's technology, Bulma felt a stir within her. Her eyes widened slightly as various possibilities flashed through her mind. Yet, she did not immediately acquiesce to Vegeta's request. Furrowing her brow, she pondered for a moment before responding. The technology of the Frisia Force does sound enticing, but how can I ascertain that it is indeed as formidable as you claim? Furthermore, why do you suddenly propose such a transaction? Her voice bore a note of caution. Unperturbed, Vegeta clarified, following the battle with the Frisia Force. Their power has been significantly diminished. I have severed ties with them entirely. Now, I seek to establish a foothold on Earth. And the strength and resources of the Capsule Corporation present an appealing opportunity. As he spoke, he slightly lifted his chin, his hands resting naturally at his sides. After listening attentively to Vegeta's words, a flicker of uncertainty remained in Bulma's beautiful and intelligent gaze. Although her inner doubts had not fully dissipated, she keenly sensed that an extraordinary and potentially invaluable opportunity lay before her. Simultaneously, Piccolo had absorbed Vegeta's words, his green eyes scrutinizing both Vegeta and Bulma. As he rapidly weighed the pros and cons, he crossed his arms, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Ultimately, considering the current circumstances and his clear understanding of his own capabilities, he decided to trust Vegeta's words, advising Bulma, I believe it would be wise for you to heed Vegeta's suggestion. It is undeniable that, at present, no one on Earth can rival Vegeta, not even myself. His voice was low and powerful. Piccolo silently reflected. Though Vegeta is proud, his strength is formidable. It is best to maintain a stable relationship with him. Hearing Piccolo's candid counsel, Bulma turned to Vegeta, curiosity flickering in her eyes, and asked, Vegeta, have you heard of the Galactic Patrol? Her tone carried a note of testing. In response, Vegeta's lips curled slightly in a smirk, laced with disdain. Indeed, I am well aware of their existence. However, to speak candidly, those so-called Galactic Patrol officers are merely a feeble assembly of ineffectual individuals. They may publicly proclaim themselves as the second greatest force in the universe. Yet, in stark contrast to the Frisia Force, they are like mere shadows. To illustrate, if I were to liken myself to the immensely powerful Frisia Force, then the Galactic Patrol could only be regarded as helpless earthlings. With arms crossed and chin slightly raised, he exuded an air of arrogance. Nevertheless, Bulma did not readily acquiesce to Vegeta's dismissive assessment. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she retorted, Even so, I believe the Galactic Patrol cannot be as feeble as you depict them. After all, being recognized as the second greatest force in the universe must indicate some degree of strength. Furthermore, the disparity cannot be as vast as you suggest. Bulma held her own considerations. I heard from Gak that the Galactic Patrol is indeed formidable, so their power must not be trifling. Vegeta, with arms still crossed, proclaimed with pride, Earthlings are merely a low-tier planet in this vast cosmos. While your technology may possess merits in certain aspects, overall, it remains woefully inadequate. As a scientist, you must be aware of this reality. He narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, to rephrase, Earth is akin to a desolate wasteland amidst the universe, utterly inconspicuous. Kakarot may be a Saiyan, Piccolo hails from Namek, and even Gohan has Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Excluding these few, do you still believe the gap between Earthlings and me is not significant? His voice brimmed with confidence. Bulma, her brows knitted tightly, pondered for a moment before replying. Let me first examine the technological achievements of the Frisia Force, and then we can discuss the matter of shares. Her tone remained cautious. Bulma was still wary. While this proposal is enticing, I must witness the technological results before making a decision. At that moment, Vegeta seemed to recall something of great importance. Contemplating, in this current time, it is possible that micro-spies dispatched by the androids faction are lurking, monitoring our group. These androids have been scheming in the shadows for some time. What is their ultimate objective? I must tread carefully. He then turned to Bulma and inquired, once we return to your company, could you take me on a tour of Earth? Although Bulma felt a twinge of reluctance at Vegeta's request, she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. On December 25th, 762, this day seemed unremarkable for the universe. However, a tremendous storm was about to unfold on the planet of the destroyers. Deep within this mysterious and majestic planet, the god of destruction, Beerus, lay in slumber within his opulent palace. A mysterious aura enveloped the palace, its opulent decorations and formidable presence inspiring a sense of reverence. Suddenly, a gentle tremor reverberated throughout the room, rousing Beerus from his sweet slumber. Slowly, Beerus opened his eyes, traces of drowsiness lingering in his gaze. He furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure at the interruption. At that moment, Whis floated gracefully before him, respectfully stating, "Lord Beerus, I have an important message to convey." Whis' voice was soft and deferential, his elegant form causing his robe to flutter gently in the air. Beerus sat up, stifling yawn, and lazily inquired, "What is it, Whis?" His voice carried a note of lethargy, his robe draped casually over his form, revealing a powerful chest. Whis took a deep breath and solemnly announced, "Frisia has been defeated." His tone was steady and authoritative. Upon hearing this news, Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with curiosity and confusion as he pondered the implications of this revelation. "Who did it?" he asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Whis smiled faintly and replied, "The Saiyan, Kakarot, known on Earth as Son Goku." A hint of amusement danced in his voice. Beerus furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he queried, "A Saiyan? Isn't that race nearly extinct? Also, did Vegeta play a part in this?" His voice was laced with uncertainty. Whis nodded and said, "Indeed, Lord Beerus. However, it was ultimately Son Goku who triumphed over Frisia." His voice remained calm and clear. A smirk crept onto Beerus's lips as he chuckled lightly. "Oh, if memory serves, Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. How amusing that he would be outmatched by a fellow Saiyan." His tone carried a hint of mockery. Whis added, "Lord Beerus, Son Goku has the influence of the Supreme Kai behind him." His voice hinted at mystery. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the intentions of the Supreme Kai. "Let us go to the planet where Vegeta resides," he commanded, his voice imbued with authority. As Beerus stood, his robe billowed slightly, and a sense of majesty radiated from him. His tall and imposing figure resembled an unshakable mountain. Whis responded, "As you wish, Lord Beerus." His tone was respectful and obedient. No sooner had he spoken than Whis cast a spell, and a brilliant light enveloped them, causing them to vanish from their location and race towards the distant Earth. During their flight, Beerus pondered whether the Supreme Kai's provocation of Frisia was also a test of his own limits. In the bustling metropolis of West City on Earth, a throng of people traversed the wide, clean streets. Sunlight bathed the ground, reflecting the hurried figures of the populace. Amid this cacophony, a striking figure walked slowly. Dressed in Earth attire, Vegeta, his expression was serious, and his gaze profound, as if he were lost in deep contemplation. Vegeta, with his hands tucked into his pockets and head slightly bowed, strides forward with steady steps. Each footfall produces a faint sound, and his gaze is resolute and piercing, as if capable of penetrating all barriers. Within his mind, Vegeta meticulously contemplates his forthcoming strategy. First, he must await the successful resolution of the formidable Frisia by Trunks, who hails from the future. Once Frisia is vanquished, he intends to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the once devastated planet Vegeta and restore all Saiyan compatriots who perished in the calamity, including Raditz. After accomplishing this, Vegeta resolves to personally eliminate the semi-perfect Cell, testing whether he can alter the course of history. However, he possesses a strong confidence regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He plans to wish upon the Dragon Balls to enrich his emotional world, seeking intense external stimuli to facilitate his metamorphosis. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the god of destruction, Beerus, is racing towards Earth at an astonishing speed. Chapter 57. Movements from all sides. In the vast, boundless expanse of the universe, Beerus and the angel Whis appear as two resplendent streaks of light, swiftly piercing the void and quietly descending upon Earth. They alight in a tranquil forest, seemingly forgotten by time. Towering trees with lush canopies reach skyward, while sunlight filters through the leaves, casting ethereal patches of light upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, as if whispering the enigmatic tales of the cosmos. Adorned in a splendid robe intricately embroidered with ancient runes of mysterious purple threads, Beerus emanates a chilling aura, his imposing figure resembling a towering mountain. His eyes, narrowing slightly, shimmer with a blend of authority and curiosity, capable of piercing through the densest fog. He strides gracefully, his robe billowing softly with the wind, each step resonating with a steady rhythm. He murmurs, "This earth appears to hold some intrigue." His voice carries a barely perceptible interest, and the slight elevation of his chin reveals an innate pride. Whis, clad in a robe as white as snow, adorned with golden threads along the edges that glimmer softly in the sunlight, embodies elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being emerging from a painting. His gaze is clear and insightful. He tilts his head slightly and replies, "Lord Beerus, Earth indeed possesses many unique attributes." As he speaks, he gently raises his hand, his slender fingers, akin to intricately carved jade, attuned to the distinctive essence surrounding them. At this moment, Vegeta walks alone along a nearby path, dressed in simple yet stylish Earth attire. His expression is serious, and his eyes are as profound as an endless night sky, seemingly immersed in deep contemplation. With his arms crossed before him, he advances steadily, exemplifying his decisiveness and competence. Whis, with remarkable agility, cast a mysterious spell, and in an instant, a luminous mist spread like a dream, completely shrouding both himself and Beerus, allowing them to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, rendering them nearly undetectable. Vegeta, sensing a hint of unease, abruptly halted, his keen eyes darting back like a hawk's. His gaze brimmed with vigilance, as if anticipating any imminent danger. A curious thought crossed his mind. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt an unusual aura. Perplexed, Vegeta concentrated once more on the ambient sounds. He furrowed his brow slightly, his ears twitching gently, attempting to capture any subtle noise. Yet, despite his ability to sense ki, the effects of Whis' spell left him oblivious to any irregularities. After a brief moment of doubt, Vegeta shook his head lightly and continued to stride forward with composure. Unexpectedly alert, isn't he? Beerus remarked in a lowered voice, a hint of unexpected admiration lacing his tone. He lifted his chin slightly, his purple eyes glimmering with intrigue. From my observations, his comprehension of divine authority has already surpassed my own understanding when I was not yet a deity. Beerus internally marveled at Vegeta's potential, gaining a newfound appreciation for him. Whis nodded subtly, affirming Beerus's perspective. His gaze was calm and profound, as though contemplating deeper issues. Next, Whis swiftly performed another extraordinary spell to investigate whether Vegeta had any involvement with Frieza. The spell's radiance twinkled like distant stars, revolving around Whis' form. He concentrated intently on the information relayed back from the spell, his expression reflecting deep focus. With a gentle wave of his hands, he guided the flow of light, as if playing a mysterious cosmic melody. Before long, Whis concluded his inquiry and reported to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, my investigation reveals that Vegeta is aware that the destruction of planet Vegeta appears to involve divine participation, with Frieza being commanded to execute this order. Furthermore, he has cleverly manipulated Goku into defeating Frieza indirectly, as a means to gauge your stance. Not only that, he has even mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan." Whis conveyed the findings with a steady tone, detailing the situation to Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Super Saiyan? What is that?" His voice was deep and resonant, filled with authority. Beerus expressed curiosity about this unfamiliar concept, narrowing his eyes slightly, a look of contemplation evident in his gaze. Whis patiently elaborated, "It is the powerful transformation that Goku utilized to vanquish Frieza. However, what Vegeta does not realize is that Goku's successful transformation was not solely due to his rage pushing beyond limits. He also received covert assistance from the Supreme Kai." Whis meticulously elucidated the nature of the Super Saiyan, providing Beerus with a more profound understanding of this formidable power. Beerus let out a disdainful snort, exclaiming, "Humph, merely a display of cleverness." His violet eyes glimmered with a hint of displeasure. He raised his hand slightly and commanded, "Whis, tonight release the restrictions on Vegeta, and I shall bestow upon him a fraction of the divine power of destruction. Let's pay a visit to Son Goku." Beerus harbored some dissatisfaction regarding his calculations concerning Vegeta. Whis stood respectfully by his side, bowing slightly as he replied, "At your service, Lord Beerus. Son Goku is currently on Yardrat. However, granting Vegeta even a modicum of the power of the rules seems ill-advised." A flicker of concern crossed Whis' brow. An uncertainty glimmered in his eyes. Beerus interrupted Whis, saying, "Whis, has Vegeta not been chosen by the god of destruction? Have he not begun to grasp the authority of divinity? If he plots against me, am I not entitled to punish him? Should he fail to fully comprehend this power, I shall take his life myself." His voice was cold and resolute, imbued with a menacing tone. Beerus crossed his arms, revealing an imposing presence. Seeing this, Whis refrained from arguing. "Lord Beerus, Vegeta mentioned that Earth possesses an abundance of delectable cuisine and expressed a desire to apologize to you when he encounters you." Whis endeavored to ease Beerus's ire. Upon hearing of the culinary delights, Beerus decided against visiting Son Goku. Whis, we shall forego our meeting with Son Goku. Vegeta will keep him occupied. I trust the Supreme Kai has yet to muster the audacity to provoke me. It is likely his subordinates arranged this. We must investigate thoroughly upon our return. Beerus's demeanor softened somewhat. The allure of food temporarily diverted his attention from Son Goku. A slight smile crept upon his lips, as if he anticipated the upcoming feast. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. The two then set forth on a quest for culinary delights, their figures weaving through the forest like phantoms. Whis glided gracefully, each movement reminiscent of a butterfly in flight, while Beerus strode forward with an unstoppable momentum. That evening, Whis and Beerus appeared at Vegeta's bedside. The Saiyan prince lay in slumber, his breathing steady, a hint of fatigue gracing his features. The room was enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery veil over the space. Whis first lifted the restrictions on Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. His hands emanated a gentle glow, enveloping Vegeta's body. Vegeta's form trembled slightly, yet remained in deep repose. Whis waved his hands delicately, the light flowing softly like a gentle stream. Simultaneously, in an unknown realm, the soul of Yamase took notice of Vegeta on Earth. Out of necessity, he decided to augment the S cells within Vegeta's body, enabling him to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Disagreeing with the philosophy of the God of Destruction, Yamase resolved to seek a more suitable candidate for the transformation into a Super Saiyan in the future, hoping that the circumstances in which 21 was involved might serve to restrain Vegeta. Whis sensed this and concluded his actions. Whis, who was that just now? Beerus inquired. Lord Beerus, it was Yamase, the god of Super Saiyans among the Saiyans, Whis responded. Those capable of transforming into the Super Saiyan form require his acknowledgement and intervention. Beerus remarked, "Oh," as he began to infuse a small portion of the God of Destruction's power into Vegeta. A purple luminescence flickered within his palm, gradually penetrating Vegeta's heart. In the depths of slumber, Vegeta seemed to sense an overwhelming force, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Beerus mused internally, "Let me observe how far you can go. Should you fail to ascend as a God of Destruction, I shall indeed take your life as retribution for your insolence toward the divine." With his eyes narrowed, Beerus concentrated intently on the infusion of power. Upon completion, Whis and Beerus departed for the God of Destruction's planet, with Whis carrying earthly delicacies behind him. Their figures streaked across the night sky like meteors, vanishing into the distance. On the morning of December 26th, 762, Vegeta awoke and prepared himself in his hotel room. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his face, his expression rife with confusion. Vegeta was now certain that Earth, Namek, and the Eternal Dragon could not fulfill his wishes. He keenly sensed that the Dragon Balls bore a flaw. They disrupted the balance. Lost in contemplation, he pondered whether he should seek alternative methods for testing. His brow furrowed, and he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. Concluding his thoughts, Vegeta reflected on how drastically he had transformed after seemingly becoming a Super Saiyan in his dream, feeling an abrupt maturity. Merely gathering his energy, he sensed the potential within himself to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, Vegeta attempted it, and to his astonishment, he indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair shimmered gold, and an immense aura radiated around him. His eyes sparkled with surprise and exhilaration. How is this possible? Did someone do something to me last night? Vegeta mused, yet he could not ignore the magnitude of this newfound power. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surge of energy. Vegeta released his transformation, plunging into deep thought. Someone had manipulated him, and once the Dragon Balls could grant wishes, he must swiftly validate his suspicions. He contemplated a change in strategy, determining to personally eliminate Frieza, and when the androids attacked, he would confront Dr. Gero himself to test the waters. Far across the cosmos, time reached January 2nd, 763. On planet Curdle, a monumental upheaval was quietly unfolding. The Curdle King sat ominously upon his grand throne in an opulent palace, his countenance dark as an impending storm. He listened intently to the reports relayed by members of Frieza's army who had fled from Namek, his heart filled with shock. The palace, magnificent and resplendent, with walls adorned with precious gems and a floor covered in sumptuous carpets, could not calm the tumult within the Curdle King. Clad in a battle suit crafted from unique material that glinted with metallic sheen, he wore a crown encrusted with dazzling jewels, exuding an air of authority. His gaze reflected both majesty and fury. Frisia had failed. How could this be? The Curdle King was astounded, struggling to accept this reality. He struck the armrest of the throne with a forceful blow, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. King Cold rose to his feet, his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth, each step heavy with the weight of his thoughts. Upon hearing that Frisia had encountered an explosion on Namek and had failed to escape, a tumult of emotions surged within him. How could Frisia be so careless? King Cold roared in fury, his heart brimming with disappointment towards Frisia. Clenching his fists, his eyes blazed with wrath, as if he intended to ignite the entire universe. Yet, anger alone could not resolve the dilemma. Regaining his composure, King Cold swiftly began to devise a strategy. Narrowing his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled within. Immediately assemble an elite team to accompany me to Namek. We must ascertain what transpired and see if there remains a chance for redemption. He understood that prompt action was imperative. Otherwise, Frisia's forces would face dire jeopardy. With a wave of his hand, he issued commands, his voice echoing like thunder throughout the palace. At his behest, the entire cold planet plunged into a state of urgent activity. Countless warriors were summoned, clad in battle attire, their eyes alight with determination. Advanced weaponry was readied, gleaming with an aura of formidable power. Soon, a formidable fleet was assembled, poised to depart for Namek. The ships were aligned in perfect order, their engines emitting a deep rumble, as if awaiting a fierce confrontation. Chapter 58, Vegeta's Counterattack. Time quietly rewound to December 26th, 762, in the Age of Heroes. The sky was a brilliant blue, as clear as a dazzling gem, while a gentle breeze caressed the earth like a tender spirit, bringing with it a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere. Vegeta stood silently before the window, his stern visage resembling a sculpture chiseled by time, with lines sharp and defined. His slightly narrowed eyes, akin to a profound and icy pool, sparkled with resolute intensity. At this moment, his mind was a tempest of possibilities, and his tightly clenched fists turned pale, as if bracing for the onslaught of challenges that lay ahead, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Dressed in a fitted black earth suit that accentuated his robust physique, he raised his chin slightly, a proud demeanor that seemed to proclaim his indomitable spirit to the world. With his mind made up, Vegeta resolutely departed from the hotel, striding forward with steps as steadfast as steel. His destination was the Capsule Corporation, a place brimming with technology and hope. Before long, he arrived at the towering edifice of the Capsule Corporation. The building soared into the clouds, its modern facade breathtaking, with glass walls shimmering in the sunlight, resembling a mysterious fortress from the future. Vegeta gazed up at the structure, adjusting his mindset before striding purposefully into the building. Upon entering the company's grand atrium, Vegeta was immediately captivated by the spacious and luminous environment, reminiscent of the vast cosmos. The hall was adorned with an array of advanced technological exhibits, transporting visitors instantaneously into a fantastical future. Without hesitation, Vegeta darted through the hall like a bolt of lightning, making his way directly to the research lab. His presence was as swift as the wind, creating a faint breeze in his wake. Inside the research lab, Bulma was engrossed in her work, clad in a pristine white lab coat, her hair casually tied back, a few rebellious strands playfully cascaded down, adding a touch of whimsy to her demeanor. Her gaze radiated focus and intellect, reminiscent of a goddess of technology exploring uncharted territories. Vegeta approached Bulma directly, greeting her with, "Hello, Miss Bulma." As he spoke, he produced a small, exquisitely crafted storage device from his pocket and handed it to her, continuing, "This contains some technological achievements I acquired from the Frisia Force. Please take a look." Bulma accepted the device with a hint of surprise, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Upon connecting the storage device to her computer and reviewing its contents, her expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. Most of the technological advancements were predominantly military in nature, with relatively few applications for civilian use. Nevertheless, even such limited utility represented a significant fortune for Capsule Corporation. With keen attention, Bulma scrutinized the data on her screen, her fingers deftly maneuvering the mouse, her eyes shimmering with excitement. At times, she furrowed her brow, as if contemplating a complex riddle, while at other moments she nodded slightly, as though discovering a clue to the solution. The technological innovations were indeed astounding, If harnessed effectively, they could propel the company to unprecedented heights. Contemplating this, Bulma looked up at Vegeta and smiled, stating, "Mr. Vegeta, these technologies are indeed immensely valuable. We are willing to collaborate with you to develop and utilize them. Given the current circumstances, we can offer you a 30% stake in Capsule Corporation in return. Additionally, should you continue to provide further technological advancements from the Frieza Force, we will proportionally increase your share." Vegeta nodded in agreement, his expression remaining largely inscrutable, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He then articulated 2 requests to Bulma. "Miss Bulma, I have 2 modest requests I hope you can assist me with. The first is to design a watch with translation capabilities. The second is to create a counter-detection device that not only possesses precise location functions, but also effectively counters tracking." Without hesitation, Bulma responded, "Absolutely, I will take care of both matters. However, do you require me to incorporate any additional combat power detection features into your watch?" Vegeta slightly furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He pondered deeply over the peculiarities of artificial beings, weighing the various pros and cons in his mind like a meticulous strategist. The artificial beings lacked a keen sense of perception. Perhaps, by incorporating a feature to detect combat capabilities, they could preemptively eliminate Dr. Gero. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta finally spoke. "Let us proceed with this enhancement, but it is imperative to ensure that it does not lead to an explosion. Otherwise, there would be no point in its implementation." Bulma nodded in agreement. Then Vegeta inquired, "Bulma, do you happen to know anyone within the Galactic Patrol?" Bulma looked at him with a hint of confusion and replied, "Yes, why do you ask? What brings this on all of a sudden?" A smirk appeared on Vegeta's lips, and he spoke slowly. "The technological prowess of the Galactic Patrol is not particularly advanced. While it is true that numerous remnants of cosmic races have chosen to ally with them, their overall technological level is quite modest. Thus, you could certainly explore the possibility of engaging in some trade with them." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. She gazed at Vegeta, playfully teasing, "I never expected you to possess such business acumen." Vegeta shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I merely possess slightly more information than you. By the way, Bulma, please convey a message to the Galactic Patrol. Frieza has been defeated by the Saiyan Son Goku." Instantly, a look of concern crossed Bulma's face, and she hurriedly asked, "Will this provoke any trouble for Goku?" Vegeta gently shook his head and solemnly explained to Bulma, "Rest assured, Bulma, you must understand that Frieza has long been recognized as the foremost expert in the universe. In the eyes of all, anyone capable of defeating him must possess extraordinary strength, far beyond imagination. Generally, no one would dare to recklessly provoke such a formidable opponent, unless they are divine." Despite Vegeta's thorough explanation, Bulma remained perplexed, seemingly bewildered by his underlying intentions. Furrowing her brow, she fixed her gaze on him and pressed, "Even if that is the case, what relevance does it have to us? What exactly are you aiming to achieve?" Vegeta's eyes glinted, and he began to weave his narrative. "I merely wish to promote the reputation of the Saiyans. Moreover, many members of the Galactic Patrol have suffered unspeakable atrocities at the hands of Frieza's forces. They would undoubtedly be overjoyed and might significantly enhance their goodwill towards you. However, it is crucial to note that you must not mention my name." Faced with Vegeta's seemingly reasonable rationale, Bulma's confusion only deepened. She regarded him with skepticism, questioning, "Why must we refrain from mentioning you?" Seeing Bulma's relentless determination to uncover the truth, Vegeta, left with no choice, decided to confess. "Very well," he said. "Since you insist on probing deeper, I shall reveal this. Some of the cosmic races that allied with the Galactic Patrol were expelled by me." Bulma was momentarily speechless, internally scoffing at his roundabout manner of speaking. On January 18th, 763 of the Age of the Universe, King Cold, leading the Frieza Force, had finally arrived at the location of the once-exploded planet Namek after a long and arduous interstellar journey. Clad in resplendent battle attire, the golden threads shimmered under the sun, narrating tales of his nobility and authority. Adorned with a radiant crown, its jewels sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. His gaze exuded an air of majesty and ruthlessness, as if he were a merciless monarch making his entrance. Standing in the flagship's command room, he observed the desolate and silent expanse of the starry sky with a stern countenance. The heavens appeared as a canvas shrouded in darkness, devoid of life, instilling a sense of despair and oppression. "Frieza, where could you possibly be?" King Cold pondered anxiously, his fists clenched, the sinews of his robust arms taut. His eyes filled with trepidation as he awaited an unknown answer. Without hesitation, he issued a command. All fleet, heed my orders. Initiate a comprehensive search immediately. We must ascertain Frisia's whereabouts. His voice reverberated through the command room like thunder, imbued with authority and decisiveness, akin to an unassailable decree. In an instant, countless warships activated their advanced detection devices, meticulously scouring the vast and boundless cosmos. The engines of the vessels rumbled deeply, echoing the strength and resolve of the Frisia force, as if heralding a tense and exhilarating symphony. Before long, a soldier responsible for monitoring life signs suddenly exclaimed with fervor, "Report to His Majesty King Cold. We have detected Lord Frisia's presence, albeit extremely faint." Upon hearing this news, a flicker of surprise illuminated King Cold's eyes. His expression brightened, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. "Excellent. We have finally located him," he thought, excitement swelling within him. Without delay, he commanded, "Lock onto the position immediately. I shall personally retrieve Frisia." In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the target like a desperate father searching for his injured child. When King Cold ultimately found Frisia, he beheld the once mighty and fearsome ruler of the universe now lying feebly amidst the ruins, battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. Frisia's body was riddled with wounds, the dried blood forming dark crimson stains. His eyes were filled with pain and exhaustion, as if he had endured an unimaginable calamity. Witnessing this scene, King Cold couldn't help but furrow his brow. A complex whirlwind of emotions surged within him, encompassing both sympathy for Frisia and indignation towards the adversary. How despicable to have inflicted such grievous harm upon Frisia. King Kurd silently cursed as he swiftly advanced to lift Frisia into his arms, his movements gentle yet resolute. He then hurried back to the flagship, delivering Frisia directly to the medical bay. Inside the medical chamber, King Kurd anxiously observed the doctors as they fervently fought to preserve Frisia's life. Clad in white medical attire, their eyes brimmed with focus and tension, as though they were engaged in a battle of life and death. Skillfully, they maneuvered advanced medical equipment, striving to salvage Frisia's existence. After considerable effort, the physicians managed to stabilize Frisia's condition temporarily. However, they also conveyed to King Kurd that due to the severity of Frisia's injuries, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to walk without mechanical enhancements. King Kurd nodded slightly, acknowledging the doctor's counsel. He understood all too well that Frisia was now incapacitated, and if he were to rise once more, reclaiming his former glory, it was imperative to employ the power of technology for his bodily transformation. "Frisia, you must endure. We shall ensure you stand again," King Kurd resolved inwardly, his fists clenched, a fierce determination glimmering in his gaze as if he were challenging fate itself. At that moment, a subordinate cautiously approached, stating, "Your Majesty Kurd, the fact that Frisia survived such a brutal battle is surely a testament to the divine favor bestowed upon our Frisia force." Yet, King Kurd was acutely aware that the reality was far more complex than his subordinate suggested. He pondered to himself, Frisia's survival was not merely a stroke of luck or a testament to his resilience. I suspect that it was highly likely that the aloof god of destruction intervened covertly to safeguard Frisia's life, perhaps out of respect for Frisia's unwavering loyalty over the years. Nonetheless, King Kurd had neither the time nor the inclination to dwell excessively on this matter. He silently calculated that once Frisia awakened and underwent the necessary enhancements, he would seize the opportunity to exact a fierce retribution upon those who dared to challenge the might of the Frisia force, thereby restoring the faction's formidable reputation. In the distant year of 763 AE, time subtly slipped into late February. During this period, a shocking revelation swept across the universe like a tempest. The so-called supreme power of the cosmos, Frisia, had been defeated by the Saiyan son Goku on Namek. This astonishing rumor detonated like a bomb, igniting a tumult of reactions across various star systems. Numerous clandestine and enigmatic factions, upon hearing this news, could no longer contain their curiosity and ambition, dispatching envoys or elite forces to Namek in a bid to personally investigate and ascertain the veracity of this earth-shattering claim. These factions hailed from distant, uncharted galaxies or lurked in the shadows behind bustling planets. They harbor various ambitions and intentions, eager to uncover the truth of this conflict and its potential repercussions. Upon learning of Frisia's defeat, some factions could not suppress a flicker of provocation towards Frisia's army. After all, The Frisia force has long dominated vast swathes of the universe with its formidable might, instilling fear and silencing many rival factions. Now, witnessing Frisia's downfall, these factions perceive this as a splendid opportunity to challenge his hegemony and rise to power. However, despite their discontent towards Frisia, the formidable presence of King Cold compels them to momentarily restrain their impulses, choosing instead to quietly amass strength in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In a fleeting moment, planet Namek becomes the epicenter of universal attention, with undercurrents swirling and the situation growing increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 59, Resurrection. On May 3rd, 763 of the Age of the Gods, sunlight cascaded like a golden veil upon the earth, enveloping the land in a warm and resplendent glow. Vegeta, clad in earth attire, stood tall like a proud pine, his stern visage illuminated by the complex and profound gleam in his eyes. Though he had anticipated the outcome of his wish, a subtle, almost imperceptible expectation lingered within him. He strode forward silently, his thoughts surging like tumultuous waves. Although I am aware that neither the Namekian dragon nor the Earth dragon can fulfill my wish, I still seek to verify it. Vegeta pressed his lips tightly together. Piccolo, his expression grave, bore a mysterious sheen upon his green skin under the sunlight, his hands clasped behind his back. Bulma, donned in fashionable attire, radiated joy on her beautiful face, her blue hair shimmering in the sunlight. She absent-mindedly played with her hair, yet a hint of concern flickered in her gaze. Gohan exhibited a maturity and resolve beyond his years, his fists clenched as he advanced steadily. Along the way, Bulma appeared somewhat anxious. She turned to the serious-faced Vegeta beside her and spoke. Vegeta, just now, the Galactic Patrol relayed unsettling news. It is said that King Cold has commanded various factions across the universe to assemble on Planet Cold. Who exactly is this King Cold? Vegeta gazed calmly ahead, his voice steady as he replied. King Cold is Frisia's father. Once, the Frisia force was known as the Cold Force, but after Frisia demonstrated exceptional capabilities and strength, he successfully ascended to the throne, and thus the Cold Force was officially renamed the Frisia Force. Upon hearing this, Piccolo could not help but interject. So, what do you think he will come to attack our Earth? A trace of tension flickered in Piccolo's eyes, fully aware of the immense crisis facing the Earth. Vegeta pondered for a moment before responding slowly. He will at least need to consolidate the various factions first. The defeat of Frisia has undoubtedly captured the attention and scrutiny of the various powers within the universe. I surmise that it will take approximately a year for the repercussions to unfold. Piccolo's expression tightened, and he spoke gravely. This implies that, in a year's time, Earth will face an unprecedented and monumental crisis. Clenching his fists, Piccolo contemplated strategies to confront the impending threat. It seems we must hasten our efforts to enhance our strength. In a dazzling display, the enigmatic and formidable Namekian dragon Porunga was finally summoned. Its colossal form loomed in the sky, casting a shadow that darkened the heavens, as though the entire world were cloaked in the dragon's majestic authority. The overwhelming aura enveloped everyone present, instilling an indescribable sense of pressure. Vegeta slightly raised his head. Though a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes regarding the success of his wish, he resolutely voiced his desires. For my first wish, I wish to resurrect the destroyed planet Vegeta. For my second wish, I wish to bring back my mother. And for my third wish, I wish to revive my father. Standing nearby, Dandy promptly communicated with Porunga in the ancient Namekian tongue. His demeanor was earnest, reciting incantations while gesticulating with his hands. However, moments later, Porunga delivered a negative response, causing Dandy to furrow his brow as he regretfully explained to Vegeta, I am truly sorry, Vegeta. Porunga has stated that it cannot fulfill your wishes. Dandy's eyes brimmed with sincerity and remorse. Upon hearing this outcome, Vegeta's gaze dimmed slightly, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Pondering the underlying reasons, he murmured to himself, as I suspected. He then turned to Dandy and inquired, could you ask if the inability to grant these wishes is related to divine authority? Dandy nodded and relayed Vegeta's inquiry to Porunga once more. Yet this time, Porunga remained silent, offering no response. Observing this, Vegeta understood implicitly, reflecting inwardly. It appears to be indeed tied to the divine. I wonder if it is the Supreme Kai or the God of Destruction who is obstructing this. He then addressed Dandy. In that case, I have no further wishes. A hint of resignation graced Vegeta's face, yet his eyes still shimmered with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gohan and his companions found their wishes to be far more fortuitous. They sequentially expressed their desires, first to summon Krillin's soul back to Earth, then to resurrect Krillin, and finally to grant Yamcha a second chance at life. Dandy communicated their wishes to the dragon, and Porunga acquiesced. With the release of Porunga's power, a brilliant light enveloped the scene, and Krillin and Yamcha were brought back to life. As the group departed, they agreed to reconvene at a later time. Krillin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I never imagined we would return to life again. I am truly thankful to everyone." His eyes shone with appreciation as he clasped his hands together and bowed his head slightly. On September 10th, 763 of the age of the universe, sunlight bathed the earth, as if cloaking the world in a golden garment. Krillin, Son Gohan, and Yamcha stood at the residence of the Namekians. Krillin was the first to speak. "Dend, please assist us in resurrecting Tien and Kaiatsu." His eyes were brimming with anticipation, reminiscing about the days when he fought alongside Tien and Kaiatsu. Those times, though fraught with challenges, were also filled with warmth and courage. Krillin clenched his hands tightly, his gaze imbued with hope. Son Gohan quickly echoed, "Please." His eyes revealed sincerity and yearning. At that moment, Den stepped forward, conveying their wishes to Porunga in the ancient Namekian language. His expression was focused, his lips moving in a silent incantation. A solemn look graced Den's face as he devoted himself entirely to transmitting their desires. With hands raised, he seemed to commune with a mysterious force. After a while, Den turned back, smiling at everyone. "Porunga has granted your wish." At that instant, a strange beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping them all. The light contained a mystical energy, as if narrating the miracle of life. Once the radiance dissipated, the lifeless forms of Kaiatsu and Tien were revived. Tien opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and gratitude. "I never imagined I could live again. Thank you all." His gaze reflected a profound reverence for life. Gradually, Tien rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of appreciation towards everyone. Yet, one final wish remained ungranted. The newly appointed elder of the Namekians approached. It turned out that, following Vegeta's suggestion, this elder had already contacted Bulma on Earth and commissioned a spacecraft tailored for their journey. Moreover, with the assistance of King Kai, they successfully located a habitable planet. Clad in a dignified robe, the elder's eyes radiated wisdom and authority. He spoke slowly, "Friends from Earth, we are grateful for your unwavering support. Now, we Namekians have decided to bid farewell to Earth and embark towards our new home." His voice was steady and powerful, filled with hope for the future. The elder slightly raised his hands in a gesture of respect. Since the wishes of the Earthlings had been fulfilled, the Namekians resolved to depart for their new abode. Before leaving, they expressed profound gratitude to Krillin and the others, promising to forever cherish this unique friendship. The Namekians gathered to embrace Krillin, Son Gohan, and the rest, their eyes filled with appreciation and reluctance. Each warm embrace seemed to whisper tales of unending camaraderie. Krillin let out a soft sigh, saying, "I hope they find happiness in their new home." His heart was heavy with emotion, knowing this might be the last encounter with his Namekian friends. Gently, he waved goodbye to the departing Namekians. Son Gohan nodded, his gaze imbued with blessings, wishing them all well. His eyes radiated goodwill towards the Namekians as he waved them farewell, watching them depart. Chapter 60, Year 763 of the Age of Gods. On September 11th, 763, the sun shone upon Earth, casting a golden, dreamlike panorama. The delicate rays of sunlight resembled fine strands of gold, gently cascading upon the earth, as if draping a warm and resplendent robe over all living things. However, beneath this seemingly idyllic scene, an atmosphere of suffocating tension lingered in the air. This palpable unease weighed heavily upon every heart, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Gathered together were Piccolo, Tien, Kaiatsu, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. Clad in his iconic battle attire, Piccolo furrowed his brow, the deep-seated worry enveloping him like an impenetrable fog, evident in his profound gaze. Taking a deep breath, as if to draw courage from the oppressive atmosphere, he slowly shattered the unsettling silence, declaring, "Listen to me, everyone. According to the intelligence I have gathered, King Cold of the Frisia Force is likely to descend upon Earth." The moment his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the group, where one could almost hear the rapid beating of anxious hearts, as if they might leap from their throats. After a while, Krillin furrowed his brow, his round head etched with concern. Clasping his hands before him and lowering his gaze slightly, he inquired, "What about Goku? Where is he now? With his hands clasped behind his back and tilting his head slightly, Piccolo responded, Goku is currently training diligently on a distant planet. While it is possible he may return in time for a critical moment, we cannot rely solely on him. Therefore, we must swiftly enhance our own strengths. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, although Son Goku was immensely powerful, he was also known for his habitual tardiness. His unreliable nature had long been accepted by all. Yet in this life-and-death scenario, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. Tien contemplated inwardly. This crisis is grave. I must elevate my strength quickly to ensure no one falls into danger. He turned to Kaiatsu, gently patting his small shoulder, his eyes filled with concern and determination. Kaiatsu, let's find a quiet place to train diligently. We must grow stronger before the enemy arrives. Kaiatsu nodded obediently, his eyes sparkling with resolve, akin to two brilliant stars. Brother Tien, I will do my best. The two then departed in search of an appropriate training ground. They arrived at a serene valley, surrounded by dense woods. Tranquil and peaceful, as if it were a forgotten corner of the world. Tien stood in the center of the valley, gently closing his eyes, feeling the soft caress of the breeze. The gentle wind brushed against his face like a tender hand. Yet, his heart was ablaze with an indomitable spirit, as if a fierce fire raged within. Let us commence, Gohan, he said, the anticipation in his eyes sparkling like countless stars. Uncle Piccolo, shall we train together? Piccolo nodded slightly, fists clenched, his powerful hands seemingly imbued with immense strength. They arrived at an expansive plain, devoid of obstructions, a perfect arena to unleash their full potential. Gohan stood tall, like a robust pine tree, continuously elevating his energy, his formidable aura capable of altering the very essence of the world around him. He prepared to challenge Piccolo. Piccolo, adjusting his own energy, positioned himself firmly on the ground, ready to receive Gohan's attack. Their gazes locked, igniting a flurry of sparks in the air. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances. Hands on his hips, Krillin lifted his chin slightly and declared, Yamcha, we must not lag behind. Let us strive together. Yamcha patted Krillin on the shoulder, a confident smile illuminating his face as he responded, Rest assured, we shall grow stronger. They ventured to a steep mountain peak, where the treacherous terrain would hone their agility and reflexes. Krillin and Yamcha raced and leaped across the summit, perpetually challenging their limits. Their forms darting gracefully like agile leopards navigating the rugged heights, their nimbleness rivaling the wind itself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta had already entered the gravity chamber that Bulma had meticulously designed for him. Within the chamber, the pressure surged like an overwhelming tide, yet Vegeta remained unfazed. Clad in a black battle suit, he stood tall like a proud pine, his stern visage radiating a resolute light from his eyes. A brilliance that seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle. With arms crossed, he adhered to his rigorous training regimen, dedicating half of each day to training and the remainder to rest. However, this time, his ambition was to transcend to the second stage of Super Saiyan. On a day in the year 763, with the sky as blue as a pristine gemstone and fluffy white clouds drifting lazily like cotton candy. A seemingly tranquil day was disrupted by a mysterious and brilliant light that streaked across the heavens, akin to a dazzling meteor, accompanied by a powerful energy wave. It plummeted directly to Earth. With a resounding crash and the dispersal of thick dust, a uniquely shaped, high-tech time machine materialized at a certain location. Cell emerged from the time machine, his gaze infused with cunning and coldness, as though he could see through everything. Cautiously, he surveyed his surroundings, his hands slightly raised and fingers poised, ready to confront any imminent danger. Subsequently, he stealthily descended into the depths of the earth, akin to a specter concealed in darkness, awaiting the opportune moment. In his mind, Cell pondered, I must attain my perfect form. May this timeline fulfill my aspirations. Simultaneously, a significant event was unfolding on the distant planet of Kurd. On the first day of December in the year 763 of the Age of Frisia, within a room brimming with advanced medical equipment, Frisia lay quietly upon the surgical table. The table gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, while the surrounding instruments flickered with various indicator lights, as if countless mysterious eyes were observing everything. Following a series of intricate and precise surgical modifications, the already formidable Frisia transformed into an even more powerful and merciless mechanical entity. A fierce blaze of rage ignited within his eyes, a fury that seemed capable of incinerating the entire universe. Father. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled, the metallic surfaces glinting ominously. Those despicable Earthlings have somehow mastered the technique to sense ki. I must seek vengeance against Son Goku. Otherwise, our forces will undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. His voice resonated with palpable anger and hatred. Standing nearby, King Cold furrowed his brow slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his authoritative visage. Clad in resplendent battle attire and adorned with a crown that glimmered with radiant light, King Cold's gaze revealed a blend of coldness and resolve. With arms crossed and fingers gently tapping against his forearm, he pondered for a moment before responding. Frieza, my child, rest assured, I shall swiftly arrange for personnel to gather intelligence on Earth. However, prior to that, you must elaborate on the Earthling's mastery of ki to me in detail. We shall train together, and when the time is ripe, we will exact our reckoning upon those Earthlings. Upon uttering these words, a sinister smile crept across King Cold's face, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf, instilling a sense of dread. In his heart, he mused, Earthlings, your doom approaches. He immediately commanded the dispatch of an elite intelligence team to Earth for reconnaissance. Chapter 61. On the first day of January in the year 764 of the Age of Frieza, sunlight fell gently upon a seemingly desolate corner of Earth, like a golden veil. The warm glow felt as if nature itself were tenderly caressing the land. However, beneath this tranquil facade lay the brewing tempest. On this very day, a squad of 10 Frieza Force warriors made their silent descent. Clad in uniform battle attire, they exuded an air of cold arrogance, as if the entire world ought to tremble beneath their feet. Their eyes were filled with disdain, and their slightly raised chins seemed to proclaim their superiority over all that existed on this land, rendering everything around them insignificant. Little did they anticipate that Vegeta would suddenly pierce the still sky like a bolt of black lightning, appearing on the scene with breathtaking speed. His form was as elusive as a fleeting phantom, impossible to capture. In an instant, he unleashed a tremendous force, akin to a brilliant flash of lightning streaking across the night sky, launching an aggressive assault. With legs slightly bent, he poised himself like an arrow ready to be released. His gaze sharpened as he charged toward one of the Frieza Force warriors. The warrior, in a state of panic, raised his weapon in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, Vegeta's speed was astonishing. Before the warrior could react, Vegeta's fist had already struck his weapon with tremendous force. A sharp crack echoed as the weapon shattered instantly, and Vegeta's fist continued its trajectory, landing squarely on the warrior's chest. Blood spewed from the warrior's mouth as he was sent flying. Without a moment's pause, Vegeta launched another assault, his form darting like lightning amidst the ranks of warriors. Each strike he delivered bore immense power, rendering the soldiers utterly defenseless. His fierce techniques descended upon them like a torrential storm, while the Frieza Force soldiers, in a state of utter disarray, attempted to resist, but were as powerless as ants trying to shake a tree. Within just a few exchanges, 9 warriors had already met their demise. Their bodies sprawled on the ground, blood staining the earth, silently conveying their anguish and despair. The remaining warrior gazed at Vegeta in sheer terror. His eyes filled with dread as his body trembled involuntarily, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He raised his hands slightly, seemingly attempting to shield himself from Vegeta's chilling presence. Vegeta fixed his gaze on the warrior and coldly inquired, "Has Frieza been resurrected?" The warrior, shaking, replied, "Why, yes. He has been treated and has fully recovered." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he silently contemplated, history remains unchanged. You shall return to deliver a message to Frieza. He decided to spare the warrior's life, commanding him to return to planet Namek. Without hesitation, Vegeta obliterated 8 of the spacecraft, leaving only 1 intact. He knew that Bulma would surely be intrigued by the technology aboard that vessel. Before long, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, and Kaiotsu rushed to the scene, their faces etched with tension and concern, as if a colossal disaster loomed on the horizon. Piccolo furrowed his brow and urgently asked, "Are these unwelcome guests truly members of the Frieza Force?" With his arms crossed, he regarded the situation with a wary gaze. Vegeta nodded slightly, responding with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Krillin, his expression troubled, couldn't help but voice his apprehension. "Are you not afraid that by letting him go, Frieza will send more forces our way?" His voice trembled with unease, fearing the repercussions of Frieza's retaliation could bring greater calamity to Earth. Clenching his fists, he lowered his head slightly. A confident smile graced Vegeta's lips as he replied, "Even if I had not allowed him to return, Frisia would undoubtedly dispatch more troops. And next time, it will be a large contingent from the Frisia force." With his hands clasped behind his back, Vegeta's eyes reflected unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What?" Goku was unable to kill Frisia. His voice was laced with astonishment and disappointment. For he had believed that Goku had permanently eradicated the formidable threat posed by Frisia. The expressions of the crowd suddenly turned grave, for they were acutely aware of the daunting challenges that lay ahead. On the 25th of July in the year 764 of the Age of the Gods, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a radiant glow over the bustling metropolis of West City. This vibrant city was teeming with life, as its inhabitants busily traversed the streets, relishing their peaceful existence. However, within the confines of an upscale restaurant, Vegeta and Bulma sat across from one another, savoring the delightful moments brought forth by their exquisite meal. At this juncture, Vegeta had successfully ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan, his gaze exuding confidence and pride. He held his chin slightly elevated, his eyes glimmering with determination as he contemplated his forthcoming plans. First, to decisively eliminate the Frisia force that had come to Earth. Next, to venture to Planet Kurd, seizing their advanced technological achievements and abducting a select group of elite scientists. Ultimately, he intended to travel to the planet where Tabul resided, aiming to reorganize the remnants of the Saiyan race, all based on the principle of voluntary participation. At that moment, Vegeta emerged from his reverie, turning his attention to Bulma and inquiring, "Bulma, I have a question for you. Do you believe that in the future, there might be a form of biotechnology capable of utilizing the cells of Saiyans, Frisia, and Namekians to create a new organism that could endure? What are your thoughts on this possibility?" Vegeta leaned slightly forward, his hands resting on the dining table. Bulma furrowed her brow as she regarded Vegeta, replying, "Vegeta, while biology is not my area of expertise, from what I understand, the survival rate of an organism composed of several different types of cells, as you describe, would inherently be quite low." She crossed her arms and, with a perplexed expression, continued, "By the way, what prompted you to ask this all of a sudden?" Bulma's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. She could not fathom why Vegeta had suddenly developed an interest in this matter. Vegeta tilted his head slightly back, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he softly responded, "It's nothing. In due time, you shall come to know." A subtle smirk adorned Vegeta's face, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Upon hearing this, an unnameable frustration welled up within Bulma, yet she restrained herself from expressing it outright, merely muttering with mild dissatisfaction, "Humph. Very well then. So, do you plan to continue training?" Bulma's voice was laced with discontent and provocation, eager to ascertain whether Vegeta's confidence was as unwavering as he claimed. Vegeta's lips curled upward as he confidently asserted, "No need. I have successfully achieved a breakthrough. With my current strength, facing the Frisia force will be a mere trifle." His voice radiated a powerful assurance and composure. Bulma rolled her eyes, unrelentingly retorting, "But you're just bragging." She placed her hands on her hips, her expression resolute. Vegeta refrained from retorting to Bulma, yet an instinctive feeling stirred within him. He speculated that Shalu might not be the creation of Dr. Gero, or perhaps Dr. Gero was merely a collector of cells, and what remained was to verify the information. In Chapter 62, as the Frisia force descended, on the morning of August 1st, 764 AD, the universe was shrouded in a foreboding gloom. The vast and terrifying fleet of the Frisia force loomed like monstrous beasts in the dark, traversing the endless cosmos with astonishing speed, aggressively hurtling towards Earth. Enormous warships exuded a chilling sense of oppression, causing the stars to tremble in their wake, shattering the tranquility of the universe. Meanwhile, Son Goku was aboard the Alpha spaceship on his way home. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, emanating a formidable aura. Son Goku's brow furrowed slightly as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He was fervently attempting to expand his range of perception, his heart racing with urgency. If only I could sense my companion's auras on Earth, I could teleport back instantly. On the other hand, Vegeta's expression was grave as he held Bulma tightly, soaring like lightning towards the impending arrival of Frisia. Though Bulma was filled with anxiety, she understood the importance of remaining composed. Clutching Vegeta's clothing, her eyes were filled with concern. How fierce will this battle be? I can only hope everyone remains safe. At that moment, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu also noticed Vegeta's actions. Without hesitation, they unleashed their respective flying techniques, pursuing closely behind. Hey, why is Vegeta holding Bulma? Krillin panted, confusion evident in his eyes as he looked ahead. Yamcha, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Don't ask me. Bulma and I broke up a long time ago." His tone carried a sense of bitterness and sorrow as he lowered his head, a flicker of desolation crossing his gaze. The group paused momentarily at his words, but with a formidable enemy approaching, they had no time to dwell on romantic entanglements and accelerated their pace. Gohan clenched his fists, gazing resolutely ahead, his heart heavy with concern for Earth's safety. "I wonder how difficult this battle will be. I must protect everyone." His eyes were filled with determination, as if ignited by an indomitable flame. Meanwhile, a brilliant streak of light crossed the distant horizon as a colossal and enigmatic spaceship plummeted towards Earth like a meteor. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the ship landed steadily on an expansive plain. The hatch slowly opened, revealing the formidable figures of King Cold and Frieza before the gathered crowd. Clad in an ornate battle suit and adorned with a shimmering crown, King Cold's eyes glinted with cold ruthlessness and avarice. He surveyed his surroundings with keen interest, lifting his chin slightly as his deep, authoritative voice resonated. "The environment of this Earth appears quite agreeable." Internally, King Cold mused, this planet could potentially serve as a new stronghold for our Frieza force. In his eyes glimmered the spark of ambition. Frieza, with his eyes firmly shut, employed his keen perceptive abilities to scan the surrounding energy. His body shimmered in the sunlight, akin to a razor-sharp blade. After a brief moment, he slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is no sign of Son Goku here, yet I can perceive Vegeta's presence, and he is approaching swiftly. Philot, hasten to eliminate the remaining Earthlings. I shall deal with Vegeta myself." With a disdainful wave of his hand, Frieza signaled his subordinates to spring into action. At that moment, a young figure with blue hair, clad in a white battle suit, materialized before Frieza's legion. This individual was none other than Trunks from the future. His gaze was icy, and he bore a sword on his back, exuding an aura that seemed unremarkable yet concealed a latent sharpness. Trunks, perplexed, pondered, has there been a discrepancy in the timeline? Logically, Son Goku should have arrived by now. Despite his uncertainties, he understood the imperative to act without delay, before the soldiers of Frieza's army could react. Trunks surged forth like a flash of lightning. His sword was instantly drawn, gleaming with a chilling light. Trunks moved like a specter, weaving effortlessly through Frieza's warriors. With each swing of his sword, he unleashed a fierce momentum, the blade slicing through the air with a terrifying whoosh that instilled dread. The soldiers of Frieza's army, in a state of panic, raised their weapons to defend themselves, yet their movements appeared sluggish before Trunks. His sword was akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping their lives. In an instant, flashes of light illuminated the scene as dozens of Frieza's soldiers were swiftly dispatched, their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. The carnage was gruesome and harrowing, sending chills down one's spine. Trunks moved with the swiftness of lightning, his swordplay as relentless as that of a reaper from the underworld. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable Frieza's army was reduced to only Frieza and King Cold. Frieza, taken aback, recognized that while Trunks' energy was formidable, it still paled in comparison to his own. However, witnessing the swift demise of his numerous subordinates, Frieza's expression darkened, and a wave of sorrow washed over him, for he would need to recruit more henchmen, and that would cost him dearly. "Who is this individual daring to thwart my plans?" Frieza seethed through clenched teeth, his fists tightening, his gaze ablaze with fury, and his aura intensifying. Just then, a sound of rushing air echoed from afar. It was Vegeta, cradling Bulma, who had arrived at the battlefield first. Vegeta gently set Bulma down, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he narrowed them slightly. "King Cold, Frieza, it has been a while." Frieza glared at Vegeta, sneering, "Vegeta, can this defeated pawn truly impede me?" Unfazed, Vegeta replied, "Let us see you try." He straightened his back, radiating a formidable presence. Bulma nervously tugged at Vegeta's clothing, her eyes brimming with concern. Vegeta gave a slight nod, offering her a reassuring glance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Following closely behind were Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tenkaichi, and Yamcha. Midway, they sensed an abrupt disappearance of numerous Frieza Force warriors' energy signatures, prompting them to hasten their pace towards the battlefield. Piccolo furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who is this guy? He is incredibly powerful. his arms crossed. He surveyed the scene with a perplexed expression. Gohan, glancing at Trunks, was filled with curiosity. He seems to be here to assist us. He scratched his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. An exhilarating battle was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 63. The Defeat of the Frieza Force. Vegeta was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair thrashing wildly in the wind like a blazing inferno. His eyes blazed with intensity, fixed firmly on Frieza, radiating an unwavering fighting spirit that seemed capable of igniting the very air around him. Crouching slightly, his leg muscles tensed like a coiled spring, reminiscent of a leopard poised to pounce, exuding an aura of formidable explosive power. He slowly raised one arm, fingers curling into a combat stance, that steadfast gesture declaring his resolve to his adversary. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a brilliant golden afterimage in the air. Like a golden meteor, Vegeta hurtled towards Frieza, his fists forged with the strength of steel, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. The ferocity of his blows seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Frieza hurriedly raised his hands in defense. Panic etched across his face, disbelief clouding his eyes. However, the swiftness of Vegeta's assault proved overwhelming, forcing him to retreat, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Each marked a testament to the ferocity of their confrontation. Vegeta's onslaught fell like a torrential storm, his body spinning through the air, legs kicking out in a whirlwind of power, each strike possessing the might to shatter mountains. As Frieza struggled to withstand the barrage, a profound unease surged within him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Not far away, future Trunks watched with wide eyes, astonishment and confusion etched on his face. His mouth slightly agape. Complex emotions flickered in his gaze. His father had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Was this truly the reality he recognized? After a fleeting moment of shock, future Trunks took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly, which seemed to resonate with his resolve, quivering slightly. His gaze grew steadfast. No matter the nature of this timeline, I must swiftly eliminate the enemy, he resolved silently within. In the future, Trunks unleashed a formidable aura, a golden radiance enveloping his entire being. His hair transforming into a brilliant gold that danced in the wind like a banner of glory. Having successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, he gripped his sword tightly, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the sun, a light seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Without hesitation, he launched an assault on King Cold, his body moving like a phantom darting swiftly around him. His figure was as quick as lightning, elusive and spectral, as if he were a ghost from another realm. The flashes of his sword were relentless, each strike imbued with a fierce momentum, the wind from his blade howling past, instilling fear that felt as though it could freeze the very souls of his adversaries. Trunks' sword struck like a bolt of lightning towards King Cold, who hastily evaded, retreating with a swift motion that mirrored his growing terror. Yet he still suffered a cut across his arm, and in a fit of rage he roared in agony, a sound powerful enough to shatter the heavens. He retaliated against Trunks, his hands swinging as he unleashed waves of energy blasts. However, Trunks, as swift as a specter, effortlessly dodged King Cold's onslaught. He twisted and turned in the air with the grace of a nimble swallow, his elegant form evoking awe. Without a moment's pause, Trunks unleashed a relentless barrage of counterattacks upon King Cold. His sword moved rapidly, the flashes resembling a flurry of snowflakes, dazzling and mesmerizing, as if it were a beautiful yet deadly dance. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, spectators such as Piccolo, Gohan, Tin, Krillin, Dend, and Yamcha were all left in stunned silence by the scene unfolding before them. Krillin, in disbelief, muttered to himself, "Isn't it said that only those with pure hearts can attain the legendary Super Saiyan form?" His eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment as he gazed at the two golden figures on the battlefield, an overwhelming sense of shock washing over him. His body trembled involuntarily, as if shaken by the ferocity of the battle. On another front, Bulma, following Vegeta's previous instructions, swiftly opened the capsule in her hand. Her fingers deftly pressed the button, and the capsule opened instantly, revealing a compact and exquisite computer. Her gaze was focused and composed as she skillfully operated the keyboard, her fingers dancing across it as if performing a stirring battle symphony. She utilized the satellite system to search for suspected surveillance micromachines on the battlefield, simultaneously transmitting the gathered data in real time to the watch on Vegeta's wrist. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, her eyes reflecting tension and concern. At that moment, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the sounds of battle and explosions echoing in a tumultuous symphony. After dozens of intense exchanges, both King Cold and Frisia were clearly at a disadvantage. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, their garments torn, revealing streaks of blood. Their breaths grew ragged and heavy, their eyes filled with exhaustion and despair, yet tinged with a flicker of defiance. Frisia, long consumed by rage, stared wide-eyed, his gaze ablaze with fury. A grotesque expression contorted his face, reminiscent of a ferocious beast provoked to wrath. These wretches have driven me to such extremes, Frisia seethed within. His aura surged violently, igniting the very air around him with his wrath. He began to fervently amass the energy within him, raising his hands high, his body trembling with anticipation. He prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the supernova, aimed at Vegeta. With hands elevated, a colossal sphere of energy gradually coalesced in his grasp, radiating a terrifying aura, as if poised to obliterate all in its path. Observing this, King Cold understood immediately and swiftly coordinated with Frisia to unleash a relentless barrage of energy waves. These waves surged forth like tumultuous ocean tides, sweeping towards Vegeta and future Trunks in an attempt to thwart their advance. In the face of this overwhelming assault, future Trunks evaded with remarkable agility, his form a blur in the air as he deftly maneuvered away from the lethal energy blasts. He moved like a nimble swallow, twisting gracefully through the sky. Without hesitation, future Trunks launched a series of fierce counterattacks against King Cold. His sword flashed as he swung it, the force of each strike howling through the air. His rapid movements created a flurry of sword shadows, resembling falling snowflakes. King Cold could only evade, yet he sustained multiple wounds from the sharp blade. His energy became increasingly erratic, and a pained expression marred his features as he struggled to withstand future Trunks' relentless onslaught. At that moment, Frisia seized the opportunity, launching a devastating supernova at Vegeta while King Cold distracted him with energy waves. The supernova blazed forth like a colossal sun, emitting blinding light and unfathomable energy. However, Vegeta's reflexes were lightning quick. He swiftly waved his hands, condensing a massive energy sphere in an instant. Confidence radiated from his eyes as he raised his chin slightly. Frisia, your tricks are futile against me. He redirected Frisia's supernova back into the depths of space with a powerful energy wave. With a resounding blast, the supernova erupted into a brilliant display before vanishing without a trace. Having successfully neutralized Frisia's offensive, Vegeta immediately launched his counterattack. Like a descending tiger, he pounced on Frisia, his fists howling through the air, each strike infused with boundless power. His form darted through the sky, fists raining down like relentless raindrops. Vegeta's assault was akin to a tempest, leaving Frisia unable to defend himself. Despite Frisia's desperate attempts to withstand the onslaught, he was soon gravely injured. Ultimately, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate move, the Big Bang attack. Concentrating a tremendous energy sphere in one hand, he directed it at Frisia, the sphere detonating like a colossal bomb, obliterating Frisia completely. On the other side, future Trunks unleashed an energy sphere to eliminate Queen Kuroda, showing no signs of hesitation. His gaze was fixed intently on the nearby Frisia army spaceship, filled with vigilance. Just as he was about to launch a key blast to destroy it, Vegeta intervened. The screen on Vegeta's wristwatch displayed signals from 6 miniature robots in the vicinity. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, resembling a keen hawk in search of prey. Soon, he discovered the concealed miniature robots hidden within the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta utilized the key blast to swiftly obliterate 5 of the robots. However, one had already distanced itself from the fray, making its way back to Dr. Gero's base. Vegeta employed his instant transmission to pursue it, but before he departed, he decisively told future Trunks there's no need. With that, he raced toward the fleeing robot, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Future Trunks observed Vegeta's departing silhouette, contemplating the necessity of calming those present. In Chapter 64, as Vegeta executed his instant transmission, his form became a dazzling flash of lightning, soaring through the air at an astonishing velocity. The speed was such that he left behind only a fleeting, ethereal shadow, as if tracing a dreamlike path. Moments later, Vegeta lowered his gaze to his wristwatch, and with its formidable tracking capabilities, He keenly sensed that the miniature robot was likely descending to the ground below. Narrowing his eyes, his gaze, sharp as a falcon's, pierced the surroundings with caution. He found himself before a colossal and towering mountain, which loomed like a silent yet majestic giant, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The mountain's surface was adorned with rugged rocks, each uniquely shaped, resembling art sculpted by time itself. Tenacious wild grasses swayed gently in the mountain breeze, their slender blades dancing as if recounting tales of the ages. However, with his extraordinarily keen sense of energy, Vegeta distinctly detected a faint presence belonging to Earthlings hidden below. Though the aura was exceedingly weak, it could not elude his radar-like perception. Dr. Gero, consider this a warning, Vegeta mused coldly. He slowly raised his hands, palms upward, fingers curling slightly, and began to gather energy. A formidable force surged between his hands, causing the surrounding air to tremble and emit a faint buzzing sound. In no time, an immensely powerful ki blast coalesced in his grasp, radiating a blinding brilliance as it surged toward the base of the mountain. With a thunderous roar, the entire mountain was shattered by this terrifying force. Dust and debris erupted, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that instantly enveloped the entire area. Rocks erupted in all directions, some as large as fists, tumbling through the air accompanied by a rushing wind, while others, as immense as millstones, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, reminiscent of countless meteors streaking across the sky. A truly magnificent spectacle. Meanwhile, Vegeta hovered silently in midair, his black battle suit billowing lightly in the wind, the edges gently lifting. His gaze was cold and resolute, akin to stars piercing the frigid night. He pondered to himself, if you survive this, Dr. Gero, it surely indicates the presence of other forces at your back. Just then, he sensed a sudden and sharp decline in the once potent aura below, clearly indicating that the previous assault had inflicted severe damage. Upon confirming that the figure below was indeed Dr. Gero, Vegeta's eyes narrowed, glinting like two sharp blades. He pursed his lips, acutely aware that he could no longer afford to delay. He must hasten back to Bulma and the others. Thus, Vegeta turned and swiftly flew towards the direction of Bulma's energy, his silhouette streaking across the sky like a meteor, leaving behind a beautiful and radiant arc that shimmered with enigmatic brilliance under the sun's rays. 3 minutes prior, deep within the mountains, Dr. Gero had just successfully preserved the essence of Frisia's bloodline within a micromechanical body, fully engrossed in analyzing the data from the recent battle. A flicker of excitement crossed his wrinkled face as he slightly curled his lips, his murky eyes sparkling with fervor. His bony fingers glided delicately across the data screen, trembling slightly as if caressing the very hope of the future. With these cells, I shall surely defeat Son Goku, Dr. Gero thought with exhilaration, his gaze alight with fanaticism. Yet, none could foresee the sudden explosion that obliterated everything in an instant. The force of the blast surged like a tumultuous wave, engulfing the entire underground space. Poor Dr. Gero barely had time to let out a terrified scream before being swept away by the overwhelming shockwave. When the dust settled, he was left with only a mangled upper body, his appearance utterly wretched. His face was etched with terror and anguish, each wrinkle seemingly narrating his despair. Yet his eyes still flickered with a mad glimmer, as if that were his last spark of hope. No, I have yet to create the biological weapon to kill Son Goku, Dr. Gero roared in fury within his mind. However, at that critical moment, an extraordinary force of regulation descended from the heavens, enveloping Dr. Gero. Under the protection of this mysterious power, he narrowly escaped calamity. Despite his grave injuries, he gritted his teeth against the pain and trembled as he retrieved a small vehicle from his capsule. This vehicle was compact and exquisite, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, standing out brightly in the dim underground space. Yet it contained formidable propulsion. Dr. Gero hastily piloted it towards another concealed stronghold. As they journeyed onward, Dr. Gero's complexion was ashen, resembling a blank canvas devoid of color. He clenched his jaws tightly, secretly contemplating how he would dispatch more microscopic robots to the battlefield upon returning to the new base, in order to continue collecting those invaluable blood samples. Simultaneously, he resolved to transform himself entirely into an artificial being. Vegeta employed his instant transmission technique, his form streaking across the sky like a bolt of lightning. At last, he arrived at the location where Bulma currently resided. However, the place they found themselves in was oriented in an entirely different direction. There stood Bulma, her exquisite visage adorned with a hint of perplexity. In her azure eyes sparkled a curious glimmer, resembling two resplendent sapphires. Her long purple hair danced gently in the breeze, the strands fluttering gracefully. "Vegeta!" Bulma exclaimed upon spotting him, her voice clear and resonant, echoing through the air like the chime of silver bells. She took a cautious step forward, her hands gesturing lightly. "The young man who fought alongside you informed us that Son Goku would be arriving in the afternoon." She paused, then inquired, "Is he one of your kin? He still wears the attire of our company." Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "No, that fellow is certainly not my kin." With that, he fell silent. His countenance was as frigid as an iceberg, deterring any approach. He slightly turned his body, arms crossed over his chest. The atmosphere grew tense, the previous discussions fading into silence as everyone turned their gaze toward future Trunks and Vegeta. Future Trunks scrutinized Vegeta intently, his heart brimming with complex emotions. Bulma sensed the resemblance between future Trunks and Vegeta, yet was overwhelmed with intricate feelings. As time passed in this charged ambience, afternoon arrived. Suddenly, a tremendous roar resonated through the sky as a sleek Alpha spaceship sliced through the air, descending rapidly toward the Earth. The vessel's speed was astonishing, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Its surface glimmered with a metallic sheen, dazzling under the sunlight, as if it were a mysterious craft from the future. Ultimately, it came to a steady halt above the gathered crowd. The hatch slowly opened, releasing a familiar yet formidable aura. It was Son Goku. Chapter 65, News from the Future. On Earth, Son Goku suddenly furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling upon his face as he slowly turned his head, his sharp, hawk-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. Confusion unfurled within him like creeping vines as he remarked, "I distinctly sense two immensely powerful auras. One is undoubtedly Vegeta's, but the other is entirely unfamiliar. Who possesses such astonishing strength?" He narrowed his eyes, his brow knitted in concentration, as he endeavored to fathom the source of this mysterious energy. At that moment, a fog enveloped his mind, fervently yearning to unravel this enigma. Just as everyone was engulfed in bewilderment, a figure gradually emerged from the crowd. In the future, Trunks advanced with a steady and resolute gait, each step imbued with a weighty mission. His gaze fixed firmly upon Son Goku, revealing both urgency and anticipation. He gravely proclaimed, "Mr. Goku, it is I. I bear profoundly significant matters that require your undivided attention." Trunks slightly straightened his back, his hands instinctively clenched into fists, fully aware of the critical nature of the news he carried. His eyes sparkled with unwavering conviction, as if he were the harbinger of hope for this world. Son Goku nodded slightly, his voice calm and gentle, yet brimming with strength. "Very well." Tilting his head slightly, curiosity about this unfamiliar young man glimmered in his eyes, as he pondered the astonishing revelations that might unfold. Subsequently, the two soared into the distance, their figures vanishing like lightning from the onlooker's sight. Remaining behind, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Hyotsu, and Bulma wore expressions of bewilderment, their gazes fixated on the vanishing silhouettes, their curiosity igniting like a blazing flame. Piccolo furrowed his brow, resting his chin upon his hand, contemplating, what could these two be up to? Who is this young man? Why does he seek Goku? Is some monumental crisis looming? A wave of concern washed over him. Krillin scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed as he exclaimed, "What on earth is going on?" His mouth slightly agape. Confusion filled his eyes as he watched the retreating forms of Goku and Trunks, his hand unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothing. Upon reaching a spacious area, future Trunks halted and turned to face Son Goku. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes radiating a serious demeanor, as if the words he was about to utter were of paramount importance. He said, "Mr. Goku, please transform into a Super Saiyan so we may communicate more effectively." With arms crossed and body slightly leaned forward, anticipation surged within him, for he understood that only in the Super Saiyan state could he engage in a profound exchange with Goku. Son Goku smiled finally, and hesitatingly unleashing a formidable aura. In an instant, he was enveloped in golden radiance, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding a chillingly powerful presence. He slightly lifted his chin, confidence gleaming in his eyes, though curiosity lingered regarding the young man's request. Upon witnessing Goku's successful transformation, future Trunks promptly ascended to his own Super Saiyan form. In that moment, Two brilliant beams of light intertwined and clashed in the air, akin to two resplendent meteors streaking across the sky. The golden luminescence illuminated the heavens, imparting a sense of unparalleled strength. Immediately thereafter, the two engaged in an intense sparring match. Goku flickered into action, appearing like a specter before future Trunks. Launching a powerful punch, his fists, as unyielding as forged steel, delivered blows imbued with cataclysmic force, the wind from each strike howling as the air erupted with thunderous detonations. Sun Wukong slightly narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickering within them. It had been a long time since he encountered such a formidable opponent. He yearned to glean more about the power of the Super Saiyans through this sparring match with the young man. Future Trunks sidestepped, deftly lifting his leg to deliver a kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. His movements were agile and swift, each strike imbued with both technique and strength. The force of his kick sliced through the air like a razor. Trunks clenched his teeth, a sense of tension enveloping him. For he knew he could not afford to lose to Sun Wukong. He sought to prove his own strength through this exchange. With a graceful backflip, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded Trunks' kick and subsequently unleashed a series of energy blasts. The energy waves shot towards Trunks like meteors, brimming with overwhelming force. Trunks crossed his arms, summoning a protective shield to withstand the onslaught of the energy attacks. The brilliance generated by their collision illuminated the surroundings, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Unyielding, Trunks vanished from sight, reappearing instantly behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped once more and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Trunks. Their exchanges were relentless, each attack and defense executed with precision and speed akin to lightning, stirring the air around them into a cacophony. Their battle resembled a breathtaking dance, leaving onlookers spellbound. Each strike and parry epitomized the perfect amalgamation of strength and skill. They wove through the air like phantoms, their forms elusive and hard to grasp. The extraordinary clash left spectators at a distance in awe, marveling at the prowess of both fighters. With a serious expression, future Trunks declared, "I hail from the future. My name is Trunks." On May 12, 767, at 10:17 a.m., on an island approximately 9 kilometers southwest of South City, two extremely fearsome androids will emerge. Their strength is exceptionally potent, far surpassing that of today's Super Saiyans. Trunks furrowed his brow, his eyes clouded with concern and dread. For he understood that the arrival of these androids would herald tremendous calamity for the world. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock, his face a canvas of disbelief as he murmured, "Such formidable foes, what will become of me?" He lowered his head slightly, a trace of worry flickering in his gaze. Future Trunks bowed his head slightly, his voice tinged with solemnity. "Mr. Wukong, you will unfortunately succumb to a rare viral heart disease. However, do not fret. My mother has successfully developed a cure for this ailment. 3 years hence, I shall return to this era via a time machine, bringing the medicine to you. My mother's relentless pursuit in creating both the time machine and the medicine is driven by her hope to alter the past and save everyone." Trunks raised his head, his eyes now filled with hope and determination, firmly believing in his mother's ability to change the fate of the world. Sun Wukong could not help but let out a wistful sigh, reflecting deeply on the gravity of the situation. "It is truly a pity to possess such wisdom to challenge fate. Your mother must be an extraordinary person. Who exactly is she?" Sun Wukong slightly tilted his head, his eyes filled with admiration and curiosity, eager to discover the identity of the young man's mother. Future Trunks lifted his head, determination gleaming in his gaze as he replied, "She is right beside me. She is Bulma." Trunks stood tall, pride radiating from him as he expressed his admiration for his mother. Sun Wukong, suddenly enlightened, inquired with intrigue, "Bulma, and who is your father?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, an air of anticipation and curiosity enveloped him as he sought to unveil the identity of the young man's father. Without hesitation, future Trunks responded, "It is Vegeta." Both Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who was eavesdropping from distance, felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he mused internally. Vegeta and Bulma are married and have a son? This is truly unexpected. His mouth slightly agape. Surprise and curiosity danced in his eyes as he pondered how Vegeta and Bulma had come together. Piccolo, however, furrowed his brow, resting his chin on his hand, secretly troubled as he thought, if what this young man says is true, we may face a tremendous crisis in the future. A deep sense of worry gripped Piccolo as he contemplated whether this world could survive such a calamity. Future Trunks looked at son Wukong with a serious expression, earnestly declaring, "Mr. Wukong, you must keep this secret. Under no circumstances should you attempt to alter history, for it could very well result in my non-existence." Leaning slightly forward, his eyes brimming with sincerity and hope, Trunks implored him. Son Wukong nodded in response, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Trunks, I understand the gravity of the situation and will not act recklessly." With his chest slightly puffed out, determination and commitment shone in his eyes. For he understood the importance of preserving the timeline. After receiving son Wukong's affirmative reply, Future Trunks finally exhaled in relief and turned to depart. His figure vanished like a bolt of lightning into the distance, his chin lifted slightly, hope illuminating his eyes as he trusted that son Wukong would safeguard this secret. Son Wukong gazed at the retreating silhouette of Future Trunks, gradually approaching the crowd. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Furrowing his brow, contemplation clouded his mind as he struggled to explain the young man's sudden appearance to everyone. At that moment, Piccolo discerned son Wukong's predicament and stepped forward to elucidate the dire circumstances from Future. Upon hearing Piccolo's account, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. They understood that in the face of an unknown and powerful enemy, only through arduous training could they hope to enhance their abilities and harbor a chance of overcoming their foe. Gohan clenched his fists, determination igniting in his gaze as he proclaimed, "We must train diligently. We cannot allow the tragedies of the future to unfold." Son Wukong raised his chin slightly, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Krillin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we cannot remain idle." Furrowing his brow, Krillin's gaze brimmed with resolve. Though his power paled in comparison to that of son Wukong and the others, he yearned to contribute to the protection of himself and his companions. Tianjin and Jiaozi exchanged a glance, their eyes equally filled with conviction. Tianjin proclaimed, "We shall give our utmost effort." With a subtle puff of his chest, Tianjin showed his bravery, while Jiaozi clutched his clothing tightly, eyes alight with courage. Yamcha, arms crossed, affirmed, "I am in," as well, his chin slightly raised, showcasing a steadfast spirit. Meanwhile, Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma, returned the Frieza 4 spaceship and the Alpha ship to Capsule Corporation, preparing for an in-depth study in hopes of acquiring advanced technology. The vibrant city of West City was shrouded in the night, with Bulma's home illuminated brightly. Sitting on the sofa, Bulma gazed at Vegeta with curiosity and asked, "Vegeta, who do you think that mysterious young man from the future is?" Tilting her head playfully, her eyes sparkled with charm, as if teasing Vegeta. Vegeta, arms crossed, narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Humph, haven't you already figured it out?" With a slight lift of his chin, his gaze conveyed confidence, knowing Bulma had deduced the young man's identity. Bulma smiled gently and pressed, "Oh, come on, just tell me." Supporting her chin with her hands, her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to hear Vegeta's response. After a brief silence, Vegeta slowly declared, "What a question. It is, of course, our son from the future." With a subtle puff of his chest, pride glimmered in his eyes. Bulma's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be quite clever." A smile graced her lips, her eyes filled with admiration, pleased with Vegeta's answer. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly shifted the subject. "Bulma, regarding the suggestion you mentioned earlier, you must promptly proceed to cut off Dr. Gero's financial resources." His brow furrowed. Seriousness etched across his face. Bulma, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "You won't find that distasteful, will you?" Tilting her head slightly, her eyes reflected uncertainty. Vegeta scoffed lightly, responding with unwavering resolve, "Why would I? To thoroughly eliminate an enemy, one must weaken their power to the greatest extent possible. Any means necessary are justified. Besides, only Goku is obsessed with fighting. The rest of us can merely support him. After all, in everyone's minds, Goku remains the most likely hero to defeat the enemy and save the world." Raising his chin slightly, his eyes shone with determination. Bulma nodded in agreement, "Yes, you are right." Lowering her head slightly, she felt Vegeta's support, aligning with his perspective. Vegeta rose to his feet, casting his gaze out the window, and then spoke with determination. "Tomorrow, I shall embark on the Alpha spacecraft to the planet Kurd, in search of esteemed scientists to further validate pertinent intelligence and information. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly." With a slight squint, confidence radiated from his eyes as he turned to depart the room, leaving Bulma seated alone in the living room. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, Bulma was engulfed by a wave of concern, her brow furrowed and her expression betraying her unease. Chapter 66. On the morning of August 2nd, 764 AD, a strikingly designed spacecraft surged through the vast cosmos like a brilliant flash of lightning, its destination set for the planet Kurd. Inside the vessel sat a man of icy demeanor and unwavering resolve, Vegeta. He narrowed his eyes, a chilling determination emanating from within, harboring a singular ambition to acquire the foremost scientists and advanced technological achievements of Kurd. Clenching his fists tightly, he envisioned the mountains of wealth beckoning to him, lifting his chin with a silent contemplation. Humph, once I possess these scientists and their innovations, fortune shall surely follow. The protracted and monotonous journey felt akin to an interminable night, stirring impatience within him. However, on August 17th, Vegeta finally arrived at Kurd. The moment he stepped out of the spacecraft, an unparalleled aura of strength radiated outward like a surging tide, engulfing the surroundings. The remnants of Frisia's army immediately sensed an unprecedented wave of fear and pressure, halting their actions as they gazed at Vegeta in terror. In a flash, Vegeta transformed into a resplendent golden light, ascending to his Super Saiyan form. His hair, shimmering with radiant gold, danced wildly in the wind, reminiscent of a war deity descending upon the earth. The golden luminescence illuminated the entire area, exuding a terrifying authority. With his head held high, Vegeta's cold gaze swept over the crowd, his voice as frigid as ancient ice. Let it be known, both King Kurd and Frisia have perished on Earth. Now, I demand 100 of your elite scientists and your most advanced technological assets. Should you fail to comply, do not blame me for my wrath. With arms crossed and a menacing glint in his eyes, he embodied a chilling threat that sent shivers through those present. The members of Frisia's army exchanged fearful glances, anxiety palpable among them. One soldier whispered, his voice trembling, "What shall we do? We are no match for him." Another soldier, filled with resignation, shook his head in defeat. "Perhaps we should surrender the scientists and technological data. Otherwise, we may all perish." The high-ranking officials of Frisia's army hastily convened, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. One high-ranking officer furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The former colleague is indeed formidable, leaving us utterly defenseless. Another high-ranking official, with a face etched in worry, questioned, "But if we surrender the scientists and technological data, what shall we do afterward?" A third official, gritting his teeth, replied, "If we refuse to comply, we shall perish at this moment. Let us preserve our lives first." Following a brief, yet arduous hesitation, the upper echelon of the Frisia force begrudgingly surrendered over 100 elite scientists along with all existing technological data. Vegeta observed the items they relinquished, a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, a faint smile barely discernible. He mused to himself, "Very well, those who are wise shall preserve their lives." However, his gaze remained devoid of warmth. Having acquired what he desired, Vegeta unhesitatingly boarded his spacecraft, embarking on a new journey, this time destined for the planet where Tabor resided. During the voyage, Vegeta convened the scientists and presented them with an audacious proposition. With his arms crossed over his chest and an unwavering glint of anticipation in his eyes, he inquired, "I would like to ask you all, if provided with sufficient funding and technological support, would it be possible to create an entirely new organism? This being must possess the capability to integrate the cells of Saiyans, Frisia, and Namekians, and its combat power should surpass 150 million. The scientists exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment and skepticism. One scientist hesitantly remarked, furrowing his brow and cradling his chin, This may prove exceedingly difficult." Another scientist responded, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, "Yet it is not entirely implausible. We could make an attempt." A group of top-tier scientists from the former Frisia force gathered, their demeanor serious as they deliberated this critical endeavor. Some rested their chins in thought, while others exchanged opinions, the atmosphere thick with tension and unease. One scientist murmured, "This task is monumental, but if successful, it would yield tremendous achievement." Another voiced concern, "However, the probability of success is minimal. Are we truly willing to take this risk?" After prolonged and fervent discussion, they resolved to send a representative, Albert, to report their findings to Vegeta. Albert approached Vegeta respectfully, inclining slightly as he spoke, "Honorable Lord Vegeta, after our thorough research and analysis, we can indeed create the organism you described. However, achieving a combat power of 150 million carries an exceedingly low success rate. To be precise, given our current scientific and technological capabilities, reaching this target is exceedingly challenging. Attaining a combat power of 100,000 remains theoretical. Albert paused momentarily, then cautiously inquired, Lord Vegeta, may I ask, did you summon us here with the expectation that we would assist you in crafting formidable weaponry? Vegeta, arms crossed and gaze resolute and profound, shook his head and replied, no, I do not seek weaponry. My aim is for you to focus your efforts entirely on the development of technologies that enhance the welfare of the populace. Rest assured, I shall never bring harm upon you. The sincerity reflected in Vegeta's gaze momentarily alleviated the apprehensions of the scientists. One scientist mused, it appears that our former colleague is not as cruel as we had imagined, thus altering his perception of Vegeta. On September 3rd, 764 of the age of the universe, an extraordinary day was destined to unfold. Deep within the vast expanse of the cosmos, a ship gleaming with metallic luster pierced the void, racing towards the planet where Tabul resided. Aboard this vessel sat the proud Saiyan warrior, Vegeta, accompanied by a group of solemn scientists. Vegeta occupied the cockpit, his gaze intensely fixed ahead, filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation for the future. He furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of his seat. After a protracted journey, they finally reached their destination. Tabul, having received word of their arrival, awaited on the planet's surface alongside his companions, Agplanet, Grimpat, Naba, and Guri. As Vegeta and his entourage disembarked from the ship, he nodded slightly, his eyes betraying a sense of nostalgia for their reunion. It has been a long time. He lifted his chin, his gaze gradually sweeping across the assembly. Vegeta, with unwavering determination, addressed the group. My friends, with both King Cold and Frieza having perished on Earth, this moment presents an unparalleled opportunity to restore the glory of the Saiyans. While Frieza's forces are weakened, we must seize this rare chance to rapidly grow our strength. Tabul's countenance faltered. Hesitantly he replied, Brother, I truly do not wish to assault those planets. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes reflecting reluctance as he bit his lip. Why must Prince Tabul be so timid? Agplanet thought, furrowing his brow in discontent, though he soon masked his feelings. Agplanet shook his head slightly. Grinpat, too, shook his head, internally lamenting, alas, Prince Tabul remains too weak. With a resigned sigh, Grinpat expressed his exasperation. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, elucidated, the Frieza force is currently significantly weakened. Other factions in the universe will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to vie for supremacy, leading to an increasingly chaotic situation. As the remaining Saiyans, if we do not grow strong through our own efforts, we shall inevitably face annihilation. Your only chance of survival lies under my protection. To be candid, I also harbor a distaste for the conquest of planets, yet the pressing matter at hand is to accumulate wealth. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing a blend of resignation and resolve, fully aware of the reality they must confront. With that, a brilliant golden light suddenly enveloped Vegeta, and he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair standing upright, radiating an aura of terrifying power. Before he could finish his words, a Gopulant could not help but interject, Your Highness, what is this? His eyes widened, filled with astonishment and curiosity as he leaned slightly forward. Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile as he declared, This is the Super Saiyan. Although you may never achieve this transformation, with my diligent guidance, in time, you will possess at least 3 million in battle power, which will suffice for your self-defense. Tabul, brimming with excitement, looked at Vegeta and exclaimed, Brother, I have decided to join. His gaze was resolute, knowing this was their only path forward. He clenched his fist tightly. At the same time, a Gopulant, Grimpat, and Naba nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to partake in this endeavor. Vegeta nodded slightly, his gaze firm as he addressed the group. Excellent. In that case, you must immediately set out to gather the scattered remnants of the Saiyans. Remember, we must convene on Earth. Additionally, I have several rules that must be made clear. First, unless in self-defense, killing is strictly prohibited. Secondly, regarding the Dragon Balls, none of you are permitted to use them without authorization. While the Dragon Balls can grant wishes, making excessive wishes will inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Therefore, I do not wish for you to make even small wishes, let alone grand ones, as the repercussions are too great. A seriousness and gravity shone in Vegeta's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta prepared to turn and leave. At that moment, Tabul stepped forward, grasping his arm and smiling as he introduced, "Brother, this is my wife, Gully." Tabul's eyes sparkled with happiness and hope, wishing for Vegeta's approval of his spouse. Vegeta halted, turning to regard Gully, who stood to the side. A friendly smile graced his face as he greeted her. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Gully." He nodded slightly, wishing her and Tabul a harmonious life together. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Vegeta did not linger, departing with the scientist at his side, soaring towards Earth. With his head held high, he strode forward, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 67. The Emergence of Androids. On October 5th, 764 AH, Vegeta led the senior scientists of the former Frisia army on their journey back to Earth. The ship, carrying the hopes of many, traversed the vast cosmos. Vegeta stood quietly at the window, arms crossed, his gaze deep and resolute as he silently contemplated future plans. The scientists busied themselves at their respective stations, occasionally furrowing their brows or displaying glimmers of anticipation. Filled with excitement for the new journey, yet tinged with apprehension about the unknown fate ahead. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was the end of October in the year 764 AH. At this moment, Tabul and Eggplant, along with the remnants of the Saiyan race, arrived on Earth. Their spacecraft descended slowly, stirring up a cloud of dust as it touched the soil. Tabul stepped out of the ship with a heavy gait, his eyes reflecting weariness and deep contemplation. He raised his gaze slightly, surveying the land that felt both familiar and foreign, his heart a tumult of emotions. With a soft sigh, he was engulfed by a sense of confusion. Eggplant and the others followed closely behind, their faces etched with the weight of experience. Some lowered their heads slightly, while others shook them gently. Yet, the number of surviving Saiyans had dwindled to a mere 70. It turned out that some had perished on mission planets. Vegeta observed the surviving Saiyans with a furrowed brow, resolutely deciding to establish a Saiyan organization named Shao, aiming to seek out advantages amidst the myriad cosmic powers. After careful consideration, Vegeta selected a life-bearing planet, a 7-day journey from Earth, as their crucial stronghold. Naming a planet Beta, this planet boasted abundant resources and a conducive environment, providing an excellent base for both Saiyans and scientists to thrive. Standing on the soil of planet Beta, Vegeta squinted slightly, surveying his surroundings. He personally instructed the surviving Saiyans on harnessing their energy and mastering the gravity chamber training methods, even imparting the legendary technique of near-death transformations. He demonstrated each movement with agility at times, while at others, he patiently explained every technique, enabling the Saiyans to gradually attain greater strength. Throughout this teaching process, Vegeta constantly pondered the path ahead. On one hand, he aimed to fully develop the Super Saiyan form, elevating their combat prowess. On the other, he needed to collaborate with Bulma on their child-rearing endeavor. On December 6, 766, a crisp and resonant wail shattered the sky. Trunks was born. Vegeta gazed at the infant in the swaddling cloth, his eyes filled with tenderness. He gently extended his hand to caress the child's cheek, his touch incredibly gentle. In that moment, he silently vowed to become a responsible father, straightening his spine with determination. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground research facility on Earth, Dr. Gero was wholly engrossed in his work. He occasionally bent down to examine instruments, pacing back and forth, his eyes gleaming with fervor as if driven by mysterious force. Through his exploration of the power of rules, he was profoundly struck by this enigmatic and potent energy. Its strength was overwhelming. If I could harness it for weapon development, I could surely create extraordinary armaments. Dr. Gero paced within the laboratory, clutching various instruments and data, occasionally pausing to furrow his brow in thought. Thus, he resolved to apply this extraordinary power of rules to weapon development. After countless trials and failures, Android 16, 17, and 18 gradually began to take shape. The artificial beings stood tall and formidable, exuding an aura of immense power. Remarkably, these creations not only possessed extraordinary strength, but had also ascended to the level of Super Saiyans. However, as the research progressed, Dr. Gero unearthed a grave dilemma. These potent beings were difficult to control. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he gently stroked his chin. If they could not be managed, they might unleash catastrophic consequences. He recognized the severity of this issue. If left unresolved, these artificial beings could pose a threat to him as well. Consequently, Dr. Gero was compelled to temporarily confine androids 16, 17, and 18 redirecting his focus toward the creation of a more manageable entity, Android 19. He busied himself in the laboratory, adjusting various parameters and programs, occasionally striking the keyboard with urgency, and at other times meticulously observing the data from his instruments, hoping to forge a more stable android. Simultaneously, he undertook audacious modifications on himself, successfully transforming into Android 20. Gazing at his newly enhanced physique, he lifted his chin slightly, filled with confidence. I now wield greater power to better realize my ambitions, he mused, convinced of his newfound strength. At that moment, influenced by the force of the rules, an astonishing thought materialized in Dr. Gero's mind. He would create an unprecedented being, Cell. This endeavor necessitated the amalgamation of cells from formidable races such as the Saiyans, Frisia, King Cold, and the Namekians. Dr. Gero animatedly gestured within the laboratory, his eyes brimming with madness and obsession, envisioning the glorious emergence of Cell. Moreover, to fully unleash Cell's potential, he unhesitatingly infused the majority of his own rule power into Cell's being. His gaze was filled with fervor and fixation, as if he could already witness Cell's magnificent debut. Additionally, he meticulously crafted a directive that must be executed to eliminate Goku. Dr. Gero harbored deep-seated animosity toward Goku, an obsession that consumed him. Goku, you are the greatest obstacle to my plan. I must eradicate you. With everything in place, Dr. Gero methodically began to gather various experimental data and prepare the substantial resources required for the creation of Cell. On May 7th, 767, the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Mr. Satan stood upon the arena, arms raised high, brimming with pride and elation. I am the world champion. I am invincible. He waved his hands, showcasing his triumph to the audience. Meanwhile, Videl appeared more composed and confident, a slight smile gracing her lips, her gaze resolute. Fully aware that her victory stemmed from hard work and strength. I shall continue to strive, aspiring to be a hero like my father. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. Chapter 68. The Emergence of the Androids. On the morning of May 12, 767 AD, at 9 o'clock, golden sunlight gently draped over every corner of the bustling city of South Earth, casting a warm and comforting glow. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, whispering of an impending storm. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Sun Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Din had gathered together. They stood silently beneath the sunlight, their silhouettes seemingly burdened by an invisible pressure, akin to the oppressive air before a storm, foreshadowing a thrilling challenge ahead. Piccolo furrowed his brow, his expression gravely serious, his green skin radiating a mysterious glow under the sun. With his arms crossed, he spoke solemnly. Though I have fused with the gods and attained power equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan, we must not let our guard down. Now, alongside those enigmatic androids, there exists a strange and mysterious creature that continues to assault humanity on Earth. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. A deep concern shone in Piccolo's eyes, akin to heavy clouds that stifled one's breath. He contemplated inwardly. The Earth is ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. The simultaneous appearance of this mysterious creature and the androids places us at a significant disadvantage. I must exert all my strength. Piccolo clenched his fist slightly, as if silently rallying himself. Krillin's eyes widened, his face a mask of urgency and anxiety, filled with doubt and trepidation. He fixed his gaze on Piccolo, seemingly searching for answers etched on his face. What could this mysterious creature be? Was it even more terrifying than the androids? A sense of unease enveloped Krillin like dark clouds, quickening his heartbeat. He unconsciously bit his lip, his worries intensifying. Piccolo took a deep breath and slowly stated, just a year ago, the gods noticed a troubling increase in abnormal deaths among humans. Out of profound concern for Earth's safety, they began to monitor the situation closely. His voice was deep and grave, as if recounting a terrifying tale, each word laden with weighty pressure. His gaze drifted into the distance, recalling unsettling scenes. At that moment, Vegeta descended like a streak of lightning, his presence swiftly dispelling the heavy atmosphere. With his arms crossed, he interjected, "So you fused in order to confront this unknown creature?" Vegeta pondered internally. How surprising that Cell was discovered so early. It seems the gods had long sensed the anomaly, but lacked certainty. Now, due to my provocation, Piccolo has fused prematurely. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex gleam flickering within them. Upon seeing Vegeta's arrival, Sun Wukong broke into a warm smile and called out, "Vegeta!" The eyes of Sun Wukong brimmed with joy and anticipation as he could distinctly sense the formidable power of Vegeta at that moment. Vegeta had grown even stronger. It seemed that victory was within their grasp in this upcoming battle. A surge of confidence welled up in Sun Wukong's heart. Though he was acutely aware that the confrontation would be exceedingly arduous, he subtly shifted his body, preparing to embrace the imminent challenge. Tian Jinhan, with a grave expression, proposed, "Given the current circumstances, should we not set forth immediately to the site of the impending incident?" His words rippled through the group like a stone cast into a serene lake, provoking contemplation among them. After a moment of reflection, Piccolo responded, "According to the individual from the future, we cannot detect the energy signatures of the androids, and thus we remain oblivious to their exact whereabouts. In my opinion, we should disperse, each monitoring different areas to maximize our chances of not overlooking any anomalies." Piccolo's tone was fraught with caution and concern. He understood the risks of splitting up, yet recognized there were no superior alternatives at present. "We must swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the androids and the mysterious beings, for the consequences of failure would be dire." His eyes conveyed a resolute determination. Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Are we to split up and offer ourselves as easy targets to the enemy?" Worry not. I have already arranged for Bulma to deploy satellites at designated locations. Although we cannot directly sense each other's energy, with this satellite in place, we can continuously survey the surrounding areas." His gaze exuded confidence and decisiveness. Standing nearby, Yamcha could not help but exclaim, "Wow, the advancements in technology are truly remarkable." His face reflected astonishment and admiration. He had not anticipated that technology could play such a pivotal role in this situation. With the aid of the satellites, their odds of success had significantly increased. Yamcha gently ran his fingers through his hair, filled with reverence for the power of technology. Subsequently, the Z fighters, led by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, set forth toward the small island. Their figures traced elegant arcs through the air, swift and radiant like shooting stars. Their postures were vigorous and resolute, akin to a band of fearless warriors charging into the unknown battleground. The breeze rushed past them, seemingly cheering them on. As time ticked away, finally, on the morning of May 12, 767, at 10:17 a.m., a thunderous explosion erupted from the small island, situated approximately 9 kilometers southwest of the southern capital. Instantly, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, engulfing the entire island in flames and thick smoke. The force of the explosion appeared capable of tearing the island apart, instilling a sense of dread. The fierce winds howled, and dust filled the air as though the apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been closely monitoring the satellite feed, promptly pinpointed the exact location of the android's murderous act. He immediately declared, "I've found it. Stay close to me." Vegeta's voice resonated with urgency and decisiveness, fully aware that time was of the essence and that any delay was impermissible. Indeed, Dr. Gero had not perished. This individual possessed an extraordinary resilience. A glimmer of cold ruthlessness flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he clenched his fists, bracing himself for the impending battle. With Vegeta leading the charge, the Z fighters swiftly followed suit, employing their flight techniques to keep pace. Their silhouettes raced through the sky like a band of valiant warriors charging towards the battlefield. At that moment, the entire island seemed transformed into a colossal arena of conflict, the atmosphere charged with palpable tension. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, while the ground lay littered with craters and shattered trees. The howling winds echoed, as if composing a mournful symphony for this life-and-death struggle. A breathtaking confrontation was poised to commence, one that would ultimately determine the fate of Earth. Chapter 69, Z Fighters vs. Androids. Once a serene and picturesque locale, a small island in southern Earth now resembled a hellish nightmare. Beneath a somber sky, the island was enveloped in a murky hue, the sea breeze howling as if lamenting the tragic fate of this land. Android 20, driven to madness by the remnants of his programming, was now a terrifying entity, wildly brandishing his lethal hands and mercilessly slaughtering innocent locals. Each strike was accompanied by the splatter of blood and the harrowing cries of despair, casting an aura of unending fear over the world. The cold, unyielding light in Android 20's eyes seemed to harbor an abyss of terror, sending chills down the spine. His movements were as swift as lightning, brutally efficient, resembling a heartless killing machine. The helpless residents fled in abject terror, their faces etched with despair and dread, stumbling over the rugged terrain as dust billowed around them. Yet, they were like trapped beasts in a hopeless predicament, unable to escape the clutches of Android 20. Their cries for help reverberated through the air, evoking profound sorrow. Android 20 harbored a singular, frenzied thought to demonstrate his might through carnage. How can I be so powerful? Only real combat can truly test one's strength. Goku, prepare to meet your demise. He roared internally. However, just as Android 20 unleashed his wrath, several figures streaked through the air like lightning. Upon closer inspection, they were none other than Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Their presence shone like a brilliant beacon of hope, instantly dispelling the atmosphere of despair. It was as if their arrival summoned a mighty gust, sending debris swirling into the air. Android 20 gazed upon these unexpected visitors with incredulity, exclaiming, "How could you arrive so swiftly?" Yet, inwardly, he mused, "Fortunately, Cell has completed his transformation. All that remains is to await the right moment." In the heart of Android 20, an overwhelming sense of confusion and unease took hold. He could scarcely believe that they had located him so swiftly. How could they have found this place so quickly? Was there a breach in the secrecy of my whereabouts? No, that simply cannot be. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing warily at the assembled crowd before him. In response to Android 20's inquiries, Sun Wukong remained silent. His gaze sharpened, and an immense aura suddenly surged forth, radiating a dazzling golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan in the blink of an eye. His eyes, filled with unwavering determination and righteous fury, reflected his refusal to tolerate the brutal slaughter perpetrated by Android 20. Without delay, he darted forward like lightning, unleashing a ferocious assault upon Android 20. Crouching slightly, he propelled himself off the ground, charging at Android 20 like a golden tempest. His fists emanated a searing energy, each strike crashing down upon Android 20 with the force of a meteor. Android 20 hastily raised his arms to defend himself, yet the speed and power of Sun Wukong's onslaught were overwhelming, leaving him reeling. The sound of Sun Wukong's fists echoed like thunder, distorting the very air around them. Android 20 could only passively withstand the blows, a look of astonishment etched across his face. Simultaneously, Android 20 began to counterattack, launching a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. The force of the punch whistled through the air, as if it could tear through the very atmosphere. Sun Wukong adeptly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. He then leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Android 20's head. Android 20 quickly raised his arm in defense, but was still forced back several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath him. On the other side, seeing his comrade in distress, Android 19 rushed to offer assistance. In an instant, Piccolo unleashed a ki blast to intercept him, leaving Android 19 no time to absorb the attack, compelling him to activate his shield for protection. Glaring fiercely at Piccolo, Android 19's eyes blazed with fury, his body leaning forward as if poised to pounce. He then fired a barrage of energy blasts, streaking through the sky like meteors, each carrying a lethal threat. Piccolo deftly evaded the onslaught of energy blasts while simultaneously launching his own counterattacks. The colliding energy blasts illuminated the sky in brilliant bursts, akin to fireworks in bloom. Thus, the two factions engaged in an intense and unyielding clash. The battlefield echoed with the sound of whistling fists, and the radiant light from their energy collisions lit up the entire expanse above. Both sides exchanged blows with neither yielding, rendering it impossible to determine a victor. The surrounding trees splintered under the force of the energy impacts, and the ground was marred with deep craters. As the battle raged on, the power within Sun Wukong flowed forth in an unending torrent. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a searing pain wash over him, and the once surging tide of his strength began to dissipate rapidly. Suddenly, the viral heart disease within him flared up, causing his combat prowess to plummet. Sun Wukong's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He gritted his teeth, striving to persevere. The Android 20, keenly aware of Sun Wukong's distress, glimmered with a sly glint in his eyes. He first dealt a severe blow to Sun Wukong, and then lunged forward, attempting to absorb the energy emanating from him. Android 20 smugly thought, you're finally at your limit. Now let me feast on your energy. A greedy expression spread across his face. In a moment of dire urgency, Vegeta, who had been observing the battle, sprang into action, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Like a shooting star, he surged toward Android 20 with unparalleled speed. His gaze as icy as winter. In an instant, Vegeta stood before Android 20, unleashing a key sword from his fist to strike. Android 20 hurriedly tried to defend himself and prepare to absorb the attack, only to be pierced by two beams that shattered his arms. Vegeta then circled behind, using the key sword to decapitate him. With a resounding crash, Android 20 had no time to react as his body fell lifelessly to the ground, separated from his head. As he lay there, Android 20's head contemplated impossible, absolutely impossible. The power of rules is formidable. Have they cheated? Meanwhile, Piccolo, engaged in a fierce battle with Android 19, realized that the android could sense their energy absorption. He swiftly employed his martial arts as his primary offensive strategy. During the skirmish, Piccolo darted around Android 19 like a phantom, his movements so rapid they bewildered the eye. His form became an elusive specter, difficult to pin down. Android 19, in a state of panic, attempted to fend off Piccolo's onslaught, but the angles of Piccolo's attacks were so cunning that he found it impossible to defend himself. Ultimately, Piccolo seized a perfect opportunity, landing a devastating blow to Android 19's vital points, thus defeating him completely before launching an energy blast that obliterated Android 19. Exhaling with relief, Piccolo thought, finally it's over. In a flash, Future Trunks arrived at the scene, his figure akin to a blue bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before the others. He bore a miraculous medicine that could save Sun Wukong's life. A look of urgency and concern filled Trunks' face as he clutched the medicine tightly, as if it held the hope of saving the world. His eyes scanned the surroundings in search of Sun Wukong. Yamcha, witnessing this scene, unhesitatingly accepted the medicine from Trunks, carefully preparing to inject the unconscious and gravely injured Sun Wukong. With gentle movements, Yamcha was filled with worry for Sun Wukong, hoping for his swift recovery. Wukong, you must get better. Yamcha's eyes brimmed with deep concern. Piccolo, with unwavering resolve, issued the command. Krillin, Yamcha, Kaito, and Gohan, swiftly escort Goku back to the base for immediate treatment and close observation. His voice resonated with urgency and concern, fully aware that Goku's condition could not be delayed any longer. With a steadfast gaze, Piccolo looked at his companions, his fists slightly clenched. Upon hearing Piccolo's order, Krillin and the others understood that the fierce battle had reached a temporary halt, and they sprang into action. They quickly lifted Goku's heavy body and turned towards the direction of Master Roshi's abode. Anxiety weighed heavily on Krillin's heart as he flew, thinking, Goku, you must hold on. We will reach the Master's house soon. Meanwhile, Future Trunks made no attempt to impede their departure, instead standing silently, watching them fade into the distance. Only when Krillin and his companions vanished from sight did Future Trunks turn to Piccolo, a grave expression on his face as he inquired about the details of the recent battle. His eyes brimmed with confusion and concern, recognizing that the outcome of this confrontation bore significant implications for the future. What exactly transpired? Trunks furrowed his brow, arms crossed. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo began to recount the entire ordeal in detail. His tone was somber and serious as he articulated each aspect of the battle with clarity. As Future Trunks listened intently to Piccolo's narration, he meticulously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the defeated heads of androids 19 and 20 nearby. A slight frown creased his brow as he muttered, Strange, these androids do not align with my understanding. Hearing this, Piccolo was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, the previously silent Vegeta spoke up. To uncover the truth, we must interrogate Dr. Gero. Vegeta's cold eyes were fixed on the head of Android 20 lying on the ground. Before the words had fully left his lips, Piccolo and Future Trunks asked in unison, Where's Dr. Gero? Without a hint of emotion, Vegeta pointed at the fallen Android 20, replying curtly, This fellow here is Dr. Gero himself. Chapter 70, The Assault of Cell. Earth, moments earlier. Piccolo and Future Trunks were engaged in hushed conversation, their expressions grave as their gazes intermittently swept across the ravaged battlefield. Smoke lingered in the air, and the shattered structures, along with the charred earth, stood as silent witnesses to the brutality of the recent clash. Piccolo furrowed his brow, arms crossed, his eyes filled with concern. The sunlight cast a dull hue on his green skin, and the wrinkles on his forehead seemed to echo his inner turmoil. Trunks, with a tense demeanor, frequently turned to observe their surroundings, his blue hair gently swaying in the breeze, eyes reflecting vigilance. Meanwhile, Vegeta's piercing gaze was firmly fixed upon the solitary head of Dr. Gero. A mysterious energy shimmered faintly above it, this residual power safeguarding Dr. Gero, preventing his immediate demise. A profound intuition surged within Vegeta, and a contemplative expression flickered across his stern visage. He pondered silently. This power harbors a fusion of two distinct forces. One resonates with the essence of the dragon on Earth, while the other is imbued with the aura of destruction. How can I be so certain it is the force of destruction? Curious, Vegeta's eyes deepened, as if seeking to penetrate this enigmatic energy to uncover the secrets it concealed. He slightly narrowed his eyes and leaned forward, seemingly intent on observing Dr. Gero's head from closer vantage, resolving to halt his inner musings. A glimmer of determination flashed in his gaze as he began to contemplate how to locate the android's research base. He calculated that, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he needed to implant a microlocator in Dr. Gero's head. His fingers curled slightly, his mind already charting the course of his next actions. With a gentle motion, he commenced the installation of the microlocator. At that moment, a small aircraft sliced through the sky, roaring towards them. The thunderous sound shattered the brief tranquility of the battlefield as the cabin door slowly opened, revealing Bulma, who hurriedly descended the steps while cradling the infant Trunks. Still swaddled in blankets, her long blue hair danced in the wind, and her beautiful face was etched with worry and tension. Her eyes were slightly swollen, clearly having recently shed tears. Upon witnessing the grim scene before her, particularly the head of Dr. Gero, a wave of emotions washed over her, evoking both lament and reflection. Dr. Gero, such a pity, Bulma remarked calmly, her tone tinged with complexity. Gazing at the once mad scientist, she felt a mix of anger towards his actions and a tinge of regret for his brilliance. She gently shook her head, holding the child closer. The baby's cherubic face was flushed, peacefully asleep and oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. Hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta interjected sharply. This is not the time for pity towards Dr. Gero. Now that we know they are not the world-destroying androids, we must extract his memories to ascertain the location of his research base and eliminate the remaining androids. There are two methods to achieve this. Either seek the current Earth deity or employ technology to investigate. His current state will not sustain for long. We must act swiftly. Vegeta's words were laced with cold resolve and decisiveness, his gaze unwavering from Dr. Gero's head. With arms crossed, he exuded unwavering determination. Piccolo contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us seek the deity Dandy. He should be capable of aiding us." Recalling his memories as a deity, Piccolo was confident in Dandy's abilities. As the new guardian of Earth, Dandy could indeed assist us. Piccolo nodded slightly, his green cloak billowing gently in the wind. In the future, Trunks nodded slightly. "Then let us proceed. If it proves futile, we shall resort to our technological prowess." Bulma concurred. "We cannot afford to squander any more time. Let's act swiftly." She held her child close, her eyes brimming with resolve, gently patting the infant as if to offer comfort. The child stirred in her embrace, letting out a soft whimper. As the group prepared to head towards the temple, in a distant place, a pair of eyes keenly observed Cell's sudden movements. It was a mysterious figure, cloaked in darkness, silently watching everything unfold. Just as the group remained unsuspecting, Cell appeared before Piccolo, Vegeta, future Trunks, and Bulma with ghostly speed. He clasped his hands together, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. Solar flare. Piccolo's heart raced with alarm. This is bad. He quickly raised his arm, attempting to shield himself from the blinding brilliance. His body leaned back slightly as his arm shot up, blocking his eyes. A grimace of pain crossed his face as the intense light pierced his vision. Vegeta pondered inwardly. I never anticipated Cell would show himself so soon. Indeed, the timeline has shifted. Fortunately, he had installed a locator in advance. Furrowing his brow, a glint of vigilance flickered in his eyes. His body tensed, ready to counter Cell's onslaught. Future Trunks hastily raised his arm to shield against the light. Be careful. His body coiled with tension, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma and the child, his gaze filled with concern for the safety of his mother and his younger self. Bulma, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What is happening?" She clutched her child tightly, fearful for their safety. Her body trembled slightly, cradling the infant closely. Her complexion paled, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Piccolo, Vegeta, future Trunks, and Bulma were struck directly by the blinding light, their vision engulfed in a stark whiteness, rendering them momentarily sightless. Cell's movements were as swift as lightning, his eyes glinting with cunning and ruthlessness. Seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly grasped Dr. Gero's severed head and, without hesitation, turned to depart, prepared to execute his next plan. It became evident that through incessant absorption of human essence, Cell's power had ascended to the level of a Super Saiyan at its initial stage. His green form radiated immense energy, each motion imbued with vigor. Black patterns adorned his body, whispering tales of his malevolence. He mused to himself, I must hasten to absorb androids 17 and 18. Only by achieving perfection can I fulfill my desires. With a slight movement, he vanished from sight, eagerly heading toward the secret facility that once nurtured him. However, upon arrival, he was met with astonishment. The entire base lay in ruins. A wave of confusion and unease surged within Cell, his eyes narrowing as he meticulously observed his surroundings. What was happening? The timeline seemed to be subtly shifting. He realized that this transformation unsettled him. In the face of this unexpected situation, Cell exhibited no signs of retreat. Rather, he resolutely made a decision. Since the circumstances had surpassed expectations, an offensive strategy must be adopted to confront these unforeseen variables. I, Cell, shall undoubtedly attain my perfect form. His gaze emanated unwavering determination. At that moment, Piccolo and the others gradually regained their sight after the blinding light. They soon discovered that Cell had seized Dr. Gero's head. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo exclaimed, This unknown creature has emerged now. This is troublesome. His fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. His body trembled slightly, evidently incensed by Cell's sudden appearance. Vegeta interjected, I installed a miniature locator on Dr. Gero's head. We can track him from a distance. Bulma, you should return. The situation is becoming increasingly perilous. However, it would be wise to create a few pairs of eyes that can withstand solar flare. We cannot afford to be caught off guard again. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, his eyes reflecting calmness and decisiveness. Bulma responded with an affirming nod, clutching her child tightly as she turned towards the aircraft. Her steps were heavy, her heart laden with worry. Thus, a thrilling chase was about to unfold. Chapter 71 on Earth. At this moment, Cell moved stealthily like a specter, concealing his energy. He carried Dr. Gero's chilling head, racing towards the research facility with astonishing speed. Cell's green form darted through the air like a bolt of lightning. The breeze he stirred producing a faint whistle. He squinted, his mind fixated solely on one obsession, to locate the base as swiftly as possible and absorb androids 17 and 18, achieving his perfect state. His hands clutched Dr. Gero's head tightly, the key to his ultimate transformation. As he sped along, the scenery around him flickered by like a fast-forwarded film. Time itself seemed to warp under his incredible velocity. Trees, mountains, and rivers flashed before Cell's eyes, resembling ephemeral illusions. At that moment, Dr. Gero, who had remained silent, suddenly posed a question. You're Cell? Impossible. You should be in your juvenile stage. This unexpected remark instantly thickened the atmosphere with tension. Doubt permeated Dr. Gero's voice as he slightly tilted his head, his gaze piercing, firmly fixed on Cell. The remaining head of Dr. Gero sparkled with profound light in his eyes, and fatigue was etched across his face. Upon hearing this inquiry, Cell felt a surge of surprise within him. Yet he coldly and resolutely replied, I am Cell. I hail from the future. You created me. His voice was as chilling as ice, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Upon hearing these words, Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a fit of maniacal laughter. Haha, it truly is you. It seems my experiment has finally borne fruit. His laughter echoed ominously through the air, sending chills down one's spine. A wild smile spread across Dr. Gero's face, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. However, Cell remained unperturbed by Dr. Gero's fervor and urgently pressed for answers. Quickly, tell me where the base is. I must absorb androids 17 and 18 at once. Only then can I evolve into my perfect form. In that future world, that detestable Trunks mercilessly slaughtered 17 and 18, preventing me from achieving my complete form. Left with no choice, I devised a plan to eliminate the unsuspecting Trunks and, using the time machine, traverse through time from the distant future to the past. Cell's voice was imbued with impatience, his body slightly leaning forward as if he could hardly wait for the answer. Dr. Gero momentarily subdued his laughter and responded with calm resolve. I see. In that case, I shall escort you to the base. However, before we proceed, you must remove the micro-tracker affixed to your body. It was discreetly placed by Vegeta when you were caught off guard. If we do not deal with it promptly, we shall soon be discovered. Dr. Gero's tone had grown serious, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Cell immediately halted, akin to a predator hunting its prey, meticulously searching his own body. His eyes were focused and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Lowering his head, he swiftly felt over himself, and before long, he located the small, yet lethal micro-tracker. Without hesitation, he grasped it firmly in his hand and crushed it with force, a faint glow flickering as it disintegrated into a heap of useless fragments. A cold smile graced Cell's lips, as if mocking Vegeta's petty trick. He shook his head slightly, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Cell's gaze was laced with derision, his movements decisive and resolute. Meanwhile, Vegeta had cleverly activated the satellite to monitor the target's movements in real time. With a subtle gesture of his finger, an invisible signal was dispatched to the satellite in the sky. Vegeta lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with anticipation as the satellite received the signal and swiftly adjusted its angle to align with Cell's position. A glimmer of intellect sparkled in Vegeta's eyes, his fingers subtly curling as if he were orchestrating the entire scenario. During the pursuit, Vegeta suddenly broke the silence, addressing the future Trunks beside him. "You must be the Trunks from the future, my son." Vegeta's voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable gravitas as he crossed his arms, fixing his intense gaze upon Trunks. Upon hearing this, the future Trunks displayed a look of confusion, inquiring with bewilderment. "How do you know, father?" Future Trunks inquired, his voice tinged with astonishment and curiosity as he fixed his gaze intently upon Vegeta, eagerly awaiting his response. He tilted his head slightly, a look of perplexity etched across his features, while his azure locks danced gently in the breeze. Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle smirk, exuding confidence as he replied, "Your origins lie in the future. From the outset, your attire, crafted by Capsule Corporation and the enigmatic time machine, coupled with your ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, render the deduction rather straightforward." Meanwhile, Piccolo, who had been silently absorbing the exchange, displayed no overt signs of shock. Since his acquaintance with Vegeta, he had come to appreciate the latter's sharp intellect and keen analytical prowess. A flicker of admiration crossed Piccolo's visage as he nodded slightly, silently commending Vegeta's perceptiveness. His arms crossed over his chest, he shifted his gaze back and forth between Vegeta and Trunks. "Vegeta," continued his speculation, "given that you hail from the future, it stands to reason that that creature also originates from the same timeline, most likely a creation of Dr. Gero." Trunks furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. "Why do you say that, father?" His voice resonated with confusion and a desire for understanding as he regarded Vegeta, seeking a cogent explanation. Vegeta, his expression grave, elucidated, "I sense a future aura within you. Initially, I thought it a mere illusion, yet I detected the same essence emanating from that creature moments ago. Piccolo, you must perceive it as well, no?" His tone was imbued with seriousness as he narrowed his eyes. Piccolo shook his head, responding, "I cannot. I only vaguely discern a trace of it within Trunks. However, your assertion prompts certainty. Since my fusion with Kami, I have become capable of sensing certain extraordinary presences. Yet this ability seems intertwined with divine authority. As I am no longer a deity, my powers are limited. But Vegeta, how did you perceive it?" His voice carried a hint of intrigue and curiosity as he awaited Vegeta's elucidation. Vegeta, frowning deeply, fell into profound contemplation. "It appears that Beerus, the god of destruction, has meddled with my abilities. Reflecting back, it must have occurred the night before I achieved my Super Saiyan transformation." He lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Drawing a deep breath, he continued, "I fear that creature has discovered the micro-tracker I implanted. This complicates matters significantly. We have lost our precise means of tracking him. Now, we must rely on satellites to approximate his movements. To make matters worse, that fiend, Cell, possesses an astonishing speed, which will hinder our efforts to locate the research facility." Vegeta's brow knitted further in concern. Chapter 72, Semi-Perfect Cell. On Earth, Shalu endured numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately arriving at the enigmatic research base of Dr. Gero. Along the arduous journey, Dr. Gero's life flickered like a candle in the wind, precariously close to extinguishment. In a critical moment of his impending demise, Shalu's gaze intensified, and with resolute determination, he opened his mouth to unleash a formidable suction, instantly drawing in Dr. Gero's head. This audacious act not only granted him access to the invaluable memories of Dr. Gero, but also, through the absorption of the residual power of the rules, provided him with a slight enhancement in strength. Shala distinctly felt the mysterious force coursing through his being, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. He lifted his chin slightly, a fierce longing surging within him, filled with boundless anticipation for the imminent perfect evolution. Effortlessly, Shala located the entrance to the base. The once imposing metallic door now appeared almost illusory before him. Skillfully inputting the code, the door creaked open, emitting a somber sound as if revealing secrets of the past. With measured steps, Shala entered the base, his fingers gently tracing the surface as he contemplated the imminent realization of his perfect evolution while remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers. Upon entering the base, Shalu's gaze darted like lightning towards the enclosed chamber housing Android 17. His eyes brimmed with fervent desire and expectation, as if he beheld the key to a hidden treasure. Crouching slightly like a cheetah poised to pounce, he cautiously approached the chamber, his eyes fixated on the door, his mind scheming how to launch a lethal strike when 17 was caught off guard. When he deemed the moment ripe, he swiftly flung open the chamber door and lunged towards 17 with breathtaking speed. Before 17 could react, Shala seized him, drawing him into his own being in an instant. As Shalu absorbed the newly acquired potent energy, elation and confidence surged within him. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back slightly, and savored the tumultuous power, as if immersed in an ocean of strength. He was one step closer to achieving his complete form. Silently, he repeated this thought in his mind, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. With the absorption of 17, Shala underwent a dramatic transformation. His body began to swell dramatically, his green skin shimmering with an eerie luminescence, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. A suffocating aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. Shalu slightly spread his arms, reveling in the powerful energy surging within, filled with joy and confidence. He knew he had successfully evolved into a semi-complete form, mere moments away from attaining his full potential. However, his ambition was not yet sated. Without hesitation, Shalu turned and strode purposefully toward the enclosed chamber of Android 18, intent on employing the same method to absorb her and achieve his perfect evolution. But just then, an unexpected event unfolded. Vegeta, future Trunks, and Piccolo appeared before Cell as if descended from the heavens. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Vegeta abruptly turned his head and unleashed the solar flare, a blinding radiance that illuminated the entire base, temporarily blinding both Cell and Android 18. Immediately following this, Vegeta slightly parted his legs and clenched his fists at his sides, transforming into a Super Saiyan, radiating a golden aura. Simultaneously, Piccolo gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. He swiftly raised his hands, gathering energy to unleash his full power. Future Trunks, with a grave expression, crouched slightly before leaping into the air, also transforming into a Super Saiyan, flames of gold enveloping him. The three warriors instantly launched into an intense battle, assailing Cell with a flurry of punches and kicks, energy blasts soaring in every direction. The entire base reverberated with the tumult of their conflict, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Cell found himself in a dire predicament, his body relentlessly battered by their attacks, new wounds appearing as blood sprayed forth. Had it not been for the Namekian cells within him, bestowing him with extraordinary resilience, he would have surely met his demise. Panic surged within Cell. They arrived far sooner than anticipated. I must find a way to escape. I will absorb Android 18 later. They remain oblivious to my true intentions. While desperately fending off their onslaught, he eagerly sought an opportunity for escape, his eyes darting around as he moved with agility. In the face of such adversity, Cell refused to succumb to despair. A glint of cunning and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he swiftly devised a counter-strategy. Utilizing the weaponry protocols left by Dr. Gero, he decisively raised a hand and activated the base's defense system, deploying smoke bombs. In an instant, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the area, shrouding the base in a dense fog. Under the cover of this obscurity, Cell successfully concealed his presence and escaped through a little-known secret passage. Unaware of the trap, Vegeta, future Trunks, and Piccolo suddenly realized they had been deceived. They quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, yet, being seasoned warriors, their reactions were remarkably swift. Vegeta and Piccolo launched their attacks almost simultaneously, thrusting their hands forward to gather energy blasts. Future Trunks, though a fraction slower, swiftly raised his hands to form energy blasts, directing them forcefully towards the base's upper levels in an attempt to disperse the smoke. Piccolo furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "This creature is indeed exceedingly cunning." His heart brimmed with rage and indignation, silently vowing to locate Cell and utterly vanquish him. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his arms. Beside him, Future Trunks wore a grave expression, fists clenched tightly, furiously shouting, "She is one of those androids." In the future, she brought about catastrophic devastation to Earth, claiming countless human lives. Trunks' eyes were filled with hatred and fury, his body trembling slightly. However, Vegeta placed a steadying hand on Trunks' shoulder and said in a low voice, "Trunks, calm down and maintain your composure. Given our current circumstances, this android is not our enemy." Vegeta's gaze was resolute, his expression serious. Piccolo echoed his sentiment, urging, "Indeed, Trunks, steady yourself. Our task now is to gather information about that being from the future." Piccolo recognized that understanding the secrets of the future being was paramount to effectively addressing the crisis. He nodded thoughtfully, his eyes revealing contemplation. Vegeta took a deep breath and then unleashed his power, radiating a dazzling golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full strength. His gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Android 18, stating, "You must be able to sense my formidable strength clearly. With your current abilities, you are no match for me. Based on my observations, it is highly likely that your brother has been consumed and evolved by that creature Cell. Thus, in a sense, you should be grateful that we intervened in time, for otherwise you would have perished at his hands. Now, you face but one choice, to cooperate with us. During this time, we will also share critical intelligence with you." Android 18 hesitated, pondering whether cooperating with them was the correct choice. However, it seemed there were no better alternatives. After a brief moment of reflection, especially upon seeing that Android 17's chamber was empty, she finally nodded in agreement to join forces with Vegeta and the others. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes, yet she understood that at this juncture, collaborating with Vegeta and his companions was her sole option. She yearned to uncover the truth. Biting her lips slightly, her eyes revealed a hint of resignation. Chapter 73, Confronting the Cell Plan. At Dr. Gero's enigmatic research facility on Earth, Vegeta, Piccolo, Future Trunks, and Android 18 gathered. The amber depths of Android 18's eyes shimmered with a complex light, as if myriad thoughts intertwined within. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a serious expression gracing her delicate features as she approached the chamber of Android 16, her steps steady and resolute. As the chamber door opened slowly, a powerful and mysterious aura surged forth like an overwhelming tide. The imposing figure of Android 16 stood before them, akin to a towering mountain. He straightened his back slightly, his metallic armor glinting coldly in the dim light. His broad shoulders seemed capable of bearing the weight of the world, exuding a calm presence, as if he were an unyielding fortress, ready for battle at any moment. Android 18 tilted her head slightly, gazing at Android 16, and softly recounted the harrowing events that had transpired. On the 16th, he listened intently, his expressionless visage betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Yet deep within him, a whirlwind of thoughts whirred like a high-speed machine, contemplating his subsequent actions. He slightly lowered his gaze, his hands resting naturally at his sides. Fingers gently curled as if poised to strike at any moment. Immediately thereafter, the group commenced a thorough search of Dr. Gero's research facility. Future Trunks, his demeanor focused, bore a resolute gleam in his eyes. His violet hair, illuminated by the dim light, appeared particularly striking, beads of sweat forming delicately on his forehead. As he meticulously sought vital information, he adeptly manipulated the device in his grasp. His fingers danced swiftly across the equipment, reminiscent of a tense yet exhilarating melody. Each precious piece of information he unearthed was promptly copied, as he silently hoped these documents would prove pivotal in overcoming Cell. At times, he crouched to inspect clues in the corners, his brow furrowed, his gaze revealing intense concentration and seriousness. At other moments, he rose on tiptoe, reaching for files positioned high above, his body slightly leaning forward, embodying a palpable eagerness. Throughout the search, Trunks contemplated various possibilities, his eyes reflecting a profound concern, as if a dark cloud loomed over his spirit. Ultimately, he stumbled upon crucial documents pertaining to Cell's plans, alongside details of his various forms and the juvenile version of Cell from this timeline. Future Trunks' countenance grew unusually grave as he clutched the documents tightly, as if holding the fate of the world within his grasp. Approaching the group, his steps were heavy, each one resonating like a solemn toll in the hearts of those present. With a voice laden with gravity, he declared, "Everyone, the being from the future is Cell. He not only possesses the cells of Science, Frieza, King Cold, and Piccolo, but he also masters all the skills of Earth's finest martial artists. Worse yet, he can continuously evolve into his perfect form by absorbing androids 17 and 18. A sense of dread enveloped Trunks, akin to a shadow, darkening his soul. His brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with apprehension, the veins on his forehead pulsing slightly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the others turned grave. Piccolo's brow knitted tightly, as if intertwined in an unsolvable knot. His green skin appeared even more profound under the dim light, his antennae quivering slightly. He pondered silently. This Cell is immensely powerful. How shall we confront him? It seems the battles ahead will be exceedingly arduous. A look of worry crossed Piccolo's gaze as he recalled the fierce confrontations he'd had with Cell, those heart-stopping scenes replaying vividly in his mind. He contemplated how best to confront this formidable foe, arms crossed over his chest, his head slightly bowed, his expression one of deep thought and concern. Android 18 exhibited a flicker of vigilance, her eyes ignited with a fiery anger, akin to a blazing flame. Her golden locks danced in the wind, and a resolute expression graced her beautiful visage. She pondered, that wretched Dr. Gero, how dare he create such a creature? I shall avenge my brother at all costs. She bit her lip tightly, her heart brimming with unwavering determination, resolved to confront Cell relentlessly and exact retribution for her sibling. Her fists clenched, trembling slightly, the knuckles whitening from the exertion. Meanwhile, Android 16 remained silent, yet an air of gravitas enveloped him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Within him, the readiness for battle had already taken root. He stood still, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, as if anticipating an impending storm. His towering figure exuded a formidable presence, deterring any who might dare to approach. Upon the conclusion of the search, Future Trunks raised his hand without hesitation, channeling a powerful energy sphere. His focus sharpened. His arm quivered slightly, and beads of sweat cascaded down his cheek. Accompanied by a blinding radiance and a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere hurtled towards Dr. Gero's research facility like a meteor. In an instant, flames soared, and smoke enveloped the scene, transforming the entire base into a desolate ruin. Simultaneously, the young Cell was obliterated in this cataclysmic assault. However, despite the successful destruction of the enemy's stronghold and the eradication of the juvenile threat, all understood that the true battle was merely beginning. After enduring countless hardships, the group finally arrived at the serene and enigmatic abode of Master Roshi. The party included Vegeta, Future Trunks, Piccolo, Android 16, Android 18, Gohan, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and even Goku, who was receiving treatment. Future Trunks approached Bulma with a grave demeanor, presenting a precious document to her. His voice carried a hint of anticipation, as if seeking a glimmer of hope in the darkness. "Mom, this is the information I painstakingly obtained from Dr. Gero. Please take a look and see if there's a way to combat those dreadful androids." Filled with hope, Trunks yearned for his mother to uncover a solution within the pages. He held the document with both hands, leaning slightly forward, his eyes reflecting eagerness. Without hesitation, Bulma nodded, accepting the document and beginning to peruse its contents with utmost seriousness. Her brow furrowed slightly, her gaze intent on the material, her fingers delicately turning the pages, producing a soft, rustling sound. At that moment, Vegeta, with a solemn expression, began to relay the critical intelligence he possessed regarding Dr. Gero's research, the genesis of Cell, and his nefarious objectives. His voice resonated deeply and powerfully, akin to the heavy beating of a drum echoing in the hearts of those present. "Everyone, you must be aware of the current situation. Given our existing strength, I fear that only I can successfully eliminate the semi-perfect Cell. As for Piccolo, Trunks, Android 18, and Android 16, although you possess considerable strength, your abilities can only temporarily restrain Cell. Through our previous encounters with this foe, we have discovered that he is not only exceedingly cunning, but also cherishes his life immensely, possessing a wealth of combat experience. Therefore, the upcoming battle will be extraordinarily arduous. We must devote ourselves entirely if we are to have any hope of victory. After delivering this statement, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute and filled with fighting spirit. Piccolo, with a grave expression, added, "Indeed, especially after the fierce battle at the research facility, when Cell unleashed his astonishing aura, I realized clearly that my abilities alone would not suffice to defeat him. While I may be able to impede him for a short duration, the impact would be negligible. Currently, the enemy is concealed while we are exposed, and the situation is evidently unfavorable for us." A sense of worry and helplessness flickered in Piccolo's eyes, as he understood the daunting challenges that lay ahead, akin to groping through the darkness. He sighed softly, shaking his head, his antennae on his forehead quivering slightly. Upon hearing this, Krillin, his face etched with concern, inquired, "What should we do in response?" His voice bore a hint of urgency and unease. His eyes filled with apprehension for the future. Clenching his hands tightly, a tense expression adorned his face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta replied, "Currently, there are two viable strategies. However, regardless of the choice made, we must possess formidable and sufficient combat strength to support our endeavors. The first plan entails protecting Android 18 to the utmost while attempting to lure Cell out and eliminate him. The greatest challenge, however, lies in our severe lack of personnel with high combat power. Maintaining a continuous, all-encompassing guard over Android 18 for 24 hours is almost an insurmountable task. Consequently, Cell may very well take advantage of any lapses, finding an opportune moment to ambush and successfully absorb Android 18. A profound contemplation shadowed Vegeta's gaze as he slightly narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping against his chin. After a brief pause, he continued, "As for the second plan, it extends from the outcome of the first. Should Cell successfully absorb Android 18, we can preemptively place a locator on her. This would instantly turn the tables, allowing us to remain concealed while keeping track of Cell's latest movements and precise location. Subsequently, we must strive to enhance our own strength. When the time is ripe, we shall unite our formidable powers to besiege and vanquish Cell. However, this strategy bears a significant flaw. We cannot accurately predict how powerful Cell will become upon achieving his perfect form. Of course, after the battle, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect androids 17 and 18. Piccolo stated solemnly, "Vegeta's analysis is indeed both precise and comprehensive. Currently, we face two pressing issues, the glaring lack of formidable combat strength and the dwindling precious time." After a brief pause, he continued, "Fortunately, concerning the matter of time, we have the wondrous Spirit Time Room at our disposal, where 1 year inside equates to merely 1 day in the outside world." Piccolo furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation as the antennae on his forehead quivered slightly. At this juncture, Piccolo exhaled with a hint of relief, yet his expression soon darkened once more as he stated, "However, even so, everything hinges on whether Son Goku can successfully complete his treatment and return to his former self. Therefore, we must diligently monitor time and prepare for all eventualities." Upon hearing Piccolo's remarks, the assembled individuals nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. The Recovery of Son Goku. On the morning of May 15th, 767 in the Age of the Gods, the sunlight cascaded like golden gossamer through the wispy clouds, gently showering the vast earth below. This warm and radiant light resembled a sacred messenger of hope and vitality, ushering in a new dawn for the world. After several days of meticulous treatment and careful recuperation, Son Goku had finally regained his full health. Once rendered weak by a viral heart condition, he now stood tall and proud like a majestic pine, exuding a vigorous energy as if reborn. He stood there quietly, his gaze shimmering with unwavering determination, akin to an immovable and grand mountain. His lustrous black hair glimmered subtly in the brilliant sunlight, and his orange martial arts uniform was impeccably neat and crisp. With hands naturally resting at his sides, slightly clenched, he clearly displayed his inner resolve and tenacity. Upon learning of the news, Vegeta rushed to confer with Son Goku. He sprinted with furrowed brows, his thoughts tumultuous like surging waves. As he approached Son Goku, he spoke with a grave yet calm demeanor. Kakarot, the ultimate android cell, created by Dr. Gero, is an exceedingly dangerous entity. His intentions are crystal clear, to evolve in his perfect form by absorbing androids 17 and 18. And among his objectives is the crucial task of eliminating you. Son Goku furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes betraying deep concern as he crossed his arms, inquiring, "Vegeta, Do you truly believe you can defeat the semi-perfect Cell? Son Goku's mind raced with various possibilities. He yearned to battle powerful foes, yet remained acutely aware of the peril posed by Dr. Gero. Thoughts whirled rapidly in his mind, his bright eyes gleaming with intelligence as beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead, sparkling under the sunlight. Vegeta raised his chin, arms crossed, and confidently declared, "I can, and so can you in your current state. However, we are at a disadvantage, with the enemy concealed while we remain exposed. We cannot perpetually adopt a defensive stance. That approach lacks the wisdom of 1,000-mile vigilance against thieves. You are already aware of the plan, and now that you have recovered, I have resolved to take Trunks to the hyperbolic time chamber to enhance his abilities, thereby elevating our combat prowess." After pondering for a moment, Goku nodded slightly and said, "All right, tomorrow I shall also visit the time chamber to train Gohan. Today I will safeguard Android 18. Goku understood clearly the significance of protecting Android 18. He recognized that if Cell were to successfully absorb her, the consequences would be dire. He also found merit in Vegeta's strategy. Concealed in the shadows, Cell knew that they could not provide round-the-clock protection for Android 18. There would inevitably be oversights. It was imperative to bolster their combat strength and eliminate Cell through sheer force. Meanwhile, in a dim and damp research facility on Earth, an aura of mystery and danger permeated the air. Cell's green form appeared especially sinister under the faint light, his gaze glimmering with a chilling intensity, akin to a deadly serpent poised to strike. He methodically handled smoke grenades, his fingers gliding over their surfaces, emitting a foreboding glimmer. He contemplated, those foolish beings think they can thwart me? Today, I shall launch my assault and demonstrate my might. Although the Cell Juniors I have hatched are inferior to me, they will serve as a sufficient diversion to throw them into disarray. While they are engulfed in chaos, I will seize the opportunity to absorb Android 18. And upon achieving my perfect form, I shall become the strongest entity in existence." Cell had successfully crafted the necessary weaponry, the smoke grenades, and had arranged them meticulously nearby. He leaned slightly forward, scrutinizing these grenades, his cold gaze seemingly appraising the quarry he was about to ensnare. These smoke grenades appeared to be his clandestine arsenal, poised to play a pivotal role in the forthcoming conflict. Utilizing the satellites left by Dr. Gero and the omnipresent spy microbots, Cell had discerned Android 18's whereabouts over the past few days. A cold smile crept across his lips as he crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with ambition and confidence, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. His green skin appeared even more eerie under the dim light, the patterns on his forehead flickering with a mysterious glow. Cell reveled in his own cunning, thinking, once I attain my perfect form, there will be no one capable of rivaling me. Cell meticulously orchestrated his offensive strategy, narrowing his eyes as his fingers danced through the air, as though conducting a grand symphony of war. He positioned the Cell Juniors in various locations, preparing to launch a feigned attack at the opportune moment. He himself, concealed in the shadows, much like a patient hunter, quietly awaited the perfect moment to strike. On the other side, Goku and the others had commenced their protective mission for Android 18. He vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, his eyes filled with alertness, frequently turning his head to scan the area. Every whisper of the wind and every rustle of grass commanded his attention, as he remained ever vigilant, prepared to confront any imminent peril. His keen gaze resembled that of a hawk, leaving no minute detail overlooked. As time progressed, the atmosphere thickened with tension, akin to a storm on the verge of breaking. The air felt as if it had solidified, rendering it suffocating. A breathtaking battle was poised to unfold, the gears of fate beginning to turn slowly, with the future of the world shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. Chapter 75, Perfect Cell. At 3 o'clock in the morning on May 16th, 767 of the Age of Earth, the world seemed engulfed by an endless, profound silence, resembling a colossal, dark tower of stillness. The darkness descended like a heavy curtain, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath, enveloping the earth in its grip. Distant stars flickered faintly in the sky, akin to mysterious, profound eyes silently observing the world, as if bearing witness to the imminent clash of titans. Cell concealed his presence, akin to a ferocious leopard lurking in the shadows, crouched in an unobserved corner, his sharp eyes fixated on the cruise ship harboring Android 18. Like two blades capable of piercing through anything. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his green form barely discernible in the darkness, resembling a demon poised to pounce. Internally calculating, he scoffed. Do these fools believe they can thwart me? Even if Vegeta were here, he would not impede my progress. Patiently, he waited for 3 full hours. His calm, yet unwavering demeanor akin to a predator on the hunt, as anticipation and tension surged within him like a roaring flame with each passing moment. At last, he resolved to launch his attack at this moment, confidently lifting his chin, the slight upturn of his lips betraying his certainty of victory, as if triumph were already firmly within his grasp. Inside the cruise ship, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if the air had morphed into leaden weights. Android 18, Android 16, Piccolo, and Goku stood ready, equipped with Bulma's invention of anti-sunglasses, bracing for the impending confrontation. The coldness of determination shrouded Android 18's beautiful face like frost. Her hands, clenched into fists, trembled slightly as she stood firmly, resembling an immovable statue. Her azure eyes brimmed with vigilance, acutely aware that Cell's assault could strike at any moment. She pressed her lips together, her body taut, akin to a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to unleash astonishing power. Android 16 stood silently, his towering form reminiscent of a majestic mountain, stable and unshakable. His arms hung naturally at his sides, his steadfast gaze sweeping the surroundings, as if poised to unleash cataclysmic force at any moment. His immense stature cast a colossal shadow, instilling a profound sense of security. Like an impregnable fortress, Piccolo's eyes reflected caution and determination, his body slightly leaning forward, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, revealing the tension and anxiety that permeated the air. He silently prayed within himself, hoping that Cell would discover their presence 2 days later, thereby granting them a greater margin for error. Sun Wukong remained tense, a flicker of alertness crossing his eyes as he pondered silently, fervently wishing that they would not suffer a surprise attack in the next 2 days. His body quivered slightly, as if he were striving to suppress the surging desire for battle within. His orange martial arts uniform stood out vividly against the darkness, while his black hair fluttered gently. Meanwhile, in the distant heavenly palace, Bulma cradled the swaddled infant Trunks, taking refuge alongside Ten, Kaiotsu, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan. Cell, exhibiting decisive command, ordered his subordinate, Cell No. 1, to initiate the assault. Cell number 1 slowly raised his hands, a formidable energy rapidly coalescing in his palms, surging forth like a torrent about to breach its banks. Exudinga Shirinyoha. Soon after, a remarkably potent energy blast shot forth like a comet, hurtling straight towards the cruise ship. In an instant, flames soared skyward, the tremendous explosion resonating deafeningly, akin to countless bombs detonating simultaneously. The cruise ship was obliterated in a flash, smoke billowing forth, illuminating the entire sky as if it were daylight. At that moment, Sun Wukong, with his keen sense of energy, detected the enemy's offensive immediately. A spark of alertness flickered in his eyes as his body tensed instantaneously. With a powerful push against the ground, 2 deep craters appeared, as though struck by artillery. Without hesitation, he transformed into the second stage of Super Saiyan 1, his form radiating a dazzling golden light. This golden brilliance shone as brightly as the sun, seemingly capable of illuminating the entire world and dispelling the darkness entirely. He swiftly conjured a protective barrier, ensconcing androids 16, 18, and Piccolo within. In response to Sun Wukong's quick actions, Cell number 1 did not falter. Unleashing a solar flare, a blinding light enveloped the area. As it mused inwardly, "No matter how strong you are, you cannot thwart my plans." Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a tempest and shot towards Android 18 at lightning speed, intending to capture her and make a swift escape. The speed was so astonishing that there was scarcely time to react. Just as events unfolded rapidly, Sun Wukong feigned blindness from the solar flare, standing still with his head slightly bowed, quietly waiting for Cell number 1 to approach Android 18. When Cell number 1 reached her side, a glint of cunning sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes as he inwardly chuckled. "Ah, I was merely waiting for you to take the bait." In an instant, he dashed towards Cell number 1, delivering a powerful punch that struck with resounding force. Cell number 1 staggered slightly upon impact, surprise and anger evident in its gaze. It quickly adjusted its stance and flapped its wings again, stirring up a whirlwind as it prepared to launch another attack. Sun Wukong, relentless and unyielding, unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A surging column of blue energy erupted from the palm of his hand, carrying the devastating force of annihilation as it surged directly towards Cell number 1. This energy beam roared like a rampaging dragon, seemingly capable of obliterating all in its path. With a resounding crash, Cell No. 1 was reduced to ashes under this terrifying assault, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Despite the successful eradication of Cell Number 1, a flicker of doubt stirred within Son Goku's heart. The brief skirmish had made him realize that Cell was not as formidable as he had anticipated. He sensed that even Piccolo could contend with him. A contemplative expression crossed his face, his brow slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Cell, concealing his presence in the distance, observed the previous battle through a spy robot. A glint of cold satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he mused. Vegeta has not made an appearance. Although Son Goku is here, his impact is minimal. Soon, he discerned that the glasses worn by his opponent could shield against the blinding effect of the solar flare. Recognizing this, Cell decisively commanded Cell Number 2 to launch another fierce assault, simultaneously deploying a multitude of smoke bombs to shroud this operation in cover. The smoke bombs detonated in the air, releasing a thick cloud that enveloped the entire battlefield, creating an impenetrable haze. Son Goku, perplexed by the presence of further adversaries, quickly regained his composure, drawing on his extensive battle experience. A look of determination illuminated his eyes, devoid of any fear, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking softly. Without hesitation, he plunged into battle, confronting the ferocious advance of Cell Number 2. In an instant, a fierce clash of energy erupted between them, bathing the battlefield in a dazzling brilliance. The light resembled a vibrant fireworks display, yet it was laced with lethal peril, akin to a grand yet brutal dance of death. Son Goku and Cell No. 2 engaged in an intense aerial confrontation. Their figures moved with the swiftness of lightning, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Like two beams of light traversing the fabric of time and space, their fists and energy attacks collided incessantly, producing deafening sounds akin to a multitude of bombs detonating in proximity. Cell Number 2, undeterred, fought fiercely alongside Son Goku, embodying the relentless spirit of a wild beast. At that moment, the cunning Cell stealthily approached Android 18's location, utilizing the miniature spy robot. A smirk of triumph and coldness graced his features, as if everything lay within his grasp. He calculated silently, "Soon I will succeed. Once I achieve my perfect form, who will be able to stop me?" With lightning speed, he struck first, swiftly injuring Android 16 before launching a surprise attack on Piccolo, moving faster than the eye could follow. On the other front, after a fierce battle, Son Goku managed to inflict significant damage on Cell Number 2, leaving it severely weakened. However, Cell Number 2 did not retreat. Instead, it seized the opportunity to self-destruct, employing this extreme measure to momentarily restrain Son Goku. Despite Sun Wukong's timely deployment of a protective shield for defense, Cell, seizing the momentary advantage, successfully absorbed Android 18 in one fell swoop. With Android 18 now integrated within him, Cell achieved the long-sought complete evolution. At this moment, Cell's aura became overwhelmingly powerful, as if he commanded the very essence of the universe. His body emanated an oppressive force that rendered those nearby breathless, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Sensing the terrifying pressure of Cell's perfected form, Sun Wukong felt a sinking sensation in his heart. However, he remained undaunted. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his instant transmission ability to swiftly transport the injured Piccolo and Android 16 to the sacred land of the Kais. Cell, acutely aware of his newfound strength and Sun Wukong's relative weakness at that moment, reveled in his superiority. He arrogantly believed that utterly defeating Sun Wukong and fulfilling the goals set by Dr. Gero would be a mere formality. Thus, Cell resolved to deliver a decisive blow to Sun Wukong in a fair match, intending to showcase his might to the entire world. His eyes glinted with arrogance and confidence as he thought, "Sun Wukong, your end is nigh." Chapter 76. The conclusion of training Vegeta and his son. Time rewinds to the morning of May 15th, year 767 of the age of the universe, where gentle sunlight cascaded onto the earth like a delicate veil. As the door to the room of spirit and time swung open, Vegeta and future Trunks instantly appeared within. With a stern visage, Vegeta's sharp gaze pierced through the air, unwaveringly fixed upon future Trunks. He slightly raised his chin, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "Trunks, the coming year is of utmost importance. I shall devote myself entirely to training, striving to help you fully master the power of the Super Saiyan. For my part, I too must push myself to transcend the limits of the Super Saiyan. Future Trunks nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with determination. He straightened his posture, resembling a stately pine tree, and replied, "Understood, father." Inwardly, he pondered how different his father's image was from what his mother had depicted. Vegeta gazed intently at Future Trunks, suddenly exuding an overwhelming aura. He gradually lifted his hands, forming fists that produced a subtle cracking sound as he spoke. "Trunks, prepare to witness the various stages of my Super Saiyan transformation." As his words fell, his hair stood on end, radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling flickering flames. He instantly entered the first stage of Super Saiyan. "This is the first stage of Super Saiyan," Vegeta elucidated. "While this phase significantly enhances strength, it also has notable drawbacks. Primarily, energy consumption is rapid, and one's emotions can easily sway the transformation. Therefore, in combat, if one cannot effectively manage their emotions, they risk falling into a disadvantage. You, at present, are currently in this stage." Following this, Vegeta unleashed his aura once more, his feet slightly apart, his body leaning forward like a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. He has forcefully entered the second stage of Super Saiyan. At this moment, the aura surrounding him has intensified, and the contours of his muscles are more pronounced. His bulging muscles resemble hard rock, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. I shall designate this stage as the second phase of Super Saiyan. In comparison to the first phase, there are remarkable enhancements in strength, speed, and energy control. However, the corresponding cost is a more rapid consumption of energy than in the first phase. Nevertheless, with such formidable power, he is more than capable of contending with the semi-complete form of Cell. Trunks is profoundly astonished by his father's overwhelming presence. His eyes widen in surprise and admiration. Filled with longing, he silently vows to avenge his future friends. Before Trunks can fully recover from his astonishment, Vegeta breaks through his limits once more. He takes a deep breath, and his body suddenly expands, entering the third stage of Super Saiyan. At this moment, his stature enlarges and his muscles swell, resembling a small mountain, radiating an awe-inspiring sense of strength. However, unlike the previous two stages, his speed diminishes. This is the third stage of Super Saiyan. In this phase, power indeed sees further enhancement, yet the decrease in speed and the significant increase in energy consumption cannot be overlooked. Therefore, one must exercise caution and timing when utilizing this stage. A glimmer of profound contemplation shines in Vegeta's eyes. Ultimately, Vegeta takes a deep breath, gradually retracting his aura. He lowers his hands slowly, presenting a tranquil and introspective demeanor, emanating a profound sense of strength. This final stage, the fourth phase of Super Saiyan, represents full power. Its greatest advantage lies in completely overcoming the excessive energy depletion characteristic of Super Saiyans during combat, allowing for the maximization of their formidable fighting prowess. Moreover, even in a non-combat state, it does not generate the same excessive energy consumption as a normal Super Saiyan. More importantly, upon entering this stage, one's mindset becomes relatively calm and less susceptible to external disturbances. Trunks, now you must strive diligently to reach this level. Vegeta's gaze is filled with anticipation and encouragement. Trunks, feeling his father's gaze, tightly clenches his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. A fierce fighting spirit surges within him. He silently vows, "I will dedicate myself to training." Subsequently, future Trunks begins to immerse himself in arduous training alongside Vegeta. Time flows silently, and soon it is May 16th, 767 in the age. Sunlight streams through the clouds, bathing the sacred land in a warm glow, as if heralding new hopes and challenges. At that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly opens, and two figures step out steadily, Vegeta and future Trunks. After an entire year of rigorous training within the chamber, Vegeta has achieved a significant breakthrough. He slightly lifts his head, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight like resplendent gold. He has successfully transcended the full power threshold of Super Saiyan, now able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. His figure is akin to that of a war deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that is almost suffocating. His eyes betray an air of confidence and pride, as though no adversary exists in the world. Meanwhile, the future Trunks stands resolutely beside him, his posture erect and his gaze unwavering. Through indomitable will and diligent training, he too has attained the full power level of Super Saiyan. A steady aura emanates from him, reminiscent of an unshakable mountain. At this moment, Son Goku approaches, a solemn expression gracing his features. He furrows his brow, a delicate crease forming between his brows, and states, Vegeta, the situation is dire. That fiend Cell has ultimately absorbed Android 18 and successfully evolved into his perfect form, possessing strength that far surpasses our expectations. Goku's heart is heavy with concern, fully aware that Cell in his perfect state is an exceedingly formidable opponent. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's brow slightly furrows as he replies in a grave tone. Explain the details to me, Kakarot. Goku nods and begins to recount the harrowing battle with Cell in vivid detail. He gestures animatedly while describing Cell's cunning and unpredictable tactics, as well as his relentless and unforeseen attacks, ultimately exclaiming, Cell is truly devious, but fret not. I shall train in the hyperbolic time chamber until I possess the strength to defeat him. Goku's spirit is ablaze with determination. He will not yield easily. Vegeta gazes steadfastly ahead, his fists clenched, knuckles cracking subtly. With unwavering confidence, he declares, now that the situation has changed, I shall take on Cell. I am certain I can defeat him. Goku then leads Goten back into the hyperbolic time chamber, the door sealing shut behind them. Inside, the father and son embark on a new, arduous journey of training. Chapter 77. The Demise of Cell Within the Heavenly Temple. The atmosphere feels as though it is encased in solid ice, heavy and oppressive, making it nearly impossible to breathe freely. Vegeta wears a solemn expression, his keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's, glinting with electric intensity as they fixate on Bulma. He slightly raises his chin, the resolute contours of his face becoming more pronounced as he states in a low voice, Bulma, you and the child stay here. Trunks and I will confront Cell. Rest assured, I am fully confident. Vegeta stands tall like a majestic mountain, radiating a powerful presence and unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Bulma hurriedly turns her head, her lively eyes immediately falling upon the future Trunks beside her. She slightly furrows her brow, her face a canvas of surprise as she inquires, Trunks, why is your hair grown so long? It almost obscures your eyes. As she speaks, she gently extends her slender fingers, lightly brushing through Trunks' long locks, her gaze filled with concern and tenderness. Future Trunks smiles gently, his expression warm and radiant, akin to the soft sunlight of spring casting its gentle glow upon the earth. He slightly tilted his head, revealing his handsome visage, and explained, Mother, I've spent an entire year in the hyperbolic time chamber without the chance to cut my hair, which is why it has grown like this. Trunks gazed at his mother, warmth and familial affection shimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing Trunks' response, Bulma turned her gaze towards Vegeta, her expression filled with curiosity and a slight tilt of her head, awaiting his explanation. Vegeta, why are you unaffected? Why is it your hair changed? Bulma's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her slightly furrowed brow betraying her confusion. Vegeta calmly replied, his tone as nonchalant as discussing an inconsequential matter. With arms crossed over his chest and his chest slightly puffed out, he stated, the hair of pure-blooded Saiyans does not change in shape or length after birth. Vegeta's face remained devoid of any emotion, as if this were the most ordinary of truths. Bulma shook her head in resignation, then gently addressed future Trunks, saying, come now, let Mother help you trim your hair. Thus, Bulma procured a pair of scissors that shimmered like silver in the sunlight. With utmost care, she began to trim future Trunks' hair, each movement imbued with tenderness. After a while, Bulma finally completed her task. Future Trunks ran his fingers through his newly shortened hair, nodding in satisfaction, his face illuminating with a radiant and genuine smile as he thanked his mother. Trunks' smile blossomed like a flower, full of vitality and exuberance. Subsequently, Vegeta and future Trunks closed their eyes, focusing intently on sensing the energy signature of Cell. Moments later, they suddenly opened their eyes and, like lightning, surged towards Cell's location with astonishing speed. Their figures darted like a flash, vanishing into the horizon, leaving only a blurred silhouette behind. During their flight, Vegeta's expression turned serious, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized future Trunks beside him. He slightly slowed his pace and earnestly advised, Trunks, there are some truths you must hold dear. First, never allow fear to take root in your heart, no matter how formidable the opponent may be. For once fear invades your spirit, it will sap your confidence in battle, causing your strength to plummet, and before long, you will be mercilessly vanquished by your foe. Future Trunks nodded solemnly, affirming, Father, I understand. The determination in Trunks' eyes sparkled with resolve, as if he were conveying his unwavering commitment to his father. After a brief pause, Vegeta continued with gravitas. Secondly, you must give your all in every battle. Remember, in the future you inhabit, you are utterly alone. Therefore, there is no retreat for you. Trunks' gaze was resolute. His fists clenched as he responded, I comprehend, father. From now on, I will fight with all my strength. Trunks' voice resonated with confidence and determination. Immediately, Vegeta took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Now, allow me to impart some crucial intelligence regarding Cell. This creature is, to be precise, a product of the entire android series, possessing a terrifying power that far exceeds what Dr. Gero could have created on his own. There's an ominous shadow of divinity lurking behind it. In a certain sense, the absence of Dragon Balls in the future may indeed be a stroke of fortune. Remember, under no circumstances should the Dragon Balls be used frivolously for wishes. Time travel is a grave transgression, and you will soon face greater challenges ahead. Therefore, upon your return to the future, you must enhance your own strength. As for Cell, although he presents a formidable challenge, I am confident in my ability to defeat him. Of course, your active participation will be essential when the time comes. One crucial point to note is that Cell has integrated Namekian cells within him, rendering the task of his complete eradication exceedingly difficult. He must be utterly destroyed, down to every last cell. Trunks pondered deeply and solemnly replied, Father, I shall remember this. Chapter 78. The Slaying of Cell. Cell unabashedly unleashed his energy, standing confidently upon the vast, desolate plain. The fierce winds roared like frenzied beasts, sweeping across the land and stirring up clouds of dust, as if heralding the impending, brutal clash with a terrifying prelude. Cell raised his chin slightly. A cold and proud expression etched upon his face, inwardly reveling in his might. With my immense power, why should I conceal my aura? The grand arena he had constructed for the martial arts tournament radiated an air of authority and solemnity under the sun. Towering stone columns, akin to giants supporting the heavens, firmly upheld the expansive platform, silently narrating the fierce battle about to unfold. A life-and-death confrontation capable of altering the very fabric of existence. With arms crossed over his chest, Cell gently tapped his fingers against his arms, contemplating how to threaten the king into announcing the martial arts tournament, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. However, at that moment, he keenly sensed two overwhelming auras rapidly approaching, Vegeta and Trunks from the future. Acknowledging their approach, Cell mused, just in time. I've been waiting for you. The corners of his mouth curled into an icy and cruel smile, his cold gaze shimmering with excitement and malice, as if a spectacular yet blood-soaked battle was on the verge of commencing. Thus, he resolved to remain in place, awaiting the arrival of Vegeta and Trunks, eager to repay Vegeta for his previous interruptions. Before long, Vegeta and future Trunks arrived like two bolts of lightning streaking across the sky. Their figures moved with lightning speed, generating an overwhelming gust of air that bent the wild grass of the plain, showcasing their astonishing strength to the world. Upon their initial encounter, words were rendered unnecessary, as Cell swiftly unleashed a ferocious onslaught. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, striking with an unparalleled force. His movements were as swift as lightning, his fists imbued with a destructive power capable of annihilating all, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, intent on devouring everything in sight. Vegeta, today marks your demise, Cell bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder across the plain. As he slightly bent his body, his fist hurtled towards Vegeta, accompanied by a fierce wind. Undeterred by Cell's ferocity, Vegeta retaliated with equal vigor, his golden aura surging like a roaring inferno as he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. In an instant, he matched Cell's ferocious assault with a counterattack of his own. The air crackled with their fierce exchange, each collision resonating with the force of celestial bodies colliding, unleashing a power that sent shivers down the spine. Each of Vegeta's punches carried immense strength, as if capable of shattering the void itself, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. His gaze was resolute, teeth clenched, every strike bursting forth with explosive intensity, veins bulging on his forehead like mighty dragons yearning to break free. Cell, not to be outdone, adeptly evaded Vegeta's strikes while launching his own fierce counterattacks. His movements were both agile and powerful, each assault sending chills of fear through his opponent. A grimace adorned Cell's face, interspersed with deep, guttural roars that echoed through the air like a frenzied beast, instilling a sense of dread. Vegeta, Do you truly believe you could defeat me? I am in my perfect form, and I am his strongest. Simultaneously, they unleashed an array of formidable energy blasts, intertwining in a dazzling display of light across the sky. The energy orbs streaked through the air like meteors, carrying an essence of devastation. The collisions of these blasts produced colossal explosions, shaking the very earth and enveloping the atmosphere in a cloud of dust, as if heralding the apocalypse. The brilliance of the detonations illuminated the entire plain, the intense light blinding, while the cacophony of sound resembled the very earth splitting apart. Thus, in a relentless exchange, they fought fiercely for dozens of rounds, with Cell maintaining the upper hand. A sense of smug satisfaction brewed within Cell, convinced that Vegeta was merely average. As the battle progressed, Vegeta began to comprehend that relying solely on his Super Saiyan full power might not suffice to vanquish Cell. With this realization, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he unleashed the latent power within him, successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's hair stood even straighter, flickering lightning illuminating his form, exuding an overwhelming aura that rendered the surrounding air almost tangible. Observing Vegeta's terrifying prowess from the distant sacred world, the Z-fighters were profoundly astonished. Among them, Piccolo widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavens! Vegeta's aura has remarkably intensified at an astonishing pace. If this continues, it is conceivable that he could defeat Cell without Goku's assistance." Piccolo's eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration as he furrowed his brow, sensing the distant battlefield, his heart overflowing with emotion. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma hastily inquired, "Is that true? Has Vegeta truly become this formidable?" Her gaze was filled with anticipation and concern as she cradled baby Trunks, fervently praying for both Vegeta and future Trunks. Piccolo, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, "Alas, the disparity in our strengths is insurmountable, so I can only make a rough estimation based on my observations." Cell, attuned to the fluctuations in energy, was acutely aware of Vegeta's rapid power surge, a transformation that left him utterly astonished, stirring a tempest within. How is this possible? How could he become so powerful in such a brief span? Cell's heart brimmed with anxiety and fury, unable to fathom Vegeta's swift ascendance in power. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed his full strength without reservation, akin to a ferocious cheetah, launching an assault on Cell with lightning speed. In an instant, he appeared before Cell, unleashing a flurry of martial arts strikes that dazzled the eye with their rapidity. Vegeta's onslaught resembled a torrential storm, rendering evasion impossible. Each of his punches carried immense force, as if capable of shattering Cell. His gaze was fierce, each blow imbued with lethal determination, while Cell struggled to withstand the barrage, despair flooding his heart. Cell's expression grew increasingly savage, unleashing a series of furious roars as his aura surged violently, entering a state of complete transformation. "I will not be defeated. I am the strongest." Anger coursed through Cell's veins. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat, exchanging blows with fervor. After several exchanges, Cell began to feel the strain, unable to withstand Vegeta's relentless assault. During this time, Vegeta's martial prowess forced Cell to expel Android 17 and Android 18. Cell regressed from his fully transformed state to his initial stage, suffering a significant decline in strength. Seizing the opportunity, future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, unhesitatingly joining the fray. Trunks' presence further ensnared Cell in a dire predicament. His strikes were as swift as lightning, leaving little room for defense. In response, Cell erupted in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently, "Vegeta, Trunks, you two are utterly despicable and shameless, showing no honor in battle." His eyes were filled with fury and despair as he glared and brandished his fists. Unfazed by Cell's accusations, Vegeta merely let out a cold chuckle before forcefully manipulating his energy, unleashing a powerful gust akin to a tornado that sent Cell hurtling through the air. Vegeta's demeanor was one of indifference. He perceived Cell's reproaches as utterly unfounded. "Cheru, how can you still be so naive?" Vegeta remarked. At that moment, Vegeta and future Trunks exchanged a knowing glance, and after a silent agreement, they began to rapidly gather their energy. In the blink of an eye, two dazzling and formidable Gallic cannons erupted from their hands, harmoniously converging with devastating power, hurtling towards Cheru. These two Gallic cannons resembled mighty dragons, propelled forward with immense strength, aimed directly at Sheru. Realizing the imminent danger, Sheru desperately attempted to condense his own energy in a bid to withstand the attack. But the disparity in their powers proved insurmountable. A thunderous explosion resounded as Sheru was obliterated by the onslaught of the Gallic cannons, vanishing entirely from this world. In his final moments, Vegeta calmly declared, "Sheru, you are merely our adversary. This is not a formal martial arts competition. Should I show you mercy?" How utterly naive. Vegeta's voice was imbued with cold indifference as he watched Sheru meet his demise, devoid of any trace of compassion.